Wife Xu Nianqi, who had been married for 7 years, cheated on him on her birthday. She dragged Zhuang Yi into the woods and forcibly possessed him. After that, they went from campus to marriage, and Zhu Nian's wife's perversion gradually emerged. Ask Zhuang Yi to accompany female customers for drinks and accept their flirting. Until his wife often stayed out all night and had affairs with other men. In order to get company orders, she drugged Zhuang Yi and forced him to sleep with her sister Xiao Jiuli. Your wife signed the contract. Xiao Jiuli threw the agreement on the table. The bright red fingerprint stung my eyes. Rent you for 1 night, in exchange for 100 million orders. It was not until now that Zhuang Yi came to his senses and divorced. From then on, Zhuang Yi began to take revenge on his wife. At this moment, Zhuang Yi clenched his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. The candlelight on the dining table reflected the 3-layer cake. On the other end of the phone, the woman's panting was mixed with coquettishness. Hubby, I'm entertaining people, stop making trouble, I'm on the phone. Zhuang Yi was too familiar with that voice, the sticky feeling between the beds, coming from the phone for the second time. The quarrel a week ago was still vivid in her mind, and today, her birthday, she was up to the same old trick again. This is the last time I'm warning you. Zhuang Yi said in a hoarse voice, for the sake of this family, turn back. What are you crazy about? Zhu Nian's wife suddenly raised her voice, it was just a cockroach just now. The call was hung up. Zhuang Yi stared at the black screen of his phone, feeling a dull pain in his chest. They were once an accident on campus. Back then, Zhu Nian's wife dragged him into the woods and raped him. After that, he became addicted to it and used every means to force him to submit. From being forced to falling in love, from campus to marriage, he thought it was fate. It was not until after marriage that the truth tore off the gorgeous coat. Zhu Nian's wife's domineering behavior was almost pathological. She forced him to drink with female clients. Acquiesce to the other party taking advantage of you, or even hint at going a step further. And tonight, that lustful phone call completely crushed his last fantasy. The phone vibrated again. The caller ID read Zhu Nian's wife, but the voice was trembling strangely. Honey, the client asked to see you. Zhuang Yi's blood froze. In the background, the creaking of the mattress mixed with the man's heavy breathing. He was too familiar with the client, a greasy businessman who had long coveted Zhu Nian's wife. You are discussing business in a couple's hotel? Zhuang Yi sneered, let me watch your live transaction. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhu Nian's wife suddenly screamed, then lowered her voice. Sweet Harbor Hotel, come here immediately, ah. Don't touch. I was suddenly interrupted by someone on the phone. Husband, for the sake of this family, please help your wife negotiate this order. Zhuang Yi heard bursts of light panting and he had already guessed who the other person was. He is a long-term customer of the company, and he is obsessed with his wife. Zhu Nian's wife was trying to get closer to the person. Zhu Nian's wife, Zhu Nian's wife. You really think I'm a fool? You're cheating on me while asking me to negotiate a deal for you, you're doing both. Zhu Nian's wife was a little flustered, what do you mean by cheating? Husband, don't talk nonsense. Come and negotiate the deal for me. The location is the Sweet Harbor Couples Hotel. Lovers Hotel, okay, just wait for me. Zhuang Yi hung up the phone angrily, stood up from the sofa and rushed out of the house. He made up his mind that since his wife had a new love, he might as well go his separate ways. Zhuang Yi stood at the door of Sweet Harbor Couples Hotel with mixed feelings. He has known his wife Xu Nian for 7 years and has been married to her for 4 years. His life seems to revolve around this woman. However, today, everything will change. Zhuang Yi parked the car and walked into the hotel. In order not to worry the Zhu family, he decided on his own to give the first boy after his pregnancy the surname Zhu. When his father-in-law fell ill, he spent a large sum of money and ran around everywhere just to save his life. In addition, he is also busy with employee recruitment, company management, housework and other trivial matters. However, all these efforts were rewarded with endless deception and betrayal. Zhuang Yi asked the waiter and learned that Zhu Nian's wife was in the restaurant's private room on the 2nd floor. He wondered why he was in the dining room instead of the room. With doubt in his mind, he went upstairs. When Zhuang Yi opened the door of the private room, he was stunned. There was no Zhu Nian's wife in the room, only Xiao Jiuli, whom he hated so much. She was wearing a white off-shoulder dress and was gorgeous, but Zhuang Yi only felt disgust towards her because she had tried to take advantage of him. Zhuang Yi, sit next to me. Xiao Jiuli smiled and patted the seat next to her. Zhuang Yi reluctantly sat down, feeling unhappy. Xiao Jiuli poured him a glass of wine. He hesitated for a moment, but still took it. Zhuang Yi, do you look down on me? Xiao Jiuli's voice became cold. Zhuang Yi explained that he had something to do later and couldn't drink. Xiao Jiuli took out a contract from her bag, threw it in front of Zhuang Yi, and said provocatively. Zhu Nianqi sold you out for 100 million, but you're not even tempted by 100 million. Zhuang Yi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He didn't expect that she would betray him. Xiao Jiuli raised her glass again, and Zhuang Yi suppressed his anger and drank the wine in one gulp. Soon, he felt dizzy, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. A few hours later, Zhuang Yi woke up and found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed. Sitting at the head of the bed was Xiao Jiuli, who was dressing up. Zhuang Yi, are you awake? You have a good drug resistance. Zhuang Yi sat up angrily, lifted the quilt, and saw the marks on the sheets, feeling ashamed and angry. Xiao Jiuli, what did you do to me? Do you know I have a wife? Xiao Jiuli sneered and threw him a contract. Your wife agreed. She sold you for 100 million. Zhuang Yi picked up the contract and looked at the signature in shock. This contract clearly states the agreement between Zhu Nian's wife and Xiao Jiuli. As long as he rents himself to Xiao Jiuli for one night, he can get a cooperation order worth 100 million yuan. Zhuang Yi's mood hit rock bottom and he couldn't accept this fact. Let's not talk about whether the contract is legal or not. What is this? Using your husband as a tool to make money to support her. You wrote this contract just for fun, right? Zhuang Yi's voice trembled. He couldn't believe that this was something Zhu Nian's wife could do. Xiao Jiuli smiled contemptuously, took out her cell phone from her bag and made a video call. Zhuang Yi quickly put his clothes in order and hid at the end of the bed, fearing that he would be photographed. He knew that if he was photographed, his dignity would be gone. My dear wife, are you having fun? Xiao Jiuli smiled and waved at the phone. The video was connected quickly and Zhu Nian's wife appeared on the screen. She was wearing a gorgeous evening gown with a faint smile on her face. Surrounding them were a group of men and women dressed in gorgeous costumes, singing and dancing, and the atmosphere was lively. Xiao Jiuli, how is it? Is it very enjoyable? Zhu Nian's wife's voice was full of sarcasm. Cold sweat broke out on Zhuang Yi's forehead. This attitude showed that she already knew everything. He was filled with doubts and confusion. Why didn't she stop it? Xiao Jiuli lied, we haven't started playing yet. By the way, can I renew the contract with you again? I found that I am addicted to brother Zhuang Yi. No need, Mr. Xiao. It will be troublesome if your husband finds out, so you should return it to him immediately after playing. To prevent him from causing trouble again. Zhu Nian's wife's voice sounded unconcerned. Zhuang Yi felt dizzy, as if all his strength had been drained away. He loves Zhu Nianqi to the core, and pampers her to the heavens. Even the company's orders in recent years. More than 70% of them were brought here by him. Why would she do this to him? At this moment, Zhuang Yi's anger reached its peak. Jiuli with empty eyes. Xiao Jiuli took the opportunity to exaggerate. Zhu Nian's wife, I will give you 500 million. 5. Zhu Nian's wife paused, as if weighing the pros and cons. However, just as Zhu Nian's wife was hesitating, Zhuang Yi exploded. He roared loudly, threw himself onto the bed, and snatched Xiao Jiuli's cell phone. Zhu Nian's wife. Do you still have any humanity? Do you still treat me as a human being? Zhuang Yi saw the luxurious party scene on his phone, Zhu Nian's wife's stunning outfit, and the men and women walking behind them from time to time. Zhu Nian's wife has been deceiving him, she is not working at all. Zhuang Yi was trembling all over, and it was difficult for him to stay rational. Hubby. Didn't you faint? No, I remember the medicine was. In the video, Zhu Nian's wife suddenly covered her mouth, and Zhuang Yi had completely understood. She was the one who drugged him. Zhu Nian's wife, you are really amazing. I have worked hard for you and the Zhu family for so many years. Even if you hate me, do you really have to do this? Zhuang Yi's voice was filled with anger and disappointment. Zhu Nian's wife's face changed slightly, and she tried to persuade him, "Husband, don't be angry, I am doing this for the sake of our great cause and our family. You are using me as a bargaining chip for a bullshit cause." Zhuang Yi's emotions got out of control and his voice became louder and louder. "One who helped you get the orders for your company. The peaceful place you have now was sown by me stitch by stitch." Every word Zhuang Yi said was filled with pain and anger. Zhu Nian's wife listened to the angry roar and couldn't believe her ears. Why did the man who usually loved her to the core suddenly become so mean? "Zhuang Yi. Why are you so mean to me? You have to apologize to me. I love you so much." Zhu Nian's wife's voice was tinged with tears. However, at this moment, a hand in a black suit gently fell on Zhu Nian's wife's shoulder. Although the person did not appear in the camera, he instantly attracted Zhu Nian's wife's attention and made the expression on her face gentle. Then, her expression gradually turned cold, her face returned to seriousness, and she said coldly to the screen. "Zhuang Yi, if you still recognize me as your wife, then serve Xiao Jiuli well and don't let me down." This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, completely crushing Zhuang Yi's heart. He stared ahead blankly, his eyes red and wet. The cell phone fell on the bed and was picked up by Xiao Jiuli. "Okay, goodbye, my Xiaonian wife, we'll talk again another day." Xiao Jiuli waved and hung up the phone. Zhuang Yi was stunned for a long time, with scarlet anger flashing in his eyes. He slowly walked down from the bed, his originally sharp black eyes now filled with murderous intent. "No, just consider it as Zhu Nian's wife breaking the contract. You can go and ask for compensation if you want." His voice was firm and resolute. Jiuli, who was originally happy, suddenly became disappointed. "Ah. Don't do that, brother Zhuang Yi, your wife will be angry." "What does it have to do with me? A woman who cheated, lied, drugged, played with my dignity, and insulted my feelings. Will I keep her?" Zhuang Yi's voice was full of determination and anger. Xiao Jiuli raised her eyebrows and smiled evilly. "You want to find her? She is not around now." Zhuang Yi yelled, "Say it out." Xiao Jiuli was silent for a few seconds, finally got up from the bed and decided to take him there. After a long and anxious 1-hour drive, Zhuang Yi finally arrived at the private world club. When he got out of the car, his hands were white from the exertion. Xiao Jiuli handed him a cigarette. Zhuang Yi hesitated for a moment, but still took it. He took a deep breath, and in the smoke, his eyes became deep and complex. "I'll go in first," Zhuang Yi said in a low voice, turned and walked into the club. His steps were heavy, his hair was messy, and his face was full of anger and despair. Inside the club, the luxurious environment and noisy music were incompatible with his inner peace. He pretended to be an employee of Zhu Nianqi's company and asked several people, and learned that Zhu Nianqi was in a private room in the basement. He quickened his pace, walked through the crowd, and came to the door of the box on the basement floor. Before he even entered the door, he heard Zhu Nian's wife's voice, gentle and seductive. Zhuang Yi took a deep breath and pushed open the door, instantly breaking the harmonious atmosphere in the box. Everyone was stunned, their eyes focused on Zhuang Yi. Locked his eyes directly on Zhu Nian's wife who was sitting on the main seat and the man and woman beside her. Zhu Nian's wife was wearing an evening gown, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she had obviously drunk a lot of wine. When she saw Zhuang Yi, a hint of surprise flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her composure. "Hubby, didn't I tell you not to pick me up?" Zhu Nian's wife tried to hide her embarrassment, but Zhuang Yi's indifference made her feel uneasy. Zhuang Yi did not respond, but just smiled coldly. He noticed the two people next to Zhu Nianqi. A young man he didn't know, and another one was Huang Shui from the Huang family. The woman Zhuang Yi hates the most. Huang Shui is a lesbian and has a secret love for Zhu Nianqi. Zhuang Yi knew that there was nothing wrong with Zhu Nian's wife dealing with people in business, but her behavior had exceeded his bottom line. He took a deep breath, picked up a bottle of wine from the box in the corner, and smashed the mouth of the bottle hard, turning it into a handful of sharp fragments. "Zhuang Yi, what are you doing?" Zhu Nian's wife slammed the table angrily, but there was a hint of panic in her eyes. Zhuang Yi sneered, slowly walked to the edge of the dining table, and overturned the entire table. "Eat your mother." His voice was full of anger and despair. In an instant, the dishes and drinks were scattered all over the floor, the broken pieces of the plate scratched several people's legs, and the scene was in chaos. Zhu Nian's wife was so frightened that she almost lost her balance. She looked at Zhuang Yi in horror, not understanding why he was so out of control. Huang Shui held her waist tightly and asked with concern, "Baby, are you okay? Don't scare me." Kissed Zhu Nian's wife on the cheek affectionately. Zhu Nian's wife did not resist, but just looked at Zhuang Yi indifferently. Zhuang Yi felt as if he was the third party and they were the real lovers. Huang Shui angrily rebuked Zhuang Yi, "Zhuang, why don't you apologize to my baby right now?" Zhu Yangyang also echoed, "That's right. Apologize to my wife's sister quickly. Why do you hurt her like this?" Zhu Nian's wife took a deep breath and tried to calm down. "Zhuang Yi, you go out first." She thought Zhuang Yi was just impulsive and would calm down in a couple of days. However, Zhuang Yi's anger did not subside. He watched Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang singing the same tune. The anger in his heart grew stronger. Since Zhu Nian's wife chose to stand on their side, he stopped talking nonsense. He clenched the broken bottle tip in his hand, strode towards Huang Shui, and slapped her without hesitation. Huang Shui was caught off guard by the blow, and bright red palm marks immediately appeared on her face. "You bastard, you dare to hit me!" Huang Shui yelled. Zhuang Yi's eyes were cold. He couldn't bear being betrayed by a woman, especially when this woman was having an affair with his wife. Zhuang Yi swung the tip of the broken bottle and stabbed Huang Shui. Zhu Yangyang quickly grabbed Zhuang Yi's hand and bit it hard. Zhuang Yi felt pain and the broken tip of the bottle in his hand fell to the ground. Huang Shui took the opportunity to kick Zhuang Yi, and the two of them attacked Zhuang Yi together. Zhuang Yi once worked out hard to cater to his wife's preferences. He developed a body of muscles and martial arts skills. Before long, he broke free from the two men's restraints and began to fight back. "Ah! Baby, save me!" Huang Shui was quickly subdued by Zhuang Yi, with blood flowing from her face and her nose twisted. Zhu Nian's wife looked at this scene with mixed feelings. She noticed the scarlet in Zhuang Yi's eyes, as if it was tears after being hurt. When Zhuang Yi was about to continue his attack, Zhu Nianqi rushed forward. She hugged his waist and pulled him away desperately. "Stop hitting her, she is from the Huang family, stop hitting her. Help me, help me." Seeing this, the people around them also began to carefully try to stop the fight. After some persuasion, Zhuang Yi finally stopped, but his eyes were still full of anger. He turned around and saw Zhu Yangyang hiding behind Zhu Nian's wife, and his heart was even more furious. Zhuang Yi struggled to break free from the crowd's interception and was ready to continue his attack, but was blocked by Zhu Nian's wife. "Zhuang Yi, you bastard! Are you going to attack even my own brother?" Zhu Nian's wife shouted sternly. Zhuang Yi gritted his teeth and trembled all over. "Okay, if he is really my brother, I will endure it. Then tell me why you were watching them beat me up." "I was about to beat them up, you stopped me." Zhuang Yi questioned. "Why is it that on weekdays, when I kiss you sometimes, you will avoid it, but when others kiss you, you don't mind at all?" Zhuang Yi's questioning left Zhu Nian's wife speechless. She had never thought that Zhuang Yi would care so much about these little things. "Zhuang Yi, are you done yet? She just kissed me. You are accusing me of something for no reason. I didn't take the initiative." Zhu Nian's wife retorted angrily. Zhuang Yi was furious, pointing at her nose and yelling, "Is that the reason you agreed?" Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that her face turned red, and she shouted, "You! Are you crazy? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me?" Zhuang Yi slapped her in the face. Zhu Nian's wife covered her face in shock. Zhuang Yi never laid a hand on her, even when she tricked him into going to the grove, he did not dare to do anything beyond the limit. "You, what gives you the right to hit me? I am only allowed to hit you, you are not allowed to hit me." Zhu Nian's wife asked angrily. Zhuang Yi roared, "For these two little lovers, you can actually fight me?" He turned and left, leaving everyone in the box looking at each other in bewilderment. Zhu Nian's wife was in a panic. She wanted to chase after her husband and win him back. But Zhu Yangyang quickly took her hand and gently stroked her forehead. "Sister wife, I don't want this brother-in-law. He is a bully. Marry me, I will at least know how to pamper you." Zhu Nian's wife struggled, and after hesitating for a moment, she rubbed Zhu Yangyang's forehead and explained with a smile. Yang, don't talk nonsense. Your brother-in-law just has a childish temper. He will be fine in a couple of days. Then I will ask him to apologize to you. Call an ambulance first and send Mr. Huang to the hospital for treatment. Zhu Yan's wife decided to save people first and then deal with other things. Outside the club, Zhuang Yi put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the door in a daze. Xiao Juli hazarded his hazard lights, rolled down the window, and said, "She kicked you out. I told you this long ago, but you didn't believe me. Now you know you've been sold. Hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you home." Zhuang Yi had no time to appreciate Xiao Juli's beauty at the moment. He got into the car and just said, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." As soon as he sat down, he suddenly said, "Don't drive, wait 5 minutes, give me a cigarette." Although Xiao Juli was a little annoyed, she still handed him the cigarette and lit it for him. Zhuang Yi stared at the door for a long time before he whispered, "Well, I'll leave after I finish this cigarette." 10 minutes passed, the cigarette went out, and Zhuang Yi felt a pang of sadness in his heart. "Let's go. She doesn't want me anymore." The car slowly drove away, and his heart was completely cold. An hour later, they arrived at the gate of RF Center. Zhuang Yi got out of the car and asked Xiao Juli for a cigarette. Xiao Juli joked, "I remember you didn't smoke, why are you smoking one cigarette after another now?" She simply stuffed a whole pack of cigarettes into his arms. Zhuang Yi said bitterly, "The 100 million contract is invalid, I will cooperate with you, just say that we haven't done it yet, and I will run away." After saying that, he turned and left without even saying goodbye. Xiao Juli looked at his back and threw a wink. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she thought to herself, Zhu Yan's wife, your husband will be mine sooner or later." Zhuang Yi returned home, feeling miserable but unable to vent. He dragged a few boxes of wine into the living room and sat on the sofa. He drank one cup after another, with his laptop on the coffee table, and drafted a divorce agreement while drinking. Until 5 in the morning, Zhuang Yi still couldn't fall asleep and his mind was unusually clear. At this moment, there was a click sound from the security door. Zhu Yan's wife walked in tiredly. The room was filled with the strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol. She turned on the light and, seeing the wine bottles on the floor and the cigarette ashes on the table, I was about to get angry. But when I saw the restaurant filled with cold dishes and uncut birthday cakes, I remembered that today was my birthday. "Hubby. I'm sorry, I forgot it's your birthday today." "You." Before Zhu Yan's wife finished speaking, Zhuang Yi sat up calmly and said, "Come here, I have something to talk to you about." Zhu Yan's wife was shocked when she saw his face clearly. His originally bright black pupils turned scarlet and bloodshot, and he looked so haggard that he seemed to have aged 10 years. Zhu Yan's wife hurriedly sat down, her tone unconsciously softened. "You were too impulsive just now. I have already persuaded Zhu Yangyang and Huang Shui not to call the police. When they come in 2 days, you must remember to apologize to them." Zhuang Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. "Apologize to the mistress? They actually want me, the original wife, to apologize to the mistress?" Zhu Yan's wife immediately retorted. "What nonsense are you talking about? They are not mistresses. They are good brothers and good friends." Zhuang Yi stopped talking nonsense, took out the drafted divorce agreement and threw it into her arms. He said coldly, "Let's talk business, we have known each other for 7 years, and we have had our ups and downs. I can understand that people can change their hearts, but I cannot accept the fact that you framed me and insulted my personality during our marriage." Zhu Yan's wife took a look and immediately flew into a rage, tearing the agreement into pieces. "What's wrong with you? We've been together for so many years, don't you believe me?" Zhuang Yi stared at her. "Love me? So for 100 million, you poisoned me and asked me to sleep with you?" Zhu Yan's wife panicked. I am a husband with my own difficulties, and I don't want to do this either." Zhuang Yi asked, "What is your reason? Tell me." Zhu Yan's wife bit her lip and was unwilling to say more. I've been threatened by her anyway, so don't talk about this topic." Zhuang Yi snorted coldly and threw out a series of questions. "Then explain it to me. Why do you make such an unbearable sound when I call you? Why am I so busy celebrating your birthday? You would rather lie to me than stay out there and fool around. Don't use business as an excuse, I was the one who negotiated the business for you." Zhu Nian's wife looked embarrassed and angrily slammed the sofa. You bastard. Huang Shui is a woman, there is no way she could have that kind of thing with me. Zhu Yangyang is my uncle's younger brother. He came back from abroad today, so I welcomed him. I lied to you because I was afraid you wouldn't agree to my going. Zhuang Yi thought it was ridiculous. Zhu Nian's wife hastily added, it was Huang Shui who tickled me at that time. Zhuang Yi saw through her lie at a glance. His heart was completely dead. There's already a rift between us. Let's end it. Zhuang Yi's voice was frighteningly calm. Zhu Nian's wife looked at him in disbelief, then suddenly rushed over and hugged his arms tightly. No. You are mine, and you will be mine forever. Husband, I just made a small mistake today, I did it all for our family. Zhuang Yi's eyes turned cold, and countless days and nights flashed through his mind. When they first met, she tricked him into the woods and took him by force. At that time, he didn't know how to resist and thought it was love, but he didn't expect that he would fall into an endless abyss from then on. Thing. Zhuang Yi suddenly sneered, now I understand that you don't even regard me as a human being. Zhu Nian's wife hurriedly explained, I was joking. A wife is also her husband's property. I'll give you one last chance, Zhuang Yi interrupted her. Cut off contact with your brother and those shady people like Huang Shui. I can help you make money, that's my bottom line. Can you please not mention her? Zhu Nian's wife suddenly became furious. He punched Zhuang Yi and said, Huang Shui is helpful to the company, do you understand? Zhuang Yi's disappointment grew deeper and deeper, you are like this every time I mention her. How many times have we quarreled because of her? You bought the movie tickets but went drinking with her, asking me to call the police to find you. The night you slept in separate rooms, you chatted with those men and her all night long. Went to her house to take a shower and took photos in pajamas, refused to answer my calls. Last week, I heard your voices. Today, for her and your brother, you actually drugged me and forced me to sleep with you. You watched me get beaten and did nothing. I fought back and you even tried to stop me. You are totally unreasonable. Zhu Nian's wife screamed, we are purely in a relationship of interest. I have nothing to do with them. You said I don't love you. Zhuang Yi suddenly burst out and stood up with gritted teeth. He threw the cigarette butt hard on the ground, and slapped Zhu Nian's wife in the face with his backhand. What's all my efforts over the years worth? Letting you fool around is loving you? Do you want me to send you to their bed before you're satisfied? Zhu Nian's wife covered her face and looked at him in shock. This usually docile husband actually dared to hit her. Zhuang Yi. You actually hit me? When have I not helped you clean up the mess of Huang Shui's affairs? I didn't go to the movies that time because I was attending a social event. I made a lot of phone calls for the company. I went to her house to take a shower and did nothing. Those noises were her tickling my belly. Why are you so fussy? Zhuang Yi just thought it was ridiculous. Last time she said she was tickling her feet, this time it was tickling her belly. She lied continuously. Let's get a divorce. No matter how nice you say, if you don't tell the truth, I won't trust you anymore. Don't mention divorce. Zhu Nian's wife roared, if you dare to mention divorce, get out and don't come back. Zhuang Yi stared at her. This rude and overbearing woman always did what she wanted. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he pushed her away and went into the master bedroom to pack his luggage. Zhu Nian's wife followed him in and watched him pack his clothes. What are you doing? Are you really leaving? Chairman Zhu, Zhuang Yi sneered, I have officially resigned and will not be returning to the company tomorrow. Divorce agreement, I will leave the house with nothing, don't force me to sue. He stuffed the agreement into Zhu Nian's wife's arms and watched her tear it into pieces, but he no longer felt sorry for her. I became like this because of you. You did it yourself. After saying that, Zhuang Yi walked towards the door without looking back. Zhu Nian's wife tried her best to stop him, but she found that although he was usually thin, he now had amazing strength. The door slammed shut, and Zhu Nian's wife was the only one left in the room. She fell to the ground, in disbelief. He had never left before, no matter how much she went too far, but this time he actually left. Suddenly, the door opened again and Zhuang Yi stood at the door with a coldness in his eyes that she had never seen before. He took out a pair of worn-out slippers and threw them hard in her face. Zhu Nian's wife was stunned. Looking at the rotten shoes in her arms, she suddenly screamed, Zhuang Yi, you little bitch. You are the rotten shoes. Zhuang Yi was walking in the corridor when he suddenly noticed a tall woman with a curvy figure walking towards him. After seeing the facial features clearly, Zhuang Yi recognized him. Zhuaiqing, Zunyanqi's elder sister. He is 28 years old this year, 1 year older than Zhun Yan's wife. Her appearance is equally outstanding. Although her face is not as pretty as Zhun Yan's wife, she is obviously more attractive than Zhun Yan's wife. At this moment, she was wearing a black lace suspender nightgown. The picture was very beautiful, her breasts were very rough, and her legs were white and long. Good morning, Xiaozhuang. Are you going out at this time to see the sun at 5 in the morning? Zhuaiqing took the initiative to say hello. She didn't like Zhuang Yi at first. However, Zhuang Yi is capable, kind to his wife, and later saves his father-in-law's life. She gradually changed her attitude and treated Zhuang Yi as an ordinary brother-in-law. Who wouldn't like a man who devotes himself to the family, is caring, sensible, loyal, and handsome? Sister Qing. Zhuang Yi looked at her prominent position and felt bored. Why are you here to look for Zhun Yan's wife so late at night instead of sleeping? I'm having an affair with your wife, do you have any objection to that? Zhuaiqing joked with interest. Zhuang Yi replied, then go ahead. As long as he doesn't have certain thoughts, Zhuang Yi won't be angry even if someone makes an excessive joke to him. However, Zhun Yan's wife just couldn't see through it and didn't know how to keep a distance from certain people with ulterior motives. After thinking about it, Zhuang Yi shook his head and passed by Zhuaiqing. Zhuaiqing looked at him for a long time and always felt that something was wrong with Zhuang Yi. Why are Zhuang Yi's eyes red and swollen? With such doubts, Zhuaiqing knocked on the door of his house. Boom boom boom. Inside the house, an angry voice came, you know you're wrong, right? You still dare to come back, right? You won't go to work tomorrow, right? If I don't throw you on the bed today and bully you into doing adult things, I won't be named Zhu. Zhun Yan's wife opened the door, her angry expression froze, and she said disappointedly, Sister. Why are you here at 5 o'clock in the morning? You bullied Xiaozhuang again. Didn't our dad tell you to be nicer to him? Zhuaiqing crossed his arms over his chest and walked into the house, and was immediately pinched his nose by the smell of smoke. Isn't there no one smoking in your house? Why is there such a strong smell of cigarettes, and so many bottles of wine? Zhuaiqing frowned, then turned his head to look at the dining table and understood the reason. It was his sister's birthday, and Zhuang Yi had carefully prepared dinner and cake for the entire night. However, his sister stood him up, and Zhuang Yi was so angry that he simply ran away from home. Nian's wife, have you been out fooling around again and left Xiaozhuang alone at home? Zhu Nian's wife closed the door and sat on the sofa with a lost look. What a joke. Brother Yang came back to China, and I went to celebrate his birthday. But this little bitch husband got jealous and ran away from home. Zhuaiqing walked up to her and sat down. Is it that simple? I can see his eyes are red. He wants a divorce. I think his belly button is on his back. He is the opposite of that. Zhuaiqing's eyes widened. How can he, a man who spoils you to the sky, say the word divorce? He scared me. I forgot my birthday and didn't go home to celebrate it. He didn't even celebrate his own birthday, so why did he only celebrate mine? Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that she had no place to vent it, so she could only tell her sister. Zhuaiqing frowned even more tightly. Did you listen to what people say? It seems that my sister has never celebrated Zhuang Yi's birthday. Then why did Zhuang Yi prepare elaborately every year? He even spoiled his wife Zhu Nian in various ways on their wedding anniversary, Lover's Day, Christmas, etc. My dear sister, you are really capable of doing things. It would be strange if he is not angry if you act like this. Even I, as your elder sister, am angry with you. Zhu Nian's wife didn't care, what's there to be angry about? Didn't we just not eat at home and go out to eat? Xiaozhuang wants to get a divorce because of this. Although her sister had gone too far, based on Zhuaiqing's observations over the years, she knew that Zhuang Yi would not get a divorce over such a small matter. In Zhuaiqing's opinion, Zhuang Yi is a man of his words. When Zhu Nian's wife thought of her husband's attitude, she couldn't help but complain, he is just stingy. He likes to be jealous and imaginative. I am just. She spent more than half an hour explaining to her sister everything that happened today. The more Zhuaiqing listened, the more incredible it felt to him, and he wanted to hit his sister several times. Zhu Nian's wife, our Zhu family doesn't have beastly genes. How could you do such a thing? Zhu Yeqing said with his blood pressure soaring. She drugged her husband and forced him to sell his sex life in exchange for company performance. She lied to her husband that she was at work, but she was actually having sex with a homosexual. As a bystander, this is how Zhu Yeqing felt after listening to it. Sister, how can you occupy Zhuang Yi? I am your sister. Zhu Nian's wife held her hand and shook it hard. Okay, but Xiao Zhuang is right. You were too overbearing this time. He likes you so much, and you forced him to sell sex. This is immoral. When Xiao Zhuang comes home, apologize to him. He loves you so much, he won't be angry with you. Zhu Yeqing persuaded. Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that she slapped her thigh hard. I won't apologize to him. I want him to apologize to me. If he doesn't apologize, I will kick him. Besides, you don't understand my business. For the sake of great ambitions, some things and interpersonal relationships are necessary. Besides, I can do whatever I want with the company's affairs. It's none of his business. Zhu Nian's wife spoke angrily, without the slightest sign of compromise. Zhu Yeqing, isn't Xiao Zhuang also one of the company's top executives? He is different. He is my man and has to listen to me. If he doesn't listen, I will bully him. Anyway, I am his wife. Zhu Nian's wife said this with a sense of pride. Zhu Yeqing continued, then sister asks you, do you like Huang Shui, a lesbian? Zhu Nian's wife nodded, not bad, she treats me well and is generous. Zhu Yeqing heard it with his ears and saw it with his eyes. Perhaps, in my sister's heart, Zhuang Yi is no longer important. She shook her head, hey. Then let me ask you again, have you ever had intimate contact with other members of the opposite sex while you were married? After hearing this, Zhu Nian's wife paused for a few seconds in anger, then suddenly covered her lips. In her hazy consciousness, she seemed to have a scene of kissing someone else. She was drunk at the time, and was hugged around the waist and kissed. She couldn't remember whether the person was a man or a woman, she only knew that the person was wearing a green suit at the time. From that time on, she never dared to get drunk outside again unless Zhuang Yi was by her side. Zhu Yeqing saw her actions and knew what was going on. My dear sister, you must not be discovered by Xiao Zhuang. I know sister, people are not always smart sometimes, that's okay. Chapter 9 Discovered by Zhuang Yi. 6 o'clock in the morning. On the sidewalk of the street. Zhuang Yi was staggering along, carrying a small bag of luggage. The alcohol was still in his body and his steps were still unsteady. Zhuang Yi knew that blindly giving would not prolong the life of his marriage, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was the alarm on my cell phone. It's 6 o'clock, I need to get up and make breakfast for my wife. Zhuang Yi snorted coldly, his eyes still frighteningly red. Directly across the sidewalk, there was a female college student coming towards him. She was wearing a blue and white high school uniform, holding 2 pairs of worn gloves, with her head down in despair. When she saw Zhuang Yi's slovenly appearance, she took a few steps away in fear. Zhuang Yi ignored her and walked silently. Suddenly, his feet became unstable, he took a step forward and fell on the sidewalk. With a bang. The luggage bag rolled to the side and several pieces of clothing fell out. Hiss, it hurts. Zhuang Yi covered his forehead, feeling the pain and the urge to vomit and have diarrhea. The female college student was so scared that she ran away quickly, but half a minute later, she ran back timidly and helped Zhuang Yi up from the ground. Are you okay? She said cautiously. Zhuang Yi turned his head coldly and glanced at her. On her fair and tender oval face, the jawline is soft, like an uncarved jade, with a lovely dullness. Her long black hair was scattered on her shoulders, her face was a little pale, her lips were slightly blue, and her eyes and eyebrows revealed a sense of inferiority. She lowered her head as if she was avoiding something. The movements were very light, as if he was deliberately concealing his presence. Zhuang Yi pushed her hands away and inadvertently noticed 3 words embroidered in white thread on the collar of her clothes. Su Bauer. No problem, thanks. After saying this, Zhuang Yi left without any reluctance. But after taking a few steps, he almost fell again. Fortunately, the female college student was quick to act and held Zhuang Yi's arm. After Zhuang Yi stood firm, he turned his head and looked at her again. She immediately looked at the ground shyly. Thank you. What's your name? This time, Zhuang Yi did not break free. Headache and dizziness are signs that alcohol is affecting the brain. If you break free, you will fall again. My name is Sue Bauer. The female college student raised her head, her eyes flickered, and then looked away embarrassedly. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, like the autumn breeze, blowing gently and with an unpredictable timidity. As an experienced person, Zhuang Yi recognized at a glance that Sue Bauer was the kind of child who had the intention but not the courage to do something evil and who had a sense of inferiority deep in his heart. Sue Bauer, take me to a nearby breakfast shop. He said directly in an imperative tone. People with low self-esteem never dare to refuse. As expected, after a moment of hesitation, the shy Sue Bauer said, Okay, uncle, Ben Bauer, we'll take you to the breakfast shop at the school gate. Zhuang Yi was slightly stunned, but still kept silent. He looked really sloppy like an old man. The two walked in silence all the way. Sue Bauer walked carefully, as if she was afraid of stepping on any shadow, as she supported Zhuang Yi, who was drunk. This was the first time in 7 years that Zhuang Yi had been taken care of. And this care does not come from my wife. Zhuang Yi was supported as he walked, and he vaguely remembered that a few years ago, he accidentally accompanied his wife to an unimportant drinking party. Several female customers were attracted by Zhuang Yi's handsome face at first sight and kept pouring him wine. Halfway through the drinking session, Zhuang Yi signaled to his wife that he couldn't hold on any longer. Who would have thought that his wife not only did not respond, but secretly dragged him into the bathroom and bullied him, telling him to be sensible and obedient. She also said, for the sake of your wife's great cause, husband, you should please them. They are very important to the company. Your wife will soon be very successful. After that, Zhuang Yi compromised and forced himself to get drunk. Later, as his wife had said, her career flourished. However, Zhuang Yi went out to accompany women drinking more and more often, and was gradually molested and teased by female clients. Zhuang Yi often sent pain signals to his wife. At first, his wife would slap him and give him a candy, but later she simply stopped responding and was unwilling to listen to her husband's pain. You really deserve it. What's wrong, uncle? Sue Bauer was frightened by his tone and asked fearfully. Nothing, I'll repay you. Arriving at a breakfast shop in front of the gate of Dingyang University. It's 6:30 in the morning and the breakfast shop is already open. Zhuang Yi ordered some hot pancakes, buns, 2 cups of soy milk and 2 bowls of porridge. Sit down and have a simple meal together, don't be disgusted. Zhuang Yi said coldly. Sue Bauer was about to refuse, but after touching her belly and wallet, she ended up sitting opposite Zhuang Yi embarrassedly. Thank you, uncle. Zhuang Yi didn't say anything. He breathed in the morning air and his mind became much clearer. He picked up the porridge and poured it down his throat, just like he usually drank wine. Sue Bauer was startled and said cautiously, be careful not to burn your throat. Hearing these words, Zhuang Yi's heart skipped a beat. This is the first time I have heard words of concern in 7 years. Sue Bauer, right? Zhuang Yi took out his phone. Give me the payment code and I'll transfer 2,000 yuan to you as payment. From now on, we'll never meet again. Bauer doesn't have a cell phone, and Bauer can't take your money. Sue Bauer drank the porridge in fear. Zhuang Yi had a blank expression on his face. He took out 5,000 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into her hand. Use the extra money to buy a cell phone. Sue Bauer was stunned for a moment, raised her beautiful eyes, and pushed the money back reluctantly. A poor man has a strong will. Bauer cannot accept your money. These words made Zhuang Yi feel a pang of pain in his heart again. He had once said similar words to Jun Yan's wife. After repeated refusals, Zhuang Yi finally stuffed the money into her pocket and left. Sue Bauer wanted to chase after him, but was scolded by Zhuang Yi and was so scared that she stood still. 7:30 in the morning. Zhuang Yi wandered aimlessly on the street. Ding dong. At this time, someone sent him a text message. Zhuang Yi took out his cell phone and saw that it was Xiao Jiuli who sent him a photo. Only then did he remember that Xiao Jiuli said last night that she would send him a good thing. When he opened the photo, Zhuang Yi took a deep breath. In the photo, Jun Yan's wife is kissing a man in a green suit. The face of the man in the green suit was covered by mosaic, so it was unclear who he was. All we could see clearly was that he was hugging Jun Yan's wife's waist, and Jun Yan's wife was closing her eyes, seeming to be enjoying it. Looking at the photo, Zhuang Yi was silent for a long time before he said a word. This, bitch. Chapter 10. Jun Yan's wife wants the Xiao family to be buried with her. This is too much, this is simply too much. Zhuang Yi was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. The scattered passers-by nearby heard the roar and hid far away. Zhuang Yi held his heart tightly with one hand and breathed deeply. After 7 years of relationship, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel sad, and it would be even more of a lie to say that he could forgive. Divorce is indeed the right choice. To be precise, falling in love with a criminal is a mistake in itself. Wife, every word you tell is a lie, not a single word of truth. Zhuang Yi now seriously suspects that his wife had been having an affair with someone else before Huang Shui. He paused for a long time before clicking on Xiao Juli's profile picture, ready to add her to the blacklist. From now on, we will be separated. Zhuang Yi thanked Xiao Juli for the information, but he could not forgive her for sleeping with him. It is undeniable that Xiao Juli is very polite. After learning that she was not voluntary, she first assisted her in catching the adulterer and then sent her photos. Therefore, the only thing Zhuang Yi could do was not to retaliate against the other party. But at this time, Xiao Juli said something. Brother Zhuang Yi, this is the good thing that I promised to give you. Just consider it as an apology for what happened last night. I'm sorry, I won't do that again. When Zhuang Yi saw these words, his whole body froze and he stopped pulling the black hand immediately. It's an apology. This was the apology that Zhuang Yi wanted to hear from Jun Yan's wife. But now, a sincere apology came out of another person's mouth. If Jun Yan's wife had not been so mean, if Jun Yan's wife had been willing to bow her head for him once, he might not have been so decisive in wanting a divorce. Could it be that I really like the wrong person? Zhuang Yi's hands, lips, and heart were all trembling, and an inexpressible emotion was blooming in his mind. Silence. There was a long silence. He gave up the option of blocking and edited a text message with moist eyes, okay. After typing this sentence, Zhuang Yi put his phone back in his pocket, not wanting to have any further contact with the other party. The other side. Xiao Juli was lying on the bed, holding a photo in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, smiling slightly. The person in the photo is a college student who looks 80% like Zhuang Yi and was Xiao Juli's former secret crush. Now the object of secret love is dead, hanged from a street lamp by criminals. Fortunately, this emotional sustenance has been transferred to a better person, Zhuang Yi. Xiao Juli smiled elegantly, I graduated from psychology. You have such little tricks, and you still want to fight with me? Sooner or later, I will make you my husband. 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhuang Yi walked into a park. His heart felt sour and he had an urge to cry. The moment the photo of the wife kissing someone else appeared, the marriage really fell apart. A woman who cheats is unacceptable, and a woman who lies in order to cheat is even more unacceptable. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rang. Zhuang Yi took it out and saw that it was his beloved Jun Yanqi. Without thinking, I hung up the phone. A few seconds later, the phone rang again. Zhuang Yi was so angry that his hands were shaking. He suppressed his temper and chose to hang up. However, the phone rang again, and the contact person was still Jun Yan's wife. Zhuang Yi swallowed a few mouthfuls of unpleasant saliva. This was the last time. As long as his wife was willing to admit her mistake and explain. So. I will pretend that photo doesn't exist. He answered, what are you doing? Jun Yan's wife was frightened by his voice, you scared my wife. Come back quickly to make breakfast for my wife, I'm starving. Zhuang Yi clenched his fists. It was that tone again, so arrogant and unreasonable. Those who are favored are always fearless. Get lost. Follow your little lover and eat shit. After a roar, Zhuang Yi hung up the phone. Jun Yan's wife was so frightened that she dropped her cell phone to the ground. This also made her realize that something was wrong with Zhuang Yi. Isn't this violent temper exactly like what she was like when she was angry? Jun Yan's wife hated Zhuang Yi's attitude very much. After she came to her senses, she became furious and immediately picked up the phone to call back. This bastard husband is really a fool if he is not disciplined for 3 days. He even dares to be mean to me. I must scold him severely. The other party is on the phone and cannot be connected temporarily. Blocked. Jun Yan's wife, who was furious, felt a little panicked. What's going on? My husband blocked me. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Jun Yan's wife tried to dial a few more numbers, but still couldn't get through. Even the chat software turned into a red exclamation mark. All contact methods have been blocked, and even the company's group chat has been completely withdrawn. In an instant, Jun Yan's wife fell to the ground as if struck by lightning. Did I really do something wrong? Or, has my husband discovered something? Suddenly a thought came to her mind, and Jun Yan's wife immediately dialed Xiao Jiuli's phone number. On the phone, Xiao Jiuli asked, "Hello, Xiao Yan's wife, what's the matter? What did you do to my husband last night? Why did he get so angry?" Xiao Jiuli, last night. He ran away after he woke up, and I didn't have the chance to do anything to him. Boom. Jun Yan's wife was struck by lightning again. So, you sent that photo to your husband? Xiao Jiuli, yeah, the 100 million order is cancelled, and I'll give you all the photos. Xiao Jiuli, oh, I forgot to send you one too. I'll transfer it to you now. Listening to Xiao Jiuli's nonchalant tone on the phone, a feeling of despair and collapse slowly rose from Jun Yan's wife's heart, as if to tear her heart in two. Oh. Xiao, I'm not done with you. If my husband gets angry and runs away because of you, I want your entire Xiao family to be buried with him. Jun Yan's wife pulled her hair frantically and screamed like a madman. Zhuang Yi is now getting a divorce. Once he gets the kissing photo, the relationship between the couple will never be smooth again. In the bathroom, Zhuaiqing was frightened by her voice and ran out in a hurry. What's wrong, sister? Is there a thief in the house? After Zhu Yeqing finished speaking, he saw Jun Yan's wife kneeling on the ground, holding the hung-up cell phone tightly in her hand, looking very desperate and painful. Sister, that matter, seems like our husband discovered it. She said with a pale face and dejected look. What's the matter? Tell me and I'll help you. Zhuaiqing quickly helped Jun Yan's wife up. It's about me getting drunk and kissing someone else. Zhuaiqing listened, was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly widened his eyes and shook his body violently a few times. My dear sister, you are really courting death. She couldn't say this out loud, she could only murmur it in her heart. Jun Yan's wife said quickly, I didn't do it on purpose. I was also forced. If I could have found the murderer at that time, I would have cut him into pieces. Chapter 11, It's no use clinging on, this marriage must be ended. Zhuaiqing took a few deep breaths before he managed to calm down and said, Sister, tell me the truth. Don't hide anything or lie. Jun Yan's wife hesitated for a long time and looked at the blocked mobile phone number again. She obviously noticed the changes in her husband, and if she didn't tell him, he might really run away. Sister, I was actually threatened. Xiao got a photo of me kissing someone from somewhere, and forced me to let my husband sleep with her for one night. She would then completely erase the existence of the photo. She said if he didn't let her sleep with her, she would expose the photos to him. I was afraid my husband would leave me after seeing the photo, so I agreed to her conditions. But I didn't expect that my husband was so powerful that he could escape after being knocked unconscious. Now Xiao has sent the photos to my husband. Sister, you have to help me. I can't lose my husband. Jun Yan's wife shook her sister's arm vigorously, her eyes moist and she looked like she was about to cry. Zhuaiqing felt distressed and helpless, so he could only stroke her head gently and said softly. Sister, making mistakes is not scary, what is scary is being found out. Once you have done something, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Jun Yan's wife said aggrievedly, I am also fighting for my great cause and for this family, but I didn't know. Zhuaiqing also said earnestly. Whether it's for this family or not, wrong is wrong. Listen, dear sister, I will try to coax him back. You need to explain these things to your husband in detail and apologize to him sincerely. Got it? She slowly held her sister in her arms. Because Zhuaiqing was taller, her sister's cheek could only be placed on her collarbone. Jun Yan's wife snuggled in her sister's arms, feeling extremely unwilling. Why should I apologize to him? I don't want it. In our marriage, only he can pamper me and let me do what I want. Jun Yan's wife said aggrievedly. Zhuaiqing, you have been blocked by him, do you still want to do it again? Zhu Nian's wife was speechless. Zweiking pushed her out of his arms and looked into her eyes seriously. Are you willing to take a step back? If you are willing, I will help you this time. If not, you can go and get him back by yourself. I do. Zhu Nian's wife nodded quickly, fearing that even her sister would not be willing to help her. Sister, please coax my husband back. Without him cooking, I have no mood to go to work. Zweiking glared at his sister and flicked her forehead hard, causing her to rub it in pain. Taking out his cell phone, Zweiking found Zhuang Yi's contact information in the address book and dialed the number. The call was not answered the first time, nor the second time. The third time, the phone was stuck in traffic for almost half a minute before Zhuang Yi finally answered it. Hey, Xiao Zhuang, have you had breakfast? On the phone, Zhuang Yi seemed to be smoking. Hello, Sister Qing. Smoking again? Zweiking asked with concern. Zhuang Yi was silent for more than 10 seconds before he spoke. Well, Zhu Nian's wife did something bad. Zhu Nian's wife cheated on me. I can't handle it. The voice had a hint of crying, which made Zweiking feel very uncomfortable. Last night, Zhuang Yi hadn't said the word cheating, but today he blurted it out without any sign of wanting to hide it. It was obvious that he was really heartbroken. This bastard sister. Zhu Nian's wife next to him wanted to refute immediately. I didn't cheat. Old. Shut up. Zweiking made a prompt decision and covered his sister's mouth. Xiao Zhuang, let's talk about our own things. Don't pay attention to her. Where are you now? Can I come pick you up? Zhuang Yi was distraught. No, Sister Qing, let's talk about divorce. Xiao Zhuang, calm down first. Nian's wife will explain everything to you and apologize to you. Zweiking quickly changed the subject and spoke comfortingly. Zhuang Yi denied it and said, she won't do that. I've been with her for 7 years and I know her inside out. How bad is her character? When Zhu Nian's wife, who was standing next to him, heard these words, she immediately felt chilled to the bone. Zhuang Yi's words were very infuriating, but there seemed to be no reason to refute them. Could it be that I really did something wrong? Zweiking didn't know how to answer. Being a sister was not easy. I see. Then why don't you go home? If she refuses to apologize, I will help you break up peacefully. Zhuang Yi added, even if she really apologizes, we still have to divorce. Seeing the other party's tough attitude, Zweiking could only retreat to the next best option and coax him home first and then say, Sister promises you, let's go home and discuss it first, okay? Zhuang Yi, okay, wait for me. After saying that, he hung up the phone. As soon as he hung up the phone, Zhu Nian's wife came over. Sister, how could you agree to divorce him? Why should he divorce me? He is mine. Get him home first, and then be more sincere. Think about how he behaved when you bullied him, and then apologize to him in that way. Zweiking patted the back of her hand, signaling her to calm down. I can't do it. It's a bit hard to accept. Zweiking frowned and said, if he can do it, you must do it too. Husbands and wives should warm each other up, instead of letting Zhuang Yi light you up alone. Seeing her sister's serious expression, Zhu Nian's wife lowered her head bitterly and could only say, oh. I waited for almost 3 hours. It was almost noon and Zhuang Yi had not returned yet. The two sisters of the Zhu family were getting anxious. Click. Finally, Zhuang Yi walked into the house, drunk. The two sisters of the Zhu family immediately stood up to greet them and said in unison. Husband. Xiao Zhuang. Zhuang Yi ignored Zhu Nian's wife and said calmly, Sister Qing, these two are divorce agreements. I accept leaving the house with nothing, and I only ask for an immediate divorce. Zweiking was stunned for a few seconds. He didn't expect Zhuang Yi's first sentence to be so decisive. It seemed that he was really heartbroken by his sister. But who would have thought that Zhu Nian's wife took advantage of his unpreparedness, angrily snatched the divorce agreement, and wanted to tear it up. If you dare to tear up the divorce agreement, I will tear you up now. Zhuang Yi stopped him rudely, his eyes becoming extremely fierce. Zhu Nian's wife looked panicked, her hands stopped moving for a moment, and she looked at Zhuang Yi sadly. Zweiking next to him quickly gave a look and nudged Zhu Nian's wife with his elbow. Zhu Nian's wife was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly came to her senses. She threw away the divorce agreement in her hand, knelt on the ground, and hugged Zhuang Yi's thighs tightly. "Honey, I was wrong. Please punish me with a whip. I won't do it again. My wife will be obedient from now on. She is a good dog." After Zhu Nian's wife finished speaking, she rubbed her cheek against Zhuang Yi's thigh shyly. Zhuang Yi was originally very angry, but now he calmed down and just laughed. "I laughed out of anger. You're crazy, get out of here." "Wife, don't do that. Unless the husband gives the wife a chance to explain." Zhu Nian's wife hugged him even harder. This was the first time she acted coquettishly towards Zhuang Yi. If she didn't handle it well, it would be the last time. "It's no use pestering me. We have to get a divorce. I'm willing to leave the house with nothing, which is already the limit." "Husband, you really misunderstood your wife. Just listen to me." Zhu Nian's wife pestered, "If you love me, you have to listen to my explanation and my apology." Chapter 12 Idiot Zhu Nian's wife. The two of them tangled for more than half an hour. Finally, seeing Zhu Nian's wife's face turned red, Zhuang Yi couldn't help but soften his heart. "I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't explain it clearly, get out of here." Upon hearing this, Zhu Nian's wife quickly stood up and wanted to kiss Zhuang Yi, but he pushed her away with a palm. "Ah, husband, why don't you even want to give me a kiss? Your red lips have been kissed by thousands of people, but I think they're dirty." Zhuang Yi shouted angrily. After hearing these words, Zhu Nian's wife also reacted, her face turned pale and she lowered her head. She hugged Zhuang Yi's arm a little heartbrokenly and wanted to take him to sit on the sofa area. "Hubby, please sit down for a while. I will explain it to you slowly." Zhuang Yi thought about it and thought that for someone as domineering and proud as Zhu Nianqi, it must be her limit that she could bow down to this extent. If it could be corrected at the beginning, perhaps the things shown in the photo wouldn't have happened. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Zhuang Yi shook off Zhu Nian's wife's hand and sat on the sofa. On the side, Zweiking breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the sofa farthest away. Although she didn't like having an orphan as her younger brother, Zhuang Yi was too outstanding. He had great abilities and a great sense of responsibility. He was also handsome and was her father's savior. The fact that he was willing to sit down and listen showed that Zhu Nianqi was really important to him. "There is still a chance. Hubby, let me explain to you. The reason I dated Huang Xue was actually to get her to make money for our family. You know, the Zhu family is big, but not as big as the Huang family. The company has a firm foothold thanks to its cosmetics business and my husband's personal abilities, so we must consider diversified development in the future, and the Huang family's resources and connections are exactly what I need. For the sake of great ambitions, some interpersonal relationships." Zhu Nian's wife gave a long and eloquent explanation, but Zhuang Yi did not interrupt her and listened silently. "That kissing photo." Zhuang Yi didn't say it. If his wife really wanted to apologize sincerely, she would definitely have found out the information from Xiao Jiuli. If she still wants to act stupid, Zhuang Yi will never let her off easily. Cheating on her husband and drugging him is a lifelong shame for him. Time passed by minute, and soon 5 minutes were up. Zweiking looked at his phone and dared not say a word, becoming more and more nervous. Zhu Nian's wife hugged Zhuang Yi's shoulders and kept talking. "And then, honey, I have to apologize to you. I was actually kissed by someone else at a drinking party after I got drunk. But that person was most likely a woman. Although I don't remember it clearly, I remember that most of the male bosses at that time wore black suits, and there was no green suit." When Zhu Nian's wife said this, her voice became a little softer, and she seemed very unconfident. "Because of this incident, I was photographed by someone with ulterior motives, Xiao Jiuli from the Xiao family. She forced me to let her sleep with you for one night, otherwise she would expose the photos. I was scared at the time, and she not only threatened me, but also bribed me, so I signed the contract on impulse, but I regretted it right after I signed it. I still regret it now." After Zhu Nian's wife finished speaking, she put her beautiful face in front of Zhuang Yi and looked at him tenderly. Zhuang Yi had a complicated expression and lit a cigarette in front of Zhu Nian's wife. The wife admitted the dirty thing, and she received the only apology in all those years. But he didn't know what to say and felt very uncomfortable. His wife told so many lies that Zhuang Yi couldn't tell which ones were true and which ones were false. Especially that photo. If it is a woman, then why is she wearing a green suit? If it is a man, then why is it blurred? It is hard to imagine and believe that Zhuang Yi could not forgive his wife's actions just based on these few words. That would be too masculine. Seeing that her husband had no reaction, Jun Yan's wife said again, "Husband, smoke less, it's bad for your health, and it chokes your nose." Zhuang Yi's pupils shrank and he was slightly stunned. This is the first time in 7 years that anyone cares. I've listened to your explanation, but I can't understand it. I can't forgive you. Let's get a divorce. We should part ways amicably so that we can still see each other. If the Zhu family finds it embarrassing, they can claim that I did something wrong and was kicked out of the house. Besides, I will leave the house with nothing. Sister Qing is still my sister, and my father-in-law and mother-in-law are still my parents. You can remarry someone else you love. Zhuang Yi put out the half-smoked cigarette. Keeping in touch after the divorce was already his biggest concession. Let me ask you, except for a heartless person, who doesn't want his wife to live a better life? But when he thought of his wife and a lesbian doing things that made babbling sounds, Zhuang Yi couldn't accept it. Seeing this, Jun Yan's wife pounded the sofa in anger. I have already explained and apologized, why do you still want a divorce? Don't you love me anymore? Zhuang Yi glared at her and simply pushed her away, then just assume that I don't love you. I hope I can leave you forever, okay? After saying this, Zhuang Yi stood up indifferently. Zweiking immediately stood up, as if the situation was becoming out of control again. No. I don't want you to leave. I will be sad if you leave. Jun Yan's wife grabbed Zhuang Yi's hand and said without hesitation. It doesn't matter. You'll become numb after being sad for a long time. I've been hurt by you before, and I understand. These words made Jun Yan's wife look guilty. Zweiking originally wanted to say a few words to ease the atmosphere, but when he heard Zhuang Yi's words, he immediately frowned and couldn't speak. Jun Yan's wife saw that she was not in the right, so she changed the subject. I'm hungry, I want to eat the meal you cook. Zhuang Yi shook her hand away. If you're hungry, go order takeout. Can't work without your food. Jun Yan's wife also stood up and once again tightly grasped Zhuang Yi's arm. Every time Zhuang Yi pushed her away, she hugged him tightly, clinging to him like a dogskin plaster. The rule is that if you don't dare to hit me, I will stick to you and pester you. She often used this trick when she bullied Zhuang Yi before. After pushing her away more than 10 times in a row, Zhuang Yi felt very regretful and helpless. He didn't understand why he fell in love with such a woman. This was the biggest mistake of his life, and this mistake seemed to be destroying him. Zhuang Yi was often ignored and rejected by Jun Yanqi. He knew that this feeling was very uncomfortable. Finally, he frowned and said, my bottom line is to completely sever ties with Huang Shui and block her. I will help you earn everything she provides you. I will cook for you. Beside him, Zweiking showed a delighted look, which meant that his sister's persistence had worked. Okay, Xiaozhuang, I'll help you with the cooking. But suddenly. Impossible. Jun Yan's wife said firmly, for the sake of the company and the family, I will never damage the relationship between me and her because of you. Chapter 13 Zhuang Yi fainted. Jun Yan's wife went out to have fun again. In an instant, the house fell into deathly silence. Jun Yan's wife has always been selfish and always puts her own interests first. Zhuang Yi collapsed and couldn't say a word for a long time. He just stared at her coldly. No one knew how much harm this sentence had caused him. Zweiking quickly pulled the two apart. If she didn't take action, the family would fall apart again. Sister, please take back what you said. Xiaozhuang is just giving you a way out. He wants to make peace with you. Jun Yan's wife's explanation just now was that she needed the Huang family's resources and connections. With Zhuang Yi's talent and ability, he can achieve all of this as long as he puts more effort into his career. But if the wife objects, it means she is lying. She did not establish relations with the Huang family for connections, resources, etc., but had other intentions. In Zhuang Yi's eyes, this picture is that he doesn't want to leave Huang Shui, a lesbian. When he thought of this, Zhuang Yi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he couldn't help but cover his chest with his hands because of the pain. When my father-in-law was seriously ill, no one in the world could cure him. I was able to ask a big shot to save him. This connection alone is more than 10 Huang families can match. Last year, the company's orders from Huang Shui were 10 million, which is less than my monthly orders. Jun Yanqi, you said you were on good terms with her for these reasons, but how am I inferior to her? Do you really enjoy having an illicit relationship with a homosexual? When Zhuang Yi thought of that bitch, his eyes turned red with anger. She was forcing an honest man to death. Seeing that he kept mentioning Huang Shui, Jun Yan's wife's eyes became resentful and she said loudly. Zhuang Yi. I have humbled myself to this extent, what else do you want? You always say bad things about her, don't you think you are being too much? Zhuang Yi shook his head helplessly. Every time he mentioned Huang Shui, his wife would always stand on her side. You're speaking for her again. Good, very good. Then you can live with her. Zhuang Yi turned and left. Jun Yan's wife pursed her lips, but she still held on to him, come back. You are not allowed to leave. You are mine. He was too lazy to fight with her, so he pushed her hard with both hands, pushing Jun Yanqi to the ground. You're not satisfied when I let you go, and you're unwilling to break up with her when I asked you to. You want both, you're just greedy. And there are all those messy men, none of them are serious, none of them are decent. Do you think this is a cartoon? You can have a harem whenever you want. I'm a fucking man. I'm being cuckolded by a worthless bastard, have you ever considered whether I can handle it? Zhuang Yi poked his heart hard. Ding dong. At this time, Jun Yan's wife's cell phone suddenly rang. She didn't think much about it and just took it out and looked at it. Pay special attention, Huang Shui sent a voice message. Zhuang Yi's pupils shrank immediately. In the chat list, he paid special attention to the executive group, the family group, the confidential group, Huang Shui, Zhu Yangyang, etc. Only myself is missing. Jun Yan's wife, you really have no heart. But Jun Yan's wife didn't know about this yet. She clicked on Huang Shui's profile picture with great confidence and angrily said. You suspect I'm cheating on you, right? I'll play her voice recording for you right now. You'll know how pure our relationship is. If you don't apologize to me after listening to me, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. I will bully you for the rest of my life. Jun Yan's wife said this righteously, turned on the speakerphone, and pressed the play button. Huang Shui's voice, baby, are you awake? Did you miss me in your dream last night? I'm going to the company to find you. A chill ran up from Jun Yan's wife's nose to her forehead. Zhuang trembled all over, and subconsciously persuaded, Xiaozhuang, you, don't be angry first, girls. Angry, if she weren't my wife, I would have beaten her a long time ago. Zhuang Yi shook his head bitterly and laughed bitterly, which was so bitter and ironic. What nonsense are you talking about? This is just a normal way of saying hello, can you be a little more presentable? She's a girl, and I have a voicemail here. This one is definitely for work. Jun Yan's wife acted decisively and clicked on another voice message. In the voice chat, Huang Shui said something sweet and ambiguous, I bought you a weird little toy. I'll let you play with it when we get to the company. Boom. A thunderbolt from the blue sky. If the previous sentence is the way little girls greet each other, this sentence really made the three people present turn pale. Zhuang raised her head. She couldn't persuade him anymore. She really didn't know how to persuade him. Even Jun Yan's wife stood there in a daze, her face visibly panicked. Ha ha ha, ah ha ha ha. Zhuang Yi mocked, ridiculed, and joked, I'm really jealous of a woman. I'm really jealous of a homosexual. Huang Shui, ha 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 ha, I won't be a human being if I don't kill your whole family. I won't be a human being. Zhuang Yi laughed loudly towards the sky as if he was crazy. To be precise, he was stupid, too stupid. He was stupid enough to give his wife chances again and again, and stupid enough to listen to his wife's explanations again and again. Such a high-intensity sudden stimulation made Zhuang Yi feel dizzy. He stumbled and wanted to leave desperately. However, there was no sleep for 24 hours in a row, high-intensity work, high emotional fluctuations, being outside in the cold wind for a long time, plus non-stop smoking and drinking. Finally. Bang. He fainted and fell to the ground. Zhuang cursed in his heart, then quickly supported Zhuang Yi and blamed his sister. Don't click on that stupid voice message, you idiot, call your personal doctor now. Husband. Zhu Yan's wife was stunned for several seconds before she hurriedly dialed the number of her private doctor. Night. 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhuang Yi slowly opened his eyes and saw the familiar bedroom ceiling and the familiar double bed. I was moved into the master bedroom. Zhuang Yi sat up and rubbed his temples vigorously. After a good sleep, he felt a little better. Although his head still hurt, the effect of the alcohol had been alleviated a lot. At noon, he seemed to have fainted from anger. I almost thought he was dead. Zhuang Yi talked to himself, sneering tiredly and painfully. His wife's so-called explanation was like a knife, stabbing into his heart, twisting and stirring. It hurt so much that he couldn't breathe and wanted to die. And now, he could no longer trust his wife. At noon, his wife explained so much with dry lips, but he didn't believe a word of it. He has only two goals, divorce and kill Huang Shui. At this time, the door was opened and a beautiful tall woman walked in. I turned on the light and it was my sister-in-law, Shuaiking. Xiao Zhuang, are you awake? Zhuang Yi said calmly, wake up, Sister Qing. Shuaiking happily walked to the bedside, gently stroked his palm, and said in a soothing tone. That damn girl went out temporarily. She said she was going to look for a witness. She also said she would be home before 10 o'clock. Zhuang Yi shook his head calmly, as if he had seen through it. No, Sister Qing, I know her. She is out fooling around again. Chapter 14. Zhu Yan's wife takes Huang Shui home. Zhuang Yi sat on the bed, his expression relaxed a little, as if he had let it go. As an outsider, Shuaiking also saw clearly what his sister was hiding. But it is difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs. No, Zhuang Yi, she said she would be home before 10 o'clock. Although Zhu Yanxi is fierce and naive, as her sister, I can see that she loves you. Your private doctor diagnosed you this afternoon and said that you are just under too much mental stress. Don't think too much about it. Just rest for a day or two and you'll be fine. Shuaiking used a gentle voice to comfort Zhuang Yi, but she also knew that this kind of persuasion was most likely ineffective. Zhuang Yi looked up at her, but didn't bother to pay attention to her and just played with his phone. After unlocking the screen, I saw dozens of missed calls, all from Xiao Jiuli. When he opened the green bubble, in addition to the messages from his wife's company employees, there were 99 plus messages from Xiao Jiuli. Did you faint? I'm coming to your house now. Brother Zhuang Yi, my wife won't let me into the house. Are you injured? Don't let your sister worry. Answer me quickly, sister. Why didn't you answer my call? Are you unwilling to forgive me? I apologize to you. I just want you to be safe. The latest news. Sister has sent a rescue helicopter over there. It must arrive before 11 o'clock, before 11 o'clock. Looking at message after message, Zhuang Yi was silent for a long time. He was wondering why the person who cared about me was never Zhu Yanxi. Finally, he responded indifferently, I'm fine. I appreciate your kindness. There's no need to send a helicopter. As soon as this sentence was sent, Xiao Jiuli replied immediately and sent more than a dozen messages in a row. Zhuang Yi simply replied with a few words and pretended not to see it. Beside him, Shuaiking peeled an apple and handed it to Zhuang Yi. Is it about work? Zhuang Yi didn't answer, and replied indifferently, no, I have already asked Zhu Yan's wife to resign, and I will not be involved in the company's affairs in the future. Shuaiking was stunned and almost dropped the apple in his hand, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. This time, she could clearly feel that Zhuang Yi was serious. But she still couldn't help but say, Xiao Zhuang. There is nothing wrong between husband and wife. Even if Huang Shui is a lesbian, she is a woman after all. She can't threaten your position. She also had embarrassing encounters with other men. Zhuang Yi was right in saying this, Zhu Yangyang was a man. And there may be more in places that Zhuang Yi doesn't know. Shuaiking sighed softly and was too embarrassed to ask any further. Xiao Zhuang, if it's too late to save the relationship, we must separate peacefully. Husbands and wives cannot hurt each other. Do you understand? Zhuang Yi nodded, picked up a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table and lit one. Shuaiking immediately took the cigarette away and stuffed the apple into his hand. Eat the apple and don't smoke first. I don't like the smell of smoke. Zhuang Yi looked at the peeled apple and replied helplessly, okay, Sister Qing. After that, it was just silent waiting. Soon, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Jun Yan's wife did not return home. 11 o'clock at night. The door was not opened. Zweiking couldn't wait any longer and paced back and forth around Zhuang Yi. Another half an hour later, she couldn't help but call her sister. "Hey, sister, why haven't you come home yet? Xiao Zhuang and I have been waiting for a long time." Burp. A burp was heard. Jun Yan's wife, "Oh, sister, a big client came tonight, I will come tomorrow." Her words paused, and she could faintly smell alcohol, obviously she had been drinking outside. Zweiking and Zhuang Yi's faces turned pale instantly, and anger instantly surged in their hearts. Zhuang Yi remained silent, holding his heart and breathing deeply, fearing that he would faint again. Jun Yan's wife, I'm stuck in traffic, sister, I'll be back soon, you wait a moment." Zweiking quickly turned off the speaker, looked at Zhuang Yi with a complicated expression, then quickly walked out of the bedroom and called Jun Yan's wife. "My good sister. You really can't fall in love with a homosexual." Zhuang Yi lowered his head and stared at his phone with a dull look. He thought for a long time and finally made a phone call. Soon, a gentle yet slightly angry female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Calling so late at night, what's the matter?" "Zhuang Yi, sister, I want to go home." 1 o'clock in the morning. Zweiking couldn't bear it any longer, so he said goodbye to Zhuang Yi and left, saying that he would come to see Zhuang Yi again tomorrow. Zhuang Yi nodded and sat alone on the bed. A while later. Click. The front door was opened, followed by the sound of leisurely footsteps. Jun Yan's wife was slightly drunk. She held the wall with one hand and was supported by someone with the other hand as she slowly walked back to the master bedroom. When Zhuang Yi saw the man who was supporting his wife, he clenched his fists, held back his tears, and glared at the other person ferociously. The person who was supporting his wife was Huang Shui. She looked at Zhuang Yi with a provocative look while gently hugging Jun Yan's arm. "Hubby, I'm home. I brought Huang Shui back with me. She will explain everything to you. I am innocent." Jun Yan's wife seemed to be having a lot of fun outside. After saying this, she burped. Zhuang Yi sat on the bed with a ferocious look on his face. He felt an inexplicable feeling of suffocation, and his heart was aching so much that it felt like bleeding. What a happy smile. "So this is how you find a witness. Zhuang Yi, my dear wife has already made it clear to me that the last time you hit me was because you were jealous, so I forgive you." Huang Shui smiled complacently. She was wearing a slim black dress today, paired with a pair of black high heels. She looked graceful and charming. Her short, slightly curly yellow hair gently covers her eyebrows, emitting a faint scent of yellow rose perfume. Although her posture is not as good as Jun Yan's wife, she is still a top-notch beauty. "Oh, Shui, it's not about this. I want you to explain to my husband that we don't have any immoral relationship." Jun Yan's wife tapped Huang Shui's head gently. Okay. Huang Shui smiled gently. "Zhuang Yi, there has not been a single immoral thing between me and my beloved wife. If there is, I, Huang Shui, will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death." It sounds better said than sung. But in Zhuang Yi's eyes, these two people were clearly flirting. "Good, very good, very good. You call me baby all the time, it's so nice to hear you call me baby. Even I, as a husband, don't get treated like that," Zhuang Yi said with a stern face and a cold voice. If it was an ordinary woman, such as Zweiking, calling his wife, baby, he would not be angry, but when this word came from Huang Shui's mouth, it was a betrayal. Jun Yan's wife didn't realize that he was being sarcastic and thought that her husband was jealous again. "Husband, look at you, how can you be jealous of a girl?" She let go of Huang Shui's support, walked to the bed and sat down, then took out a toy watermelon strip several centimeters long. "Squeeze it hard." Shi Guatiao made a sound. Who in the family understands? I am really speechless. My husband is such a common man. He is really a nobody. After pinching the watermelon strips, Jun Yan's wife smiled rudely. "Look, honey, the little toy Shui mentioned is not what you think in your mind, but this kind of watermelon strips that are very popular on the internet." Zhuang Yi looked at the watermelon strip, and his anger subsided a little. Got it. If Zhuang Yi had misunderstood what happened at noon, he would not have acted unreasonably, but that did not mean he could forgive Huang Shui. Jun Yan's wife saw that her husband looked calm and knew that he had calmed down a little, so she put the watermelon strips away. Hee, then husband, don't be angry. It's too late now. Go and clean up a room for Shui to sleep in, and then we will enter the bridal chamber. After hearing this, Zhuang Yi's anger, which had subsided a little, surged up again, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He sneered, feeling that he was a coward and deserved to be bullied. So this is the purpose. If you dare to bring a homosexual to spend the night today, you will dare to bring your lover tomorrow. Jun Yan's wife, am I your father or your dog? Ask me to clean up your lover's fucking room. Chapter 15 Beating Huang Shui violently. Zhuang Yi glared at Jun Yan's wife with hatred, which scared her. She had never seen such a look as if seeing an enemy. Jun Yan's wife could see that her husband was really angry, but she still gritted her teeth and smiled. Hubby, it's not appropriate to chase guests away so late. Besides, Shui came all the way to apologize to you. Since guests are guests, isn't it reasonable to treat them well? Zhuang Yi sneered, then after you fooled around with her all night, she sent you home. As the master of the house, don't you have to treat her with once? Jun Yan's wife's heart tightened. This sentence was undoubtedly as painful as a knife, making her, who had been retreating, angry. Zhuang Yi. What nonsense are you talking about again? I finally invited Shui Yi to come here to explain to you, and you actually slandered me like this. Apologize to me. She clenched one hand into a small fist and punched Zhuang Yi's chest hard. But Zhuang Yi was not going to be cowardly. He grabbed her arm and pushed her away. Huang Shui smiled sinisterly, pointed her finger at Zhuang Yi and angrily said, Zhuang Yi. How could you shake off your wife's hand? Apologize to her now. Zhuang Yi picked up the alarm clock on the bedside table and slammed it over. What kind of rubbish are you? Get out of here. Huang Shui dodged to the side and was nearly hit by the alarm clock. She immediately became furious. It can be seen that the relationship between the couple is becoming more and more contradictory, but they can't help laughing secretly and pretending to be a good person. You. My dear wife, I'd better go back first. Zhuang Yi doesn't look very happy. I'll explain it to you later if I have a chance. After saying that, Huang Shui pretended to turn around and prepare to leave, but her steps were very slow. Zhuang Yi stared at Huang Shui, he hated her to the core. He didn't even bother to act and just went straight into throwing dirty water. He's trying to piss me off to death. Seeing her husband's bad attitude, Jun Yan's wife stood up angrily and said, Don't be afraid, Shui, this is my home. He has no right to let you out. When these words were uttered, the whole audience was shocked. Zhuang Yi trembled with heartache and was suddenly speechless. After a long silence, he finally opened the quilt and got up from the bed. You're right, this is your home, not mine. I'm leaving. Without further hesitation, he put his phone in his pocket and walked straight out of the master bedroom. Jun Yan's wife realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly grabbed his hand. Husband, that's not what I meant. Can you please stop being unreasonable? Zhuang Yi didn't even think twice, he just shook her arm off and walked towards the door. Huang Shui was delighted, crossed her arms, and added fuel to the fire. Humph, my dear wife, I think your husband doesn't love you, that's why he keeps asking for a divorce and finding excuses to destroy your interpersonal relationships. In my opinion, this kind of man is not worthy of you. Zhuang Yi suddenly stopped, turned around with murderous intent, and glared at Huang Shui with red eyes. He clenched his fists, took a step forward, and rushed towards Huang Shui, ignoring his wife's behavior. Too lazy to talk nonsense. Fuck her. Zhuang Yi leaned forward and sprinted, knocking Huang Shui down, and then he sat on her. Huang Shui wanted to scream out in pain, but the next second, Zhuang Yi covered her mouth. Then. One punch. Boom. Zhuang Yi's sandbag-sized fist smashed into Huang Shui's face, blood spurted out, and Huang Shui was almost knocked unconscious. Fuck your mother, you only hit people in the face. Beat the mistress to death. Boom. 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 Zhuang Yi punched Huang Shui one punch after another, causing her head to bleed and she to wail continuously. Stop hitting me. You'll go to jail if you kill someone. Jun Yan's wife quickly hugged Zhuang Yi's waist and tried to pull him away, but her strength was too weak and she couldn't move even a step. Seeing that her husband was about to beat someone to death, Jun Yan's wife couldn't help but shout. She is from the Huang family. We can't afford to offend her. If you hit her again, I will divorce you. These words made Zhuang Yi's fist tremble, and he could no longer carry out the attack. 2 bitches. For a long time, I don't know how many things he was thinking about. He stood up, expressionlessly took out 2 divorce agreements from the master bedroom and threw them in front of Jun Yan's wife. Divorce, sign. Jun Yan's wife felt angry and chilled when she heard Zhuang Yi say these cold words and the cold action of beating a woman. But even though she was angry, she was not stupid. Without thinking, she tore the divorce agreement into pieces. I won't sign, I won't sign. I don't want a divorce. Jun Yan's wife pointed at the door and said sadly. Get out of here. Get out of this house. The source of all this is that my husband is too stingy. We cannot back down this time. The more we back down, the more arrogant we become. We must punish them severely. Isn't it just that when I was playing with others, my screams were a little sharper? The most serious mistake was just that time when I was photographed after getting drunk. Nothing else was discovered. But why does this bastard husband act like a big shot? He just doesn't love me anymore. Okay, I'm leaving. Zhuang Yi was very annoyed and he didn't want to talk too much. He worked hard for 7 years, but his wife was unabashedly disloyal. This situation is really painful, depressing and desperate. Zhuang Yi walked up to Huang Shui, who was covered in blood, and spat in her face. If I don't kill your whole family, my surname is not Chuang. Huang Shui looked at him fiercely, but didn't dare to breathe. She thought to herself, Zhuang Yi, when you divorce your wife, I will definitely kill you. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette, left the house with a sad heart, and added. Don't think I don't know what you did tonight. You spent the whole night fooling around with her outside, under the pretext of looking for a witness. Even the beast Xiao Juli's concern is stronger than that of a wife like you. Jun Yan's wife took a deep breath when she heard this, and a feeling of unwillingness and guilt surged in her heart. I am not willing to accept that my husband compares me with others, and I feel guilty that I often compare my husband with other men. Xiao Juli. Didn't her husband hate her so much that he cursed her in his dreams? How can you say that I, as a wife, am not as good as her? Jun Yan's wife shook her head in confusion, raised her eyes and shouted. Zhuang Yi. Come back here. Explain your situation clearly to me. But it was too late to say this, as her husband had already disappeared. At this time, the dying Huang Shui raised a bloody hand and weakly begged for help. My wife, call 120, save me. Jun Yan's wife made up her mind, walked quickly to Huang Shui and called the emergency number. Okay. Shui, don't be angry. My husband is just jealous. I will compensate you for the medical expenses. Please don't cause trouble for my husband. I will punish him later. I will save you first. Chapter 16 Sister Baiyun. Soon, Huang Shui was sent to Dingyang First People's Hospital. In the VIP ward, Huang Shui was lying on the hospital bed. Her entire head was wrapped in white bandages, pain was written all over her face, but her heart was filled with joy. Beside her, Jun Yan's wife was clumsily cutting fruit and feeding her water and food. Although her movements were clumsy and far inferior to Zhuang Yi's, she was still full of care. Shui, please don't be angry. You really can't cause trouble for my husband. Jun Yan's wife murmured, and gave her a sip of water awkwardly. It was obvious at a glance that she had never taken care of anyone before. But even so, Huang Shui still felt an inexplicable joy. It's because the married woman in front of her is exactly what she desires in her heart. Huang Shui is a complete anomaly. She cannot get emotions and pleasure from any man. Only the beautiful married woman in front of her can make her heart surge with waves. Huang Shui said weakly, okay, I will listen to my wife and not retaliate against him. This is a lie. The only thing she could guarantee was that Zhuang Yi did not die before the divorce. A mere man dared to beat her into the hospital twice. I would not be satisfied if I didn't take revenge. Huang Shui secretly planned to take revenge on Zhuang Yi. She stretched out her trembling left hand outside the bed, as if she wanted to take something. Shui, what do you want to take? I'll help you. Jun Yan's wife put down the fruit knife and fruit in her hands. I don't know, I just feel a little scared and I want you to hold my hand. Huang Shui said in a delicate voice, making people feel pity for her. Jun Yan's wife's mind was very clear at this time. She frowned and held her hand with heartache. They are all girls, so there is nothing wrong with holding hands. This is what Jun Yan's wife thought. However, looking at their hands holding each other, Huang Shui revealed a pale smile. My dear wife, tell me, why does Zhuang Yi always confront a weak woman like me? Huang Shui asked tentatively. When Jun Yan's wife thought of her disappointing husband, she couldn't help but get angry. Who knows? In business social gatherings, men and women hug each other and embrace each other. But he got jealous just because he drank a few times. Huang Shui smiled grimly. Maybe it's because I tickled your armpits and feet while you were on the phone, which made him unhappy. That's nothing. When I was a kid, I took a bath with my sister and I used a water gun to spray her, which made her cry. Jun Yan's wife said as if she was sharing a funny story with her best friend. When Huang Shui heard this, her expression immediately turned cold. It's like meeting a love rival. Don't do this next time. It's not moral to bully your sister. She pretended to be indifferent and turned her head away, not wanting Jun Yan's wife to see her expression at the moment. There's nothing immoral about it. She and I are sisters. Jun Yan's wife recalled the past with a nostalgic smile. Huang Shui gritted her teeth when she heard this and didn't talk to her anymore. Bamboo leaf green pit, unless you can grow in accordance with my aesthetic standards, otherwise, you just wait. Jun Yan's wife is mine, and the Zhu family must also be mine. At this time, Jun Yan's wife's cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Zhu Yangyang. Hey, Yangyang, what's going on? Zhu Yangyang, sister wife, have you been to the hospital? Did something happen to you? I'm so worried about you. Huang Shui snorted disdainfully and pretended not to hear. But when Jun Yan's wife heard her brother's voice, she felt much better and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. 6 o'clock in the morning. Chenxi Community. Zhuang Yi came to an old residential area and climbed up the stairs, holding on to the wall covered with small advertisements. When he reached the 3rd floor, a stray cat ran past him and jumped out of the stairwell window. Zhuang Yi smoked a cigarette with a serious expression on his face, his eyes passing through the dim corridor and falling on an old door. He walked over and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, making that old creaking sound. A big sister with fair skin, beautiful face, and a majestic figure, about 1.7 meters tall, stood behind the door, looking at Zhuang Yi with disdain. She was wearing a white miniskirt on her upper body, and her heavy chest caught everyone's attention. In the lower body, 2 long legs that are longer than life, wrapped in delicate black stockings, reveal a hint of elegant sexiness. Her name is Bai Yun, also known as Sister Bai Yun. She is a gentle elder sister in Zhuang Yi's eyes, and a ruthless person who once beat up Sonda champion Zhang Lianen. Sister Bai Yun, I'm home. Zhuang Yi lowered his head, not daring to look at Sister Bai Yun's dark eyes that showed disdain for him. Sister Bai Yun raised a scornful smile on her lips. Humph, didn't you leave with your wife and master? Why did you sneak back to my sister's house like a little puppy? These words stopped Zhuang Yi's thoughts. Zhuang Yi is an orphan, and Sister Bai Yun is also an orphan. During the 12 years that Zhuang Yi lived in the orphanage, he was raised under the protection of Sister Bai Yun. After leaving the orphanage, it was Sister Bai Yun who gave up her studies and earned money to raise Zhuang Yi until he was 18 years old. At that time, Zhuang Yi shouted every day that he wanted to marry Sister Bai Yun. Unfortunately, by chance one day, Zhuang Yi was tricked by Jun Yan's wife and raped in the woods. This incident caused considerable harm to Zhuang Yi at the time, and it took him half a month to recover. This incident also caused Zhuang Yi to fall in love with the wrong person by accident. 4 years ago, Sister Bai Yun repeatedly tried to stop Zhuang Yi and Jun Yanqi from getting married, and even made a scene at the wedding. This caused a lot of estrangement between the siblings, but fortunately, with the passage of time, the old things faded away and their relationship returned to normal, but they interacted less. Sister Bai Yun crossed her arms across her chest, creating a vague gap between them. She waited for a long time but her brother still didn't speak, so she said disdainfully. Are you mute? Were you bullied by that stinky woman Jun Yanqi? Zhuang Yi didn't know how to answer, so he could only nod. His heart was sad and his expression was sad too, which was an emotion he dared not show in front of other people. Sister Bai Yun's attitude used to be very gentle, and Zhuang Yi learned the ability to take care of the family from her. It's just, after marrying Jun Yan, Sister Bai Yun's attitude became increasingly cold, and now she's starting to act like a bad girl. Sister Baiyun snorted proudly and walked back into the house. It's already 6 o'clock. Come in and cook for your sister. She has to go to work at 8 o'clock. Although Sister Baiyun is harsh in her words, she actually cares about Zhuang Yi more than anyone else. After Zhuang Yi called last night, Sister Baiyun couldn't sleep the whole night and waited at the door. Afraid that Zhuang Yi would find out, she deliberately waited for a while before opening the door. Okay, go wash up first. Zhuang Yi walked into the house, and the layout of the house remained the same as it was a few years ago. The paint on the walls was slightly peeling, and there was nothing in the house except a simple sofa and coffee table. The only decoration was a photo of Zhuang Yi and Sister Baiyun when they were children. Zhuang Yi watched Sister Baiyun go into the bathroom to wash up, then he threw his luggage in the living room and went into the kitchen to make his sister her favorite tomato and egg noodle soup. Chapter 17, Sister goes to earn money to support you to stay at home and enjoy the air conditioning and play video games. 15 minutes later. After Sister Baiyun finished washing up, she sat down at the dining table. Zhuang Yi had already prepared breakfast. Sister Baiyun, I made you your favorite noodles. Zhuang Yi said when he saw Sister Baiyun sit down. Sister Baiyun glanced at him, picked up the chopsticks prepared by Zhuang Yi, and looked at the hot tomato and egg noodle soup. The fragrant tomatoes and golden eggs blend perfectly, the slippery noodles are soaked in the soup, and a few fragrant chives float on the soup, which is just the right embellishment. Sister Baiyun's face suddenly turned red. She hadn't eaten any proper food since her brother left. A simple bowl of noodles made her smile knowingly. She picked up a piece of noodles with chopsticks, blew on it, and gently put it into her mouth. Her eyes widened instantly and her taste buds became excited. Too spicy. As soon as the noodles enter your mouth, you can't wait to let them go down your throat. Although there are no high-end ingredients, the taste is no worse than the masterpieces of Michelin 3-star chefs. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, this little dog's cooking skills have improved a lot over the years. Looking at Sister Baiyun's satisfied expression, Zhuang Yi's eyes turned a little red, and he started eating noodles by himself. In less than 5 minutes, Sister Baiyun didn't even leave any soup, she drank it all down her stomach and licked her lips with satisfaction. Sister Baiyun is 29 years old this year. Although she hasn't taken good care of herself, her face is fresher and whiter than that of a female college student. She is not married yet, but she does not have the youthfulness and innocence of a young girl, nor the charm of a young woman. Instead, she has a charm in between the two. Sister, are you still used to eating this? Sister Baiyun hid her satisfied face and pouted, humph, it's not bad, at least I didn't regress. Zhuang Yi lowered his head, not knowing how to talk about divorce. At the beginning, Sister Baiyun repeatedly advised me not to marry a criminal, but I didn't listen and insisted on being with Xu Nianqi. Now I want to come back capriciously, but I can't say it. After a few seconds of pause, Zhuang Yi tried to find the right words, in the future. I will cook for you every day and make money for you to spend, okay? Sister Baiyun crossed her arms, crossed her legs, and said condescendingly. What? You still cook for me every day? You make money for me to spend? Can you still divorce Xu Nianqi? Zhuang Yi paused for a few seconds, nodded, and said nothing. Sister Baiyun then realized that her brother was really in trouble. She dropped her high and mighty airs and comforted him with gentle words. Did you have a conflict with Xu Nian's wife? It's normal for couples to quarrel. You and your elder sister even had a huge quarrel. If it's just a trivial matter, just bear with it and it will pass, okay? Xiao Zhuang, you are the most patient and hardworking. Since you have chosen Xu Nian as your wife, you must be responsible for her. Sister Baiyun still doesn't know what happened to Zhuang Yi at this moment. She only knew that she was Zhuang Yi's only relative, and that Zhuang Yi's life lacked parents. As an elder sister, she should take on the responsibility of filling this gap. Zhuang Yi shook his head, no, she made a principled mistake, I can't forgive her. Principle. Sister Baiyun was slightly stunned, obviously shocked by her brother's words. She sat up straight and asked seriously, can you, tell me about it? Zhuang Yi looked up at Sister Baiyun and recounted the whole story with melancholy. After hearing this, Sister Baiyun was so heartbroken that she trembled and couldn't help but smash the table in anger. Xu Nian's wife drugged you and asked you to sleep with her. This is what Sister Baiyun hates the most. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette and nodded calmly. Okay, let's get a divorce. You've given so much to her, and you must get all the money back from her after the divorce. Sister Baiyun said indignantly that if it were in the past, with her violent temper, she would definitely pick up a kitchen knife and chop off everyone in the Zhu family compound. Zhuang Yi shook his head and took a puff of cigarette expressionlessly. No, except for the 200,000 yuan in cash on me, I plan to give up all the other cars, houses, and properties and leave them all to my wife Xun Yan. I will leave the house with nothing. Of course, if she wants even 200,000, that's fine. As for money, I have plenty of connections to earn money. Zhuang Yi is not too greedy for money. With his ability, as soon as he stepped out of the company door, a large number of companies wanted to recruit him as a senior executive. Are you stupid, my little Zhuang? Sister Baiyun held Zhuang Yi's hand sadly. We won't tell anyone about Jun Yan's wife kidnapping you and you not calling the police. You've been married for 4 years, and you've brought hundreds of millions of cooperation orders to the Zhu family every year. You've also helped them take care of the family, manage the company, and even saved your father-in-law's life. With such achievements, wouldn't he be a rich son-in-law? If you leave the house with nothing, isn't that a clear indication that you bear all the stains? Sister Baiyun felt that Zhuang Yi was really stupid. It was obvious that Zhuang Yi was the one who was hurt, but he chose to bear all the responsibilities. It's okay, sister. I don't care about reputation. I can make money again. My father-in-law is also very good to me. He calls me his son all the time, and he is more affectionate to me than his daughter. I have to suffer a little now, so that our two families can meet each other in the future. Zhuang Yi smoked one cigarette after another and couldn't stop. The two chatted for a long time. Sister Baiyun frowned very badly. She couldn't persuade him, so she had to give up. So what are you going to do next? What are your plans? If you've been too tired in the past few years, just relax at home. I'll go make money to support you and let you stay at home and play video games in the air-conditioned room. Sister Baiyun said this with a sincere look on her face. Zhuang Yi chuckled, knowing that his sister cared about him, but he didn't expect it to be in this way. He put out his cigarette and was teased by his sister, which made him feel much better. So he said, let's start a small business and make a living. Zhuang Yi plans to open a decoration company for fun and make some money to supplement his family income. The reasons for choosing this industry are, firstly, he knows the business well, and secondly, he has experience. After all, Jun Yan's wife followed up on the decoration of her company and store, from drawing drawings to construction. You don't even need to hire a designer or supervisor, you are omnipotent. In addition, he has the most important thing, he has customers. After years of hard work in the Zhu family, he has accumulated a lot of potential customers, who are from almost every industry. Even if he leaves the Zhu family, he can still use these relationships to steadily develop his career. He did what he said. As soon as Sister Baiyun left home for work, Zhuang Yi started warming up on social media and WeChat moments. In the afternoon, I made some phone calls to get a business license for the decoration company, and then went out to look for a suitable small shop. Chapter 18. Jun Yan's wife still wants to teach Zhuang Yi a lesson. The next day. Noon. When Jun Yan's wife returned home, everything was quiet, with only the sound of her footsteps echoing in the empty living room. Zhuang Yi is not at home, and the food on the table has not been cleared away yet. The cake is full of flies. Jun Yan's wife was a little choked up after not having eaten the food cooked by her husband for 2 days. I can't forgive my husband. He is too willful. Now he doesn't even want to go home. Jun Yan's wife said this, but her right hand unconsciously took out her mobile phone and opened Zhuang Yi in the address book. She relied on Zhuang Yi. Without this man, her life trajectory seemed to be forced to stop. Just make this one call. If your husband listens to you, forgive him, forgive him. Jun Yan's wife was nervous and pressed the call button. The other party is on the phone and cannot be connected temporarily. Jun Yan's wife then remembered that she had been blocked by Zhuang Yi. Damn it. This bastard husband, this bastard. You beat someone up and my wife spent a lot of effort to help you deal with it, but not only did you not thank me, you didn't even cherish me. Jun Yan's wife stamped her feet in anger, and the sound of her stomping was particularly loud in the deserted living room. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Jun Yan's wife turned around, and her face suddenly became much happier. Is your husband coming home? Humph. This time I must make you unblock me and give you a good lesson. Zhu Nian's wife walked over angrily, opened the door, and stayed there for a long time. The person who came was not Zhuang Yi, but his sister Zweiking. Sister, why is it you? Are you sad to see me? Zweiking walked into the house slowly. Where's Xiaozhuang? How is his health? Humph, he ran away from home. Zhu Nian's wife said dissatisfiedly. Gone. Didn't we finally coax him back? Did you make him angry and leave again? This time, Zweiking was a little unhappy. You just made someone so angry that they fainted yesterday, and now you didn't make up to him today, and now you're angry and run away again. Zweiking sat on the sofa, feeling speechless. Zhu Nian's wife followed and sat next to her sister, hugging her arm. Oh, he didn't leave in anger, he was just too stingy. Helpless, Zhu Nian's wife had to explain to Zhu Yeqing what happened last night. After hearing this, Zweiking's eyes widened in disbelief. You pull your little lover over here, and the two of you take turns verbally attacking Zhuang Yi? Are you crazy, Zhu Nianqi? Can you consider Zhuang Yi's feelings? What would you think if he brought a woman home and the two of them played a double act to drive you out of the house? She couldn't help but swear, she was so angry and furious. Well, I've explained everything to him clearly, why is he still angry with me? Zhu Nian's wife pouted and tried to defend herself. Just because you explain doesn't mean he has to accept it. You have to give him time to digest it. Oh, my dear sister, you have really been spoiled by Zhuang Yi. Zweiking slapped her thigh in anger, but she knew what was going on. There is a high probability that the marriage between these two people cannot be saved. My sister is too domineering and even a little hypocritical. Well, what should I do, dear sister? Hurry up and get him back. I can't live without him. At worst I won't punish him, I just want him to apologize. Zhu Nian's wife lowered her head, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. You dare to ask him to apologize? You are the one who should apologize to him. He made you faint from anger. You idiot. He is your husband, you have to pamper him, you can't just ask him to pamper you. Do you understand? Having said this, Zweiking couldn't bear to continue. My sister is too proud, and Zweiking is afraid that if he says too much, he will break her pride. Oh, okay, I get it. Hurry up and coax him back and ask him to cook for me. I haven't eaten well in the past 2 days, and my stomach hurts from hunger. Zhu Nian's wife agreed glumly, holding her sister's hand and acting coquettishly. Zweiking was a little speechless. This Zhu Nian wife bullies her elder sister to favor her younger sister, bullies her parents to favor her daughter, and bullies her husband to favor his wife. Just doing stupid things. I'll give it a try. Don't blame me if it doesn't work. Zweiking picked up the phone, found Zhuang Yi's contact information, and dialed the number after hesitating for a long time. Soon after, the call was connected. Hello, Sister Qing. Hey, Xiaozhuang, where are you now? Are you still busy? Zhuang Yi was indifferent for several seconds and asked, do you want to talk about Zhu Nian's wife? Haha. You really understand my sister's thoughts. Actually, my sister. Zhuang Yi interrupted directly, still busy, hang up first. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended mercilessly. Seeing this, Zweiking glared at his sister helplessly. Things were more complicated than she had imagined. The atmosphere became heavy, Zweiking put down his phone, and his attempt to mediate failed. Husband is a bastard. What a stingy guy. He even dared to hang up my sister's phone. Zhu Nian's wife said angrily. Zweiking glared at her and said, you did it yourself. Why are you being a lesbian? You even drugged your husband and asked him to sleep with you. I'm not a lesbian. The person I love will always be Zhuang Yi. Zhu Nian's wife got a little anxious and shouted to her sister. Zweiking pointed at his sister's phone and said, if you are not a lesbian, just block Huang Shui and apologize to Zhuang Yi in person with enough sincerity. When Huang Shui was mentioned, Zhu Nian's wife turned her elbow outward again. It's Huang Shui again. She is still useful to the company. Sister, can you please stop mentioning her? I finally managed to convince her not to retaliate against Zhuang Yi. Zweiking shook his head in disappointment, not wanting to discuss this unnecessary topic anymore, and simply stood up. It's no use telling me all this, you stupid sister who has never touched women. Think carefully about whether Huang Shui or Zhuang Yi is more important. I'll go clear the table and make you something to eat. On the other hand, Zhuang Yi has already started selecting a location for the company's office. The location of the decoration company does not have to be in a place with high traffic. It is best to be located in a shop in a new community. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Zhuang Yi took a fancy to a shop in a new community close to Dingyang University. He immediately contacted the landlord and scheduled a viewing. After that, I went home to buy groceries and cook dinner for Sister Baiyun. When Sister Baiyun returned home and saw the house filled with smoke, a happy smile appeared on her face. Sister Baiyun was used to the loneliness at home, but today when she returned home, she not only smelled the fragrance of food, but also saw a handsome and heroic brother waiting for her, and she couldn't help feeling warm. Sister Baiyun is back. Let's eat. Zhuang Yi smoked a cigarette, flicked the ash, and walked into the kitchen to get dishes and chopsticks for Sister Baiyun. Sister Baiyun walked to the dining table and said with disdain and arrogance, "Humph, stupid dog, if the food tonight is not delicious, sister will shock you to death." Chapter 19 Zhuang Yi, Impossible. Zhuang Yi glared at Sister Baiyun, added more rice and vegetables to her first, and then served himself some rice. In the evening, Zhuang Yi was too lazy to prepare too many dishes and simply fried 2 home-cooked dishes. However, Sister Baiyun ate them with gusto, with her mouth full of rice grains. Sister Baiyun was halfway through her meal when she suddenly said with a purpose, "It's been a long time since we took a bath together. Tonight I will take a bath with my sister. Wash yourself if you want to." "Humph, stupid dog, if you don't wash with me, I will stink." Zhuang Yi didn't give him face and directly retorted, "It's up to you to wash it or not." The two of them were bickering while eating. Just like when we were kids, we always argued with each other, but we never cared about it. Instead, we found the teasing very interesting. 10 minutes later. Zhuang Yi smiled as he watched Sister Baiyun shine the leftovers on the plate before he stood up to clean up the dishes. "No, I'm too full. I can't drink the bath water tonight." Sister Baiyun rubbed her stomach with satisfaction. Zhuang Yi was washing dishes in the kitchen, and asked idly, "What bath water do you want to drink?" "Drink stupid dog's bath water. Get lost." Zhuang Yi cursed with a smile. Ding dong. Suddenly, Zhuang Yi's cell phone rang and someone sent a message. He wiped his hands with a rag and picked up his phone to take a look. It was Xiao Jiuli who sent me a photo. The photo shows Huang Shui and Jun Yan's wife hugging each other in a private room, drinking and singing, looking very happy. Sitting on the left and right of the two men were a few young men. It was unclear whether they were clients or male models. Below the photo, there is a message, "Your wife is out fooling around with Huang Shui again." After looking at the photos, Zhuang Yi felt a surge of jealousy, but then he suppressed it and regained his composure. "My wife has someone she loves more, and as long as nothing like that happened before the divorce, it has nothing to do with me. All I need to do is to plan and kill my wife's beloved Huang Shui." Zhuang Yi shook his head to clear his thoughts. He thought typing was too troublesome, so he pressed the voice button to send a voice reply. "Don't send me any information about them next time. Jun Yan's wife and I have already separated and will be divorced soon." After the voice message was sent, Xiao Jiuli gave up typing and immediately replied with a voice message. She even deliberately clamped her voice to make it sound sweeter and more moving. "Okay, I'll listen to Brother Zhuang Yi." As soon as I finished listening to the voice message, 2 more voice messages came in. "How are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Do you need your sister to come over and take care of you? If you have anything to worry about, you can tell me. I can't help you digest it, but I can share your burden." After listening to the voice, Zhuang Yi was silent for a few seconds. Here are the greetings from others again, but Jun Yanqi, that heartless bastard, is the only one who is unwilling to show me any love. If these 2 sentences were said to Zhuang Yi by Jun Yan's wife herself, the corners of Zhuang Yi's mouth would be lifted to the sky. After a long while, he replied in voice, "Thanks, Mr. Xiao." After washing the dishes, Zhuang Yi cut a plate of pears and brought it to the coffee table in the living room as an after-meal fruit for Sister Baiyun. Sister Baiyun put her long legs in black silk stockings on the coffee table and asked, "Who was chatting with you just now? Your voice sounded like a vixen." "Nothing, just a client." After chatting for a while, the brother and sister went about their respective business. After that, Zhuang Yi was busy with company matters for 3 consecutive days. Zhu Nian's wife lost her husband's care and her life became increasingly unhappy. She could only get drunk with Huang Shui more frequently at night. The next afternoon. Zhu Group, Zhu Nian's wife's office. Zhu Nian's wife covered her abdomen with her hands, her brows furrowed, and her face was as pale as a piece of paper. Her stomach has always been fragile, and it was only thanks to Zhuang Yi's careful care over the years that she was able to barely maintain her improved condition. Now that Zhuang Yi is gone, she just casually deals with breakfast, lunch and dinner, drinks every night to drown her sorrows, and her health has deteriorated. You idiot husband, you really don't come to take care of me. How can I live without you, without you? Just as Zhu Nian's wife uttered this sentence, someone knocked on the office door. Boss Zhu, are you free now? Zhu Nian's wife put on a stern face and adjusted her state, come in. The office door was pushed open and a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses walked in. He is the sales manager originally under Zhuang Yi, Jing Qianwei. Jing Qianwei walked to the desk and put down a document. Boss Zhu, this is the sales report for this quarter. In addition, I have also summarized the information about several major customers I have contacted here. Please take a look now. Zhu Nian's wife was in unbearable pain in her abdomen at this time. When she saw that she had to handle the work herself, her temper exploded. I paid you to come here, and you just push the work to me. Why should I keep you useless people? When Jing Qianwei heard this, he was shocked and lowered his head quickly. Boss Zhu, that's not what I meant. These tasks were originally reviewed by Boss Zhuang, but he didn't come to the company. I called him and he pushed them all to you. Zhu Nian's wife glared at him fiercely, thought for a few seconds, and stretched out her hand unhappily. Call my husband and I'll connect with him. Jing Qianwei glanced sideways and said, Boss Zhu, don't you have his cell phone number? Zhu Nian's wife slammed the desk hard, just hit me when I told you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Jing Qianwei nodded helplessly, took out his cell phone and dialed Zhuang Yi's number. Zhu Nian's wife snatched his cell phone and put it to her ear. Jing Qianwei was very tactful. Thinking about the events of recent days and Zhuang Yi's withdrawal from the company group, he consciously walked out of the office. The couple had a quarrel, and Chairman Zhu took his anger out on himself. The only thing I'm curious about is, since Zhuang Yi dotes on his wife so much, how could he bear to blackmail Zhu Nian's wife? Could it be that Zhu Nian's wife did something immoral? Jing Qianwei stopped thinking at this point, walked out of the office and closed the door behind him. Soon, Zhuang Yi answered the call. Brother Qianwei, what's the matter? It's me. Zhu Nian's wife said these 2 words lightly, sounding particularly cold. Even though it was very brief, Zhuang Yi could tell it was his wife. Zhu Nian's wife's voice had long been engraved deep in his soul. Zhu Nian's wife, aren't you afraid that I will block this number as well, so that the company won't be able to find the documents when they want to? Zhu Nian's wife was startled, and a trace of panic flashed through her heart, but she quickly adjusted her mood and changed the subject. Don't act like a child anymore. Go home. At worst. I won't let Huang Shui make those dirty jokes anymore. Zhuang Yi gritted his teeth, still mentioning her. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. When she heard her husband was about to hang up, Zhu Nian's wife got anxious, but she suppressed her temper and started to act coquettishly. Don't hang up on me. I have a stomachache now and I don't know what to do. In the past, when the couple quarreled, as long as Zhu Nian's wife used this killer move, Zhuang Yi would give in without limit. Hearing about the stomachache, Zhuang Yi thought of the photo Xiao Jiuli sent. It was obvious that it was caused by Zhu Nian's wife fooling around every night and drinking too much alcohol. If you pull open the middle of the bedside table on the left side of the master bedroom, there is a small blue box with a label saying stomach medicine inside, which contains stomach medicine. Although her husband's attitude was still very cold, it was obviously softer than before. This gave Zhu Nian's wife hope and she continued to increase her efforts. Honey, I'm at the company now, not at home, can you bring it to me? Zhuang Yi, impossible. Chapter 20. Zhu Nian's wife keeps telling lies but she's still so stubborn. Impossible. Zhuang Yi said calmly, but when he thought of Zhu Nian's wife's stomach problem, he added. I'm still busy. I'll contact a private doctor and send him to you. You pay for the medical expenses. Zhu Nian's wife was filled with grievances, totally disregarding her image, and yelled in frustration. Zhuang Yi, you bastard. I just want you to take care of me, do you have to cut off ties with me like this? Zhuang Yi, am I born to take care of you? Zhu Nian's wife was stunned when she heard this, not knowing how to respond. Her original intention was to raise her status and ask her husband to correct his mistakes honestly. After all, it is wrong to hit people, let alone hit a woman, and even hit your friend Huang Shui. However, Zhu Nian's wife cannot live without Zhuang Yi. She needs Zhuang Yi mentally, physically, at work, and in her life. After 4 years of marriage, Zhuang Yi spoiled his wife Zhu Nian like a princess. Now I have helped to appease the Huang family not to retaliate and given Zhuang Yi a way out, but why is Zhuang Yi still so stubborn? Do you still want to say something that makes you feel cold and you can't refute it? Seeing that his wife didn't reply, Zhuang Yi said calmly, I'll send a few nanny information to Escalating, you can try them one by one, if it doesn't work, I'll call dad and ask him to take you home. When Zhu Nian's wife heard that the matter would be reported to her father-in-law, she couldn't help but gasp. The father-in-law treated Zhuang Yi as his own son and even favored Zhuang Yi in front of his 2 daughters. Zhuang Yi is not only his father-in-law's savior, but also the one who promised to give birth to his first son, Zhu, and he is also the pillar of the company. Zhu Nian's wife was determined and shouted angrily, don't tell my dad. If he knows that I pissed you off, he will definitely scold me to death. Zhuang Yi, you still know that I was pissed off by you. You. Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that she forgot about the stomachache, her face full of anger and grievance. You are simply unreasonable. If I wasn't working for a great cause, for the company, for our family, would I need to work so hard? Why do you have the right to dictate my relationship with Huang Shui and my other friends? You are so petty and selfish. You only suspect your wife of having an affair every day. If I had someone I liked more, you would have been kicked out of the house by your wife long ago. She slammed the table and roared out these words. She wanted her husband to know that everything she did was for him. After being yelled at a few times, Zhuang Yi also quieted down. He was not moved, but just recalled that he was kicked out of the house by Zhu Nian's wife last night. Ring ring ring. At this time, Zhu Nian's wife's cell phone rang. She wanted to vent her emotions, but couldn't bear to hang up her husband's phone, so she simply answered the call on both phones. Hey, Huang Shui, please speak quickly. I have something urgent to deal with. Huang Shui, baby, let's go out for a drink tonight. I've made an appointment with some handsome guys. Since your husband isn't coming home, why don't you just stay the night at my place? Okay, let's meet again tonight. I'm hanging up now. Zhu Nian's wife agreed without much hesitation. Last night and the night before, it was this good Jimei who accompanied her to drink and relieve her sorrow. When I thought about the fact that Huang Shui was injured but was still willing to continue having fun with me, I felt a little better. Sudden. She realized it later and looked at the other phone suddenly. She was too greedy just now, she wanted everything and didn't hang up the phone with her husband. Handsome boy, my husband is not at home, let's spend the night together. For the greater good, for the family, this is the hardworking side of you. And you even said it to me on purpose. I can't even imagine what would happen if I had a baby and it had to be with a mother like you. Zhuang Yi was extremely disappointed and said it through gritted teeth. He hated it so much that his teeth itched. Zhu Nian's wife froze and collapsed on the office chair. No, husband. You misunderstood me, listen to me explain. Zhuang Yi yelled, fuck, and interrupted directly. Don't bother explaining. Even if you were caught in bed, you would still be so stubborn. You're just telling lies all the time. You and I have known each other for 7 years and been married for 4 years. You are not satisfied with making me faint, you want to make me die of anger, right? Zhu Nian's wife kept shaking her head and begged, no, I don't want to piss you off to death, I love you, don't say that to me. I love you, uncle. Just wait for me. When I finish my work here, I will immediately file for divorce. We'll see you in court. Zhuang Yi hung up after saying this. No one knew how sad he was to say such cruel words. Husband. Listen to my explanation. Hey. Zhu Nian's wife felt hopeless and held her cell phone in her hands helplessly. She was unwilling to give up and called Zhuang Yi again. The opponent hung up immediately. Dial again. Hang up again. Also dialed. Still hanging. After hanging up more than 10 times in a row, Jun Yan's wife completely gave up. She stared at the closed screen with dull eyes, slowly raised a hand, and slapped herself hard. Bang! You idiot! If it wasn't for the call from Huang Shui, perhaps I could have explained it. But Huang Shui was also sincere. When I was in a bad mood, I relied on her to accompany me. I couldn't say anything to her. I could only blame myself for answering the phone call. Huang Shui is just a woman, why would you be jealous of a woman? If it were a man. When Jun Yan's wife thought of this, she suddenly remembered something. She took out a photo from the hidden drawer under her desk. In the photo, there are two little boys, one is Zhu Yangyang and the other is. Looking at this photo, Jun Yan's wife felt a little sad. Fortunately, only Zhu Yangyang returned to China. If you had come back. I really don't know what I would do. After looking at the photo lovingly for a long time, she hid the photo again and called Huang Shui. Hello, Huang Shui. Huang Shui's frivolous voice came from the phone. What's wrong, baby, you miss your wife? Didn't you just hang up the phone? Are you missing me again? Tonight. I won't be going over tonight. The company lost my husband, and there are many things that need me to take care of. This is a lie. But on the phone, Huang Shui was obviously disappointed. But I have already made an appointment, do you want me to come over and help you? Thank you, I appreciate your kindness. We'll make an appointment later. Although Jun Yan's wife spoke calmly, she felt a pang of pity in her heart. When I thought about my husband's reaction just now, I knew I would be in big trouble if I went. I was stupid once, I must not be stupid a second time. Jun Yan's wife added, by the way, it's fine to invite Huang's family or clients in the future, but don't invite those inexplicable men. It's a waste of money and will cause your husband to misunderstand. In business, male models and hostesses can improve the efficiency of signing contracts, but Jun Yan's wife does not want to add unnecessary misunderstandings. She is a little afraid that Zhuang Yizhen will leave her. But she didn't even think about the fact that Zhuang Yi hated Huang Shui more than the so-called handsome boy. On the phone, Huang Shui agreed without hesitation, sure, I hate men anyway, I'm just worried that there won't be enough people and the atmosphere won't be good. Well, I'll hang up now. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Jun Yan's wife hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 21 Asking father-in-law to come out. Rubbing her abdomen, Jun Yan's wife buried her head in Jing Qiangwei's phone. She couldn't help but open his green bubble and clicked on the top message from Zhuang Yi. Hubby, you haven't been home these past few days, and I felt bad, so I asked Huang Shui to go drinking with me. She knew you weren't home and was afraid that I would be lonely at home, so she called to say hello and asked me out. I just rejected her. I won't go out tonight. Please don't be angry, okay? After sending 3 consecutive conversations without receiving a reply, Jun Yan's wife put down Jing Qiangwei's phone and prayed silently in her heart that Zhuang Yi could understand her painstaking efforts. She also found it hard to understand why her husband was still unwilling to forgive her even though she had given in so many times in recent days. It is said that couples fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed, so why is there no sign of reconciliation yet? It's so annoying. Jun Yan's wife shouted for no apparent reason. The other side. Zhuang Yi, who was chatting at a whole house customization factory, received 3 messages in succession. It's my former colleague Jing Qiangwei. After opening it, I felt uneasy for a long time. It's Huang Shui again. He keeps talking about Huang Shui. Zhuang Yi was upset and angrily opened the green bubble of Jing Qiangwei's wife and sent the screenshot of the chat to her. And added a message, your husband is a homosexual and is having an affair with a woman named Huang Shui. After doing all this, Zhuang Yi sent a few more messages to Escalating. Zhuang Yi told Zhu Yeqing the location of the stomach medicine at home and asked her to find someone to deliver the medicine to Jun Yan's wife. He also gave her the contact information of a few nannies. In the final analysis, he loved her too deeply, and after Jun Yan's wife explained a few words to him, he softened his heart. He really couldn't give up 7 years of relationship in less than half a month. After receiving the message, Escalating sent 3 question marks. In the next few days, Zhuang Yi put aside all distractions and worked hard for the new company every day. Soon, he signed a shop, obtained a business license, and named the company Yijia Decoration. Afterwards, he contacted the customization factory and began to design and produce the signs. At the same time, he made phone calls to find construction workers to come in and do the decoration. He handled all the procedures very smoothly. When we returned to Sister Baiyun's house, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhuang Yi had been busy for several days in a row. As soon as he got home, he was too lazy to move and lay on the sofa like a dead person. Sister Baiyun finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Two long, snow-white legs stepped on the ground, and from time to time small drops of water slid down from the arches of the feet and fell on the ground, bringing a refreshing scent. She found out that her brother had come home but had not yet had dinner, so she walked to the living room area a little angrily. "Hey, little dog, go cook for your sister. She's hungry." Sister Baiyun said arrogantly and stepped on Zhuang Yi's stomach. Zhuang Yi was startled and turned to look at Sister Baiyun. She was wearing a white bath towel, revealing her fair collarbone, with one long leg resting on her belly, and small drops of water sliding down and soaking her clothes. This big sister has an indescribable charm. He wanted to lose his temper, but choked back. "Let me rest for a while. I'm so tired." Zhuang Yi said tiredly. "Humph, sister doesn't care. Are you going to cook or not? If not, I'll go somewhere else." Sister Baiyun raised her eyebrows and pointed at it. Zhuang Yi compromised. He made a tisk sound, stood up from the sofa tiredly and walked to the kitchen. Sister Baiyun would not force Zhuang Yi to do anything in the past. The reason why she became more and more powerful was mainly due to Zhuang Yi marrying Jun Yanqi. However, Zhuang Yi had no right to say anything to Sister Baiyun, as he was the one who had done all of this. If he had not married Jun Yan, perhaps he would not be lying in Sister Baiyun's house in such a miserable state like today. In the kitchen, Zhuang Yi casually fried a few home-cooked dishes. Recalling that when I was a child, I was ignorant and pulled Sister Baiyun's hair, but Sister Baiyun didn't get angry, but now, she often presses me to the ground and rubs me. I felt bad, but also found it funny. At the kitchen door, Sister Baiyun leaned against the door frame, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at Zhuang Yi's back thoughtfully. When Zhuang Yi finished cooking and was about to serve the food, she said with a malicious look in her heart. "Sister wants to eat noodles, tomato, and egg noodle soup." Zhuang Yi glared at her and said, "I'm not going to kill you. You just said it after the dish is cooked. I'll cook it tomorrow. I want to eat it now." A brother who doesn't make noodles for his sister is not a good dog. Sister Baiyun held the bath towel with both hands to prevent it from falling, and raised one of her legs to block the kitchen door, preventing Zhuang Yi from going out. "You! I can't stop annoying you." Zhuang Yi walked back to the stove and made a bowl of noodle soup for Sister Baiyun. "Hurry up and get dressed. You'll catch a cold easily if you wrap yourself in a bath towel." Sister Baiyun stretched out a slender finger and ran her fingertips across the wrinkles on Zhuang Yi's clothes. "I need stupid dog to help me put on my clothes." "Then don't wear it, you'll freeze to death." After being busy for a while, Zhuang Yi finished cooking the noodles and brought the dishes to the table. Sister Baiyun changed into a clean dress, sat at the table, and ate noodles with great interest. Seeing that Sister Baiyun had a strong appetite, Zhuang Yi picked up some vegetables and meat for her from time to time. About 10 minutes later, seeing that Sister Baiyun had almost finished eating, Zhuang Yi took out the company seal and business license and placed them on the table. Sister Baiyun saw what Zhuang Yi had put out and became confused. "Are you really starting a company? So quickly?" Zhuang Yi nodded calmly. "After the divorce, all the money I earn will be spent on you, and I will not give it to Jun Yanqi anymore." Sister Baiyun's face suddenly turned red, and then she smiled gently. "Humph, you said that yourself. I didn't force you to do that. So I'll just help you save up some money to be your wife. If no one wants you anymore, I will be your wife." As she spoke, Sister Baiyun stretched out her arm and rubbed Zhuang Yi's head. Zhuang Yi remained silent, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He was thinking about Jun Yan's wife. After another busy 10 days, it's Sunday. Jun Yan's wife's home. Zhuaiqing and Jun Yan's wife sat on the sofa. Zhuaiqing hired a nanny to house Jun Yan's wife, so that her life could temporarily get back on track. Jun Yan's wife was eating melon seeds with a heavy heart, while Zhu Yeqing was playing with his mobile phone with one hand and holding his sister's shoulder with the other. Sudden. Zhuaiqing sat up straight, staring at a post on WeChat Moments with burning eyes. The circle of friends showed a photo posted by Zhuang Yi. In his hand, he was holding a business license covered with mosaics and a shop sign, Ija decoration. Xiaozhuang left you only a few days ago, and you're already starting a company? As soon as Zhu Yan's wife heard the news about Zhuang Yi, she immediately went to the screen and looked at the photo. My husband is going to start a company. Why didn't he tell me? He could have given him funding. You idiot, Xiaozhuang is looking for a way out. He is determined to get a divorce. Divorce, no divorce. My husband is mine. Zhu Yan's wife said firmly and slapped her sister's thigh hard. Why are you taking pictures of me? Zhuaiqing was a little speechless. I'll call our dad first, I really have to ask him to come out this time. Chapter 22 Modern Pan Jinlian. Are you going to tell dad? Zhu Yan's wife looked a little scared. Can you please not tell dad? He'll be angry with me again. No. Zhuaiqing said bluntly. Don't go anywhere else today, come home with me. Her voice was fierce. Even at this point, she was still worried about being scolded. Ah. But Huang Shui said she would give me a surprise tonight, so I have to go see her. Zhu Yan's wife muttered softly and lowered her head guiltily. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yeqing's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Zhu Nianqi in disbelief. You still don't want to win back Xiaozhuang? Are you still obsessed with your Huang Shui? Are you really his wife? She was very angry and what she said was a bit harsh. She was worried about her sister's marriage, but this stupid sister was still mourning Huang Shui who had driven her husband away. It must be hard for Zhuang Yi to pamper his sister for so many years. Zhu Nian's wife's face changed, and she was a little annoyed. Sister, why do you say that to me? Of course I want to win back my husband. Seeing his sister's angry look, Zhuaiqing couldn't help but sigh. Hey, my dear sister, please be more careful. Got it, sister. I'll send a message to Huang Shui right now and decline the invitation tonight. Zhu Nian's wife agreed while sending a message to Huang Shui on her mobile phone. A ripple of emotion arose in her heart. She felt a little guilty for not attending the surprise that others had carefully planned. Ponder it over and over again, and think carefully about every word and sentence. After editing the message for a long time, Zhu Nian's wife finally tactfully told Huang Shui that she was not free today. Huang Shui quickly replied, okay, then I understand. Zhu Nian's wife, thank you for understanding Huang Shui. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Huang Shui, yeah, I'll listen to you, baby. In a villa. The brief conversation with Zhu Nian's wife left Huang Shui in a long silence. She stared at the word, baby, on the note and felt it was particularly glaring. Huang Shui, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, a childish voice broke the silence, and a little head popped out from behind her. It's Zhu Yangyang. Huang Shui glanced at him and pushed him away without any hesitation. Zhu Nianqi is not coming tonight, so your birthday is gone. Today is Zhu Yangyang's birthday. The surprise Huang Shui mentioned is to celebrate the birthday of Zhu Yangyang who just returned home. Huang Shui originally wanted to use her birthday as an excuse to take some photos for record. Imagine that the wife is absent from the birthday party that her husband carefully prepared, but happily goes to attend her brother's birthday party. Huang Shui couldn't help laughing out loud just thinking about the picture. Unfortunately, the plan has failed now. My wife's sister isn't coming. Zhu Yangyang didn't seem surprised at all, but rather had a hint of cunning in his expression. It doesn't matter. I have a way to get her to come over tonight. Do you have a solution? Huang Shui, who had lost hope, had a gleam of curiosity in her eyes. Zhu Yangyang chuckled and pretended to be mysterious. The secret cannot be revealed. You just wait and see tonight. Bamboo Villa. In the living room. Father-in-law Zhu Jiangwo and mother-in-law Wang Xiumei were looking at the gate with gloomy faces. Not long after, a Rolls-Royce slowly drove in and stopped in the courtyard. Zhu Nian's wife and Zhu Yeqing, both wearing sexy hip skirts, got out of the car one after another. The father-in-law stood in the middle of the living room, wearing reading glasses and a simple Zhongshan suit. His face was serious, like an insurmountable mountain, staring coldly at Zhu Nian's wife. Humph. You can bully anyone else, but you have to bully my son. How arrogant. The son refers to Zhuang Yi. Zhu Nian's wife walked into the living room and forced a slightly forced smile. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhuaiqing walked over quickly, took Zhu Jiangwo's arm, and led him to sit down on the sofa. Dad, don't scare your sister. We came here just to explain things to you and ask you to come forward. Zhu Nian's wife followed closely behind, sitting at a place farther away from Zhu Jiangwo. Zhu Jiangwo got angry when he saw Zhu Nian's wife. Yeah, she's useless when she's old, and even her son can be bullied. Zhu Nian's wife was a little impatient with what she said, and she weakly retorted. Hey, Dad, stop being so sarcastic. If I didn't have good taste, you wouldn't be my husband's father-in-law. Zhu Nianqi herself is a proud person, but she was too naughty when she was a child and was beaten by Zhu Jiangwo, which frightened her. Now it can be seen that her bloodline is suppressed. It's not that Zhu Jiangwo can do anything to her now, but Zhu Jiangwo feels suffocated when he hears that Zhuang Yi is wronged. Zhuang Yi once saved Zhu Jiangwo's life, and worked with Zhu Nian's wife to make the company bigger and stronger, while also taking care of the family. To put it bluntly, if Zhu Jiangwo was a woman, how could it be his daughter's turn to marry this boy? At this time, Wang Shumei walked over to Zhu Nian's wife, sat down, and said earnestly. Nianqi's father, please stop talking. My daughter is busy with work and doesn't come home often. You keep scaring her. What if she doesn't come home because of the scare? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiangwo didn't say anything more and just lowered his head quietly. Seeing that her husband was quiet, Wang Shumei asked with concern, Wife, your sister said on the phone that you and Zhuang Yi had a conflict. Zhu Nian's wife nodded aggrievedly, looked up at her sister again, and confided her true feelings. Half an hour later, Zhu Nian's wife barely finished her story. Zhu Jiangwo was so angry that he wanted to slap her, but fortunately Wang Shumei stopped him in time and he calmed down. The Huang family is powerful. I won't say anything about your negotiation with Huang Shui, but you assisted outsiders in drugging Xiaozhuang and asked Xiaozhuang to sell himself to the company to get orders. What on earth are you thinking, Zhu Nianqi? Zhu Jiangwo was so angry that he burst into tears, and Zweiking next to him kept patting his back, trying to calm him down. The older generation has different ideas from the younger generation. In Zhu Jiangwo's opinion, it is impossible for two women to be together, so naturally he doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. But if she drugs her husband, she'd be like a modern Pan Jinlian. It also caused the good son-in-law to be forced to become Wu Dalang. Wang Shumei looked at Zhu Nian's wife's aggrieved expression, feeling distressed, and held her hand tightly. Nianqi's father, please don't be mean to my precious daughter. Nianqi has her own ideas. Zhuang Yi is the son-in-law of our Zhu family, so he should make contributions to our Zhu family. Nianqi, I don't blame you. If you don't like Zhuang Yi, this phoenix man, I can find you another one. I know a lot of handsome men from good families. At the end of her speech, Wang Shumei did not forget to hug Zhu Nianqi in her arms. Zhu Jiangwo interrupted directly, nonsense. Chapter 23 Zhuang Yi directly filed for divorce from his father-in-law. Nonsense. Zhu Jiangwo was so angry that he slammed the coffee table, and the water in the teacup splashed out. If Wang Shumei's words were heard by Zhuang Yi, it would be tantamount to pushing Zhuang Yi out the door and driving him out of the house. Zhu Jiangwo is not a person who repays kindness with enmity. Deep in his heart, he has long regarded Zhuang Yi as his own son and wishes that Zhuang Yi would change his surname to Zhu and become his godson. It's a pity that he became Chenglong's son-in-law, so he had to do his best to maintain Zhu Nian's wife's marriage. Wang Shumei murmured unwillingly, that's right. Zhuang Yi is an orphan and is not worthy of our Zhu family. I think it would be better to take this opportunity to kick him out. He has to leave the house with nothing anyway. Zhu Nian's wife couldn't bear to hear it anymore and denied it. Mom, I know you are doing this for my own good, but you can't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. You bunch of bastards, shut up. I'm going to contact Xiaozhuang now, you two mother and daughter, watch your words. Zhu Jiangwo uttered a threatening remark with a serious expression, took out his cell phone and dialed Zhuang Yi's number. Although Zhuang Yi was born in a poor family, his contribution to the Zhu family is visible to the naked eye, not to mention that he has grown to his current level. If he were released, there would definitely be countless good families vying to recruit him. It doesn't matter that the old woman is snobbish, but as the head of the family, Zhu Jiangwo cannot ignore it. Not long after, the call was connected. Hey, Dad, why did you call me when you had time? Do you want a drink? The originally gloomy Zhu Jiangwo suddenly smiled, as if he had seen his own son. Hey, son, Dad misses you and wants to get together with you. The voice was so doting that even the bamboo leaf green snake beside him revealed a hint of jealousy. Zhu Jiangwo would also call on weekdays and trick Zhuang Yi into going home to drink tea or wine. Zhuang Yi took into consideration that Jun Yan's wife was busy with work and had no time to accompany her father. In order to take responsibility, he often took time out to visit and chat with his father-in-law. Therefore, this phone call was just like any other, and Zhuang Yi did not notice anything unusual. "Okay, Dad. I'll come to see you tonight and tell you one good news and one bad news." When Zhu Jiangwo heard the words, "bad news," there was a hint of worry between his brows. He calmed down and continued, "Okay, son, it's okay if you come over after you're done. Dad will be waiting for you." After exchanging greetings and saying goodbye to each other, Zhu Jiangwo hung up the phone feeling a little lost. After a long pause, he sighed. Hearing that Zhuang Yi would return to Zhu's house tonight, Jun Yan's wife's fear disappeared. She happily moved closer to Zhu Jiangwo and hugged his arm. "Thank you, Dad. You are the best to me. My husband listens to you so much, you must coax him home tonight. Life is so hard without him. Bad things happen frequently in the company. No one cares when I have a stomachache. The nanny's cooking skills are not as good as my husband's. The dog won't eat the food she cooks." Jun Yan's wife had a sweet voice, her eyes smiled like crescent moons, and she kept rubbing her head against her old father's shoulder. Zhu Jiangwo, who had originally planned to scold his daughter, was relieved of his dissatisfaction after hearing his daughter act coquettishly. "Humph, little girl, you're just causing trouble for my old bones. Don't ever poison my son again. Do you hear me? You are my Jiangwo's daughter. If it were anyone else, having your hands chopped off would be the least of your worries." He looked at his daughter with gentle eyes, and although he called her fiercely, his heart was full of doting. Jun Yan's wife didn't take it seriously at all. All she could think about was seeing her husband again tonight. Ji sure, I won't bully my husband these few days. Don't bully him in this life." Zhu Jiangwo pinched her fair face hard. Evening. Zhuang Yi held a few bottles of wine in his right hand and called Sister Baiyun with his left hand, saying that he would not go home for dinner tonight. "Walk into the Zhu family villa and come to the living room." Jun Yan's wife had been waiting for a long time. She rushed to Zhuang Yi and hugged his arm. "Hubby, you haven't been home for several days, and you haven't been with me. Can you bear it?" She raised her head and met Zhuang Yi's gaze. Her eyes were a little red, as if she had been crying at some point. Zhuang Yi snorted coldly, "You will go out to fool around at night, and I won't be able to see you even if I stay at home." Jun Yan's wife's pupils shrank and her face suddenly looked a little ugly. Zhuang Yi wanted to shake off her arm, but at this time, Zhu Jiangwo came over with a kind look and prevented him from doing so. He quickly smiled and said, "Dad, I haven't seen you for half a month. You look a lot younger. Son, you are so sweet. Come sit next to Dad and drink some tea with him." Zhu Jiangwo took away Jun Yan's wife's hands, took Zhuang Yi's hand and walked towards the sofa. Jun Yan's wife followed them jealously, and the father and daughter sandwiched Zhuang Yi in the middle. In front of his father-in-law, Zhuang Yi was too embarrassed to push Jun Yan's wife away, so he started chatting with Zhu Jiangwo about family matters in an awkward position. We chatted for about half an hour and drank 2 rounds of tea. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhuang Yi got to the point, "Dad, I came here today mainly to tell you 2 things." Zhu Jiangwo and Jun Yanqi both trembled all over, with an obvious sense of loss. "The first thing is that I opened a company, a small decoration company near Dingyang University. When the decoration is completed, I will take you to see it." Jun Yan's wife, who was leaning on his shoulder, saw an opportunity to show off and quickly interrupted. "Husband, you started a company without telling your wife. Can your wife give you money?" "No need." Zhuang Yi said coldly. Even Zhu Jiangwo could hear that Zhuang Yi's tone was quite cold, as if he was drawing an invisible line. He smiled awkwardly and took out a bank card from somewhere. "Son, a man should always have a career. I feel bad for asking you to hold an umbrella for my wife all these years. There are 10 million in this card, the password is 114514, consider it as your startup capital. If it's not enough, come home and get more. I'll give you whatever I have." Zhu Jiangwo pushed the bank card towards Zhuang Yi without even blinking. Zhuang Yi kept this thought in mind, then pushed the card back and said righteously, "Dad, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need the money. It would be a lie to say that I am not moved, and it would be even more of a lie to say that I am not moved. But since she has made up her mind to get a divorce and leave the house, there is no way she will accept any gifts. The two of them refused for a long time. Zhu Jiangwo looked at his son's determined eyes and gave in helplessly. He took the bank card back, but repeatedly emphasized that if there was any financial need, they must come to him. Okay, Dad. Zhuang Yi replied, the next thing is, I want to divorce Zhu Nianqi. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, shocking Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Nianqi. Zhuang Yi no longer kept it secret and spoke it out directly. I don't want it. Zhu Nian's wife's voice trembled and her eyes became more wet and red. How could you say these things to our dad? It's been so many days, he should have calmed down by now. Why are you still asking for a divorce? Chapter 24, The marriage is broken, can it be repaired? You should have calmed down after so many days. I dealt with the situation for you. I asked you to apologize to me before, but you didn't. So I don't take it seriously anymore. I've already made many concessions, why do you still want a divorce? Zhu Nian's wife thought Zhuang Yi was just throwing a tantrum, so she ignored his requests and complaints. I originally wanted to use my father-in-law to coax her back home, but after so many days, my husband still wanted a divorce and even made the divorce issue public. She was really panicked, and her pitiful eyes stared at Zhuang Yi intently. Fortunately, Huang Shui has been there to help me relieve my worries recently, otherwise I would have felt even more depressed after hearing these words. We are both human beings, but Huang Shui treats me so well, while this husband. Zhu Nian's wife got angry twice before, thinking she could calm Zhuang Yi down, but she didn't expect that it only strengthened Zhuang Yi's determination to divorce. So this time, Zhu Nian's wife only thought about it in her heart and didn't dare to say it out loud, because she was afraid that her husband would really leave her. Zhu Jiangwo held Zhuang Yi's hand tightly and said, Son, divorce is not a trivial matter. You and your wife have been fine for all these years. How can you just divorce me? In the kitchen, Zhuaiqing rushed out in 2 steps and looked at Zhuang Yi in disbelief. Xiao Zhuang, you. Zhuang Yi ignored Zhu Nian's wife and said to the other two. Dad, Sister Qing, we are a family, I will speak frankly, Zhu Nian's wife deserves someone better, and we have to get a divorce. I will not embarrass the Zhu family. I will leave the house with nothing and bear the infamy, but I will not bring shame to the Zhu family in the slightest. Zhuang Yi spoke with great confidence and determination, as if he had considered all the consequences clearly. When he saw that Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yeqing were not angry at all, but rather uneasy, he realized that they knew part of the story. I'd rather not elaborate further and just make my attitude clear. When the divorce was brought to the parents' attention, Zhu Nian's wife, no matter how dumb she was, could see that her husband was really heartbroken. Therefore, I feel that my husband is stingy, but I can't blame him at all. Hubby, are you still angry with me and Huang Shui? She and I are really clean. I've already warned her. She doesn't dare tease me when we're on the phone anymore. That kind of imaginary voice will never reach your ears again. I will correct anything you don't like in the future, okay? Zhu Nian's wife's tone softened and she hugged Zhuang Yi's arm worriedly. Zhuang Yi glared at her. He now only believed what he saw was believing and did not believe his wife's half-true and half-false nonsense. Zhu Nian's wife, I have given you many chances, but you didn't cherish them. Zhu Nian's wife felt a little aggrieved. I need someone to accompany me. Huang Shui and the handsome boy can accompany you, spend time with you, hang out with you, and spend the night with you. I didn't. I didn't have a life of debauchery, I didn't fool around or spend the night with her. Zhu Nian's wife was so anxious that she was about to cry, her eyes were moist and hot, and getting redder and redder. But, she lied again unintentionally. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Zhu Jiangwo quickly moved his chair away, squatted in front of Zhuang Yi, hugged his arms sincerely, and said. Son, I've looked into it. The Huang family is powerful, and making friends with them will be very helpful to my wife's career. She's also doing this for her career, not to make you angry on purpose. Since my wife has promised to correct her mistakes, please give her another chance, okay? There was a hint of pleading in Zhu Jiangwo's words. He knew that as long as he could touch Zhuang Yi's heart, things would turn around. Zhuang Yi looked at Zhu Jiangwo, frowning in confusion. His emotions were so complicated that he couldn't utter a word. His father-in-law is both his elder and his father, he can't contradict him, but he can't agree to him either. After marriage, although Zhuang Yi and Zhu Jiangwo had some conflicts, Zhu Jiangwo valued Zhuang Yi more and more after he proved his role time and time again. Even after Zhuang Yi saved Zhu Jiangwo's life, his temperament changed drastically. He called Zhuang Yi his son all the time and called him closer than his two daughters. In Zhuang Yi's heart, he had long treated Zhu Jiangwo as his father, and emotionally, he even equated Zhu Jiangwo with sister Bai Yun. If it was Wang Shumei or Escalating, Zhuang Yi would have refused politely, but for Zhu Jiangwo, he didn't know how to start. Zhu Jiangwo felt very disappointed when he saw that Zhuang Yi was unable to speak. He didn't want his son to get divorced, nor did he want to embarrass him. Finally, I came up with a compromise. Son, even if you are getting divorced, there is a 1-month cooling-off period. Just give your dad some face and give your wife a month to correct her mistakes. After 1 month, if my wife still doesn't repent and you file for divorce again, I will never stop you. I will even use my connections to cancel the cooling-off period and let you go through a special divorce channel. There was some sincerity in Zhu Jiangwo's words and his eyes revealed deep fatherly love. He risked his position in Zhuang Yi's heart to heal the rift between the couple. If Zhuang Yi still disagrees after talking about this, then he will really be at a loss. Zhuang Yi and Zhu Jiangwo looked at each other in silence for a long time, then nodded reluctantly. There is a cooling-off period for divorces, which takes about a month. The father-in-law has already been so humble, and if he doesn't agree, Zhuang Yi will feel heartbroken. Zhu Nian's wife immediately smiled, hugged her lover's neck, and kissed him wildly on the face. Thank you, husband. I will never make you angry again. I love you, Mua. 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 Zhuaiqing patted his chest and walked back to the kitchen with peace of mind. Zhu Jiangwo also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject to prevent Zhuang Yi from regretting his decision. Son, let's go eat. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. Tonight, we won't go home until we are drunk. In fact, Zhu Jiangwo already had a way to make his son-in-law stay. As long as Zhu Nian's wife didn't make trouble, the relationship between the couple could be restored in a week, let alone a month. Zhuang Yi is an honest man. Zhu Nian's wife is used to being domineering, so she always lets Zhuang Yi serve her comfortably. Therefore, Zhu Jiangwo planned to let his wife Zhu Nian learn from the cartoons and serve Zhuang Yi happily in the next few days. With his many years of experience, he guaranteed that Zhuang Yi would be forgiven for his past mistakes and even scream with pleasure. Thinking of this, Zhu Jiangwo gave a sly smile and pulled Zhuang Yi towards the restaurant. Zhuang Yi smiled uncomfortably and walked towards the restaurant. 1 month is neither long nor short, but he just felt very uncomfortable. Once, when there were problems in his marriage, he tried desperately to remedy the situation and save it. Failed. Now that the marriage has broken down, can it be repaired? Chapter 25. Huang Shui called again. On the dining table. The servants had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the table was filled with delicious dishes. Zhuang Yi greeted his mother-in-law Wang Shumei and Zhuaiqing, then sent a message to sister Bai Yun to inform her that he would not be going home overnight. The family enjoyed their dinner happily, as if the incident just now had never happened. On the left and right of Zhuang Yi sat Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Nianqi respectively. Dad, shrimp is your favorite. I peeled a few for you. With his hands full of juice, Zhuang Yi picked up a few peeled shrimps with chopsticks and put them at the bottom of Zhu Jiangwo's bowl. Okay, my son is thoughtful. Cut some crab meat for Dad. Zhu Jiangwo was very satisfied and smiled so much that only a slit remained in his eyes. Okay. Zhuang Yi wiped his hands and cut crab meat for Zhu Jiangwo. It has to be said that Zhuang Yi is really skillful. Even the private chef of the Zhu family can't peel or cut the vegetables as fast or neatly as him. In the past, when Zhuang Yi returned home, Zhu Jiangwo would not let the chefs cook, and asked them to help Zhuang Yi. Beside him, Zhu Nian's wife nudged Zhuang Yi with her elbow and said jealously. Why cut his hair? Cut it for me. I'm your wife. Zhuang Yi cut a small bowl of crab meat and poured it all into his father-in-law's bowl. You can do it yourself. Zhu Nian's wife pouted, which amused Zhu Yeqing and Wang Shumei. The atmosphere among the family is warm and harmonious, with laughter and joy ringing out one after another. But, at this time. Bell. At the dining table, Zhu Nian's wife's cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, my good friend Huang Shui. Zhuang Yi took a look and his calm expression suddenly stiffened. Zhu Nian's wife was unaware of her current situation. She stretched out her fair and tender little hand and prepared to answer the call. Zhuang Yi grabbed her arm fiercely. Hang up. In an instant, the joyful atmosphere disappeared, leaving only deathly silence. Zhu Nian's wife looked at her husband and was stunned for a long time before she said, "Okay, I'll listen to my husband. Tonight is my happiest day and I will never be disturbed by anyone else." As she said that, she pressed the hang-up button. Zhuang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and peeled a shrimp for Zhu Nian's wife. "This is a reward for you. Point to what you want to eat and I'll peel it for you so you don't get your hands dirty." He felt a little relieved that his wife had learned to correct herself and everything could still be saved. As long as she can be sensible, the mistakes she made in the past can be made up for little by little. As long as she is sensible, I will slowly help her select suitable candidates for establishing diplomatic relations, regardless of gender. If only she could understand. Zhu Nian's wife smiled sweetly, which was very beautiful. "Thank you, husband." Seeing her husband's stress-like reaction, Zhu Nian's wife also began to understand a little. My husband has traditional ideas and cannot accept my close relationship with a homosexual. From now on, if I keep a little distance from Huang Shui, my husband probably won't be jealous anymore. But the next second. Bell. Caller ID, my good friend Huang Shui. Zhuang Yi was furious and was ready to hang up the phone. However, Zhu Nian's wife answered the call faster and turned on the speaker. "Hey. Baby." Huang Shui's voice was somewhat anxious, but before she finished speaking, Zhu Nian's wife interrupted her immediately. "Huang Shui, I'm having dinner with my husband now, so don't call me yet. We can talk about work tomorrow. By the way, from now on, call me wife and baby, my stingy husband will get jealous again." After saying that, Zhu Nian's wife hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to reply. Turning her head, she said to Zhuang Yi coquettishly, "Hubby, let's eat." The whole family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuang Yi showed a sour smile, although he didn't want his wife to have contact with Huang Shui tomorrow. But if the wife can always keep her distance, even if she stays out all night with a male client, I won't be suspicious. If the most important thing between a couple is trust and respect, not lies, distrust, or a third party. Zhuang Yiming was clear. He didn't know if he could forgive his wife. He just hoped that time would make everything go away. Zhu Nian's wife was a little depressed and didn't like hearing such sentences in front of her parents. But think about it, I have already compromised so much, so what's the harm in taking another step back to win back my husband? Zhu Jiangwo quickly tried to smooth things over. "Son, let's not talk about this tonight. You should eat this meal happily tonight, and then get drunk with Dad." Zhuang Yi nodded, and scooped soup and picked up some dishes for his father-in-law and wife. I thought the farce was over, but a minute later. Bell. Caller ID, my younger brother Zhu Yangyang. Zhuang Yi was immediately annoyed and clenched his fingers into fists, making a creaking sound. Zhu Jiangwo was even more furious than him. He stood up and shouted, "Asshole. The Huang family's children are too ignorant of etiquette. Nianqi's father, please speak less so no one can hear you." Wang Shumei consoled him. Zhu Nian's wife picked up her phone and looked at it. "Dad, it's not Huang Shui, it's our brother Zhu Yangyang." When he heard that it was not Huang Shui, Zhuang Yi loosened his fist slightly. Zhu Jiangwo also said, "Xiaoyang. How could such a coincidence happen?" Zhu Nian's wife placed the mobile phone in front of Zhuang Yi and raised her eyebrows at him proudly. "It seems to be saying, if you have the ability, help me hang up." Zhuang Yi said coldly, "He keeps calling me sister-in-law, almost wife, how can I not let you answer?" Zhu Nian's wife stretched out a white index finger and gently placed it on Zhuang Yi's lips. "Don't be jealous. He is my biological brother. We are blood thicker than water. We can never be together." Zhuang Yi was a little surprised, but he remained quiet. "After all, they are siblings, we can't." Shaking his head, Zhuang Yi felt that he was being a bit stingy. Zhu Nian's wife answered the phone, "Hello, Yang Yang, you're calling me so late at night, what's the matter?" The next second, a puppy's crying voice came from the phone. "Wow. Woo woo woo. Sister wife, come and save me. I'm injured and bleeding so much." In an instant, everyone in the family except Zhuang Yi stood up. "Xiaoyang is injured. Xiaoyang, where are you now?" No wonder the phone call came to my sister. Uncle Zhu Wenba and his wife are out today, leaving Xiaoyang alone at home. Xiaoyang, calm down. Aunt Wang is here too. Please explain clearly. The whole family was suddenly plunged into an extremely tense atmosphere. Zhuang Yi didn't know what to say. He didn't know much about the Zhu family's affairs, so he chose to remain silent. Zhu Nian's wife, who was originally smiling, turned pale and her voice softened. Yang, tell me where you are. I'll be there right away. I'm at home, my sister-in-law. Come and save me, ah. It hurts so much. Zhu Yangyang's voice was filled with tears, and everyone felt even more nervous when they heard it. It goes without saying how much influence an 18-year-old boy has on a motherly wife. But Zhuang Yi always felt a taste of green tea, which made his throat uncomfortable. At this moment, another woman's voice came from the phone. My dear wife, do you have time to come over? Zhu Yangyang's thighs and abdomen are covered in blood. Seeing him screaming in pain and asking to see you, my heart is broken. This one sentence made Zhuang Yi tremble all over and his pupils suddenly shrank. Huang Shui. Chapter 26. We, from now on, are strangers. Huang Shui. Zhu Nian's wife had never expected that this best friend would be at Zhu Yangyang's house. Didn't I just tell you not to call me baby? Okay, Mr. Zhu, please come and save your baby Yang or not. There was a hint of blame in Huang Shui's tone. Just wait, I'll be there right away, go call 120. Zhu Nian's wife didn't even think twice and hurriedly moved her chair away wanting to leave. Zhuang Yi suddenly grabbed her arm, expressionless, and it was unclear what he was thinking. You are not allowed to go. Zhu Nian's wife frowned, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Hubby, please stop being selfish, okay? Zhu Yangyang is my brother. He's injured. You can't just watch him die just because Huang Shui is standing next to him, right? After hearing this, Zhuang Yi's face turned cold. I am indeed selfish, I am not allowed to go. Mother-in-law Wang Shumei slammed the table and stood up, giveaway man. Zhu Yangyang is the male of our Zhu family. You little bastard, do you want our Zhu family to be extinct? Shut up. I've told you many times that Zhuang Yi is the pillar of the company. Zhu Jiangwo twitched his mouth and defended Zhuang Yi in a tough tone. Zhuang Yi said nothing. He was not stupid. He could tell that Huang Shui was provoking him. Huang Shui wants Zhu Nian's wife to choose between Zhuang Yi and Huang Shui. If not for this, she could have just shut up and let Zhu Yangyang coax Zhu Nianqi over first. If you want to say that Zhuang Yi is selfish, then he is selfish. The essence of love is selfishness. Zhuang Yi just wants to possess Zhu Nian's wife. He wouldn't share it with any damn gays, damn men. Zhu Yangyang burst into tears, extremely sad. Sister-in-law, please come quickly, I can't stand the pain. Zhu Nian's wife was so distressed that she threw her husband's hand away in anger. Okay. I'll go now. Be good and don't move. Listen to Sister Huang Shui and let her take care of you first. As she spoke, she quickened her pace and left the restaurant. Zhu Nian's wife. Zhuang Yi said in a cold tone, choking with sobs. Zhu Nian's wife was stopped in her tracks by the voice. She bit her lip and turned her head away in annoyance. I saw asphalt like black mist floating in Zhuang Yi's eyes. They were a pair of suffocating black eyes without a trace of light. There was no sadness, no anger, not even a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, only a darkness that was so empty that it was despairing. In my eyes, Dad will always be my biological father, so I will never go back on my promise to him. But as long as you go, I swear to God that no matter how you try to win me back, I will never set foot in the Zhu family again in this month. You and I will say goodbye forever and disappear in each other's world. I have never seen Zhu Nian's wife, and you have never seen me. We are strangers. He spoke these words in a calm tone, as if he was discussing family matters, but every word was like a knife, piercing deeply into everyone's heart. In fact, when a husband needs to swear such a poisonous oath to win back his lover, he lost completely. Zhu Jiangwo was stunned. He had never seen Zhuang Yi's face so calm and cold. This was the final test of the couple's relationship. Zhu Nian's wife. Get back here. Zhu Yangyang, I'll take care of it for you. I'll contact a private doctor right now. You stay here and eat. The father-in-law underestimated Zhuang Yi's determination. This son-in-law really regarded Huang Shui as the person who stole his wife and his mortal enemy. If I, as a father, don't do something, I might lose all the Huang family connections and my own son-in-law. Nianqi's father, why are you, an old man, meddling in other people's affairs? Wang Xiumei said dissatisfiedly and glared at Zhuang Yi. The mother-in-law has always disliked the little orphan Zhuang Yi, and now she wants to interfere with the Zhu family's efforts to save the male heir. Is this fair? Shut up. Zhu Jiangwo walked over, grabbed Zhu Yan's wife's wrist, and tried to pull it back by force. On the phone, Zhu Yangyang's voice came out throwing a tantrum. I don't want it. I want to see my wife's sister. I won't feel at ease if I don't see my wife's sister, woo-woo. Then, he added, bad uncle, you don't like Yang Yang. You just didn't let my wife's sister come. You were mean to me. You don't feel sorry for Yang Yang anymore, woo-woo. Zhu Jiangwo felt annoyed, and then he remembered that Zhu Yangyang was his brother's biological son, so he said urgently. No, Xiaoyang, uncle has something to do at home that needs my wife to do, can you please be obedient? It's not that the father-in-law doesn't feel sorry for his nephew, but even a pig could hear the firmness in Zhuang Yi's tone. The waste of time caused Zhu Nian's wife to become more and more impatient. She said angrily. That's enough, Dad. Zhu Yangyang is only 18 years old. He is just a child and needs someone to take care of him and love him. Husband, giving up a wounded person because of a woman is hopeless. I'll take Yang Yang to the ambulance and come back immediately. Don't be stupid when faced with a major issue. Zhu Nian's wife tried her best to suppress her emotions. She hung up the phone and walked quickly out the door. Zhuang Yi looked at her back as she turned and left, his face expressionless but with mixed feelings in his heart. He knew that his wife's choice at this moment would completely change both of their lives. After his wife completely disappeared from the Zhu family villa, Zhuang Yi exhaled a breath and said calmly. Dad, eat first. If you don't eat now, the food will get cold. Zhu Jiangwo was extremely embarrassed and sat back next to Zhuang Yi. That's more like it. Don't forget, it's our Zhu family who supported you and that's why you are where you are today. Wang Xiumei sat back and rolled her eyes. Don't say anything, old woman. Zhu Jiangwo patted Zhuang Yi on the back. Son, Zhu Yangyang has always liked to cling to his wife since he was a child. There is really no need to be jealous. Dad, don't be jealous, let's eat. Zhuang Yi's face was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xiao Zhuang is so good. Sister will come to accompany you and peel shrimp for me too. Zweiking changed her seat and sat in the place originally occupied by Junyan's wife. She had no say in marital affairs, so she had to liven up the atmosphere again. Zhuang Yi glanced at her and ignored her. Hey! Huang Shui, this stupid woman, has nothing to do after having a full meal, why did she go to Xiaoyang's house? Suddenly, Zhu Jiangwo said something inexplicably. Dad, don't be angry. If you get angry and make yourself sick, who will I find to drink with? Zhuang Yi acted as if nothing had happened and comforted his father-in-law instead. Zhuang Yi doesn't care about other people, but he must part ways in peace with his father-in-law so that they can meet each other in the future. Chapter 27, He never changes his bad habits. He only remembers eating but not being beaten. Zhu Nian's wife came to the compound, opened the door of the Rolls-Royce, got in and set off immediately. Zhu Yangyang's villa was not far from her home, so she reached her destination in half an hour. Without even having time to pick up the car keys, Zhu Nian's wife ran into the villa and knocked on the door several times. Yang Yang. My sister is here. Why are you still locking the door? After knocking for about a minute. The door slowly opened, and the magnificent interior came into view. Next, there were countless guests in gorgeous gowns standing at the gate. Bang bang bang. Dozens of cannons fired at the same time, and countless ribbons fluttered. A few small pieces of colorful confetti fell lightly on Zhu Nian's wife's head. Zhu Nian's wife stood at the door in a daze, feeling a mixture of surprise and uneasiness. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Zhu Yangyang slip out from the crowd and hold Zhu Nian's wife's snow-white hand. Sister wife, today is my birthday. Zhu Yangyang smiled innocently, and he didn't look like a wounded person at all. Not to mention any wounds on his body, not even a single piece of skin was broken. Birthday. Zhu Nian's wife reacted immediately and prepared to leave. Yang Yang, don't make such jokes next time. You made your sister worry about you for nothing. Zhu Yangyang quickly held Jun Yan's wife's hand tightly, not letting her let go. Wait a minute, sister-in-law, don't leave. Okay, Yangyang, be good. I'll celebrate your birthday with you next year, okay? Jun Yan's wife was not angry with the child, but she was a little depressed and wanted to leave here quickly. Zhu Yangyang is a little sissy, how can he persuade Jun Yan's wife, so he just speaks out the truth. Wait a minute, sister-wife. You are the heroine today. Jun Yan's wife paused, her eyes wandered, and she turned back to look at Zhu Yangyang. At today's party, she was actually considered one of the protagonists. Zhu Yangyang blinked her star-like eyes, conveying a deep warmth. Yangyang, what does heroine mean? For a moment, Jun Yan's wife was confused. Zhu Yangyang's innocent smile seems to carry magic. He snapped his fingers and everyone made way for a path into the room. At the end of the road is a gorgeous stage, on which hang 6,570 photos of Jun Yan's wife and Zhu Yangyang. 18 years old, one per day, exactly this number. This scene made Jun Yan's wife blush. She suddenly lost the ability to think, and felt the unhappiness and depression in her heart disappear. Zhu Yangyang struck while the iron was hot and said affectionately. Sister wife, I am the hero tonight, and you are the heroine who grew up with me. In my limited memory, you have always taken great care of me. Today is my birthday. I have been waiting for this day for 18 years, so. After saying all these words, Zhu Yangyang originally wanted to kiss Jun Yan's wife and then give her a red rose. But suddenly he changed his mind and realized that he had a more interesting idea. He took out a rose from behind, put it in his mouth, knelt on one knee as if confessing his love to his lover, and said with deep emotion. Sister wife, please celebrate my birthday with me and blow out the candles with me. Jun Yan's wife's heart melted instantly, she completely forgot about the family dinner, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She knew that Zhu Yangyang was fond of her, but she didn't expect that she would hold such a grand birthday party. Silly boy, you're treating a birthday party like a wedding. Hurry up and get your knees dirty. Jun Yan's wife's voice was filled with emotion, and she couldn't help but stroke Zhu Yangyang's hair, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. It is indeed my responsibility to participate in this important moment for my brother. When Zhuang Yi was 18 years old, his wife Jun Yan took away his virginity. When Yang Yang was 18 years old, Jun Yan's wife showed him infinite tenderness. Zhu Yangyang scratched his head innocently. Hee, Yang Yang, don't be afraid, just throw away the clothes if they get dirty. Jun Yan's wife smiled dotingly and helped Zhu Yangyang up. Suddenly, she remembered something important. No birthday presents. At this moment, Huang Shui came out applauding, holding a beautifully packaged gift box and placing it in her hands. Don't worry, my dear wife, I know what you are thinking. I bought 2 gifts and prepared them for you. Jun Yan's wife was confused for a moment, then took the gift box in a daze and said gratefully, thank you, Shui. All around, there was the sound of clicking, of taking photos, and in the villa, the guests were cheering non-stop. With such reluctance, Jun Yan's wife walked into the villa with peace of mind and attended the birthday party. What she didn't know was that a pinhole camera had been secretly placed in one of the guests brought by Huang Shui. Bamboo House Villa, Courtyard. 2 o'clock in the morning. Zhuang Yi was no different from usual. He got drunk with Zhu Jiangwo and then fell asleep in the courtyard. No need to worry about catching a cold the next day. Zweiking brought 2 large quilts and covered Zhuang Yi and Zhu Jiangwo with them. She noticed that a faint smile appeared on Zhuang Yi's lips when he was sleeping. Very handsome and charming. Zweiking looked at his profile, stunned for a long time before returning to the villa. Sitting on the sofa, scrolling through my phone out of boredom. Xiao Zhuang was drinking happily with his father. It seems that he didn't take Jun Yan's wife's behavior seriously. Luckily he was drunk. If he had known that his wife hadn't come home yet. Why? Zweiking shook his head, feeling helpless. In fact, she didn't know that behind Zhuang Yi's smile was countless pains and struggles, which turned into a complete relief. To be precise, he saw through his wife. He is the kind of person who only remembers eating and not being beaten. Belated affection is cheaper than grass, and a cheating woman does not deserve to be forgiven. Because even if I forgive her, she is still an unfaithful woman. The next day, morning. The sunlight shines through the courtyard of the Zhu family villa and falls on Zhuang Yi's face. After a while, he woke up in a daze, with a splitting headache, and kept rubbing his temples. Hiss, I drank too much again. Beside him, Zhu Jiangwo was snoring loudly, his face was ruddy and a smile was hanging on the corner of his mouth. Got drunk. Zhuang Yi stood up and walked to his side, saying softly, Dad, I'm going to make some hangover soup, you should get up soon. Zhu Jiangwo nodded drunkenly, then turned over and continued to sleep, with no intention of waking up. At 9 o'clock in the morning, after drinking the sobering soup, their complexion improved slightly. Zhuang Yi still had to deal with the company's decoration matters, so he said hello to Zhu Jiangwo and was about to leave home. Upon hearing that her son-in-law was leaving, Zhu Nian's wife did not return home that night and had no news from him. Zhu Jiangwo couldn't help feeling angry and embarrassed. He called Wang Shumei and Zweiking to see Zhuang Yi off together. The two of them walked out of the Zhu family villa, chatting and laughing, and stepped onto a flat road. Okay, Dad, we're done here. No need to send us any further. Okay, come to my place more often when you have time and reminisce with me. Just as they were saying goodbye, a Rolls-Royce slowly drove up and stopped in front of them. A maid came down from the driver's seat, bowed to Zhuang Yi and others, took out a folding bike from the trunk, and ran away in shame. Zhu Jiangwo and the other two were immediately shocked, only Zhuang Yi looked at the passenger seat expressionlessly. As expected, the passenger door slowly opened, and a stunning beauty came out staggeringly, burping, with her cheeks flushed and looking particularly charming. She walked out with a pair of beautiful feet in high heels, drunk and drowsy. She is Zhu Nian's wife. The four of them were silent, and only heard her drunken words. Cheers. Hee hee. Huang Shui, don't touch me. My husband is very stingy. If he finds out, he will be jealous again. Chapter 28 We have no future. Zhu Nian's wife, didn't she go to take care of Zhu Yangyang? How did she drink so much that she passed out? Zhu Jiangwo and Zhuaiking's faces turned green, only Wang Shumei showed a charitable smile after being surprised. My dear wife, you came at the right time. Zhuang Yi is about to leave. Let's see him off together. Wang Shumei's face was full of smiles, and she didn't care about her daughter's drunkenness. Zhu Nian's wife was drunk and walked unsteadily and slowly, barely able to balance herself. As if it was a subconscious action, she walked towards Zhuang Yi in a daze. Honey, where are you going? Can I drive you there? As Zhu Nian's wife was speaking, she hadn't taken a few steps when her feet became unstable, her left foot tripped over her right foot and she fell forward. Zhuang Yi remained calm and watched her fall to the ground. Just when she was about to fall, Wang Shumei immediately stretched out her arms and narrowly caught Zhu Nian's arms. Mr. Zhuang. As the husband of Zhu Nian's wife, did you just watch her fall? If I hadn't been quick, she would have fallen. Wang Shumei's face was full of tension. She scolded Zhuang Yi anxiously, her eyes revealing the concern that only a mother could show. Zhu Nian's wife, who was drunk like a dead pig, snuggled in Wang Shumei's arms. After seeing Zhuang Yi's face clearly, she smiled drowsily, hee hee, thank you husband for helping me. Zhuang Yi glared at her sinisterly, then turned and left without any hesitation. Zhu Jiangwo saw that his son-in-law was not angry, and his face did not look happy, but even more gloomy. I thought Zhuang Yi would be furious when he saw his wife drunk. But unexpectedly, he had no expression at all, as if his wife in front of him was a stranger. Zhu Jiangwo knew that this was not a good sign. Zhuang. Is this how you act as a son-in-law? Your wife is so drunk, and you leave without even looking at her. Hurry up and help her into the house. Wang Shumei screamed at a high pitch, her voice rising by several decibels as she glared at Zhuang Yi's back. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Zhu Jiangwo was already quite dissatisfied. His son-in-law was obviously not in a good condition, and his mother was still adding fuel to the fire. On the side, Zweiking also hurried over and covered Wang Shumei's mouth. Wang Shumei looked as if she had been wronged. She did not dare to get angry with Zhu Jiangwo and her daughters. She could only blame Zhuang Yi in her heart out of anger and shame. Zhuang Yi acted as if he didn't hear anything and walked away with steady steps. Zhu Nian's wife looked at her husband as he was about to leave, and raised her neck in a trance. Husband, where are you going? Go and kill your beloved Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang. Zhuang Yi replied in a flat tone. When Zhu Jiangwo heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. He knew it was a joke, or at least a joke for the time being. After all, Zhuang Yi does not have the foundation to compete with the Zhu family and the Huang family. But in front of the Zhu family, he said he wanted to kill all the male members of the Zhu family. This is getting serious. I really want to sever my relationship with the Zhu family. We are like strangers. Zweiking was dumbfounded, and Wang Shumei was furious, slapping the hand covering her mouth away. Well. How dare you, a beast who wanted to poison the men of the Zhu family, say such outrageous words? Wang Shumei. Shut up. Zhu Jiangwo roared, which directly shocked Wang Shumei. The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. He slowly stretched out his right hand and slapped himself in the face with all his strength. Bang! The force was so strong that even Zhuang Yi heard the sound and stopped in his tracks. Son! Dad! Dad made a mistake last night. Dad failed to keep his wife Nian last night. Don't be a stranger to him. Don't refuse to return to the Zhu family. Zhuang Yi frowned with distress and turned around. Dad, I was just joking. Don't hit yourself. If you hurt yourself, who will drink with me? He made it an understatement. But, are you really kidding? Okay, Dad won't beat himself. Dad will find a way to compensate you. Money, connections, social status, etc., I can give you whatever you want. Zhu Jiangwo swallowed, and Zhuang Yi's words last night flashed through his mind. Zhuang Yi and Zhu Nian's wife are about to disappear in each other's world. Damn me. He is old and useless, and as the head of the family he made the wrong decision. As for Zhu Yangyang, even if it would ruin his reputation, he should intervene forcefully and tie Zhu Nian's wife up at home. This would be the correct choice. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Nian's wife's determination to save Zhu Yangyang shows that she knows how to distinguish between the important and the unimportant and right and wrong. But now the marriage is about to break up, and Zhu Nian's wife's behavior will definitely be understood as the wife disregarding her husband's feelings and sacrificing herself to run to Zhu Yangyang. This is courting death. If it were just this, it would be fine. The key point now is, Zhu Nian's wife didn't seem to be out to save anyone. Instead, she seemed to have been fooling around all night and came home drunk. The first impression given to people is that he apologizes sincerely but refuses to repent. Remember to eat, not to be beaten. Seeing Zhu Jiangwo lowering his arms unwillingly, Zhuang Yi's pale expression eased a little. At this time, Zhu Nian's drunken wife saw that her husband was about to leave, so she pushed Wang Shumei away and staggered towards Zhuang Yi. Hubby, you're jealous again and talking nonsense. Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang are so good to me, how can you have any ulterior motives towards them? Zhuang Yi said indifferently, they are good, you can marry them. When Wang Shumei heard this sarcasm, she couldn't help but wanted to curse, but was held down by Zweiking. Husband, don't talk nonsense. How could your wife marry someone else if she loves you so much? Zhu Nian's wife walked over with a smile and threw herself into Zhuang Yi's arms. Really? Zhuang Yi pinched her collar with his left hand and said lightly, Dad, sister, mother-in-law, you go first. Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yiqing looked at each other in astonishment. They already knew what Zhuang Yi was going to do, and they understood what he meant and took Wang Shumei home. Zhu Nian's wife was staggering due to being pulled, and she was still drunk and didn't realize her embarrassing situation. Bang! Zhuang Yi slapped him. Zhu Nian's wife felt pain, and her eyes became clearer, but she was still drunk and didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. My husband hit me. That's not right, how could my husband hit me? She spoke in a soft tone, with a look of disapproval on her face. Bang! Zhuang Yi slapped him again. Zhu Nian's wife's face turned red on both sides, and the drunkenness gradually dissipated. She finally regained consciousness and her face turned pale all of a sudden. Husband. Zhuang Yi said calmly, are you sober? Do you want another slap? Old husband, I just went to save Yang Yang, please listen to my explanation. Zhu Nian's wife hesitated, wanting to say something anxiously. Zhuang Yi still had that cold expression, I didn't even ask, what are you explaining? Upon hearing this, Zhu Nian's wife's face turned pale as paper. She quickly hugged Zhuang Yi's waist and said pleadingly. Hubby, things are not what you think. I drank the wine because Huang Shui half pushed me. I will. Before she could finish, Zhuang Yi interrupted coldly. We have no future. Chapter 29, Complete Breakup, Don't Call Me Husband from now on. We have no future. After saying this, Zhuang Yi loosened Zhu Nian's wife's collar and pushed her away. Although Zhu Nian's wife's mind was clear, her body was still affected by the alcohol and she couldn't stand and fell to the ground. She kept shaking her head, her face looking extremely ugly. Husband, don't leave. I won't let you go. I beg you to listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean it. I just got carried away by the atmosphere and drank too much. Zhuang Yi looked at his fallen wife calmly, his expression not changing at all. I didn't ask you, but you just told me everything. So, you admitted that after saving Zhu Yangyang, you would rather not go home for the banquet and hang out with Huang Shui outside, right? In the past, even if Zhu Nian's wife only had a broken finger, Zhuang Yi would have gone to great lengths to persuade her to rest at home while he went to the company to take over. And now, Zhuang Yi was as cold as ice and extremely ruthless, which made Zhu Nian's wife tremble all over. She couldn't see clearly who the man in front of her was. Hubby, I didn't mean it. I really know I was wrong and I will correct it. Please forgive me this time. Zhu Nian's wife sat on the ground in frustration, a crystal-clear tear slowly sliding down from the corner of her eye. Zhuang Yi looked down at her with a cold expression. There is no chance anymore. Ever since you and Huang Shui got entangled, I have given you countless chances, but you never cherished them. I've been open about my divorce several times, and you've hired people everywhere to coerce me. First it was your cronies, then Bamboo Leaf Green, and now you've even moved on to your dad. You know that my father and I have a bond that is stronger than blood. Asking him to come out is destroying our relationship. I felt bad for my dad and couldn't refuse. My dad felt bad for me and promised solemnly that I would only be given a month to correct my mistakes. And then? What a promise. But he broke it in one night. In order to pursue excitement, he went out to fool around with Huang Shui again. The most important thing between a couple is trust and respect, not lies, distrust, or a third party. Last night you said you would be back in half an hour, but you spent the whole night looking for other girls. You were a lie. I told you that if I left home, there would be no chance of marriage, but you didn't take it seriously at all and didn't trust what I said at all. As for the third party, there's a guy without a penis in the open, and who knows what else is going on in secret. You're damn awesome for making so many mistakes in one night. Zhuang Yi said this, sneered, and applauded his wife. Snap. 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 Zhu Nian's wife listened to every word, and tears flowed from her eyes drop by drop, and she could not stop. It turns out that I have made so many mistakes without realizing it. The applause at last night's birthday party was as pleasant as the applause at this moment. Hubby, I really didn't mean it. I promise you that I will break off my relationship with Huang Shui and will never have any contact with her again. Please don't leave me. Zhu Nian's wife unsteadily crawled to Zhuang Yi like a dog and hugged his thighs tightly. Her hands and feet became weak and she could no longer stand. Please trust me one last time. Zhuang Yi's dark eyes were extremely deep, without a trace of pity, and he said sarcastically. There is no trust between us anymore. You are nothing but lies in my eyes. Maybe, even saving your brother is a lie. You just want to go out and have fun. This sentence frightened Zhu Nian's wife so much that her whole face was twitching with fear. If that matter were discovered, I couldn't imagine what my husband would do. Thinking of this, Zhu Nian's wife was extremely scared. She kept shaking Zhuang Yi's thighs. I didn't. Absolutely not. I definitely took Zhu Yangyang to the hospital last night. He was seriously injured. It was Huang Shui who deceived me. She tricked me into drinking. I didn't take the initiative. I just made a small mistake. At this moment, the more Zhuang Yi listened to these words, the more nauseous he felt. Don't be so hypocritical, Zhu Nian's wife, be decent. You stay out all night, flirting with other women and having fun outside, but I left home with nothing and gave you all the assets I earned over the years. You didn't suffer any loss. Besides, you've had sex with a lot of people besides me, right? Including Huang Shui. This line was originally meant to be a good one, but Shenhe got stuck and changed it to shit. Zhuang Yi's voice revealed an indescribable depression, which pierced Zhu Nian's wife's heart. In an instant, Zhu Nian's wife's world collapsed. The husband who once took great care of her and trusted her so much actually slandered her innocence in this way. She wanted to refute her husband and insult him, but she couldn't do it anymore. She had told too many lies and her husband no longer believed a word she said. She could only cover her ears in despair and shake her head frantically. I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. I only love you. I have never had sex with anyone else. Zhuang Yi did not pity her, but just sighed. People are rotten and stubborn, and they get emotional when they lie, just like you now. These words almost drove Zhu Yan's wife, who was already in despair, crazy. She covered her ears tightly, not wanting to hear these vicious voices anymore. Ah! Stop it, honey. I beg you to stop it. Zhu Yan's wife buried her head and kept pulling her hair, her nails digging deeply into her scalp. She cried heartbreakingly and was extremely terrified. I really didn't do it. I'm really innocent. Husband, please believe me. I really didn't do that kind of thing. No matter how brave I am, I dare not bring shame to the Zhu family. I really only love you. Seeing his wife in such a state of panic, Zhuang Yi remained calm. Don't call me husband from now on. No, don't call me that from now on. You and I are strangers from now on. Boom. These words were like a bolt of thunder, violently striking Zhu Yan's wife. The same, strange, road. Zhu Yanqi's arms slowly fell down. She collapsed to the extreme. Her desperate heart seemed to be torn into pieces. She stood there in a daze, her brain frozen on the spot. The two of them fell into dead silence. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette, and the ash fell and touched Zhu Yan's wife's scalp. Unable to contain himself, Zhu Jiangwo walked out of the villa with a gloomy face and silently picked up Zhu Yanqi. Son, the Zhu family will compensate you in the future, but don't go too far with some of the things you say. I treat you as my own son, but Zhu Yanqi is my daughter. I feel bad when I hear you quarreling. Dad, I'll be more careful next time. Zhuang Yi waved his hand and walked away. Chapter 30, We have dug such a big mine, we need to detonate it. Looking at Zhuang Yi's departing back, Zhu Jiangwo couldn't help but shook his head and carried his daughter back home. When he came to the living room, he put Zhu Yan's wife on the sofa and sat next to her. Zhu Yan's wife leaned dejectedly in Zhu Jiangwo's arms, stiff and motionless. Her heart was bleeding and her beautiful face was stained with tears. Zhu Jiangwo originally wanted to scold her, but when he saw Zhu Yanqi's wife's expression, his heart softened and he couldn't bring himself to say anything. He stroked his daughter's hair gently and sighed with heartache. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, Zhu Yan's wife's phone rang. She picked it up and looked at it in confusion. Huang Shui. Grievance, despair, anger, all the emotions burst out at once. She pressed the answer button and without giving the other party any chance to speak, she started cursing. Huang Shui. Get out of here. Take back your funds and get out of my world. Never contact me again. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Then he tremblingly blocked Huang Shui's number and WeChat. Because of you. My husband doesn't want me anymore. He really doesn't want me anymore. Zhu Yan's wife was deleting the messages while tears were streaming down her face. Not long ago, she vowed that Zhuang Yi would not damage the relationship between her and Huang Shui. At this moment, after truly losing Zhuang Yi, he chose to block and delete him without hesitation. Zhu Jiangwo saw it, kept it in mind, and gently stroked her hair. Once you have done something, you must be brave enough to take responsibility for it. Tell Dad why you didn't go home after rescuing Xiaoyang last night, but stayed out all night. Zhu Jiangwo was very angry, but he tried to soften his tone for fear of upsetting his daughter. Zhu Nian's wife trembled slightly and raised her head, tears still welling up in her eyes. Dad, Zhu Yangyang wasn't sick last night. It was his birthday, so he found an excuse to trick me in, and then gave me a surprise. She told her father everything that happened last night, wanting to vent her emotions but also wanting her father to take action again and save Zhuang Yi. Just give her one more chance, the last chance. She will definitely cherish it and will never make the same mistake again. By the end of his speech, Zhu Jiangwo's brows were furrowed together, and he was extremely disappointed with his stupid daughter. Nonsense. Xiaoyang's birthday is not as important as Xiaozhuang's. Zhu Nian's wife. You made a mistake. You made a big mistake. Zhu Jiangwo, who really lived in Bengbu, pushed his stupid daughter into his arms, causing her to fall off the sofa. This matter could be a big deal or a small one. If Xu Nian's wife had confessed to Zhuang Yi in time, then even if Zhuang Yi was angry, he would not have said such cruel words. But the current situation has turned into a farce of lying and staying out all night, and it has also buried a cancer. Once Zhuang Yi learned the truth, Xu Nian's wife did not go to save Zhu Yangyang, but secretly hid it from her husband and went to celebrate her brother's birthday. Then Zhu Yangyang would undoubtedly be labeled as the man who stole his wife and the mortal enemy. By then, the Zhu family will surely stir up a bloody storm. As a father-in-law, how should he choose between his blood relatives in the Zhu family and his son? Dad. Even you bully me. Zhu Nian's wife rubbed her forehead and got up from the ground. She was already heartbroken, and now she was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Zhu Jiangwo snorted coldly and complained in his heart, "We dug such a big mine, we deserve to detonate it." How did this stupid daughter, who had such a low emotional IQ, make the company bigger and stronger? Was the entire company supported by Zhuang Yi alone? Since we were celebrating Zhu Yangyang's birthday last night, why didn't you tell Zhuang Yi in advance? Zhu Jiangwo asked again. Zhu Nian's wife lowered her head in despair. I don't dare. My husband is already very angry about Huang Shui, and now Zhu Yangyang is involved. My husband had a conflict with Zhu Yangyang before, and I almost beat him up. If my husband knew that I stayed overnight at Zhu Yangyang's house, he would definitely leave me. Besides, I was extremely drunk this morning. I wanted to stay at Zhu Yangyang's house for 2 days to avoid the spotlight and pretend that I was still in the hospital. Who knew I would be sent back for no apparent reason? When I sobered up, I saw my husband's cold face. At banquets held by large families, people would be hired to send drunk guests home. Zhu Nian's wife must have been mistaken for one of them and was sent back. But what a coincidence, I met Zhuang Yi. Thinking of this, Zhu Jiangwo shook his head helplessly, suspecting that someone was deliberately framing the Zhu family. Dad, can you please coax your husband back? He listens to you the most. Zhu Nian's wife was extremely sad and shook Zhu Jiangwo's thighs with her hands weakly, as if begging. Zhu Jiangwo looked at her pitiful appearance, and even though he was extremely disappointed, he couldn't bear to do it. No matter how dumb a daughter is, she is still a daughter after all. As a father, he should reasonably provide a solution. Zhu Nian's wife, listen carefully. Love cannot be restored by waiting. If you want to restore it, don't act like that. And don't even think that Zhuang Yi, the victim, will apologize to you. Xiao Zhuang is a man who keeps his promises. You still have 1 month to find out where he lives and then shamelessly move there. If he can't get over you, you just keep on getting entangled with him, trick him into bed and conquer him. If he forces you to leave, you can rent a house next door to him, use your connections to make a master key, sneak into his house every day, and then trick him into bed and conquer him. Remember, you need to serve Xiao Zhuang comfortably, not let him serve you, and you must not take any safety measures. Given your current relationship, your marriage cannot be saved without a drastic measure, and that drastic measure is getting pregnant. Xiao Zhuang is not a scumbag. He will make his own flesh and blood live happily. If you are willing to put aside your career ambitions and bear a child for him, he will naturally be touched. But you must remember. You can't threaten him with the baby. Not even if it means divorce. Do you understand? Zhu Jiangwo emphasized the last sentence particularly strongly. This was to prevent his daughter from doing anything stupid and to give her a shot of prevention. After thinking it over, he still felt that it was not appropriate. To prevent innocent people from being harmed, he added. Chasing a husband is a troublesome matter. Don't tell Xiao Zhuang that I taught you that. If Xiao Zhuang wants to break off relations with me, I will not acknowledge you as my daughter. I will kick you out of the house immediately. Did you hear me clearly? After Zhu Jiangwo said this in a stern voice, he tapped Xu Nianqi's forehead, hoping that she would remember everything. Hearing the words, baby, conquer, etc., Zhu Nian's wife's eyes, which were originally filled with despair, suddenly brightened up. Yes. As long as you are married and live with your husband, it is not considered trespassing, and sleeping in the same bed with your husband is not against the law. Even if the law enforcement officers came, who would dare to arrest or imprison Dingyang Zhu family? Zhu Nian's wife also wanted a baby before, but she always felt that she was still young and should focus on her career first, so she neglected it over time. Now, when Zhu Nian's wife thought about having a baby to constrain the marriage, bind her husband, and save the relationship between them, her heart was filled with excitement, as if she saw the dawn of hope. I understand, Dad. I know what to do. Chapter 31 The First Client, Xiao Jiuli. In order to pass the review, more than 400 words were deleted from this chapter, so the content may not be connected. I am really sorry for everyone. The reviewers have worked hard, so please be gentle. Suianjiang's family. Bedroom, on bed. Huang Shui bit her lip in anger when she saw that her cell phone number and WeChat were blocked. Why are you pretending to be innocent? You've been flirting with me for so long and have taken so many of my resources. Now you want to sever ties with me just like that? There's no way it's going to be that easy. In Huang Shui's eyes, Zhu Nian's wife should have been her meal. After all, this woman has a very low psychological bottom line, and she can even drug her husband under coercion and inducement. No one expected that the situation that seemed almost certain to succeed would suddenly change. Damn it. Zhu Nian's wife, she always feels safe and secure because she is loved. Ijia Decoration Company. After leaving the Zhu family villa, Zhuang Yi couldn't calm down for a long time. But in order not to hinder the company's decoration progress, he still communicated with the plasterer on site while smoking. He only had 200,000 yuan in cash on him, so the budget for decoration was quite low, with the upper limit being 120,000 yuan. Zhuang Yi was busy walking back and forth until 11 o'clock in the morning before he had time to rest. He was not working hard, but was always multi-threading and handling various trivial matters on his mobile phone. In any industry, customer source is the top priority. Although the company has not yet been renovated, Zhuang Yi needs to sign orders as soon as possible to support himself and sister Baiyun. So the question is, who is most likely to be the first batch of leaks at the beginning of a business? Unlucky friends around you. This is also the reason why Zhuang Yi has been warming up on various platforms and WeChat moments from the very beginning. Taking advantage of the break, Zhuang Yi took out a fake contract, took a photo with his mobile phone, and then blurred the image. Then, post it to Moments and attach a message. The company's first order, thanks to the beautiful sister for her support. The purpose of doing this is self-evident, which is to confirm the establishment of one's new company, attract attention, attract a group of potential customers, and pave the way for future business. In less than half an hour, the number of likes on the Moments exceeded 100, and the comments below were even more diverse. Immediately afterwards, a small red dot suddenly appeared on the chat interface. It was a message from Xiao Jiuli. I clicked it and took a look. Xiao Jiuli, are you in the decoration industry? Zhuang Yi just said, and ignored her. Less than a minute after replying, Xiao Jiuli called via video. Zhuang Yi frowned immediately. If it was an ordinary cell phone call, Zhuang Yi would naturally not be disgusted. But I don't know you well, so what's the point of making a video call? But he still answered the call. What if it was someone who came to report his performance? Mr. Xiao, what's the matter? Zhuang Yi said calmly. In the video, Xiao Jiuli is sitting in the office, wearing a white shirt, with a straight waist and showing off her proud chest. The makeup was light but just right, making her beauty even more charming. Her delicate face was even more beautiful than Zhu Nian's wife. After positioning her phone and taking a sip of coffee, she said calmly, Brother Zhuang Yi, I'm here to give you some sales. Mr. Xiao, we're not close enough to have a video call, right? Next time if you have something to do, just contact us on WeChat. Zhuang Yi thought she was teasing him again, so he spoke bluntly. After hearing what Zhuang Yi said, Xiao Jiuli was not angry. Instead, she stared at him with a wicked smile. Don't you run a decoration company? I have a commercial apartment in Xingqian community that has not been renovated yet. It is 250 square meters. I will accompany my sister to look at the house and I will leave it to you when the time comes. As the president of the Xiao Group, Xiao Jiuli has countless private properties under his name, which he cannot live in all. Naturally, he has many commercial houses that have not been renovated yet. She had tried countless methods before, but was never able to seduce Zhuang Yi, a married man. Now that Zhuang Yi's marriage has broken down, a half-open door has opened. She seized the opportunity and took advantage of it, barely easing the relationship between them. Now that Zhuang Yi has founded his own company, he certainly cannot compromise on performance. Xiao Jiuli just didn't believe that Zhuang Yi would refuse to accept the real money placed in front of him. As long as Zhuang Yi takes it the first time, there will be countless times afterwards. As expected, when Zhuang Yi heard the word decoration, his original dissatisfaction faded away and turned into calmness. Boss Xiao, isn't the Xiao family mainly engaged in the real estate industry? There are so many high-end decoration companies under the family, why did they find a small and shabby company like mine that has just started? The Xiao Group is a leading enterprise in Dingyang City. It has many branch industries and a number of powerful decoration companies. The reason Zhuang Yi asked this was because he was afraid that she had bad intentions. Xiao Jiuli put her face close to the screen, smiled flatteringly, and said seductively. At first, I did plan to give it to my family, but after seeing my brother's circle of friends, I changed my mind. It's better to decorate for your brother who you have a one-night stand with than to decorate for those relatives you can't even name, don't you think? Little tiger on the bed. When Zhuang Yi heard this, his rationality instantly turned cold and his hormones made his mouth dry. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Jiuli retracted her head in satisfaction and leaned back in her office chair. That's it. Are you free at 4 p.m.? If you are, come over with your sister. Xingqian community is not far from Dingyang University, and it only takes half an hour by taxi. Zhuang Yi took advantage of the afternoon to handle his affairs, so the trip was quite relaxing. However, Zhuang Yi is alone at the moment, without an assistant to help him, which is a bit disrespectful to the client, especially since this client is Xiao Jiuli from the Xiao family. After thinking for a while, he smiled professionally. Okay, Mr. Xiao, let's meet at Xingqian community at 4 p.m. The world is big, but customers are the most important. Just agree to it first. Okay, brother. Sister will wait for you in the afternoon. Xiao Jiuli threw a wink and hung up the phone. Chapter 32 Su Bauer. Zhuang Yi put his cell phone back into his pocket, walked outside, and prepared to find a cheap restaurant to eat. When I came to the side of the road, I suddenly saw a familiar-looking female college student standing at the door of a store, looking inside. The female college student was wearing a blue and white high school uniform with the words, Su Bao, embroidered on the collar. As soon as she saw Zhuang Yi coming out, she shyly took a few steps back. The oval face was a little pale, the lips were slightly blue, there were a few strands of hair that were not pinched away, and the pair of peach blossom eyes looked at the ground without confidence. Zhuang Yi looked at her for a few times and quickly recognized her as the student girl who had supported him when she was drunk before, Su Bauer. After thinking about it, Zhuang Yi ignored her and left in a hurry. The company hasn't been renovated yet, and a well-behaved college student like her shouldn't steal anything. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, Su Bauer's soft and nervous voice came from behind. Zhuang Yi stopped, turned around, looked into her watery eyes, and said calmly, "What's the matter?" "Excuse me, are you the owner of this store?" "I am a senior in my senior year and I want to apply for an internship." The voice is pleasant enough, but there is a hint of inferiority in it that is a bit intriguing. Zhuang Yi sighed. He realized that his appearance in Chapter 9 was too decadent, which resulted in Su Bauer not being able to recognize him now. Su Bauer, right? He took out his cell phone and said in a familiar tone, "Let's have lunch together and do an interview." When Su Bao heard the familiar accent, she slowly raised her head and widened her charming eyes, as if she was recalling something. The wind blew gently, blowing her hair away, and a feeling of excitement and gratitude surged on her delicate face. She gently pushed aside her hair, tilted her head, and smiled like midsummer. "Uncle, long time no see." 12 o'clock noon, Heji Beef Restaurant. Zhuang Yi casually ordered 2 plates of fried beef cakes, found 2 stools and sat down with Su Bauer. Su Bauer was so nervous that she didn't dare to speak and kept rubbing her fingers. Inferiority complex, shyness, and Zhuang Yi's extremely handsome face made Su Bauer feel at a loss. She glanced at Zhuang Yi secretly, her heart beating faster, and she was thinking secretly in her heart. I didn't expect that such a decadent guy before would become so handsome after a little dressing up. Compared with him, the campus hunk of Dingyang University is much inferior. Seeing that Su Bauer hadn't spoken yet, Zhuang Yi's impression of her changed a lot. Su Bauer, right? How old are you this year? Why are you in such a hurry to find a job? Boa is 24 years old this year. The reason why she wants to work is that she has no money to eat. Su Bauer didn't dare to look Zhuang Yi in the eye. She just kept her head down and spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Suddenly, she recalled the 5,000 yuan that Zhuang Yi had forced upon her, and hurriedly took it out. "By the way, uncle, this is the money you gave Bauer before. Bauer can't take it from you, please take it back." Zhuang Yi glanced at the banknote out of the corner of his eye. He did not refuse or take it back, but continued the interview. Are you from Dingyang City? Where do you live? If Su Bao was not a native of Dingyang City, but was just going to stay in Dingyang City for 4 years of college, Zhuang Yi would definitely not take her in. Su Bao quietly raised her eyes to glance at Zhuang Yi, then quickly lowered her head, as if trying to overcome the embarrassment in her heart. Bao stays in Dingyang City, but Bao is an orphan and has no home. She lived in the Starlight Orphanage when she was a child. She said tenderly. When Zhuang Yi heard the word Starlight Orphanage, he suddenly became interested. Because Zhuang Yi and sister Bai Yun also lived in the Starlight Orphanage when they were young. Starlight. Zhuang Yi began to understand why Su Bao had such an inferiority complex. She must have been often bullied in the orphanage and had no one to protect her, which made her become cowardly over time. Thinking of this, Zhuang Yi felt that he was quite lucky. He thrived under the protection of Sister Bai Yun, and when he was bullied, Sister Bai Yun would help him get back on his feet. I roughly understand it. Next, let's talk about the office software you are familiar with. Zhuang Yi said this calmly, and then talked about some professional issues. This time, Su Bao answered the questions fluently, which improved her impression score a lot. Apart from being a coward, Zhuang Yi could not find any fault with Su Bao. Gentle, kind, and most importantly, she is an orphan, also from the Starlight Orphanage. After some interview questions, Zhuang Yi made a decision that personality problems didn't matter, as long as he was willing to work hard, he could make up for his shamelessness. So he pushed the 5,000 yuan on the table back to Su Bao and said. This 5,000 yuan will be your salary. After dinner, I will go with you to buy some clothes. We will officially start work in the afternoon. Su Bao didn't have to go to class in the afternoon. When she heard that she had passed the interview, she smiled so sweetly that it made her teeth decay. Okay. Thank you, boss. Zhuang Yi waved his hand, just call me Brother Zhuang. I'm 25 years old, only 1 year older than you. Ah. Okay, Zhuang. Su Bao was a little scared. She didn't expect that the boss in front of her was the same age as her. After lunch, Zhuang Yi took Su Bao to a women's clothing store. He asked the clerk to pick out a white shirt and a black hip skirt for Su Bao, and then pushed her into the fitting room. After a while, the door of the fitting room slowly opened. Su Bao, wearing a professional suit, was so shy that she wanted to crawl into the ground, but this made the clerk in Zhuang Yi's eyes brighten. The neat white shirt on the upper body, paired with a slim black hip skirt, perfectly outlines her thighs that are longer than her life. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. When Zhuang Yi saw Su Bao dressed in professional attire, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Two long, snow-white legs and pink feet without shoes stepped lightly on the floor. In terms of appearance, Su Bao looks a little immature and naturally cannot be compared with mature women like Zhu Nianqi and Xiao Jiuli. But these thighs are too good. He is about 1.68 meters tall, with legs nearly 1 meter long. He is a real leg demon. It would be absolutely great to bring such a lively beauty out to meet clients. Brother Zhuang. Bao doesn't like to wear this kind of clothes. It's so shy. Su Bao shyly pulled down the hem of her skirt, trying to cover her long legs as much as possible. Hearing the soft and innocent voice of a young girl, Zhuang Yi came back to his senses. He saw Su Bao's beautiful eyes were shimmering with shyness, her cheeks were flushed, and she was biting her lips timidly. It's okay. Get 2 more dresses. You can't act like a student when you're working. You have to dress more formally. Zhuang Yi said this, but he had other thoughts in his mind. If these thighs were worn in a miniskirt or mini jeans, the destructive power would be unimaginable. It's simply a magic weapon to attract male customers. Chapter 33 Taking Su Bao to meet the client. Half an hour passed. Su Bao picked out a few long skirts that she liked. Seeing that she looked very good in them, Zhuang Yi simply paid all the money in one go and bought her clothes. When leaving the women's clothing store, Su Bao's face had turned red to her ears. She lowered her head with a faint smile on her face. Next, Zhuang Yi sped up the process and accompanied Su Bao to Yupin Shoes store. I bought 2 pairs of white shoes and 2 pairs of high heels for Su Bao. The white shoes can be used at the construction site, and the high heels can be worn for social events. In this way, Zhuang Yi took Su Bao to buy a mobile phone, apply for a mobile phone card, buy tools for home renovation, etc. Zhuang Yi was very efficient, but even so, after buying everything, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. The two of them hurriedly took a taxi and headed to the agreed location in Xingqian community. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Zhuang Yi snatched Su Bao's mobile phone and patiently taught her how to open WeChat and how to type replies. Su Bao had only ever used desktop computers at school, and her skills in operating a mobile phone could be described as idiotic. Perhaps it was because of the halo of Starlight Orphanage that Zhuang Yi was willing to teach wholeheartedly along the way. Su Bao was like a girl next door, listening quietly and smiling brightly from time to time. After speaking for about 20 minutes, Zhuang Yi took a long breath and asked, "I've said so much, how much can you remember?" Su Bao lowered her head, operated her phone clumsily, and replied innocently, "Bao remembered everything." Before she knew it, her eyes had narrowed into slits due to smiling. Although they had only been together for a few hours, she felt unexpectedly comfortable, and her inferiority complex was even reduced a little. This is thanks to the fact that Zhuang Yi is so comfortable, handsome like a succubus, and extremely approachable. If he had appeared in a beer hall, he would have started World War II with his speech. "Very good, now tear off the label from the clothes so that the customers don't see the clue." Zhuang Yi gave an instruction and pointed at the new clothes on Su Bao. Su Bao had just changed into a white dress in the public restroom. The open neckline of the dress reveals her white collarbone clearly, and the shallow dimples on her face when she smiles make her look cute and adorable, adding a touch of pure beauty that makes people unable to take their eyes off her. "Okay, Bao, be obedient." Su Bao didn't dare to look into Zhuang Yi's eyes. She just obediently took the tag on the dress to her mouth and bit it off. Looking at her silly appearance, Zhuang Yi felt much better. But, that's all. After calming himself down, he said, "Talk less and do more later." Su Bao nodded with a smile, "Okay, Bao, be obedient." 4-5. Zhuang Yi arrived at the agreed location, the west gate of Xingqian community. As Xiao Jiuli was the company's first customer, Zhuang Yi hoped to make a good impression on her, but he unexpectedly was still 5 minutes late. Fortunately, Xiao Jiuli was also late and hadn't arrived yet. Zhuang Yi stood on a stone pier and dialed Xiao Jiuli's number. "Hello, Mr. Xiao, I'm here." Xiao Jiuli, "Ah. Brother is so punctual. Wait for sister for another 10 minutes, sister is still in a meeting." "It's okay, Mr. Xiao, you can go ahead and do your work first, and then tell me when you're done." "Okay, I'll hang up first." Xiao Jiuli hung up directly after saying that, seeming very anxious. Zhuang Yi didn't say anything. He looked around and found that the environment of Xingqian community was indeed good, with green trees, lush flowers and plants. He had inquired before coming here and found out that Xingqian community is considered a high-end community in the city and most of the people who can live here are either rich or noble. Su Bao, who was standing aside and carrying a lot of bags, suddenly asked unconfidently, "Brother Zhuang, is this sister with a nice voice today's customer?" "Yes, you have to call her Mr. Xiao later, not Sister Xiao." Zhuang Yi gave some instructions and then started to brush up on the borderline female anchors. He was mentally prepared to wait for several hours. Xiao Jiuli said to wait for 10 minutes, but from her emotion one could tell that it would probably take a long time. As expected. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A red flag car came roaring and stopped right in front of Zhuang Yi. Xiao Jiuli got out of the car in a hurry. There was no assistant with her. She was alone. She wore light makeup, a formal jacket on the upper body, a V-neck white shirt on the inner body, a super short hip skirt on the lower body, and her legs were wrapped in black stockings. Zhuang Yi gave a professional smile, walked up to her and closed the car door. At the same time, he noticed a detail: Xiao Jiuli was driving in high heels. "Sorry, brother, I'm late." Xiao Jiuli smiled slightly, her aura was extremely charming. "No, Mr. Xiao, we just arrived too." Zhuang Yi scratched his head, as if in an instant, all the grudges between them had never appeared again. In fact, Zhuang Yi was already used to waiting for customers in his wife's company. He had also encountered customers who waited from morning to night. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Jiuli brought Zhuang Yi to apartment number 1 on the 15th floor of Building 8, Xingqian Community. Not long after walking in, Zhuang Yi began to praise the house layout, and even praised Xiao Jiuli as well, both explicitly and implicitly. Xiao Jiuli covered her mouth and chuckled because of the praise, and her shoulders trembled. She also didn't expect that even though she signed orders worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions with Jun Yan's wife every year, she still couldn't have such a happy chat with Zhuang Yi. Now he is just renovating a shabby commercial house, but he can still see Zhuang Yi's most positive side. I'm very happy to have talked with my brother for so long. You and I have known each other for several years. I am relieved to leave the decoration to you. Xiao Jiuli took out the owner's key, took Zhuang Yi's right hand, and put the key in his hand. Then, he was reluctant to let go for a long time. For this house, I'll give you a few million to play with. As long as I'm satisfied with the design, we can start construction after we pick a date. As for the money, my brother has known my sister for many years and knows her well. If he needs money, just let me know and I'll transfer it to your bank card within a day. As Xiao Jiuli spoke, she stared into Zhuang Yi's energetic eyes, admiring him to an unforgettable degree. Brother Zhuang Yi, I have been turning down blind dates arranged by my family for your sake. You must divorce your wife Xun Yan. I gave you my first time, and I will definitely have you for the rest of my life. Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao. Zhuang Yi called out twice. Xiao Jiuli stared at Zhuang Yi blankly for a long while before coming back to her senses. Mr. Xiao, take care. Zhuang Yi pointed at her hand that she had not let go of. Xiao Jiuli looked down, immediately retracted her hand, and licked her lips in embarrassment. I'm sorry, brother. You're so wet that I can't help but let my sister have dirty thoughts. Zhuang Yi's face was a little dark, but he still maintained enough respect for the customer. Mr. Xiao, I am currently a married man, please keep a little distance. On the side, seeing the two of them holding hands for a long time, Su Bao opened her mouth wide. Wow! The boss was molested by a female customer. Chapter 34, My sister loves you more than anyone else. Xiao Jiuli coughed lightly, brother, you know very well why your sister has been pestering you. Xiao Jiuli crossed her arms nonchalantly and walked slowly towards the balcony. Zhuang Yi followed Xiao Jiuli with a gloomy face and secretly made a gesture to Su Bao, hinting to her to use a pencil to simply draw the layout of the entire house. Su Bao was very well behaved. She put all the shopping bags in a clean place, then took out a pencil and a design book to start drawing seriously. Coming to the balcony, Xiao Jiuli leaned on the balcony railing and looked at the city scenery in the distance. The wind blew gently, ruffling the hair by her ears and causing a trace of sadness to appear on her face, as if she was preparing for something. Brother, do you remember the first time we met 2 years ago? At that time, I told you, I want to recruit you to the Xiao Group as a senior executive. In the end, you replied me with, you can't do it, which made me unable to sleep all night and made me a little frustrated. Later, I investigated you and found out that you are Jun Yanqi's man. Then I understood the meaning of, I can't do it. After that, I found out that you really loved Jun Yanqi, but on the contrary, I also discovered some secrets of Jun Yanqi. According to gossip, in addition to Huang Shui, the lesbian, Jun Yan's wife also had particularly conspicuous dealings with several men. After Xiao Jiuli said a lot, she glanced at Zhuang Yi and said confidently. So, brother, you are right to want a divorce. Jun Yanqi is not worthy of you, and her interpersonal relationships are very complicated. After hearing all this, Zhuang Yi was unusually calm. In fact, he had already let it go the moment Jun Yan's wife chose Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang. Boss Xiao, I'm no longer interested in her. Let's not talk about her anymore. The past is like smoke. After this month, we will officially divorce. Zhuang Yi said it calmly, without a trace of anger or shame. Xiao Jiuli glanced at Zhuang Yi from the corner of her eyes and found that he really didn't care. She couldn't help but reveal a barely perceptible smile, and then pretended to sigh. Hey, I have something to complain to you, my sister is 28 years old, and her family is forcing her to get married. As of today, she has turned down nearly 200 blind dates. After listening to this, Zhuang Yi remained silent and expressionless. Xiao Jiuli was a little angry at his indifference this time, so she immediately got to the most important topic of the day. By the way, I apologize to you for colluding with Jun Yan's wife to trick you into bed. I just don't want my first time to be with you. Then. Actually. At that time. My sister was pregnant. But you hadn't. I didn't expect my brother to be so strong, so I thought I'd take a break before continuing, but I didn't expect you to wake up. So, don't worry about getting pregnant, don't worry about being responsible. Sister is ignorant. She thought that she could slowly change your heart through that kind of thing, from Mr. Xiao to Jiuli, from Jiuli to my wife. Xiao Jiuli was so shy that her cheeks became redder and her voice became lower as she spoke. A cold and arrogant female president, at this moment, looks a little cute. There was a flicker of tenderness in her eyes. After taking a few deep breaths, she turned around firmly and slowly supported Zhuang Yi's head, allowing Zhuang Yi to look at her with clear eyes. Are you still angry with your sister? Zhuang Yi shook his head and said, no, it's all in the past. Let's not talk about the past anymore. No. My sister has to mention it. Since that incident, I have been brooding over it. I have been wondering if there is anything I can do to make it up to you. But I can't find it. In my eyes, you are the best thing in the world. Xiao Jiuli's heart was in turmoil. Since it was certain that Zhuang Yi would divorce Jun Yan's wife, if not now, when? What if he is snatched away by another woman right after the divorce? There are countless people who love Zhuang Yi, but Zhuang Yi is the only one. Must grab. Zhuang Yi. I like you. Marry me after you get divorced. The love that Jun Yan's wife can't give you, I'll give it to you. I'll heal the damage Jun Yan's wife has done to you. I'll avenge the insults Jun Yan's wife has done to you. Marry me. Be my husband. At this point, Xiao Jiuli's eyes had turned red, and tears were about to overflow. She held Zhuang Yi's cheeks tightly and made him look at her intently. She wanted to find a response from Zhuang Yi's eyes, a response that belonged only to the two of them. However, Zhuang Yi was no longer at the age where he could be moved by words. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, I refuse. Xiao Jiuli's heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant, and tears fell from her eyes. She had considered that being rejected would be very uncomfortable, but she didn't expect that this discomfort would materialize into a heart-wrenching pain that pierced her heart. Biting her lip, she continued to pester, why? Give me a reason. Zhuang Yi felt a faint impulse in his heart, but he still answered calmly, showing your feelings is not the same as asking for a relationship. You can express your feelings, and I can naturally refuse. He raised his arms, trying to take Xiao Jiuli's hands away. However, Xiao Jiuli was unwilling to let go easily, even if Zhuang Yi exerted force, she was unwilling to let go. It seemed that she had made up her mind for this moment. Zhuang Yi's expression began to become complicated, with hesitation and silence intertwined. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Sweet talk, leave it to other people. I don't like it. Xiao Jiuli pouted her lips and frowned, tears already pouring down her cheeks, but she still had to refute fiercely. Loving you is not just a love word. It's what's in my heart. In a moment. Crackling. These words, like an indescribable emotion, struck Zhuang Yi's heart hard. Zhuang Yi was stunned. He seemed to be hit in the softest part of his heart. His thoughts drifted to a long time ago. Xiao Jiuli helped him catch his wife cheating, mobilized resources to find photos of his wife fooling around outside, mobilized a helicopter overnight when he knew she fainted, and heard that he had submitted his performance report on the day he opened his company. Zhuang Yi didn't know what kind of feeling this was, but he didn't hate it and was unwilling to give it up. His nose felt sour, his eyes were a little moist, and he felt a sense of redemption fluctuating. His index finger slowly wiped away the tears from the corners of Xiao Jiuli's eyes, not knowing how to comfort her. Please give me a month. I am still married and I want to say goodbye to my father-in-law in a decent way. Xiao Jiuli was extremely shocked when she got this answer. She didn't expect that Zhuang Yi could still control himself at this point. After choking for a long time, she reluctantly let go of her hands. Okay. Sister loves you, more seriously than anyone else. As long as you want, sister is always ready to prove it to you. Chapter 35 Xiao Jiuli's confession made Zhuang Yi's heart turbulent. Zhuang Yi took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped away Xiao Jiuli's tears. I'm sorry, thank you. Xiao Jiuli didn't wipe her tears herself, but deliberately asked Zhuang Yi to help her wipe them away. Looking at Zhuang Yi's skilled serving movements, she smiled bitterly, Sister and you still apologize to sister. Well, I apologize to you. I have been feeling very uncomfortable these days because of Jun Yan's wife. Today is the first time I feel happy. Zhuang Yi wiped Xiao Jiuli's tears and stuffed a pack of tissues into her bag. He couldn't figure out what was going on with him. Saying that he hates Xiao Jiuli. I once hated her for tarnishing my innocence. Are you touched now? Very moved, tonight's confession made Zhuang Yi's heart surge. Jun Yan's wife had never done such a romantic thing. She only knew how to ask for things. After 4 years of marriage, Jun Yan's wife had never even given him a gift, and he had been responsible for all the little surprises in the family. Well, I'll take it as your forgiveness then, and your affairs are over now. Xiao Jiuli looked at Zhuang Yi's gentle movements and couldn't help but show her temper. She sniffed sadly and pulled out a custom business card from somewhere inexplicable. Here, this is my sister's personal information. The business card was stuffed into Zhuang Yi's hand, and Zhuang Yi looked at it carefully. Xiao Jiuli, 28 years old. My sister is 175 centimeters tall and weighs 110 kilograms. She can't cook but can make money. She is the executive director of Xiao Group. She has a slim waist and a nice butt and won't starve. Hobbies, Zhuang Yi. After reading this strange business card, Zhuang Yi smiled knowingly. Thank you. This is the first time I've received a gift from a girl. I will repay you. These are words from the heart. After hearing this, a hint of suspicion suddenly appeared on Xiao Jiuli's tear-stained face. In Zhuang Yi's circle of friends, almost half of the content is about him preparing gifts, holiday dinners, and outings for his wife Jun Yan. But Zhuang Yi said, this was the first time he received a gift from a girl. After 7 years of marriage, has Jun Yan's wife never given him a gift? If that's the case, then the next thing will be easy. Brother Zhuang Yi, sister will definitely pursue you. Xiao Jiuli felt inexplicably excited, her eyes secretly focused on Zhuang Yi's face, and found that he had been looking at her face with a very warm smile. Did you become ugly after crying? Why do you keep staring at your face? Did your makeup get ruined by crying? Xiao Jiuli gently wiped her face with her hand and deliberately tilted her head to prevent Zhuang Yi from seeing her profile. Zhuang Yi shook his head, she is not ugly, but very beautiful, much more beautiful than Jun Yan's wife. This is the truth. When Xiao Jiuli's mood had almost recovered, Zhuang Yi left the balcony with her and returned to the room. It turned out that Su Bao was overwhelmed and didn't know what to do next. Zhuang Yi was afraid that Xiao Jiuli would discover Su Bao's unprofessionalism, so he hurried over and took the design book from Su Bao under the pretext of helping her, asking her to help him. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening when Zhuang Yi finally finalized the on-site draft and dimensions. Soon, the three of them left the community and got on Xiao Jiuli's hongqi. Xiao Jiuli sat in the main driver's seat and waited until the car was on the road before speaking. Brother, it's almost 7 o'clock now. As a client, it's not too much to ask you to have a meal together, right? Once you get into a stolen car, it's hard to get off. She was playing a trick here. If Zhuang Yi refused, she would definitely take Zhuang Yi for a walk and would never send him back. Eat? Zhuang Yi sat in the passenger seat and turned to ask Su Bao in the back seat, Bao, can we come with you? Do I need you to go back to school first? Su Bao said with a bit of social anxiety, Bao can do it, Bao just needs to be back to school before 10 o'clock. That's no problem. Xiao Jiuli controlled the steering wheel with a smug look on her face, by the way, brother, who is this little sister? Why haven't I seen her before? The assistant I just hired is named Su Bao. Zhuang Yi answered truthfully without hiding anything. Assistant? An evil idea suddenly emerged in Xiao Jiuli's mind. She controlled the steering wheel with one hand, took out a business card from her bag, and handed it to Su Bao in the back seat. Assistant Su, this is my business card. If you have any questions about Zhuang Yi's brother in the future, you can contact me to report it. She just wanted to tell it to Zhuang Yi openly. When Su Bao heard the word inform, she shook her head vigorously, showing strong resistance. Take it. Mr. Xiao treats you as his own and is just joking with you. Zhuang Yi smoothed things over and Su Bao finally accepted it. Although she was not sure what Xiao Jiuli's intention was, she still went along with her wishes. Still calling me President Xiao? Xiao Jiuli glared at Zhuang Yi arrogantly. Zhuang Yi abandoned his professional smile, revealed a natural smile, and said with a bit of bitterness, Sister Jiuli, I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Sister Jiuli. She called me so beautifully. Xiao Jiuli was so happy that she couldn't hold back her smile and enjoyed it very much. Humph, that's better. If you need help with a divorce, tell me. I can make a phone call and I can clear you off from Zhu that same day. Okay. Zhuang Yi agreed, Sister Jiuli, please feel free to contact me if you need help in the future. After hearing this, Sister Liuli felt a warm feeling in her heart and couldn't help but want to tease her. There are so many things that I need your help with, so let me know when you're going to give me a bath tonight. Zhuang Yi, I have to refuse this. Stingy, just listen to the sound. Zhuang Yi, we don't talk about this among friends. Friend? Xiao Jiuli was slightly stunned, and then a layer of tears of emotion appeared in her eyes. All the efforts made so far have been effective, and the relationship with Zhuang Yi's younger brother is rapidly heating up. Then with my 28 years of social experience, wouldn't it be easy to stir up trouble in him? Humph, the more reserved the brother is, the more the sister wants it. If I make peace with my sister today, I will have to kiss her tomorrow, and sleep with her the day after tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow I will have to take care of 2 kids. The two chatted and told interesting stories, and soon they came to a luxuriously decorated Chinese restaurant. After parking the car, the 3 of them walked into the restaurant. A receptionist in a suit bowed respectfully to them. After entering the reception hall, Zhuang Yi looked around and suddenly found several familiar figures sitting on the sofa. Among these familiar figures, there was a woman who was dressed extremely beautifully. Zhu Nian's wife. She was wearing a strapless dress that showed off her slender curves, and her fair shoulders exuded a charming luster. Several people around were staring at her collarbone. Zhu Yangyang, who was sitting next to her, patted her on the shoulder. They had a great conversation with each other and were very close. As if she felt she was being watched, Zhu Nian's wife raised her head with a sweet smile, noticed Zhuang Yi, and was immediately horrified. Chapter 36 Xiao Jiuli vents her anger. Husband. This one sentence made Zhu Yangyang and others around him turn their eyes to Zhuang Yi. After Zhu Nian's wife said a few words to them, she immediately stood up and walked towards Zhuang Yi. The off-shoulder dress she wore was extremely fitted, and her hips swayed back and forth as she walked, which was very seductive. Husband, why are you here? Zhu Nian's wife's tone revealed nervousness, like a student who had done something wrong, and her eyes were wandering. Zhuang Yi said coldly, Boss Zhu, please be respectful. The word husband is a name between lovers. Hearing Zhuang Yi's tone, which was even colder than before, Zhu Nian's wife felt even more upset. Even though she tried her best to hide it, she still looked very panicked. Mr. Zhu, he has never called me like this before. My husband is really mad at me, but where did he get the information and why did he know I would be here? Husband, I know you are here to catch an adulterer, but you really misunderstood me today. Those people are Zhu Yangyang's friends. They are young talents from the Huang family, the Xiao family, the Chen family, etc. Establishing diplomatic relations with them will be beneficial to the development of our company. Zhu Nian's wife was rarely angry and her tone softened. She thought Zhuang Yi came for her. After all, the misunderstanding between them was too deep. Therefore, I hope to explain it clearly and dispel my husband's misunderstanding. However, Zhuang Yi just chuckled after hearing this, Boss Zhu, just enjoy your game. I just came to eat and bumped into you by chance. Also, I'll say it again, we'll be divorced in a month, so don't call me husband from now on. Seeing that he was still so tough, Zhu Nian's wife was obviously disappointed. Her body was trembling slightly, and her voice sounded aggrieved. My stinking husband is a liar. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? You just caught me right after I came out. There is really no such coincidence in the world. But if you do some things too much, there will always be signs of being exposed. Zhuang Yi waved his hand indifferently, okay, go on your date and don't get in our way. Hearing that her husband was still unwilling to believe her, Zhu Nian's wife looked a little resentful and said a little unhappy. Honey, what do you mean by date? Please don't say it so harshly. And what do you mean by getting in your way? Before she finished speaking, she glanced around and noticed 2 people standing behind Zhuang Yi. Xiao Jiuli and Su Bauer. She didn't know Su Bauer, nor did she want to know her, but she hated Xiao Jiuli with gnashing teeth. If Xiao Jiuli hadn't sent that photo to her husband, how could she have broken up with her husband so quickly? His unhappy mood suddenly ignited with anger, and a threatening light flashed in his eyes. Xiao! How come you are with my husband? Xiao Jiuli smiled faintly, walked to Zhuang Yi's side, and took his arm. I came out to eat with Zhuang Yi's brother. Didn't he just tell you? You don't trust him, and you even wrongly accused him of wanting to catch you cheating. Oh no! He's already cheated. Xiao Jiuli said this sweetly, looking up at Zhuang Yi's profile, feeling extremely proud. Zhuang Yi subconsciously wanted to retract his arms, but Xiao Jiuli held him tightly. His face turned dark, he glanced at Xiao Jiuli, and suddenly something clicked for him. Is Xiao Jiuli trying to vent her anger for me? Xiao Jiuli. Give me your dog paw. He is my husband. How can you do such an immoral thing? Zhu Nian's wife glared at Xiao Jiuli fiercely, clenching her fists tightly, as if she was going to hit him in the next second. Xiao Jiuli didn't care. Why? Zhuang Yi is just my brother, don't you also have Zhu Yangyang? Brother is bullshit. My husband is an orphan. Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that she cursed, you green tea bitch. Stay away from my husband. When Zhuang Yi heard the word orphan, his face became even darker. It turns out that in your heart, I am an orphan. No wonder you have been bullying me unscrupulously. Xiao Jiuli was so pleased with himself that he simply rested his head on Zhuang Yi's shoulder and said jokingly. Your brother can touch your shoulders, but I just hugged your arm and you're jealous? No way, no way. No woman can be so stingy, right? She's just a double-standard fairy who got fooled by punches. Oh, by the way, you also kissed someone else, that wild man in the green suit. When the dark history was revealed, Xiao Jiuli couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Zhu Nian's wife was shocked and looked at Zhuang Yi again, only to find that his face was even gloomier. Her face flushed and she yelled, you cheap bitch. That man is not a man. I was framed. I explained it to my husband. Who knows if it's a man? We can't see his face, so you can explain it any way you want. Xiao Jiuli raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth, rubbed her nose on Zhuang Yi's arm, and smelled a pleasant smell. Brother, you smell so good. I want to touch your shoulder like my wife does. Zhuang Yi glared at her secretly, suggesting that she should not go too far. Zhu Nian's wife didn't notice it, but her eyes became even more ferocious. She couldn't bear it anymore and swung her fist to hit the vixen. Bitch! I'm going to chop off your dog paws right now. At this moment, Zhuang Yi pushed Xiao Jiuli behind him, quickly blocked Zhu Nian's wife, and shouted. Zhu Nianqi, you bastard! Are you going to attack my sister too? Zhu Nian's wife stood still immediately. She felt surprised at first, and then familiar. This sentence is in chapter 5. Zhu Nian's wife said it to Zhuang Yi in person in order to protect Zhu Yangyang. Hubby, she is not a good person. How can you protect her? She is a vixen who wants to destroy the relationship between us. Zhu Nian's wife's body softened and she could hardly stand. Her eyes became a little wet and hot. Zhu Nian's wife. What nonsense are you talking about again? I finally invited Xiao Jiuli out for dinner, and you actually slandered and hurt her like this. I want you to apologize to her. While Zhuang Yi was speaking, he gently took Xiao Jiuli's hands away. I apologize to her. Zhu Nian's wife's beautiful eyes, like black gemstones, kept trembling. She couldn't believe that her husband would say such words. Even this sentence was said by her herself, in chapter 15. She felt heartbroken, a pain that felt like a knife was cutting her heart and tearing her lungs apart. She stretched out her slender right hand tremblingly and tightly grasped her heart. Suddenly, her pupils shrank again. She vaguely remembered that her husband had clenched his heart tightly during several quarrels, but she was still attacking him relentlessly and demanding that he apologize to her. This is the pain. My husband also suffered from such pain, until he fainted. At this time, Zhu Yangyang ran over like a little puppy, opened his arms, and wanted to be a hero to save the damsel in distress. Don't hurt my sister-in-law, Mr. Zhuang. You colluded with bad women to bully my sister-in-law. You are not worthy of being her husband. Chapter 37 Zhu Yangyang's Conspiracy. Zhu Yangyang's voice is soft and tender, which makes people feel pity for her. But his eyes were extremely firm and loyal. Your wife's sister. That's interesting. No wonder Zhu would rather become a stranger to me and say goodbye to me forever than run to save you. Zhuang Yi sneered at himself, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at the little puppy with cold eyes. Although Zhu Yangyang looks effeminate, his posture is quite good, although not as good as Zhuang Yi's. However, now both Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang have nothing to do with Zhuang Yi. The marriage is dead. It died this morning. Boss Zhu, you cried so hard in the morning while acting, and now, this is not good. Your body can't handle it. After saying this, Zhuang Yi prepared to leave. Zhu Nian's wife grabbed Zhuang Yi's hand and started crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She was very angry and upset, but she really couldn't be stupid anymore. If she continued to be stupid, the misunderstanding would become even deeper. She couldn't live without Zhuang Yi. Hubby, I didn't. Believe me, I know how you feel now. I will try to correct it in the future. Please, give me one chance, the last chance. I have blocked Huang Shui. I have completely severed ties with her. I'm going to show it to you now. Zhu Nian's wife didn't care about her dignity, tears kept falling, filled with guilt and grievance. With a trembling hand, she tried to take out her cell phone and show the blacklist to Zhuang Yi. What does it have to do with me? Zhuang Yi pushed her hands away coldly and walked towards the public restaurant area. Upon seeing this, Zhu Yangyang immediately stepped forward, took Zhu Nian's wife's hand, and said with gnashing teeth. Zhuang Yi, you scumbag. You even bullied my wife's sister. Zhu Nian's wife was heartbroken and said to Zhu Yangyang sincerely. Yangyang, don't be angry with your brother-in-law. You are still young and don't understand. This is our adult business. Don't make trouble, understand? But my wife's sister, this scumbag bullied you. Don't talk. He's not a scumbag. Zhu Nian's wife screamed, and Zhu Yangyang was so frightened that he froze in place. He stood in midair, at a loss, with a look of shock and confusion on his face. Seeing her brother's frightened expression, Zhu Nian's wife realized that she was out of control. She gently stroked Zhu Yangyang's hair and choked up, "Be obedient Yangyang, don't interfere in my sister's affairs." Zhu Yangyang nodded without saying a word, looking at her sister as if she understood something. Zhu Nian's wife had no time to explain, she turned around and immediately chased after Zhuang Yi. Husband, give me one last chance, give me a chance to make it up to you. Give me a chance to save my marriage and love. Zhu Nian's wife, who was stabbed by Xiao Jiuli, also figured it out. She once thought that the injury was very small, but she would regret it only when it happened to herself. Xiao Jiuli just hugged his arm, but she felt heartbroken and jealous. But I play with Huang Shui until the middle of the night every day. At that time, what is my husband thinking? Zhu Nian's wife couldn't imagine, nor did she dare to imagine, she just wanted to catch up. Not long after she left. The naive Zhu Yangyang suddenly smiled with a crooked mouth and made a few light lip movements. Waste. Zhu Yangyang knew what was going on. Even though he had caused so much trouble, Zhu Nian's wife didn't touch him at all. She just told him to stop talking. On the other hand, everyone witnessed how badly Zhuang Yi was bullied in the past. Adding this farce, there is a 90% chance that this marriage will end in divorce. And just to be on the safe side, Zhu Yangyang has another guarantee. Those are the photos from the birthday party. Just post the photos on social media and then push them accurately to Zhuang Yi. The result, I'll eat shit if you don't divorce me. Zhu Nian's wife, you belong to me, Zhu Yangyang, for the rest of your life. And Zhu Yeqing, when the time comes, I will let you two sisters serve me alone. At that time, all the property of the Zhu family will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Just as Zhu Yangyang was daydreaming, a snow-white hand covered his head. What the hell are you doing here? Where's my precious wife? It's Huang Shui. Zhu Yangyang turned her head and saw that Huang Shui had dyed her short hair yellow today. She was wearing a shoulder-bearing tube-top miniskirt and a pair of black high heels. Her figure was curvy and she still had charm. In a trance, even Zhu Yangyang was stunned. After a long while, he came back to his senses. Zhuang Yi appeared in the hotel, and my wife's sister went into the restaurant to chase him. Huang Shui was slightly startled, and a strange emotion flashed in her eyes. That's impossible. Zhuang Yi, that poor loser, gave all his earnings to his precious wife. How could he possibly enter such a high-end place? After being blocked by Zhu Nian's wife in the morning, Huang Shui couldn't eat at noon. It was not until Zhu Yangyang asked her out in the evening that she managed to cheer up. Love makes people crazy, and Huang Shui is in a crazy state now. In order to take advantage of this opportunity, Zhu Nian's wife would unblock him and restore the ambiguous relationship. She was sincere tonight. Not only was she going to renew the 100 million order, she was also going to create a new company and bring Zhu Nian's wife into the partnership. Unexpectedly, Chen Yaojin appeared halfway. Damn Zhuang Yi, I'll go in and take a look. Huang Shui walked into the restaurant in her high heels. Zhu Yangyang reminded him, hey. Don't tell my sister-in-law that I said that. My sister-in-law just scolded me. Public restaurant area. Zhuang Yi and Xiao Jiuli sat opposite each other, while Su Bauer sat next to Zhuang Yi. Get out of the way. This seat is mine. Zhu Nian's wife ran to Su Bao angrily and wanted to drag her away. Ah! Don't bully Bauer, Bauer is leaving now. Su Bauer was pulled so hard that it hurt, and she stood up reluctantly. Zhuang Yi slammed the table and said casually, Bauer, sit down. We didn't ask Zhu to come anyway, just treat her as invisible. Another sentence from chapter 5 pierced Zhu Nian's wife's heart. She subconsciously let go of the pull, knowing that she was being rude, but she was unwilling to give up. Hearing this, Su Bauer sat down timidly, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. Hubby, I have caused you so much harm without realizing it. Zhu Nian's wife is not stupid, she can hear it. Every word that Zhuang Yi said that was piercing to his heart was something he had said to him before. It cannot be said that they are exactly the same, it can only be said that they are exactly the same. I really know I was wrong, I will correct it in the future, I have blocked Huang Shui. This has nothing to do with me. Mr. Zhu, since you know I'm trying to make things difficult for you, please leave gracefully and don't interfere with my business talks. Zhuang Yi's expression eased slightly and he ordered them to leave. By the way, talking about business and company matters are also lies that Zhu Nian's wife often uses when she does not return home at night. Zhu Nian's wife wiped her tears with the back of her hand and shook her head vigorously. It does matter. It does matter. Chapter 38 Zhu Nian's wife was slapped in the face. It does matter. It means I love you very much, and I want you to come home. Without you by my side, I can never sleep. The food the nanny cooked is not tasty, I can't handle many things in the company, and starting next year, the company's orders will not be saturated. Zhu Nian's wife was very conflicted and couldn't help but want to explain herself and say how important Zhuang Yi was to her. Xiao Jiuli, who was standing by, fanned the flames and added, it turns out that my brother is so capable. No wonder I like you. Xiao, will you die if you shut up? You are 28 years old and you are old and ugly, and you are still imitating others to be a mistress. Zhu Nian's wife's anger was ignited again, and she wished she could be given a huge sum of money right now. The more guilty she felt towards Zhuang Yi, the stronger her hatred towards Xiao Jiuli was. Hubby, please come home with me, I won't talk about business tonight, I only want to talk about you. Ex-wife Zhu, you don't have a chance. My brother is going to spend the night with me tonight, just like you and Huang Shui. Xiao Jiuli said playfully, and deliberately emphasized the word ex-wife. Spend the night with you? Zhu Nian's wife's face changed, husband. You can't spend the night with her. She raped you before. Zhuang Yi picked up his phone and scanned the QR code on the table to order food. Sister Jiuli can help me, and you were the one who sent me there. Hearing this, Zhu Nian's wife bit her lip hard, not knowing how to refute. Her endless sense of guilt reached a new level because this was the fact. Xiao Jiuli added some exaggeration. If you scan the QR code to order food, remember to let your sister pay. My sister is not like some people who let their husbands make money and give it to their wives. If I could marry a capable man like my brother, I would give all the money I earn to him to manage. What Xiao Jiuli said was all true, but she didn't know what Zhuang Yi was thinking. Zhu Nian's wife knew that her husband was very capable and had suggested many times that the financial affairs should be handed over to her husband. However, Zhuang Yi rejected them one by one, as he was worried that money would affect the purity of love. Furthermore, the company nominally belongs to Zhu Nian's wife, and Zhuang Yi also wants Zhu Nian's wife to be able to proudly say that she is the head of the family when she is away from home. Once upon a time, Zhuang Yi always responded to Zhu Nian's wife's requests and loved her to the core. Although the company, customers and even outsiders knew that he was an indispensable pillar of the company, he was still happy to call himself a house husband. Of course, that was only in the past. Now. Zhuang Yi pondered for a moment and waved his hand, Sister Jiuli, don't go too far. If it is taken seriously, my father-in-law will mistakenly think that I am cheating on my wife. When Zhu Nian's wife heard that her husband was speaking for her, she immediately replied happily, I didn't cheat on my wife either. I'm as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Zhuang Yi pretended not to hear and ordered the dishes. Then he handed the phone to Xiao Jiuli. Sister Jiuli, see if there is anything you want to eat. Xiao Jiuli took the phone and smiled brightly. Okay, thank you brother. My brother and I are as clean as a blank sheet of paper. We are just friends. And we'll sleep in separate beds tonight. The last sentence was said intentionally for Zhun Yan's wife to hear. Zhun Yan's wife got goosebumps and felt so nauseous that she wanted to vomit. You cheap bitch. Will you die if you don't covet my husband? Xiao Jiuli sneered. What do you mean by coveting your husband? We are siblings. Besides, are you qualified to say this? You were sitting next to a group of pretty young men just now. You haven't even officially divorced yet, but you're already impatient. You've been flirting with so many men, can you handle the night alone? Zhun Yan's wife was extremely angry, with mixed feelings in her heart. The two of them seemed to be unable to stop arguing. Zhuang Yi pursed his lips. This Xiao Jiuli, why is she so aggressive? Wouldn't it be enough to just chase her away? Are you still in the mood to eat dinner after a quarrel? Zhuang Yi reached out and poked the back of Xiao Jiuli's hand. After Xiao Jiuli understood, she changed her tone. Forget it. I won't bother with the guy named Zhu. My brother is more reserved. He is dressed in formal clothes. He looks thin when he is dressed, but has muscles when he is undressed. That girl named Zhu was dressed so provocatively that she made those men drool. And being touched. Xiao Jiuli deliberately stretched out the last three words, and then looked up and down at Zhun Yan's wife's body with a lewd look, deliberately trying to anger her to death. Zhun Yan's wife hated her so much that her teeth ached and she wished she could spit out some blood and kill her. Hubby, don't be fooled by this bitch again. I've said that Zhu Yangyang is my biological brother, and our blood is thicker than water. It's okay for him to put his hand on my shoulder, just like when Sister Yi Qing put her hand on your shoulder, I wouldn't. Zhuang Yi interrupted coldly, Boss Zhu, don't discuss these boring issues anymore. I don't want to hear your explanation. Please leave here and don't disturb our meal. Zhuang Yi will never be as soft-hearted as he was before, because of tears and lies. Even if she didn't give up, even if she continued to pester him, Zhuang Yi would not back down even a little bit. In contrast, as the chairman of a company, Zhun Yanqi has never lacked means and courage. Shamelessness is just the foundation. Shamelessness and fearlessness for life are the ultimate weapon. She took a deep breath and was about to speak again when a familiar voice interrupted her. Baby misses his wife. The magnetic voice attracted the four people present, and they all turned their heads to look at a corner. Huang Shui waved her right hand and walked over with her long legs. When Zhun Yan's wife saw her, her face turned pale instantly and her confidence was weakened to the lowest point. Xiao Jiuli pouted, Hey, didn't you say you blocked me? Ms. Zhu's ex-wife, I really can't understand, what's so good about being a homosexual? Zhuang Yi turned his head and said, Sister Jiuli, ignore them. Huang Shui walked to the dining table with a sweet smile. She first glanced at the people sitting around, and immediately noticed Xiao Jiuli, and her perverted look emerged. She had heard of Xiao Jiuli many times, but she never expected that when she met her in person, she would be even more beautiful than Zhun Yan's wife. Fairy-like appearance, beauty like flowers and moonlight. She stared at him blankly for a long time, her cheeks flushed, and she seemed unable to take her eyes away. Women have a very sharp sixth sense. Xiao Jiuli frowned and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. She noticed Huang Shui's lustful gaze and thought, homosexuals really are as famous as they are said to be. Huang Shui. What are you doing here? Get out of here. Huang Shui didn't wake up from her dream until she heard Zhun Yan's wife shouting. As if she realized that she had just lost her composure, she coughed lightly, Ahem, my dear wife, I came here to discuss something good with you. In front of Zhuang Yi, Huang Shui gently took Zhun Yan's wife's hand and said quickly. Why did you block me for no reason this morning? I can't even talk to you. After saying that, without waiting for Zhun Yan's wife to react, he put a stack of paper documents in her hands. Chapter 39 Huang Shui declares war on Zhuang Yi. Brother Zhuang, you are here too. Huang Shui turned her head with a disdainful smile on her lips, pretending to have just noticed it. Hasn't Brother Zhuang and his wife Zhun Yan divorced yet? Why is he dating Sister Jiuli? Zhuang Yi had a blank expression on his face, not even wanting to look at her. Please leave here, and don't make me faint from anger again. Mr. Huang, don't call me so nicely. I'm afraid my brother will misunderstand. Xiao Jiuli added. Zhu Nian's wife was about to get angry, but after quickly reading the contract, her anger gradually subsided. Shui, come with me. She spoke in a low voice and walked quickly towards the restaurant box. Okay, dear, I miss my wife. Brother Zhuang, we will take our leave first. Huang Shui said this provocatively and followed closely behind Zhu Nian's wife. Zhuang Yi ignored her and turned his gaze to Xiao Jiuli, chatting with her about some trivial matters to divert her attention. 1 hour later. The three of them had almost finished their meal. Zhuang Yi said hello to Xiao Jiuli, then got up and went to the public restroom to wash his hands. Come to the wash basin area of the public restroom. Zhuang Yi discovered Huang Shui, who had dyed her short yellow hair, was also washing her hands. Huang Shui raised her head after washing her hands and met Zhuang Yi's eyes. Hey, Mr. Zhuang, we always have such coincidences. Zhuang Yi ignored her and walked to another sink to wash his hands. Mr. Zhuang, stop pretending to be so cool and talk to me. Huang Shui crossed her arms and approached him relentlessly. I have nothing to talk about with a shameless mistress. After you die in a few days, I will go to your grave to dance and set off fireworks. Then we can talk enough. Zhuang Yi rinsed his mouth and deliberately sprayed his saliva towards Huang Shui's lower body. Puff. A mouthful of saliva mixed with vegetable leaves splashed on Huang Shui's miniskirt, and a few drops of saliva stuck to her white and tender thigh meat. You are crazy. Huang Shui immediately felt angry and humiliated, and quickly turned on the faucet to wash off the stains on her skirt and thighs. I'm sorry, I did it on purpose. If you don't agree, let's have a fight. Zhuang Yi shrugged, swung his strong arm, and prepared to confront her. Having experienced being beaten twice before, Huang Shui was so scared that she took several steps back. As a weak woman, she naturally couldn't beat Zhuang Yi, so she could only bark. You uneducated bastard, I will kick you to pieces in a few days after I ruin your reputation. Ruined reputation? Hearing this word, Zhuang Yi felt inexplicably interested. He turned his head and smiled sinisterly. Are you trying to forge evidence of my cheating? Zhuang Yi was convinced that he had never done anything immoral, nor had he committed any crime, and that there was no shameful scandal involved in his private life. Considering Huang Shui's various extramarital affairs, Zhuang Yi could almost conclude that she was planning to use despicable means to frame him so that he could divorce her as soon as possible. Huang Shui heard this, and a flash of shock flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by her arrogance. It is undeniable that you have a very high IQ. You can deduce it with just one sentence. However, this is far from enough. I'll be frank with you. You'll see what I can do in a week. By then, your sex photos will be all over Dingyang City. You will lose your qualification to be a human being forever. She laughed wildly, her laughter full of malice and guilt, as if she had seen the scene of Zhuang Yi's downfall. Interesting. I'll take note of it. Zhuang Yi straightened his back and looked down at Huang Shui. You have a company called Shui Media, which has a lot of female anchors. I see them often. As early as half a year ago, Zhuang Yi had paid attention to Shui Media. At that time, Zhu Nian's wife wanted to expand the company's business and involve herself in new fields. The person responsible for connecting with other senior executives of Shui Media is Zhuang Yi. Similarly, it was because Zhuang Yi saw the potential of the new media industry that he allowed Zhu Nian's wife to invest in Shui Media. Nowadays, Shui Media is developing rapidly. Many of its female anchors have a considerable number of fans and have considerable influence in the city. Huang Shui sneered, my dear wife owns a stake in this company. How dare you attack your own wife? Certainly. Zhuang Yi walked out of the public restroom calmly and passed by Huang Shui. Before leaving, he left a message, I have evidence that you have been seducing your female artists. In an instant, Huang Shui, who had been so proud and arrogant, turned pale. A feeling of anger and fear is slowly rising in my heart. She turned around angrily, only to find that Zhuang Yi had disappeared. This guy is so sure about what he said. Does he really have some evidence? Huang Shui was nervous, as she had indeed hidden rules over the female artists under her. And all the unspoken rules have been followed. But she has always done things cleanly, so there is no way she could leave any evidence behind. Zhuang Yi can't have any evidence. But if Zhuang Yi had evidence in his hands, on what basis could he say with such certainty that I had taken advantage of female employees? Could it be that? Huang Xue's pupils suddenly shrank. The surname is Xiao. I am 100% sure that I was not secretly photographed. Therefore, only she has the power to persuade the female employees of our company to defect and make them serve as witnesses. Thinking of this, Huang Xue gritted her teeth. Although I am not well prepared, I still have to act in advance. If I don't have some dirt on Zhuang Yi, I will always be in a passive position. Huang Xue walked out of the public restroom angrily, took out her cell phone and called someone. Hey, listen to me. Huang Xue was domineering, yet revealed a hint of panic. However, what she didn't know was that all this was just her own imagination. In fact, Zhuang Yi has no evidence QAQ. The reason why Zhuang Yi said that was mainly because he ran a media company and was gay, so there was a high probability that there would be unspoken rules. This is a common problem in the industry. Return to the table. Seeing that Xiao Jiuli and Su Bao were full and satisfied, Zhuang Yi cleared his throat and asked. Sister Jiuli, let's end it here tonight, shall we? Su Bao was a little introverted and shy. She stood up timidly and kept an eye on Zhuang Yi's actions. Xiao Jiuli nodded and said gently. Okay, then I'll take Assistant Su back to school first, and then I'll take you home. Xiao Jiuli didn't ask, but made the decision directly. In this respect, she is quite similar to Jun Yan's wife. They are both overbearing CEOs and will not tolerate any objections from others. For some reason, Zhuang Yi felt that this domineering attitude made him feel at ease. Okay, thank you Sister Jiuli, you have worked hard tonight. You're welcome. I'll have to trouble you someday. Dear readers, this is 80,000 words. If possible, please write a comment, add a bookshelf, or even better, give me a small gift. This is really important to me. Thank you for your hard work, Kaodao. Chapter 40 Sending Su Bao back to school. In order to pass the review, more than 1,000 words were deleted from this chapter, and the content is a bit disconnected. I am really sorry for everyone. The reviewers have worked hard, so please be gentle. An hour later, at the gate of Dingyang University. Su Bao got out of the car, thanked him repeatedly, and then walked back to the campus. After watching her enter the school gate, the car, which was supposed to be restarted, stopped where it was, and Xiao Jiuli even turned off the engine. Sister Jiuli, why don't you drive? Zhuang Yi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly asked. Xiao Jiuli held the steering wheel with both hands, staring at Zhuang Yi beside her. Sister, I'm thinking about something. She pursed her lips slightly, and her bright red lips revealed a moving charm, like morning dew hanging on petals, tender and attractive. Zhuang Yi glared at her like a fool and said, It's a dark and windy night, don't do anything rash. Xiao Jiuli was not angry after being bluffed, but laughed meaningfully. No, sister just wants to tease you blatantly and see you blush. She said it bluntly, with a sense of dominance, which was in line with the aura of the president of the Xiao group. And while speaking, she straightened her back, showing off her long legs in black stockings, trying to touch Zhuang Yi's heartstrings. The charming leg curves aroused people's imagination. Zhuang Yi felt his heart beating faster after just a few glances. After several seconds. Seeing Zhuang Yi's eyes were fixed on him, Xiao Jiuli smiled flatteringly, revealing her white and neat teeth. Brother, what are you looking at? Zhuang Yi came to his senses and his cheeks suddenly felt hot, as if they had been burned by fire. No. No, Sister Jiuli. He turned his head incoherently and looked at the windshield in front of him. Thank you for tonight. I have always been the one suffering from Jun Yan's wife's anger. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to experience the pleasure of tit for tat. He rationally changed the subject and expressed his gratitude in a serious tone. This is a subconscious emergency response as a working person. Trying to get away with it. Xiao Jiuli raised her eyebrows slightly dissatisfied. How come this little boy hasn't been completely fascinated by his sister? You should be stammering and unable to speak now, and then your sister should blow on you, causing you to blush, your brain to shut down, and you should beg for mercy shyly. You're a coward, you don't dare to admit it, right? Xiao Jiuli put her legs back on the pedals uncomfortably and deliberately muttered in a charming and gentle voice. Your eyes are sparking. Do you think I'm blind? I won't blame you. His eyes wandered over Zhuang Yi's face intentionally or unintentionally, and he quietly noticed that his cheeks were gradually turning red. Little guy, I can't charm you. If you can persist for one day, can you persist for a lifetime? In the past, you had a knot in your heart about your ex-wife, so it was fine that your sister couldn't seduce you. Now that you're free from this restraint, let's see how long you can hold on. Sister Jolie, please stop teasing me. You know I can't stand being teased. Zhuang Yi was very nervous, so nervous that his palms were sweating. In the past, he would have tried his best to isolate his brain from this information. When his relationship with his wife was still intact, many women approached him, but he was afraid that his wife would get jealous, so he cut off all possible ambiguity. And today, Xiao Jiuli was not extravagant and even helped himself. Apart from the inappropriate language, there was nothing wrong with it. I always feel warm in my heart. This was Zhuang Yi's first feeling. It seemed that after he gave up on Jun Yanqi, everything was moving in a good direction. Seeing Zhuang Yi's mouth curled up, Xiao Jiuli decided to hold back and said mischievously. Okay, your face is already red after just 2 sentences, so cute. I won't bully you tonight. I'll tease you again after we get divorced. You have to be obedient and bear it with me then. I won't give up pursuing you just because you rejected my confession today. She said these words without blushing or feeling any heart palpitations. Very sincere and serious. Zhuang Yi nodded, feeling surprisingly relieved. Okay, after the divorce, I will bear all the teasing from Sister Jiuli. Today, it seems like I haven't smoked a cigarette all day. That's what my brother said. I didn't force you. Xiao Jiuli fastened her seatbelt, restarted the car, and sent Zhuang Yi home. Chenxi Community. Under an old residential building. Xiao Jiuli sent Zhuang Yi to the entrance stairs and put him down. Sister Jiuli, thank you for your hard work tonight. I earned your money, ate your food, and troubled you to drive me. Zhuang Yi bent slightly and said goodbye to the car window. Xiao Jiuli smiled evilly. It's not hard, sister is willing to do it. Chapter 41 Returning home to meet Sister Baiyun. In order to pass the review, more than 1,000 words were deleted from this chapter, and the content is a bit disconnected. I am really sorry for everyone. The reviewers have worked hard, so please be gentle. Zhuang Yi said politely, Sister Jiuli, my home is on the 3rd floor. Do you want to come up and sit for a while? My sister is also at home. I'll introduce her to you. Your sister. Xiao Jiuli's eyes showed hostility. Real sister or adopted sister? Is she prettier than me? A strong sense of jealousy spread in the air. Zhuang Yi was keenly aware of this emotion and said to ease the atmosphere. My sister, her name is Sister Baiyun, she is 1 year older than you, Sister Jiuli, and she raised me. Zhuang Yi is not stupid, and anyone who can make it to the top of a company is not stupid. This way of expression can not only cleverly convey one's honesty, but also show transparency to customers, thus eliminating their vigilance. As expected, upon hearing the words raised and brought up, Xiao Jiuli's hostility plummeted. Oh, it's my brother's parents. I'll go meet his parents after I've confirmed my relationship with him. After saying this, Xiao Jiuli turned on the high beam and prepared to leave Chenxi Community. Zhuang Yi folded his hands on his abdomen and said respectfully, Sister Jiuli, take care on your journey. Send me a message when you get home. He said the standard 3-piece farewell in one breath. It was a very normal sentence, but Xiao Jiuli thought of another possibility. Brother, are you concerned about me? She was startled for a moment, then she smiled beautifully. Okay, I will listen to you. With that, she blew him a kiss and drove away. Zhuang Yi neither denied nor admitted it, and deliberately teased Xiao Jiuli. He stood there and watched this unlucky customer leave. All the way home, he felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Shaking his head, Zhuang Yi climbed the stairs. When I arrived at my home and wanted to open the door, I found it was locked. If he hadn't brought the key with him, he would have been locked out of the house by the hateful Sister Baiyun. With a disdainful snort, he took out his key and opened the door. Walked in. Sister Baiyun sat on the coffee table with her back to the door, wearing headphones, staring blankly at her phone. Sister Baiyun, why did you lock the door and shut me out? I didn't make you angry these 2 days. Zhuang Yi walked over with a swagger. After seeing the contents on the phone clearly, he lowered his head coldly and looked down at his god-sister with a look as if she were trash. The most important person in my life, my god-sister. Maybe the volume of the headphones was too loud, so loud that it covered up Zhuang Yi's footsteps and calls, so Sister Baiyun didn't notice Zhuang Yi returning home. So, that's it. Zhuang Yi looked at Sister Baiyun, and Sister Baiyun looked at her phone, and they did not disturb each other. In order to pass the review, 1,000 words were deleted here, and the content is a bit disconnected, sorry. After a while, Sister Baiyun realized something was wrong and suddenly raised her head, meeting Zhuang Yi's murderous eyes perfectly. Zhuang Yi. Sister Baiyun yelled out her name in panic and stood up quickly, but she lost her balance and fell head over heels. Bang! It was a close call. Although she fell on her back, fortunately her head did not hit the sharp corner of the coffee table. Zhuang Yi walked over without any feeling of pity and stared at Sister Baiyun with an extremely cold look. With a deathly pale face, he picked up Sister Baiyun's phone, entered his birthday, and unlocked the phone screen. Xiao Zhuang, what are you going to do? Sister Baiyun asked tentatively, feeling very uneasy. Zhuang Yi responded coldly, delete the video. Delete the video? Sister Baiyun ignored the pain and stood up with a backflip. I can't delete it. This is my treasured collection. Although he said this, he didn't have the slightest logic to stop it. Watching Zhuang Yi completely delete the video, she was so anxious that her scalp was about to break, and she was jumping up and down in despair. Zhuang Yi ignored it and deleted the video indifferently. Fearing that it wasn't thorough enough, he even went to the recycle bin to delete everything. After doing all this, Zhuang Yi threw the phone back to Sister Baiyun, then walked into the shower room and prepared to take a hot bath. Chapter 42, Wife Returns Home. It took about 10 minutes. Zhuang Yi finished his shower, put on his clothes and walked out. In the past, he would sneak out of the shower room wearing only a pair of shorts. After all, the shower room was too humid and wearing pants in it would soak the trouser legs. Sister Baiyun stood at the shower door, her face full of panic. He wanted to talk to Zhuang Yi, but when he recalled the predicament just now, he couldn't utter a word. Zhuang Yi wiped his hair with a white towel. Surprisingly, there was no more humiliation, ridicule, or even anger. He just looked at Sister Baiyun calmly. Don't do this to me next time. I understand your needs in that area. If you need resources, I can help you find them. Sister Baiyun opened her mouth wide, feeling so embarrassed that she didn't know how to argue with her brother. She could clearly feel that her brother's gaze was changing. I see myself as a stuffy and timid wolf. Ah. So annoying. After a pause, Zhuang Yi said sympathetically, I just felt a little disgusted just now. I said it in anger. Don't take it to heart. Sister Baiyun's brain had crashed. She didn't know what to say, so she asked weakly, really? Zhuang Yi glanced at her and laughed in disappointment, really, but I didn't expect that at the age of 30, it would only take 5 minutes. As he said this, he looked at Sister Baiyun with the eyes of a hopeless trash. He shook his head and made a tsk tisk tisk sound of pity. Boom. This strike pierced through the starry sky. Ginseng rooster plus whale god attack. I fucked Sister Baiyun so hard that she became incoherent. She took several steps back stiffly, her back pressed against the wall, and then slid down to the ground like a paralyzed person. Then she cried. Woo, stupid dog, you are humiliating me. You have never humiliated me in your life. I raised you, so I just used you for a bit and you humiliated me, woo. Sister Baiyun's tears flowed uncontrollably, she cried out in agony and kept yelling. Seeing her crying and feeling wronged, Zhuang Yi did not comfort her but walked towards the bedroom silently. Sister Baiyun, you should be thankful. If it was someone else who did this, I would break her legs, or at least scold her so hard that she can't even hold her head up. Go to bed early after you finish crying. I have to be busy tomorrow and I won't play with you anymore. He was calm, eerily calm. Entering the bedroom, Zhuang Yi fell flat on the bed as if he was paralyzed. Too many things happened today, making him a little overtired, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Zhuang Yi got up. After washing and wiping his face, he walked out of the bedroom and found that Sister Baiyun had not gotten up yet, so he went to the kitchen to cook for her. When Sister Baiyun got up, she found that Zhuang Yi had already prepared breakfast, and her depressed mood improved a lot. It seems like my brother really doesn't care about what happened last night, that's great. Thinking of this, Sister Baiyun walked to the dining table, and the moment she saw the breakfast items, her appetite dropped rapidly. Steamed goose heart, fried shrimp head, fried cakes, green tea, etc. Xiao Zhuang, sister, you really know you are wrong. Can you please stop doing this? Sister Baiyun said with a little melancholy. Okay. Zhuang Yi did not refute, Sister Baiyun doesn't like it, let's eat something else tomorrow. The two men sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was very subtle. Zhuang Yi was concentrating on eating, while Sister Baiyun was secretly looking at Zhuang Yi while eating breakfast. Ding dong. After eating for just a short while, the doorbell rang. I'll open the door. Zhuang Yi put down his chopsticks, stood up and walked towards the door. Open the door. A familiar figure came into view, causing Zhuang Yi to frown slightly. Bamboo misses his wife. What are you doing here? Zhuang Yi walked out and locked the door. The meaning is very clear, which is not to let Jun Yan's wife enter the house. Before marriage, Zhuang Yi brought Jun Yan's wife to his home to meet the parents many times. At this moment, Jun Yan's wife followed him, but he did not suspect that Jun Yan's wife had investigated him. Jun Yan's wife felt disappointed when she saw that her husband would not let her into the house, but she still forced a smile. Honey, I came to talk to you about work. As she spoke, she picked up several documents and placed them solemnly in front of Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi only took a glance and noticed that the first document was signed by Huang Xue and Jun Yanqi. Hold. They are about to get divorced, but they still dare to show off their love in front of me. This is your company's business, don't come to me. Without hesitation, Zhuang Yi directly issued an expulsion order. Jun Yan's wife's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she felt mixed emotions, and her smile gradually faded. Hubby, please don't be like this, okay? I just want to talk to you more. Zhuang Yi was upset and said silently, Boss Zhu, I don't want to talk to you. As soon as he saw the three words, Huang Xue, he got angry. They said they were blocking me and severing ties with me. Every word sounds nice, but not a single word is true. She didn't even want to act and just put her name first. Cursing inwardly for a few words, he stretched out his right hand and poked the three words, Huang Xue, forcefully, don't let me see this name in the future. It makes me sick. Jun Yan's wife, this idiot, didn't understand what her husband meant, and instead smiled strangely. Honey, I just wanted to tell you about Xue. Look, she has signed a new contract with our company. It's a huge order worth hundreds of millions. Isn't your wife making rapid progress now? She opened the copy of the contract a little helplessly, found the details, and showed it to Zhuang Yi anxiously. An order worth 100 million is enough to equal Zhuang Yi's original income for almost a year. Otherwise, how could there be such a big piece of cake for the company to swallow? Zhuang Yi pondered for a moment and said, as long as you like it, I wish you a happy marriage. Why are you saying that again? I already said I have nothing to do with her. Jun Yan's wife yelled angrily, but when she thought that it was useless to be ruthless to her husband now, she subconsciously lowered her head and became aggrieved. Husband, are you angry about what happened last night? I left suddenly last night because I went to discuss business with Huang Xue. I didn't do anything except eating. I didn't even let her touch me. Zhuang Yi did not feel angry, but subconsciously, he felt that Jun Yan's wife was lying again. Yesterday, Jun Yan's wife vowed that she had completely severed ties with Huang Xue and even blocked her. Less than half a day later, the business was revived and a huge order of 100 million was signed. Suddenly became a big customer. This made him feel particularly annoyed, so he said, Boss Zhu, I'm not angry. Congratulations on signing the big order. The company's workload for the next year is saturated. He didn't know why, but whenever he saw Jun Yan's wife, he felt particularly eager to smoke. Jun Yan's wife was aggrieved, husband, actually Huang Xue. The repeated mention of the third party made Zhuang Yi feel annoyed and he interrupted Jun Yan's wife. Will she die if you don't mention it? He glared at Jun Yan's wife fiercely, it doesn't matter if I tell you the truth. Your precious Huang Xue threatened me last night and wanted to ruin my reputation. Chapter 43 The wife does not believe Zhuang Yi and chooses to believe Huang Xue. Jun Yan's wife shuddered and froze in place. Last night, in the box. When Jun Yan's wife and Huang Xue signed the contract, she repeatedly asked Huang Xue not to have any contact with Zhuang Yi again. At that time, Huang Xue patted her chest and swore an oath to Jun Yan's wife, promising that she would never have anything to do with Zhuang Yi again, and would never retaliate against Zhuang Yi. She opened her mouth. She had witnessed Huang Xue's promise with her own eyes and ears last night, so she didn't believe her husband's lies. Hubby, Huang Xue can't possibly deal with you. I gave her a death order last night, asking her to stay away from you and not to have any thoughts of being afraid of you. Besides, Huang Xue was in my sight last night except for going to the bathroom. It's impossible for her to have contact with you. I know you don't like her, but we can't be so hypocritical and spread rumors about others. Zhu Nian's wife lowered her head in shame, feeling anxious inside. Zhuang Yi did not refute, and regarded it as a wolf's heart in dog's lungs, then just treat it as a rumor I made up. I don't expect you to trust me. What a coincidence. The two of them really met in the bathroom. Honey, it's not that I don't trust you. I'm going to call her right now and ask her to testify on the spot. She really swore to me last night. Zhu Nian's wife hurriedly took out her cell phone, her fingers slid across the screen quickly, wishing she could call Huang Xue immediately. Zhuang Yi sneered, didn't you block her? Zhu Nian's wife's fingers stopped instantly. When she raised her head and met Zhuang Yi's cold eyes, she shuddered involuntarily and quickly put her phone back. She hated this kind of look, as if her heart was pierced by her most beloved person, and she felt so uncomfortable that she couldn't breathe. Honey, please don't look at me like that, okay? For such a big order, it's reasonable for the customer to ask for my phone number, right? Reasonable. Zhuang Yi said coldly, thinking that this woman was unreasonable. Zhu Nian's wife didn't hear any resentment in her voice and reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. I knew my husband would understand me. Everything is for this family and for the grand cause. I know my stingy husband knows what's important. When we receive the first progress payment in a few days, we will buy a new house for my mother-in-law. How about that? Let's buy the most expensive one in the city. Zhu Nian's wife smiled slightly and pointed at Sister Baiyun in the room. Sister Baiyun had been at odds with Zhu Nian's wife, and even made a scene at the wedding on the day of their wedding, causing the Zhu family to lose face. This time, Zhu Nian's wife put aside the past and wanted to give gifts to ease the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, which can be regarded as a disguised expression of wanting to save the marriage. Zhuang Yi looked at her dimly. This was the first time his wife cared about her family and even wanted to buy a house for them. In the past, he would be so excited that he couldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. But now, he is just cold as ice and heartless. No need, just take care of yourself, we will be divorced next month. When she heard the word divorce, Zhu Nian's wife seemed to have a stress reaction and interrupted and retorted. Why are you talking about divorce again? I've already come to you so humbly to ask for reconciliation, and you're still talking about this. Stop, I haven't finished speaking yet. Zhuang Yi made an X sign with his hands, his tone still cold. Even though we are still married, as long as Huang Xue takes the initiative to attack me, I will not hesitate to kill her. You are so deeply involved with her, so don't blame me for hurting her, and don't blame me for affecting the Zhu family's assets. Zhu Nian's wife said confidently, you stingy bastard. I've already told you that Huang Xue swore to me that she would never dare to do anything to you. She looked very angry. Her husband first mentioned divorce and then ignored her words. If Huang Xue really dared to attack her husband, not only would she be unable to bear it, but her father-in-law would also mobilize all resources to start a business war with the Huang group. Huang Xue is not stupid. Unless she is in love, she would never do such a thing that is not worth the loss. Zhuang Yi frowned irritably, I don't want to have a meaningless quarrel with you. Do you have anything else to do? I didn't ask you to leave here. When she heard that they were going to chase her away, Zhu Nian's wife could no longer conceal her anger, which went straight to her head, and she almost roared out. You're driving me away. Zhuang Yi. Are you so heartless? I gave up the family dinner to save Zhu Yangyang's life. Isn't it just that I don't accompany you for a meal? Is it necessary to stop talking to you until you die? Do you know how sad I am when you said, we are strangers? Can you please consider my feelings like before? I admit that Huang Xue coaxed me into drinking, and I half-heartedly drank, but these are minor mistakes. I also apologize to you, but you didn't want to listen to my explanation. You always say bad things about Huang Xue, but I just blocked her yesterday and she came to apologize with the order that night. Can't you learn from her? Zhu Nian's wife burst into tears and angrily threw the contract in her hand to the ground. She grabbed Zhuang Yi's shoulders with both hands and shook him continuously. She wanted to wake him up, to wake up the husband who once loved her deeply. However, everything she said sounded completely different to Zhuang Yi. Huang Shui is a mistress. In other words, they have known each other for 7 years and have been married for 4 years. Zhuang Yi has worked hard for the Zhu family without complaint, draining his connections to save his father-in-law's life, etc. In the end, Zhu Nian's wife was able to bury all his success with an order worth 100 million yuan for a mistress who showed up unexpectedly. Asking Zhuang Yi to learn from this mistress is simply unreasonable and too much. You know, the number of orders signed by Zhuang Yi every year is definitely more than 100 million. He lowered his eyes, looking extremely painful. He was silent for a long time before he spoke in agony. In your house, you kicked me out for Huang Shui. In my house, I asked you to leave, but you used Huang Shui to pressure me. You know that our relationship broke down because of her, you still put me down and praise her in front of me, Zhu Nian's wife. Is it necessary to be so excessive? Zhu Nianqi instinctively loosened her hands, realizing that she had inadvertently said the wrong thing again and had touched the most painful part of Zhuang Yi's heart. That's not what I meant. Our relationship is not broken. I love you to death. Tears as big as beans kept falling, and due to her proud and overbearing personality, she gritted her teeth and added. And I didn't do anything wrong. I just went to save Zhu Yangyang and accidentally drank a few glasses of wine. You made up a story that I had sex with someone else. Isn't that too much? Ding dong. When the argument was getting more intense, Zhuang Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out calmly, and the heart-wrenching discomfort instantly turned into raging rage. Someone added him as a WeChat friend. The avatar is a close-up shot of him, but his hair has been photoshopped to look like lush green grassland. Chapter 44 Zhu Nian's wife, are you pretending to be so infatuated? Fuck your mother. Zhuang Yi raised his head and glared at Zhu Nian's wife. This prank was obviously done by her friend. Bully. Bully again. Not satisfied with the verbal attacks, the mental insults were even more overwhelming. He clicked the button to agree to the friend request, and prepared to use his parents as the center, his relatives as the radius, and his descendants as the initial acceleration, and type and curse until he vomits blood and dies. Zhu Nian's wife caught the change in Zhuang Yi's expression, and her heart tightened immediately. She pretended to question. Why are you glaring at me? I'm telling you the truth, but you're the one who doesn't dare to reply. Are you feeling guilty? Zhuang Yi ignored her completely and typed rapidly on the phone screen. As soon as Zhu Nian's wife arrived at his home, someone added her as a friend by making innuendos. Even a dog wouldn't believe that there is no connection between the two. Zhu Nian's wife was still angry, and when she saw her husband ignoring her, she became even more aggressive. Why are you ignoring me? Hand over your phone. Let me see if you are chatting with that vixen Xiao Jiuli again. As she spoke, she reached out and snatched Zhuang Yi's phone, wanting to unblock Zhuang Yi so they could keep in touch. Just as she snatched the phone, the person on WeChat sent 2 messages. Bite. When Zhu Nian's wife saw the news, her pupils suddenly shrank into a line, her face turned pale, and she almost fell down. These 2 pieces of news completely confirmed her guilt. Give me your phone. Zhuang Yi was already very angry, and when he was disturbed by his wife, his hostility increased. Without a second thought, he reached out to snatch the phone, but his wife held on to it tightly, as if it were a lifeline. No. I won't give it to you. Zhu Nian's wife subconsciously wanted to delete the 2 messages, but she was a step too slow. Zhuang Yi pulled hard, not caring whether his wife would get hurt, and snatched the phone back. When the 2 messages came into view, his pupils shrank into black dots in an instant. Grievance that made eyes bloodshot. Zhuang Yi's guess was correct. Zhu Nian's wife had deceived him again, and this time the deception was beyond his expectations. All the emotions, tears and love that my wife just expressed. It's all fake. These 2 messages, one is a photo and the other is also a photo. The first photo shows Zhu Nian's wife and Zhu Yangyang wore couple birthday hats and blew out the cake together. On the cake, there was the date of the day before yesterday and happy birthday written on it. The night before yesterday was the day when Zhu Nian's wife sacrificed herself and left the family banquet. In addition, the 2 people in the photo have extremely sweet smiles, they like each other and are in love, just like a loving couple. On the stage behind the photos, there are 6,570 photos of Zhu Nian's wife and Zhu Yangyang, overflowing with a sense of happiness. The second photo shows Zhu Nian's wife and Huang Shui hugged each other tightly. Zhu Nian's wife seemed to be drunk, with a faint blush on her pretty face. Behind the two of them, countless guests applauded and congratulated them, and some even expressed their love for the couple. The two photos show an incomparable and sweet happiness, the kind of happiness and applause that Zhuang Yi had never received in these 7 years. No matter how much he contributed to the Zhu family or how much responsibility he took for the family, he never got anything in return. His heart felt like it was being stabbed over and over again by his wife with a cold sharp knife. It was covered in blood and a mangled mess. Zhu Nian's wife's lips moved, her face as pale as paper. Husband, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Explain. Your mother exploded. Zhuang Yi was extremely cruel and violent, and he wished he could kick this bitch to death. Your Zhu Yangyang's injury is really serious. It's so serious that he has to hug Huang Shui together. You keep saying you love me to death, but you can't even be loyal to me. You only use betrayal to trample on all my love. You lied without blinking an eye. You have deceived me for 7 years. Zhu Nian's wife, you are awesome. You are so awesome. Zhuang Yi's entire expression was furious, and he was almost disgusted to the extreme with the woman in front of him. His wife's various deceptions even made him suspect that she was playing a perverted master-servant game outside. My wife's arrival today was also a mission assigned by the master. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world that the wife would arrive as soon as the photo appeared? Zhu Nian's wife woke up as if from a dream, and said tremblingly, No, husband. Things are not what you think. I was drunk at the time, Huang Shui just helped me up, and she is a woman. Lie. A complete lie. Zhuang Yi stretched out a hand and pointed to the stairs. I don't want to hear any explanation, get out. Zhu Nian's wife's heart trembled, and her anger was swept away. She was most afraid of the seemingly calm conversation after this kind of rage. She hugged Zhuang Yi tightly, unwilling to let go. Husband, I beg you to listen to me clearly. I promise to tell the truth this time. I dare not hide anything again. Zhuang Yi grabbed Zhu Nian's wife's back like a chicken and pulled her away. Go away, or don't go away. Zhu Nian's wife looked panicked, and a subtle sense of fear crept into her heart. I won't leave. I love you. I want to confess to you. Bang! Zhuang Yi was filled with gloomy energy, and he burst out with all his strength and slapped him wildly. Zhu Nian's wife's left face was slapped and blood was wriggling, and a mouthful of bloody phlegm spurted out of her mouth. All I heard was the devil whispering, Are you pretending to be infatuated with your mother? Chapter 45. Zhu Nian's wife questions Huang Shui for the first time. A slap, and he vomited blood. Zhu Nian's wife finally realized how her husband, who loved her the most, had devoted his life to her. She could vaguely feel that her cheeks were deformed by the slap. Covering his face, tears of unwillingness accumulated in his bright eyes. Her heart ached more than her body ached. Aren't you afraid of hurting me? Zhu Nian's wife asked the last question. Zhuang Yi did not respond, but just stared at her coldly, a gaze that made her bones shiver. Zhu Nian's wife felt very uncomfortable being stared at, and her heart was filled with indescribable emotions, anger, unwillingness, and heartache. She bent down and picked up the contract documents on the ground. I originally wanted to use work matters to coax my husband back to the company and resolve the conflict. Who would have thought that it would go wrong again and be smashed to pieces? Zhu Nian's wife felt helpless. After packing up everything, she left the gate in a daze. Before leaving, she said to Zhuang Yi unyieldingly, Husband, I will come to see you again when you are no longer angry. I'm sorry. She really wanted to say something more, but her husband's attitude was so firm. She was afraid that if she said too much, she would make more mistakes and expose some negative information, which would make things worse. That would be a real loss. At the same time, she also hated herself for not having confessed earlier, and hated herself for hugging Huang Shui. Go down the stairs and onto the road. She walked slowly, as if all the strength had been drained from her. Zhu Nian's wife, you are such a loser. You were clearly prepared not to get angry at your husband, but in the end you couldn't help but scold him. She murmured to herself, at a loss. As she walked, she suddenly remembered something. Why would someone send a photo to her husband when she was there? Zhu Nian's wife felt nervous, thinking someone was trying to frame her, and her husband might be being followed. She took out her cell phone, hesitated for a moment, and called Huang Shui. She felt a vague sense of worry in her heart. Her husband had just said that Huang Shui was trying to frame him, and the photo just happened to appear. Could it be that my husband really wasn't acting on impulse, but Huang Shui threatened him? With a lot of thoughts in my mind, the call was quickly connected. Huang Shui, hey, my dear wife, what's the matter? Zhu Nian's wife wiped away her tears and shouted firmly. Huang Shui, I've made it clear enough before, don't call me baby anymore. Tell me the truth now, do you want to frame my husband? Think carefully before answering, don't blame me for blocking you again. Her attitude this time was unexpectedly tough. On the other end of the phone, Huang Shui was also confused. She hadn't taken any action yet. Could it be that Zhuang Yi had been ambushed by someone in advance? Huang Shui, no, my dear wife, didn't I swear to you last night? I don't have the slightest hatred towards him. No way. Seeing that she firmly denied it, Zhu Nian's wife breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said, okay, for the sake of our friendship, you must not retaliate against my husband. Huang Shui, don't you trust me? I gave you a 100 million order as soon as I said it. You were the first person I thought of when I founded a new company. Even Shui Media has your shares. Her voice was a little emotional, as if she was defending herself. Zhu Nian's wife felt more relaxed after hearing this. Huang Shui was not the type to blame others, so she comforted him with a bit of hesitation. I don't distrust you, but, my husband received a photo of me. It was taken secretly on Zhu Yangyang's birthday. Because of this, he got a little mad. Can you help me find the culprit? I want to break both of his legs to vent my anger. Huang Shui was stunned for a moment, There were so many people taking pictures at that time, plus there were few cameras in Zhu Yangyang mansion, and there were many nobles. It's a bit difficult to deal with. She already had the answer in her mind. The culprit who could do such a dirty thing was most likely Zhu Yangyang. She had a hunch that Zhu Yangyang would make things even bigger, like spreading the photos throughout the Zhu family, or simply posting them on social media and adding an ambiguous love message. Since someone was doing the work for me and made Zhuang Yi so angry that he died, why should I bring trouble upon myself and eliminate the people who helped me? Zhu Nian's wife was a little disgusted. If it's difficult, I will do it myself. At worst, I will go to Zhu Yangyang's house to adjust the surveillance. I don't believe that I can't find some clues. In the past, whenever Zhu Nian's wife expressed her needs, Huang Shui would immediately say that she would take care of it. But today, she said the word difficult, which made Zhu Nian's wife a little angry, and she simply hung up the phone. After resting for a while, she called the housekeeper, Uncle Fu. Hey, Uncle Fu. Hey, miss, you called me so early in the morning. Do you have any instructions? The housekeeper's name is Fu Bowie, he is 55 years old this year. Although he has a head of spotted hair, he is in very high spirits. Help me rent an apartment in Chenxi community. I'll send you the address. It's on the 3rd floor, next to my husband. Money is not a problem. The sooner the better. Zhu Nian's wife sent her location to Fu Bowie while she was talking. Fu Bowie didn't ask, yes, miss, I'll do it right away. The 3rd floor, Sister Bai Yin's home. After Zhuang Yi drove Zhu Nian's wife away, he returned home in a depressed mood. The mood for breakfast was long gone. He lay lazily on the sofa and had a fierce argument with the person who sent him the photo. He didn't dare to stop, as his heart would ache if he stopped swearing. Zhu Nian's wife looks radiant in the photo, and it is obvious that she is deeply in love with Zhu Yangyang, otherwise she would not have smiled so brilliantly. They kept saying they were just brother and sister and that blood was thicker than water, but in the end they fell in love. I was also one of those who fell in love over time, and I was really tricked into the woods. The person on the other side was very arrogant, and his nickname was, Zhu Nian's wife's legal husband. While Zhuang Yi was on the line, he paid a hacker to help him get the other party's information. It's a pity that I came to nothing and found nothing. I only knew that the other party had a foreign ID. Zhu Nian's wife's real husband sent a provocative message, open Douyin now and watch some short videos. Zhuang Yi was neither impatient nor anxious. After scolding him harshly, he opened the short video platform out of curiosity and watched some short videos to pass the time. After only watching 5 videos, I came across a picture and video. The video content is the photo just now of Zhu Yangyang and Zhu Nian's wife, wearing couple birthday hats and blowing out the cake together with smiles on their faces. The two of them appreciate each other, just like a couple from heaven, how happy they are. The title of the video is, "The most important person in my life is standing next to me at this moment." The video has nearly 10,000 likes and more than 1,000 comments. Comment section below. Long and long, 77.99. Oh my god. I am so drunk, it smells so good. Huh, who is this woman? She must be here to deceive Brother Yang's feelings. Zhuang Yi read the comments and slowly calmed down. The suppressed emotions in his heart gradually dissipated. He made up his mind. Zhu Yangyang, you deserve to be killed too. Who to kill? You can't kill my sister. Sister Baiyun trotted over from the dining table and almost burst into tears. I just watched a few of your videos. I don't deserve to die. Zhuang Yi was already in a bad mood, and seeing this sister who raised him. It's even worse. I'm not going to kill you. He rubbed his temple hard. Do you know who was here just now? Who is it? Sister Baiyun asked. Zhu Nian's wife. She lied to me the night before yesterday that she was going to rescue someone, but in fact she was playing with Zhu Yangyang and Huang Shui all night. She just came to question me and I slapped her. Chapter 46. He Zhu Jiangwo formally filed for divorce from his wife. This book has been reported and blocked. I am working hard to revise the manuscript. I hope the reviewer will be gentler. Sister Baiyun was a little surprised. You hit your wife. Zhuang Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded and threw the phone in front of Sister Baiyun. Sister Baiyun was in disbelief after watching the video. Zhu Nian's wife, who once dared to make trouble in the heavenly palace in order to marry Zhuang Yi. She was having an affair with other men. I want to give her a beating. My wife, who once solemnly promised me that she would never let me suffer any injustice, has now betrayed me without blinking an eye. Sister Baiyun was indignant, with anger and heartache written all over her face. Sister told you that if you want to marry a woman, just marry me, but you didn't listen. Now you see, sister is old, and Zhu Nian's wife doesn't want you anymore. She complained, and thinking of the farce last night, she didn't dare to ride on Zhuang Yi's head and shit for the time being. In the past, she would definitely step on Zhuang Yi's face. Zhuang Yi shook his head in self-mockery, took out a cigarette, lit it and took a puff. Ha! Smoke filled the air, gradually blurring his cold expression. Sister, I plan to go and convince Dad this afternoon, to get a divorce early. Although he had just promised Zhu Jiangwo the day before yesterday that he would give Zhu Nian's wife a month. But now he regretted it. He hoped to eradicate the problem as soon as possible to prevent his wife from doing anything weird again. He couldn't maintain this marriage for even a second. Seeing her brother's determined eyes, Sister Baiyun smiled quietly, as if her brother was divorced, and she felt extremely happy. Well, you are not allowed to regret it. Go get a divorce this afternoon. After the divorce, your sister will host a banquet to welcome you back. Zhuang Yi frowned and asked, you wish I would get divorced? No. No, I just can't stand Zhu Nian's wife. Sister Baiyun pouted her lips, her eyes flashing with gloating, and she was obviously ecstatic. This stupid dog is divorcing his wife Zhu Nian today, and tomorrow I will coax him into accompanying me to get a marriage certificate. Then, hurry up and get pregnant with a child, tie up the stupid dog at home to take care of the child, and don't let him come into contact with women in society. Become my sister's dog forever. 2:00 in the afternoon. Bamboo Villa. Zhuang Yi arranged Su Bao's work tasks for the day over the phone, then came into the villa with 2 boxes of wine, expressionless on his face. Zhu Jiangwo sat on the sofa in the living room, frowning and looking absent-minded. On the side, Wang Shumei and Zweiking were talking about something. When Zhu Jiangwo looked up and saw Zhuang Yi, he was shocked and panicked at first, and then his expression slowly turned into a calm smile. Son, you're here. He spoke calmly, without his usual excitement. Dad, I missed you, so I came to see you. Zhuang Yi had a faint smile on his face. He first handed the wine to the servant, then walked over and sat down next to Zhu Jiangwo. My son is so filial. When you have time, you must come and spend more time with me, an old man. Zhu Jiangwo patted Zhuang Yi's shoulder, feeling a little sad. The old man is considered a fashionable person and he often watches short videos on his mobile phone. He had just seen the pictures and video of Zhu Yangyang and Jun Yan's wife, and so had the whole family. He just didn't expect that his good son would come to visit him in just over half an hour. Its purpose is self-evident. The bamboo leaf green next to him greeted him. "Xiao Zhuang, are you not busy today?" Zhuang Yi turned around and saw the usual Zweiking and Wang Xiumei with a sullen face, and greeted them. "Sister Qing, mother-in-law, you are here too." Wang Xiumei sat dignifiedly, rolled her eyes, and said in a sarcastic tone. "I hope some sons-in-law can have self-awareness and eat and use our Zhu family, but don't cheat our Zhu family before leaving." Zweiking hugged her arms tightly. "Mom, please stop talking nonsense. You have offended everyone." Zhuang Yi was not a live-in son-in-law, but a married woman. Wang Xiumei's sarcastic words ignited Zhuang Yi's anger. He smiled wryly and said, "My mother-in-law is really humorous. Speaking of going, Dad, I came here today because I wanted to talk to you about something." Zhuang Yi's tone suddenly turned serious. He was thinking about how to start the conversation, but now looking at the emotions of the three people, it was obvious that they had seen that short video. This way, things will be easier. Seeing that Zhuang Yi didn't even say a word of courtesy and went straight to the point, Zhu Jiangluo's heart ached and he realized that this marriage was completely irreparable. According to the trajectory he set, the relationship between the couple would have gradually warmed up. Why is it that Jun Yan's wife, this fool, always stirs up trouble? Despite this, Zhu Jiangluo was still unwilling to give up. He held Zhuang Yi's hand tightly and said pleadingly, "Son, you need to be clear before you speak. Don't let your father down." This time, facing his father-in-law's request, Zhuang Yi was quite decisive. "Dad, I want to divorce Jun Yanqi right now, and it would be best if we could go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." Zhu Jiangluo's face turned pale instantly, his fingers trembled slightly, and his open mouth was speechless for a long time. Zweiking was so scared that he quickly left his seat, ran to the toilet, and called Junyan's wife to inform her. Only Wang Xiumei's depressed mood dissipated, and she patted her chest with relief. She has been dissatisfied with Zhuang Yi, the burden, for a long time. There are many young talents in the big families in Dingyang City. The best choice is to find a good son-in-law who is of equal status to Jun Yan's wife while she is still young. Zhuang Yi sighed slightly, his eyes showing a slightly vicissitudes of life. "Dad, seeing your expression, you must have seen the video of Jun Yan's wife on Douyin. In fact, with my wife's beauty and the Zhu family's background, she should have found someone better instead of wasting her youth on someone like me." Zhu Jiangluo stared into his eyes, unable to speak, with tears glistening faintly in his eyes. Zhuang Yi lowered his attitude, but was unwilling to delay any further. "Dad, you are as important to me as my biological father. You can rest assured that I will never embarrass the Zhu family. I will bear all the blame. The only way for Zhuang Yi to start over is to leave this marriage, he has no other choice." As for the fact that Jun Yan's wife came to his house in the morning, he was unwilling to share it with his father-in-law, fearing that he would feel upset. When a couple divorces, they not only hurt each other, but also the innocent relatives around them. The only thing to be thankful for is that there is no constraint on the baby and no need to feel guilty about the child having an unhappy childhood. After hearing the last sentence, Zhu Jiangluo calmly lit a cigarette, took a puff, and blew out a cloud of smoke rings. Smoke rings floated in the air, just like his complicated mood at the moment. "Son, is there really no chance at all? Your wife only deceived you, she didn't cheat on you." He risked his face and asked again with a glimmer of hope. "Dad, there are some things you may not know yet. I am not the kind of person who would beat my lover to death if he makes a mistake once." Zhuang Yi took out his cell phone, clicked on the photo of Jun Yan's wife kissing the man in green suit, and placed it in front of Zhu Jiangluo. The person in the green suit is blurred. I don't know if he is a man or a woman, but even if he is a woman, I can't accept it. Chapter 47. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now and complete the divorce procedures. Dad, if you had agreed straightforwardly, I wouldn't have put this kind of photo in front of you. The matter between me and my wife is more complicated than you think. And what I have in my hands is just the tip of the iceberg. Zhuang Yi's tone was calm and determined. It would be very embarrassing to put such a thing in front of the parents, and it would be embarrassing for Jun Yan's wife. Of course, Zhuang Yi would not use these embarrassing photos to threaten the Zhu family or his ex-wife. He just wanted the Zhu family to see his determination and divorce quickly. Zhu Jiangwo smoked silently, not daring to look up. He didn't dare to look his son in the eye again. If you want a divorce, do it now. Don't keep talking nonsense and make it seem like our Zhu family welcomes you. Wang Shumei was cracking melon seeds, looking disdainful and interrupting casually. Let me tell you first, you can't take any of the Zhu family's property with you. Zhuang Yi said speechlessly, I will leave the house with nothing. Zhu Jiangwo ignored Wang Shumei and reluctantly let go of Zhuang Yi's hand. Son, don't pay attention to her. The Zhu family won't treat you unfairly. Dad. Dad promises you. Dad will find someone to get a divorce certificate for you. Wang Shumei was furious when she heard this. What do you know, old man? I am doing this for the good of the Zhu family. Young people nowadays have ulterior motives and are scarier than thieves. The words explicitly and implicitly belittled Zhuang Yi to the point of being worthless. She scolded Zhuang Yi so much that she smiled humorously and wanted to give her 2 big pens. But he didn't do it. He was finally getting divorced, and it wouldn't be too late to slap the old woman after the divorce. Thanks, Dad. Zhuang Yi nodded slightly. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Wang Shumei couldn't help but cast an angry look at Zhuang Yi. Mr. Zhuang, I heard that you also set up a small decoration company, right? This is marital property and will have to be transferred to the Zhu family when the time comes. There was thorn in her words. She crossed her arms across her chest and raised her neck proudly like an old vicious woman. Zhu Jiangwo was so angry that he slammed the table. Shut your mouth. You won't die if you say less. Do you really think you are a computer? You can calculate so well. Wang Shumei was stunned by Zhu Jiangwo's yelling. Although she was unwilling, she didn't dare to get angry again. Soon, Zhuaiqing came back from the toilet and chatted about family matters as if nothing had happened. Zhuang Yi achieved his goal, so he simply didn't expose the truth and kept saying whatever nonsense he wanted. Soon, half an hour passed. Zhu Nian's wife stepped on the accelerator and ran through 12 red lights to rush home. She and her car crashed into the Zhu family compound, breaking half of the gate. Zhu Jiangwo, Zhu Yeqing and Wang Shumei stood up quickly, terrified. Zhu Nian's wife got out of the car with red eyes, her face full of anger and unwillingness, and walked towards home in 2 steps. My dear daughter, why are you here? Why do you look so miserable? Wang Shumei asked worriedly. Sister, are you okay? Zhuaiqing asked afterwards. Zhu Nian's wife ignored everything. There was only one person in her eyes, Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi sat calmly on the sofa, knowing clearly what his wife wanted to do. Want to hit him? As expected, Zhu Nian's wife walked up to Zhuang Yi in a threatening manner and threw her bag at him. Zhuang Yi dodged it cleverly by bending down, and his bag fell on the sofa. Zhu Nian's wife raised her little fist again and waved it at Zhuang Yi angrily. Zhuang Yi stood up angrily, stretched out his hand, and held her little fist tightly. In the past, Zhuang Yi would be willing to be beaten and then pretend to be in pain just to make his wife smile. Now, Zhu Jiangwo is here, and not fighting back is already the limit. Zhu Nian's wife struggled to pull her hand back, but she couldn't. She was so anxious that tears fell one by one, wetting her skirt. You damn Zhuang Yi. You are such a jerk, let me go now. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You dared to come to my house to ask for a divorce. I gave you face this morning, didn't I? I am the person in charge of the Zhu group. You bully me time and again. Are you still a man? She cursed loudly, her shoulders trembled and she kept sniffing. Tears have blurred her vision, but she doesn't care. She just wants to vent her grievances. Boss Zhu, be decent. It's just a divorce. It's not a big deal. Zhuang Yi was very indifferent and would not let go of her wrists no matter what. If he did, he would be beaten again. Every time Zhu Nian's wife heard the word divorce, it was as if her heart was being cut by countless knives. She was angry and complained. You can quarrel, make a scene, or even hit me to vent your anger, but you are not allowed to file for divorce. If you want to file for divorce, I have to be the one to file it. Do you know that I was working just now? Do you know how important the business I just discussed is? A 5 million order. For you, I rushed back without stopping, ran through 12 traffic lights, and was almost run over by a truck. All for you. Jun Yan's wife screamed hysterically and lied to him subconsciously. She didn't encounter any large trucks along the way and simply wanted Zhuang Yi to feel sorry for her. This is the rule that Jun Yan's wife has summed up over the years. As long as she makes a little use of her husband's love, she can enjoy a unique kind of pampering without restraint. For example, when Jun Yan's wife caught a cold, she would pretend to be weak and crying, and Zhuang Yi would give her endless love and care. It's a pity that the effectiveness of this set of fighting style seems to be greatly reduced. Zhuang Yi's indifferent expression has lessened a little, but he is still unwilling to let go of her wrist. He said calmly, "I'm sorry, Jun Yan's wife, I think you are lying again, you just want to be loved." Jun Yan's wife was furious. You bastard. You always throw tantrums in front of me. Let go of your hands. I will beat you to death. Wang Shumei, who was not far away, came over timidly and said, "My dear wife, if you want a divorce, then just get a divorce. This Zhuang guy is not worthy of you at all." Jun Yan's wife angrily yelled at Wang Shumei, "Shut up and get out of here. You have nothing to do here." She didn't want anyone to get involved. She was already feeling so depressed that she was about to collapse, and now this mother came to make trouble. Zhuang Yi's calmness was frightening. "My dear wife Jun Yan, you know very well whether I have been throwing a tantrum or not over the past few days. You just don't want to admit it. There is no place for me in your heart anymore. I guess you haven't noticed it yourself. Otherwise, why would you leave me behind time and time again and choose someone else? Go see a psychiatrist when you have time. Your so-called reluctance is nothing more than fear of losing me. You don't have any love for me, only anger." Jun Yan's wife suddenly opened her eyes wide, almost suffocated by his bluntness, and endless bitterness surged in her heart. She vehemently denied it. No. No. There is no such thing. She was trembling so much that she could hardly stand. She didn't know whether what Zhuang Yi said was true or not. But in recent days, whenever she saw Zhuang Yi, she felt only resentment, hatred, and unwillingness to lose him. "Jun Yan's wife, I've said so much, haven't you discovered it yet? I already don't like you anymore." This was the only time Zhuang Yi lied. It was impossible to break up a 7-year relationship in just a dozen days. It required a process, a very long process. Jun Yan's wife was completely stunned, staring blankly, letting the tears flow down her cheeks. She never imagined that her husband would tear her heart into pieces with such calm words. Zhuang Yi let go of her wrist and took her right hand. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now and complete the divorce procedures." Chapter 48 Divorce Certificate Obtained. Jun Yan's wife was heartbroken and speechless for a long time. Every bit of memories from the past 7 years flooded into her mind like a tide. The sweetness, happiness, pampering, etc., were tearing at her heart relentlessly. If Zhuang Yi said that she didn't love him anymore, she could still try to refute it. But now, the man who had silently given everything behind her said the 3 words, "I don't like it." She felt so miserable that she wanted to die. Wang Shumei smiled when she saw Zhuang Yi's firm attitude, but she didn't forget to add another word. "Mr. Zhuang, you must keep your word and leave the Zhu family cleanly without taking a single needle or thread with you. Of course, I am a kind-hearted old woman. At most, I will let you take away the small and shabby decoration company you just founded." She spoke so proudly that it was as if Ija Decoration was founded by the Zhu family. Zhuang Yi didn't even look at her. "Don't worry about that. I will leave the house with nothing." After saying this, he took Jun Yan's wife's hand and walked out of the Zhu family without looking back, under the gazes of Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Yiqing, who were so sad that they couldn't open their mouths. On the way, the two of them said nothing. Zhuang Yi drove Jun Yan's wife's Rolls-Royce and looked at the household registration book, ID card, marriage certificate, etc. in the armrest box. He gave a faint smile that did not make any sense. Soon, he would be completely free. To his surprise, Jun Yan's wife just cried and didn't make a fuss. She sat in the passenger seat in a daze. Her big eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her face was pale. She didn't recover from the 3 words, "I don't like it." Zhuang Yi ignored her, looked straight ahead and concentrated on driving. Seeing that the Civil Affairs Bureau was getting closer, Jun Yan's wife turned around and looked at Zhuang Yi's handsome profile. "I wanted to say something, but I couldn't." Finally, after a long while, she opened her mouth. "Hubby, you lied to me, I like you." Zhuang Yi choked and closed his mouth in silence. Zhu Nian's wife looked ashamed and asked again, "Husband, can you give me another chance to save the relationship?" Zhuang Yi still didn't say anything, just thinking that Zhu Nian's wife was farting. He's been given too many chances, and every time they get back together, it's just a repetition of the same old thing. "Mr. Zhu, you've been so busy today. I guess you haven't played with your phone yet. After we get divorced, I'll give you a surprise." He pretended to be mysterious and changed the subject. Soon, the two arrived at the lobby of the Civil Affairs Bureau. At this point, Zhu Nian's wife really wanted to cry, make a fuss and act like a spoiled child. However, she knew in her heart that Zhuang Yi's admission that his feelings for her had faded would not make her lovable, but would only make Zhuang Yi think that she was being unreasonable. Zhuang Yi picked up his phone and prepared to ask Xiao Jiuli for help to go through the special divorce channel and skip the divorce cooling-off period. Although my father-in-law promised that he would use his connections to help with the relationship. But Zhuang Yi would rather owe Xiao Jiuli a favor than to further deteriorate his relationship with his father-in-law. Just then, a female registrar trotted over. "Are you Ms. Zhu Nianqi and Mr. Zhuang Yi?" The registrar was smiling with a gentle expression, but when he saw Zhuang Yi's face, his heartbeat quickened. Zhuang Yi nodded, "Come to get a divorce." He guessed who was behind this. This father-in-law is really kind and he keeps his word. Mr. Zhuang Yi is so handsome. Please follow me. Soon, the two went through the special divorce channel and filled out the relevant information of both parties. The process went very smoothly, and Zhu Nian's wife was very cooperative, so cooperative that Zhuang Yi couldn't believe it. The moment he got the divorce certificate, Zhuang Yi felt inexplicably relieved. Freed. Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhuang Yi took a deep breath and felt that the car exhaust was sweet. Zhu Nian's wife followed behind him silently. If she regretted it, she should cry and make a fuss and ruin the divorce. "Hubby, I regret." Zhuang Yi interrupted immediately, "Boss Zhu, I should fulfill my promise." He took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin short video, and showed the video of Zhu Yangyang's birthday party to Zhu Nian's wife. In an instant, Zhu Nian's wife was shocked. She snatched the phone and read it in disbelief. With the ambiguous title and the ambiguous comment section, she finally understood why Zhuang Yi suddenly changed his mind and decided to divorce. If the two photos in the morning were taken by someone who wanted to frame her, then this picture, text and video are the ironclad evidence that Zhu Yangyang was framing her brother-in-law. On a public platform, she occupied public resources and posted a short video of her wife celebrating her birthday with someone else, just to ruin her husband's reputation. If the matter had continued to brew, it would have been hyped up by bad media as a forbidden love between the Bamboo sisters. This will inevitably lead to a sharp drop in the share price of Zhu Group. This idiot. I love him like my own brother, and he treats me like this. Zhu Nian's wife called Zhu Yangyang on the spot in front of Zhuang Yi. "Zhu Yangyang, hey, sister-in-law, you actually have time to call me. I'm so happy. Zhu Yang. Why did you make a short video out of your birthday photos? And post it on social media?" Zhu Nian's wife's voice was filled with anger, and she was almost out of control. Many married couples holding red books cast concerned glances. When Zhu Yangyang heard Zhu Nian's wife getting angry, he immediately put on an innocent look. "Ah. Sister-in-law, I just want everyone to celebrate our birthdays. I even spent 100,000 yuan on promotion, hoping that more people would bless us." Even though Zhu Yangyang sounded hesitant, he really wanted to promote that video to the entire Dingyang city. Let everyone in Dingyang know that Zhuang Yi has been framed. After all, the upper-class circle in Dingyang city is very small, and everyone knows that Zhu Nian's wife has a good husband who is both literary and martial. Zhu Nian's wife didn't care about her husband at all and even forgot his birthday. But on Zhu Yangyang's birthday, Zhu Nian's wife arrived as promised, just like a pair of mandarin ducks, wearing couples' birthday hats, hugging each other, talking and laughing. After hearing that they bought the promotion, Zhu Nian's wife got even more furious. "Are you mentally retarded? Not only did you post the video, but you also added that kind of inexplicable text. Do you want outsiders to think that our Zhu family is full of bad luck? Do you want your brother-in-law to misunderstand?" Zhu Yangyang, misunderstanding? Sister-in-law, don't be angry. You have been so kind to me since I was a child. I just wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't know there would be such serious consequences. Zhu Yan's wife was so angry that her shoulders were shaking and the cell phone in her hand was almost crushed. Thinking about it carefully, Zhu Yangyang had just reached adulthood and was just a child, so he could only barely hold his temper. Maybe, he didn't have that much in mind and just wanted to celebrate with me. But Zhuang Yi was still there, and since they had just divorced, Zhu Yan's wife couldn't soften her tone. Delete the video immediately and log out of your account. If I see your video and account again within 5 minutes, you will never see me again. Zhu Yangyang was shocked and quickly said in a flattering tone, I will delete the video immediately. I won't let my brother-in-law misunderstand. I won't let the Zhu family misunderstand. Then he added, sister-in-law, don't be angry. You can beat Yangyang or punish Yangyang if you want, but don't get so angry that it hurts your body. Yangyang will be sad. Chapter 49. Zhu Yan's wife severely reprimands Zhu Yangyang. Hearing Zhu Yangyang's deep concern, Zhu Yanqi's voice softened a little, but there was still a warning in her tone. Okay, you must delete it completely. Also, if you want to post photos or videos of me in the future, you must ask me in advance. You can only post them after I agree. After a few seconds, she continued, including the circle of friends, got it? Zhu Yangyang, ah. The circle of friends also, oh, Yangyang knows. Next to him, Zhuang Yi listened to Zhu Yangyang's puppy-like voice, and his eyes twitched constantly. Such strong green tea. Even the old fried tea is not so hard to swallow. But now that they are divorced, Zhu Yan's wife can do whatever she wants and it has nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, he retched out of nausea, and Zhu Yan's wife saw it out of the corner of her eye. Zhu Yan's wife suddenly remembered the chilling way her husband beat her in the morning, and asked casually. Zhu Yangyang, let me ask you another question. In addition to posting photos on social media platforms, have you ever posted them anywhere else? Zhu Yangyang said a little disappointedly, posted on WeChat Moments. But my sister-in-law. Although I didn't add my brother-in-law as a friend, I have blocked him in advance. He can't see it, don't be afraid. Zhuang Yi originally planned to leave immediately, but after hearing this, he couldn't wait to listen a little longer. The subtext of this little brother is that he still has many secrets about Zhu Yan's wife that cannot be told. Zhu Yan's wife looked at Zhuang Yi in panic, and said with a bit of shame and fear. Don't talk nonsense. If your brother-in-law hears this, he will misunderstand it again. Tell the truth to your sister. Besides your moments and social media platforms, have you ever sent photos to anyone else, such as your brother-in-law? With this reminder, Zhu Yangyang realized that she wanted to talk about what happened in the morning, and denied it categorically. Absolutely not. I swear to God, I definitely didn't. That's indeed the case, the photo was not posted by him. He hired someone to send it. Technically, he wasn't lying. So, seeing her brother swear, Zhu Yan's wife felt relieved and said. It's good that it wasn't you who sent it. By the way, I'll be going to your house in a few days to check the surveillance. I need to find someone who took the photo. There was a gleam of ferocity in her eyes when she said this. If it weren't for those 2 photos, her husband wouldn't have been so heartbroken and said the 4 words, I don't like her. Therefore, she must find out the real murderer and take revenge with thunderous means. The Zhu family plays an important role in Dingyang City. Killing a person of low status is easier than killing a dog. Zhu Yangyang made a puzzled sound. My sister-in-law wants to record a video. Don't bother. I'll call now and ask the servants to organize the video and send it to my sister-in-law. There are few cameras in Zhu Yangyang's home, but even so, some suspicious footage was captured on his birthday. These contents certainly cannot be packaged and sent to Zhu Yan's wife as they are. It needs to be adjusted slightly to avoid exposing the plot. Okay, that's it, I'll hang up first. Zhu Yan's wife thought to herself and reminded him, remember to delete the video quickly, do you hear me? Zhu Yangyang, got it. As long as my sister-in-law isn't angry, Yangyang is willing to do anything. After a few quick greetings, Zhu Yan's wife hung up the phone. Then, she turned to look at Zhuang Yi beside her and tiptoed to grab his wrist. Hubby, I just found out about this too. I've already scolded Zhu Yangyang, and he won't dare to do it again. Zhuang Yi was too lazy to argue with her. They were divorced, so why did she need to prove her innocence? When the children starve to death, you provide milk, when the crops wither and die, you provide water. Although Zhu Yan's wife was questioning him sternly, Zhu Yangyang was so drunk that he could hear it. Boss Zhu, we are divorced. Your affairs have nothing to do with me anymore. The past is gone with the wind, and we will never meet again. Zhuang Yi grabbed her hand and walked away. His past life has completely turned over a new leaf, and from today on, he will only write his own new chapter. The car is yours, drive it back by yourself. Wait a minute, husband. Zhu Nian's wife suddenly called him, we can't meet forever. I have agreed to the divorce. You have to at least add our contact information back. Zhuang Yi paused and held up 2 fingers, answer me 2 questions. If you answer them correctly, I will agree. 2 questions. You said that. You are a liar, you little dog. First question, when is Zhu Yangyang's birthday? The day before yesterday. You're not going to bring up the past again, are you? Second question, when is my birthday? As soon as the question was asked, Zhu Nian's wife's tear-stained face turned pale as frost, her pupils widened unnaturally, and she was unable to answer for a while. They have known each other for 7 years and have been married for 4 years. She really didn't remember celebrating Zhuang Yi's birthday. In the past, all the surprises at home were arranged by her husband, and she never cared about her husband in any detail. The most damning thing is, just now at the Civil Affairs Bureau, both people's ID cards and information were there. Zhu Nian's wife could remember it even if she paid a little attention. Ha! Zhuang Yi's self-deprecation was extremely ironic. It's okay. We are divorced. My birthday has nothing to do with you. Wait a minute, husband. Didn't you say that I'm just afraid of losing you? I have lost you so suddenly. What if I have withdrawal symptoms and I jump off the building and commit suicide? So at least add your phone number back so I can communicate with you and slowly come to terms with living without you. Faced with Zhu Nian's wife's desperate pleas, Zhuang Yi did not take it seriously at all. What you said makes perfect sense, but I refuse. After saying this, Zhuang Yi left without looking back. If he doesn't make a decision when he should, he will suffer the consequences. He never wanted to be involved in the incident concerning Zhu Nian's wife again. Zhu Nian's wife trotted after Zhuang Yi, begging in despair. Hubby, if we can't be husband and wife, we should at least be friends. Are you willing to let me not hear your voice for the rest of my life? You are now opening a decoration company. If the Zhu Group has decoration projects in the future, they will definitely give priority to you. Don't you even want to make money? Zhuang Yi pretended not to hear and let his wife Zhu Nian be heartbroken behind him. After shouting for more than 10 minutes, her eyes became red and swollen, and tears fell for the first time in her life. What about our dad? He treats you like his own son. Do you want to disappoint our dad? When he heard Zhu Jiangwo, Zhuang Yi was stunned and stopped subconsciously. The person that the Zhu family cares about the most is none other than the father-in-law. Zhuang Yi even predicted that his father-in-law would give him some pocket money before long. Boss Zhu, if I had known this earlier, why would we have done this? Zhuang Yi sighed and stopped Zhu Nian's wife from following him. I will unblock your phone number, but you are not allowed to harass me except for work matters. I will block you immediately if I find you doing so. Zhu Nian's wife's face, which was so distressed that she was about to collapse, showed a slight smile. There is also WeChat. WeChat has not been unlocked and is blocked. Micro U Egg. Chapter 50 Huang Shui kidnaps Zhuang Yi. After the divorce, he left his wife Zhu Nian behind. Zhuang Yi was not in a hurry to go home, but went to the company first to coordinate the on-site details with the decoration master. Then I started wandering around aimlessly. Through WeChat, the rough design of Xiao Jiuli's house was given to Su Bao, asking her to work on it and produce it tomorrow. Su Bao was a college student, and since the company had not yet completed its renovation, they tacitly allowed Su Bao to work on campus. Anyway, when I need to meet a client, I can ask her out for a meeting. It's the same thing. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhuang Yi received a message. As expected, it was sent by Zhu Jiangwo. The content is a photo and a voice message. The photo shows a bank card. The audio content is a monologue. Son, Dad still has 10 million in his hand. If you have time, find some time to have a drink, and Dad will give it to you. Dad knows it's a little too little, but that's all the pocket money I have. Although I can't let you hold shares in Zhu's group, Dad also has 2 independent companies. After some time, Dad and my wife have discussed it, I will sign a share donation agreement with you. Let's ignore the criticism from the outside world. Even if you leave the Zhu family, you will always be my son, Zhu Jiangwo. If you don't mind, come over and kowtow to Dad. I promise to disregard the family's objections and acknowledge you as my godson on the spot. Zhuang Yi felt warm in his heart and thought that the old man was a little funny. However, having made the decision to leave the house with nothing, he would never regret it. After talking to his father-in-law for a long time, the final result was that Zhuang Yi took a tough attitude and refused to accept any gifts from the Zhu family. During the 4 years of marriage, all the contributions that Zhuang Yi had made to the Zhu family and the Zhu group were given to his wife Xun Yan without reservation. Having done this, he has a clear conscience towards the Zhu family. From now on, I just need to find some time, sign all the messy procedures and agreements, and I will completely draw a line between myself and Xun Yan's wife. Thinking of this, he felt much better and unknowingly wandered to a group of unfinished buildings. The high-rise buildings are peeling off, with steel bars and concrete exposed. It is so quiet around that there is not a single person in sight, and the silence is frightening. Zhuang Yi stood there, looked around for a few times, and admired the home of thousands of cattle and horses floating on the water. Suddenly, a yellow rag came out from his neck and covered his mouth tightly. Almost subconsciously, Zhuang Yi suddenly elbowed behind him. Hold! The elbow hit the attacker's abdomen, causing him to groan and let go of Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi turned around and saw a middle-aged man with broad shoulders and a strong waist. He was wearing a mask on his face, which covered his face tightly. You damn kid! Why don't you just sleep soundly? How dare you elbow me, your grandpa? The middle-aged man spoke foul language. Zhuang Yi didn't even bother to say anything. He leaned forward and punched him several times on the head. He knew everything very well, and he was tripped up by someone. Boom! 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 Within 3 strikes, the middle-aged man was knocked to the ground, using his arms to cover his head. Fuck it. Stop hitting that damn kid. You bunch of losers, hurry up and do it. He wants to beat me to death. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, several figures appeared behind Zhuang Yi. Immediately afterwards, Zhuang Yi's hands were hugged tightly by someone, and another yellow rag was stretched out from behind him, covering his mouth and nose tightly. He struggled desperately, but his strength and consciousness were gradually blurring, and his eyelids were becoming heavier. Finally, he collapsed powerlessly, falling into coma. When Zhuang Yi woke up again, the ceiling is painted in warm colors. I was lying on the bed, with a heart-shaped double bed underneath me. The head of the bed is against the wall, covered with soft velvet bedding, and there are several art paintings hanging on the wall, creating a romantic and warm atmosphere. A couple's suite. After Zhuang Yi made sure that there was no one around, he quietly looked up. Being kidnapped to this weird place, are they going to take some weird photos? Click. At this time, the door of the room was opened. Zhuang Yi immediately closed his eyes and pretended to faint. There were 3 people who walked into the couple's suite. Huang Shui crossed her arms across her chest and walked at the front in her high heels. Behind her stood a man and a woman. The man was skinny, about 30 years old, holding a camera, wearing a pair of high-height glasses, and had a slightly hunched back. The woman was wearing a black lace nightgown and walking barefoot on the soft carpet. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, revealing a large area of her snow-white collarbone, which was extremely seductive. She is the little princess of a certain club, and her full name is Ning Yunyun. Huang Shui glanced at Zhuang Yi, snorted coldly, and thought that the knockout drug was really effective, so she fell asleep immediately. When we get in bed, show me some new tricks. Xiaozhua, take as many photos and videos as you can for me, and make this pickled cucumber look like a morally corrupt, despicable, and dirty bastard. Huang Shui, like a director, personally directed the next actions of a man and a woman. The Xiaozhua he mentioned is named Huang Zhuming, a professional photographer. He is also a member of the Huang clan, so they can be considered distant relatives. Tomorrow, I will let everyone in Dingyang City know that Zhuang Yi is a ghostly, stuffy man. He is a stinking piece of dog shit that has rotted in the cesspool. Huang Zhuming clapped his hands and nodded his head desperately. Don't worry, Shui, my photography skills are guaranteed to be amazing. I will definitely make Xun Yan's wife hate Zhuang Yi so much that they become his mortal enemy. Hearing this, Huang Shui smiled smugly. She had promised Zhuang Yi before that she would bring disgrace to Zhuang Yi. Tonight is her first time taking action. Huang Shui was afraid of the non-existent evidence in Zhuang Yi's hand. She needed to take the initiative and squeeze out some dirty information from Zhuang Yi. Besides, she had another purpose. Through such despicable means, Jun Yan's wife and Zhuang Yi and his wife became enemies. The relationship between them was already precarious and fragile. If Jun Yan's wife saw Zhuang Yi sleeping with another woman at this time, she would be so angry that she would lose her mind and divorce him early. After the two of them broke up completely, without the protection of the Zhu family, Zhuang Yi would be just an ordinary person, and he would become even more vicious and murderous towards Zhuang Yi. After making up her mind, Huang Shui's eyes fell on Ning Yunyun and she stretched out 5 fingers. Time waits for no one. You can start working now. After the work is done, each of you will receive 500,000 yuan as a hush money. When Huang Zhuoming heard that there was 500,000, he was very excited and patted his chest to guarantee. Don't worry, Shui, brother will never let you down. Ning Yunyun also said yes, thank you, Mr. Huang. I promise to serve Zhuang Yi comfortably tonight. Huang Shui's eyes became more and more passionate and bold. She kept looking at Ning Yunyun in front of her, and another idea came to her mind. That's not necessary. Don't let a dirty man defile your little body. She walked up to Ning Yunyun, lifted her chin, and said provocatively. You have to accompany me, your sister, in the second half of the night. The little princess felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, but she couldn't show it too obviously, so she just smiled awkwardly. Sudden. A figure rushed over and punched Huang Zhuoming on the lens of his glasses. Chapter 51 Finally. Huang Shui begged Zhuang Yi for mercy. With a bang. The lenses of Huang Zhuoming's glasses shattered, his nose was bent and collapsed, and his nose was bleeding. Zhuang Yi smiled sinisterly and punched him on the head again, which made his skinny body unable to withstand the blow. He fell to the ground and groaned in pain. If you are angry, just vent it. Get angry if you want. If someone hits you. Zhuang Yi. How could you possibly wake up? The knockout drug lasts for 10 hours. Huang Shui covered her mouth and suddenly panicked. She was too naive and never thought that Zhuang Yi would wake up so quickly. In just this moment, the whole plan went wrong. Ning Yunyun covered her eyes and screamed, ah. Zhuang Yihao did not hesitate and punched her in the abdomen, causing her to vomit a pool of gastric juice. Shut up, or I'll beat you to death right now. If you feel dissatisfied, you can call the police. I will never stop you. You are kidnappers anyway, so you will be the ones to go to jail. Zhuang Yi is physically strong, and if his opponents were a few big men, he might not be able to defeat them. But he was more than enough to deal with 3 defenseless little Karami. After Zhuang Yi roared, Ning Yunyun squatted on the ground, not daring to raise her head, and hugged her knees timidly. Huang Zhuoming's glasses were broken and he couldn't see the road clearly. He sat on the ground and covered his mouth. Only Huang Shui saw that the situation was out of control and said anxiously, just an uneducated man like you. You want to threaten the 3 of us. Zhuang Yi's sharp eyes swept over Huang Shui, whoever dares to speak again will be fucking killed. Don't think I dare not, I can risk my life to beat the 3 of you to death and flee for fear of crime. The couple's suite was very high-end, and his shouts were so loud that the echo didn't go far. Huang Shui was furious, how dare you? You are a disgusting man, how dare you lay hands on me? Zhuang Yi kicked her in the abdomen, sending her flying 3 meters away and causing her to fall heavily to the ground. I only remember the food and not the beating. I've already beaten you twice, and you said I didn't dare to do it. After threatening them, he quickly locked the door to prevent the 3 men from escaping. Huang Shui tossed and turned for a few times, holding her abdomen in pain, her face turning pale, ah. Zhuang Yi walked over to Huang Shui and stuffed a handkerchief into her mouth to stop her from screaming. Why are you screaming? Scream after we get into bed. A feeling of shame made Huang Shui's face turn red instantly. She wanted to shout out, but unfortunately her mouth was blocked by a handkerchief and she couldn't do it at all. Zhuang Yi found red self-binding rope in the room, tied up all 3 of them and threw them in the corner. Then he used his smelly socks to stuff Huang Zhuoming and Ning Yunyun's mouths. During this period, Huang Zhuoming tried to resist, but was knocked unconscious by a punch from Zhuang Yi, and fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. After everything was ready, Zhuang Yi picked up Huang Shui and threw her on the bed. The part that all mankind is most looking forward to has arrived. Zhuang Yi sat by the bed, looking at the immobile beauty, and couldn't help feeling a chill. He hooks up with my wife every day and does those indecent things with her. Now you've fallen into my hands by accident. You can't escape tonight even if you have wings. As he said this, he slapped Huang Shui hard in the face. Huang Shui was slapped on one side of her face, feeling dizzy and tears of fear streaming down her face. She kept shaking her head at Zhuang Yi, as if she wanted to explain something. Today she wore a white sweater with a black pencil skirt below her hips, which perfectly outlined her slender legs. She wore light makeup, her red lips were as bright as cherries, and her short golden hair fell beside her ears, making her look particularly charming. Zhuang Yi snorted coldly, "Why, you want to talk?" Huang Shui tried hard to suppress her fear and nodded frantically. Zhuang Yi roughly pinched her chin and pulled out the handkerchief that was gagging her mouth. Huang Shui took a deep breath in discomfort and wanted to shout out loud, but was frightened by Zhuang Yi's cold gaze and shrank back her throat. She asked timidly. "Zhuang Yi, why didn't you faint? I bought the knockout drug at a high price on the black market, there's no way it could have gone wrong." Zhuang Yi gave a sly smile, "I have a high drug resistance, so it was a blessing in disguise that saved my life." Huang Shui woke up as if from a dream, and a chill rose from her spine to her forehead. She tried to calm herself down and mustered up her courage. "Zhuang Yi, I can pretend that nothing happened tonight. As long as you let me go, I promise that the Huang family will not take any revenge on you again. And you don't want your beloved wife to find out about this, right?" Her tone was not as strong as before, but it was full of stubbornness. Bang! Zhuang Yi slapped her hard. He got angry when he heard the word, baby. "I have divorced Zhu Nianxi today. Your threats have no effect on me." Divorced. Doesn't it take a month?" Huang Shui was surprised and happy. Now that this dirty and despicable man had left, wouldn't he have his beloved wife all to himself? "I didn't expect that all the planning for so many days would be in vain and put myself in a passive position. I apologize to you for knocking you out. Please don't be so petty, okay? We are all friends. If you let me go, I promise not to cause you any trouble." "Let you go? Are you narrow-minded? Mr. Huang, you are really joking." Zhuang Yi got on the bed, with Huang Shui beside him. "I'm single now, and I've been soiled by Zhu Nian's wife. There's no need to keep myself clean. Do you understand me?" Huang Shui was shocked. What do you want to do?" Huang Shui, "No. Sister Baiyun's home. Sister Baiyun is playing games. In the game, Zhao Xian is holding a gun, madly stabbing the yellow scarecrow in the ice and snow. Attack! Attack! Attack him to pieces. He will die." Sister Baiyun was so engrossed in playing games that she simply sat cross-legged on the sofa, tapping the screen with her fingers. Outside the house, the night wind was howling. The blown stones hit the windows, making a clattering sound. Couple suite. After 2 hours of madness. In order to pass the review, I deleted 1,000 words. Thank you for your hard work. Everything is quiet. In the corner, Ning Yunyun and Huang Zhuming, two powerless outsiders, could only watch everything happen. On the bed. Because Huang Shui's hands and feet were tied, Zhuang Yi covered her with a quilt. However, Huang Shui was still crying loudly, "Wu, Zhuang Yi, I'm sorry, please let me go, I promise I will never dare to retaliate against you again. It doesn't matter. I hope you can come and take revenge on me. I'm always here to help you." Zhuang Yi sat aside, watching the video on his mobile phone, and replied jokingly. At this moment, he had a lot of negative information about Huang Shui. Every video that is leaked will have an indelible impact on the Huang group. The plummeting stock price is secondary, the most important issue is that Huang Shui's position as president is in jeopardy. During these 2 hours, Zhuang Yi recorded 5 videos through unreasonable intimidation. They are: Huang Shui admitted that she was involved in a kidnapping and extortion, and the target of the kidnapping was Zhuang Yi. Admit that she is a lesbian. Admitted that she had an affair with the female anchor under Shui Media. He admitted to embezzling funds from the Huang Group and signing a sky-high order with Jun Yan's wife personally. The last video, and the one that takes up the most space, is the one between her and Zhuang Yi. They are in love with each other and have many children. Why is Huang Shui willing to admit so much? Because of Zhuang Yixing. He is so awesome. It's even more ferocious than a little brain tiger. No normal person can stand it. Huang Shui's cheeks were red, her tears had soaked the pillow, she had lost all her rationality, and could only sob and beg Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi, I'm sorry. I've entrusted all my secrets to you. I can't possibly do anything to you again. Please don't punish me anymore, don't be immoral anymore, don't be wild and unruly anymore. Dear readers, it's already 100,000 words. I need book reviews and bookshelves urgently. It would be best if you could give me a small gift. This is really important to me. Thank you for your hard work, Kowtow. Chapter 52 Huang Shui wants a hug. At this moment, Huang Shui no longer looked like the eldest daughter of the Huang family. She was just a humble and desperate woman begging for mercy. She looked aggrieved, and her clothes were torn and slightly deformed, but not damaged. From this point of view, Zhuang Yi is still very gentle. He put down his phone, smoked a cigarette, and looked up at the ceiling with a gloomy look. I'll give you 5 minutes to rest. I still treat you as a human being and I haven't fed you any weird little pills. You should be content. His tone was heavy when he said this, and he blew out a smoke ring, not knowing what he was thinking about. To be honest, Huang Shui gave him a very bad impression. Super bad. Dry as a piece of rotten wood. He also didn't know whether this form of revenge was reasonable or not. There is even a trace of regret in my heart. Regret is the feeling that I am not worthy of myself. A homosexual like Huang Shui is not worthy of me at all. Huang Shui's lips trembled with anger. You are too much. You are unreasonable. 2 whole hours. Do you know how I survived these 2 hours? Oh, that's it. Zhuang Yi shook his head and put out his cigarette. My limit is 4 hours, so just endure the pain. 4. Huang Shui was so frightened that she fainted. Daybreak. A sleepless night. The madness is completely over. In order to pass the review, I deleted 1,000 words. Thank you for your hard work. After putting on his clothes, Zhuang Yi tidied up the clothes for Huang Shui, who was lying on the bed without saying a word. Huang Shui's eyes were blurred with tears. She gently hugged Zhuang Yi's neck and murmured. I want a kiss. In the second half of the night, seeing that Huang Shui had become obedient, Zhuang Yi untied the rope on her wrists. I didn't notice anything wrong at the time, but now I think about it, could it be? He frowned. You are not gay. I don't know, I want you to kiss me, and I won't go against you anymore. Huang Shui said this tenderly, and seeing that Zhuang Yi didn't move, she took the initiative to kiss him. She had an urge to press her soft and tender lips against the other person's face. At this time, Zhuang Yi covered her mouth. Kissing is for people you like, and I don't like you. Don't forget, it was you who caused me to divorce my wife. I hate you to the core. Zhuang Yi's tone was cold and his words were as sharp as a knife. Huang Shui's throat rolled. She didn't expect that she would take the initiative to ask for intimacy from a disgusting lower-class man and be rejected. Etc. Yes, Zhuang Yi is my love rival. How can I kiss him? My lover is Zhu Nian's wife. Zhu Nian's wife is mine, and everything in the Zhu family is mine. Huang Shui pushed Zhuang Yi away violently. Although she didn't know what happened to her tonight, she had to speak sternly. Uneducated dead man. As soon as the words came out, Huang Shui felt something was wrong. It seemed so rude. After all, he had the evidence of my life and death in his hands. Humph. Zhuang Yi, I kidnapped you yesterday, and you flirted with me last night. Anyway, we are even now. I, Huang Shui, will keep my word. I will not retaliate against you if I say so. But if you dare to tell anyone about what happened last night, we will never be together again, do you know that? After she pushed Zhuang Yi away, his expression became grim, he felt upset and anxious. He was not afraid of Huang Shui's revenge. He could invite all the powerful people in the capital, so what could a local tyrant in Dingyang City do to him? He just felt that he seemed to be losing his bottom line. If Xu Nianqi did it for love, and Xiao Jiuli did it because she was deceived, then what about Huang Shui? Did she do it for revenge? But I don't feel any pleasure of revenge at all. The only gain was the ironclad evidence to control the Huang family and the scandal with Huang's daughter Huang Shui. Huang Shui saw his lost look and panicked abnormally. Zhuang Yi, I don't mean to threaten you. I'm just explaining the situation to you. I won't tell anyone about what happened last night, and I will protect your reputation. Zhuang Yi sat next to her and looked at her mockingly. To tell you the truth, you can't do it. Huang Shui was stunned, and an unnatural blush appeared on her pale cheeks. She grabbed the pillow and threw it at Zhuang Yi. You bastard. Zhuang Yi didn't dodge and was hit in the face by the pillow that was stained with her scent. It doesn't hurt. He casually took away the pillow and pointed to Ning Yunyun and Huang Zhuming in the corner. What about the two of them? Huang Shui gritted her teeth and said, I will deal with my people myself. With coercion and inducement, they won't dare to gossip behind my back. You decide for yourself. I advise you to be careful and don't get close to Zhu Nian's wife again. A complicated look flashed across Zhuang Yi's eyes, and he finally took back his unspoken words. Forget it, just pretend I didn't say it. Zhu Nian's wife is now Zhu's ex-wife. No matter what she does outside, she will have to bear the consequences herself, and it has nothing to do with him. The 7-year relationship has come to an end and we are no longer concerned about each other. Zhuang Yi stood up, lifted Huang Shui's feet with his left hand, and skillfully untied the rope around her ankles with his right hand. I'm leaving now. You have to clean up the mess yourself. He spoke in a flat tone and turned away. Huang Shui saw that he was really leaving, and she crossed her arms angrily. Zhuang Yi, you can't expose what happened last night. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. I'm very good at threatening people. Zhuang Yi came to the door, unlocked it, and laughed coldly. Your life is in my hands. It's not your turn to threaten me. Don't forget that it was you who caused my family to break up. The person who stole my wife is an mortal enemy. You and I are still mortal enemies. Last night was just an appetizer. There will be more exciting revenge waiting for you in the future. After saying this, he left without looking back. Huang Shui sat on the bed, covering her lips, blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears. More exciting. There's something even more exciting than last night. Suddenly, a flash of fear passed through her, and she unconsciously clutched the quilt with both hands and shook her head desperately. No, no. What's wrong with me? I like women, Zhu Nian's wife. In the past, when I was oppressed like this, I would kick him in retaliation without any hesitation. Why am I excited today? Zhuang Yi was the bad guy who beat him twice, kicked him, and bullied him. Still a man. A disgusting man with a lower head. She glared at Ning Yunyun and Huang Zhuming fiercely, threatening cruelly. If anyone dares to tell anyone about what happened last night, don't blame me for hiring a professional killer to kill your entire family. Dingyang City. Zhu misses his wife's home. Zhu Nian's wife sat in front of the dining table. Several chefs in white chef uniforms bowed slightly and placed exquisite dishes on the table. This breakfast alone presented more than 10 delicious dishes with great color, aroma and flavor. The presentation was so exquisite that it was a feast for the eyes. Such a banquet can hardly be said to be less sumptuous. Only. Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that she slammed the chopsticks in her hand onto the table. What kind of crap is this? It tastes terrible. My husband's cooking is 10,000 times better than this. Also, I told you I have a bad stomach, but you guys kept adding seasoning. Are you all deaf? What is this dish? It's so bland that it has no flavor at all. Even eggs boiled in salt water are more delicious than this. It's for feeding the birds. And this dish, is it brainless? It's not spicy at all. It doesn't go well with rice at all. This dish is even worse. They put so much chili in it early in the morning that it's enough for me to mop the floor for a week. Do you want me to go to the toilet every other day? Chapter 53, Zhu Nian's wife lost Zhuang Yi and lived in depression. Zhu Nian's wife complained bitterly and scolded the chefs behind her one by one, scolding them harshly and saying they were useless. Several chefs lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. It's not that the dishes are bad, but they lack Zhuang Yi's unique flavor. It was fine for 1 or 2 days, but after eating it for almost 10 days in a row, she still couldn't taste the flavor of her husband's food, and Jun Yan's wife couldn't swallow it at all. It's irritating, awkward, and boring. Home is still the same home, but without that figure who silently contributes and keeps busy, it feels like something is missing. To put it bluntly, Zhuang Yi has made her speech more picky. Miss Zhu, these dishes are all cooked according to Mr. Zhuang's method. Even if the taste is different, it shouldn't be that much. As the chef trembled as he said this, a thin layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Huh, what do you think? Zhuang Yi is my husband. The man that even Michelin chefs would visit. Jun Yan's wife was proud at first, but then she realized something was wrong. What do you mean? I paid you to say discouraging things. I want you to cook the food that tastes like my husband. I can't eat if it doesn't taste like him. So annoying. Jun Yan's wife was so angry that she threw the chopsticks to the ground. In the past, when she had a poor appetite, Zhuang Yi would give her a kiss lovingly and make a delicious meal for her instead of arguing with her. Zhuang Yi is not afraid of trouble. As long as he can see himself smiling, his heart will be filled with happiness. He will sit aside and watch himself eat quietly. Zhuang Yi is not like the chef, who is afraid of losing his temper. Sometimes he would quarrel with himself deliberately, and then take the initiative to admit his mistakes when his anger has almost subsided. Very romantic. Zhuang Yi understands himself well, so he knows when to show care and concern naturally without any long-winded explanation. The more Jun Yan's wife compared her current life with Zhuang Yi, the more she missed him. She missed the man whose mind was filled with only herself. The chef carefully handed over a pair of clean chopsticks. Jun Yan's wife snatched them away and mechanically picked up a few bites of food and stuffed them into her mouth. The food is tasteless. After taking a few bites of the food, Jun Yan's wife put down her chopsticks and picked up the porridge and drank it all in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and left the house without saying a word. Bamboo Group. 8:30 in the morning. Jun Yan's wife came to the office and started to deal with work matters. She didn't dare to be idle, as her mind would start to wander if she was idle. At 10 o'clock in the morning, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Boom boom boom. Boss Zhu, it's me, Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi is Jun Yanqi's personal secretary and also her best friend. Jun Yan's wife, come in. Lu Xiaoxi pushed the door open and walked in, holding a cup of brewed coffee in both hands. She has regular features, a high ponytail, and wears a slim-fitting white shirt and a pair of neatly cut black suit pants. She walked to the desk with light steps, click click click, in her high heels. He placed the coffee on the table and gently pushed it in front of Jun Yan's wife. Mr. Zhu, have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself. Lu Xiaoxi said brightly. There's no need to be so formal here, since there's no outsiders here. Jun Yan's wife stretched her waist, picked up the coffee and took a sip. Not as delicious as Zhuang Yi Chang's. Lu Xiaoxi let go of the restraints and nudged Jun Yanqi's shoulder with his elbow. Yan's wife, why are you so unhappy all the time? Is the project going badly? It's just a so-so. Fortunately, we signed a big order with Huang Shui. The company won't have to worry about the order volume for a while. Jun Yan's wife took a sip of coffee and placed it on the table, bland. In the past, Zhuang Yi always brought her coffee, but now that Zhuang Yi was away, even drinking something seemed boring to her. Just tell me what you want to say. There are no rules in front of me. Lu Xiaoxi trotted behind Jun Yan's wife, massaged her shoulders, and coughed lightly. Okay, a lady named Qin Xinran has a fresh beauty project and wants to cooperate with our company. I have learned about this project, which focuses on overseas markets. If the company can get a part of it, the profit will be considerable, and it can also greatly deepen the company's influence overseas. Jun Yan's wife's face lit up and she sat up straight immediately. Qin Xinran. Is it Qin Xinran from the Qin Group in Manhwa City? Lu Xiaoxi nodded and continued to massage her shoulders. Yes, my dear wife, otherwise I wouldn't come to see you for no reason. When will she come to Dingyang City? I will arrange for a banquet immediately. Qin Xinran, the eldest princess of the Qin family, is a giant in the domestic cosmetics industry. The market value of the Qin Group is several times that of the Zhu Group. Lu Xiaoxi raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Oh, my wife, please listen to me first. Qin Xinran has made a special request, which is to meet Mr. Zhuang in person. Zhu Yan's wife's smile suddenly stopped, and her excitement was wiped out by the dark haze. Husband. She felt quite disappointed. It's time to meet my husband's clients again, but he's gone. Zhuang Yi's important position in the company was definitely not obtained simply by relying on his wife. As the soul of the company, there are many difficult and complicated problems that cannot be solved without his leadership. In addition to his damn handsome face, he has to attend many important banquets and social events to enhance the reputation of Zhu Yan's wife. Time flies. Now, so many days have passed and everyone in the company knows that Zhuang Yi has left the company. Lu Xiaoxi also admired Zhuang Yi in her heart. It was because of Zhuang Yi's recommendation that she was able to take on the position of secretary. Nian's wife, please invite Mr. Zhuang back. Doesn't he love you the most? Mr. Zhuang is the soul of our company and a commercial barrier. In just 10 days, this is the third partner who will meet Mr. Zhuang in person. Zhu Nian's wife pinched her brows, feeling confused and exhausted. I understand. You go out first and negotiate with the other party for a few rounds. If the other party insists on seeing my husband, come back and report to me. She also wanted to invite him back, but she couldn't because they were divorced. Lu Xiaoxi noticed that Zhu Nian's wife's attitude had changed and bowed slightly. Okay, Nianqi, I'll do it right away. After saying that, she quickly left the office. See, the door is closed. Zhu Nian's wife immediately took out a photo from the hidden drawer under the desk. She held the photo gently in her palm, and her depressed mood eased a lot. My husband doesn't like me anymore, and he says I don't like him. Do I really not love my husband anymore? Or am I simply afraid of losing him? But if it's just the fear of losing, why do you feel so miserable that you want to die? But if I love my husband, why would I hide this photo? Zhu Nian's wife murmured, and a drop of crystal-clear tear slid down from the corner of her eye, dripping onto the paper of the photo, leaving tiny water stains. I'm sorry, husband. I seem to have been too harsh on you before. I always bully you, domineeringly control you, and never listen to your opinions, which makes you angry and die. His fingertips traced the edge of the photo. She made a silent decision. Starting today, changes must be made. Even if my husband left, but he doesn't like Huang Shui, he still needs to maintain a sense of boundaries with her in the future. Just as she was gazing at the photo with affectionate eyes, Zhu Yangyang called. Chapter 54, The Outspoken Xiao Jiuli. Sister Baiyun's home. Zhuang Yi pushed the door open tiredly and sat lazily on the sofa. Working in the fields for a whole night not only hurt his waist, but also made him energetic and mentally exhausted. Ding dong. The mobile phone screen flickered, and Su Bauer sent a message, which was the original file of the design draft. Zhuang Yi clicked it casually and read it. There are no big problems, but many small ones. He was speechless for a long time, and thought that the other person was a student, so he felt embarrassed to scold her. I simply gave up sleeping, made a cup of strong coffee, and plunged into my laptop to revise the manuscript. Time flies, and at noon, the 3 design plans finally passed his scrutiny. He took out his cell phone and dialed Xiao Jiuli's number. Not long after, Xiao Jiuli's royal sister voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, my dear brother, I'm calling you at dinner time. Do you want to treat me to a meal? Zhuang Yi followed the other party's words and continued. I really want to make an appointment to have a quick meal with Sister Jiuli. Our design plan has come out, and I want to talk to you about it. When she heard it was about work, Xiao Jiuli pretended to be disappointed. Oh, so it's about work. I'm so sad. It would be better if it was about my sister or my brother. Zhuang Yi scratched his head awkwardly, chuckled a few times, and cursed the stupid customer in his heart. Communication work can also involve teasing little boys. There is no one else like him. Xiao Jiuli added, then let's do it tonight. I'll make a reservation at a restaurant and come find you after I finish work. After that, she added playfully, but you have to ask me this time. I want to post an official announcement on WeChat Moments. Okay, it's my honor to invite Sister Jiuli to dinner. Zhuang Yi agreed without hesitation. As a service industry, it is reasonable for him to treat his customers to a meal. I can't refuse, and there's no reason to refuse. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Jiuli chuckled. Her laughter was sweet and pleasant, like drizzling rain on petals and the chirping of swallows. My brother is so good, sister, tonight. I will cherish you. The vague teasing made Zhuang Yi's cheeks flush slightly. He seemed a little embarrassed and hung up the phone in a hurry after saying a few polite words. Then he sent a message to Su Bao, making an appointment to meet a client together in the evening. After the other party agreed, Zhuang Yi simply fried a plate of noodles and had a quick lunch. Sister Bai Yun had already gone to work. Zhuang Yi didn't like the meal to be too sumptuous, so he just had a simple 2 bites. After dinner, he washed the pots and dishes, set an alarm clock, and hurried into the bedroom to catch up on some sleep. 6:30 p.m. After Zhuang Yi took a taxi to the school to pick up Su Bao, they arrived at the agreed location. Zuyuexuan, a mid-range restaurant. Zhuang Yi booked a private room to show his respect for Xiao Jiuli. They pushed open the door and walked into the luxurious box, where they sat down. Su Bao sat next to Zhuang Yi and sensibly took out her laptop so that she could introduce the plan later. She was dressed beautifully tonight. The white dress wrapped around her slender waist and revealed a small part of her pink ankles. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands occasionally brushing past her eyes and being gently tucked behind her ears. Her watery eyes looked at the ground shyly, and she tugged at the hem of her skirt from time to time. At first glance, she looked very self-abased and shy. Zhuang Yi sat next to her and smelled a faint body fragrance. Su Bao didn't wear any makeup and had no money to wear it, but even so, her bare face was almost as pretty as Jun Yan's wife's. After staring at her profile for a while, Zhuang Yi broke the silence by saying, "Are you scared? Why are you looking at the ground?" Su Bao raised her eyes quietly and smiled sweetly. "No, Bao is very happy." "Happy? Are you happy working overtime late at night?" Zhuang Yi didn't believe it at all. He thought it was just a scam to sell quack medicine in the King of Hell's palace. Su Bao didn't hear the joking in his tone and nodded seriously. "I'm happy. Bao Er can save money on a meal." Bao followed a good boss, who bought her clothes, bought her a cell phone, and even treated her to meals. She buried her head shyly, her voice soft and tender, like an innocent child. After hearing this, Zhuang Yi felt a lump in his throat. As a child who also came from an orphanage, he knew very well how much Su Bao lacked a sense of security. As long as someone showed her a little kindness, she would hold the person in her arms and treat him or her as a treasure. This is not a good thing, as it is easy to be cheated by a scumbag. He took a menu and threw it in front of Su Bao. "Just pick and choose, see if there's anything you want to eat, this restaurant is not low-end, enjoy your food." Su Bao had a gentle smile on her face. "It's okay, Bao is not picky about food, just order what the customer likes later." "You are such a people pleaser. Didn't you get bullied in the orphanage?" Zhuang Yi asked jokingly. Su Bao pursed her lips, remained silent for dozens of seconds, and whispered. "Actually, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Bao was quite brave when he was little, because he had a younger brother to protect. During their time at the orphanage, Bao and his brother were inseparable. I heard from the nurse that Bao and his brother are twins. Bao is a little older than him, so she is the older sister. My little brother is a crybaby and is often bullied. As a big sister, Bao has to beat up those bad kids, so Bao has to be brave. Fate is fickle." Bao and his brother gradually became well connected. When Bao was 12 years old, a rich young man came to the orphanage with a fierce dog. My brother was bitten to death by that vicious dog. The dean seemed to be very afraid of the young master, so he asked Bao to apologize to him. At that time, Bao kowtowed to him. Since then, Bao's personality has taken a sharp turn for the worse and has slowly become what it is now. Bao rubbed his nose and told this past event with a faint smile. He seemed to have let it go, but also seemed to be still bothered by it. Her tone was a little heavy, the only thing that remained unchanged was that she kept her head down. After hearing Su Bao's life story, Zhuang Yi took a breath. The second half of a person's life is illuminated by the first half. Zhuang Yi was glad that he had Sister Bai Yun to protect him, otherwise, he would probably become like Su Bao. He has low self-esteem, is timid, and always keeps a low profile. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette and said on a whim, "My experience is more exciting than yours. My body was soiled on the day I became an adult." The two chatted endlessly about the past in the orphanage. Su Bao listened attentively, and would raise her head intentionally or unintentionally to meet Zhuang Yi's calm eyes. Half an hour later. The door of the box was gently pushed open and Xiao Jiuli walked in. Zhuang Yi stopped talking, moved his chair and stood up. Sister Jiuli, good evening. Su Bauer looked up at Zhuang Yi, then stood up in an instant. Mr. Xiao, good evening. When Xiao Jiuli saw Su Bauer, her eyelids twitched, but she quickly greeted her. Brother Zhuang Yi, Assistant Su, sorry to have kept you waiting. No, we just arrived too. Zhuang Yi walked over to Xiao Jiuli and moved a chair for her. Thin. As thin as a toothpick. Xiao Jiuli showed a bright and somewhat charming smile and sat down without hesitation. Zhuang Yi folded her bag and coat and put them aside. It's a simple little service, but it's a plus if it's done. Xiao Jiuli still didn't bring her secretary to tonight's meeting, which made Zhuang Yi realize that the other party wanted to create an opportunity for them to be alone. If he had known this would happen, he would not have brought Su Bauer to join in the fun. Su Bauer picked up her notebook, opened the design draft, and wanted to present it to Xiao Jiuli for review. Zhuang Yi immediately pinched her arm and signaled her not to be anxious. Sitting back in his seat, Zhuang Yi handed the menu to Xiao Jiuli who was sitting opposite him. Sister Jiuli, let's order some food first and see if there's anything that suits your taste. I remember you like fish, and this restaurant's pan-fried salmon is pretty good. Xiao Jiuli said bluntly, it's boring to just eat vegetables. Sister is a bad guy. Sister wants to eat you. Chapter 55 The First Pot of Gold, 5 million. Zhuang Yi said calmly, Sister Jiuli, we better not be too reckless. It's easy for the divine crane to take us down. Xiao Jiuli smiled without saying anything. She looked at Zhuang Yi meaningfully with her bewitching eyes, exuding temptation and desire without any concealment. She was wearing a slim black dress tonight, her charming cleavage was faintly visible, and her waist and hips were just right. Zhuang Yi felt a little embarrassed being stared at. The woman looked as if she wanted to eat him up, which made him feel a little at a loss as to what to do. As a female president, Xiao Jiuli has a very strong aura, and she interprets the word royal sister to the fullest. Is my sister beautiful? Xiao Jiuli leaned on the dining table with her hands, held her cheeks, and looked at Zhuang Yi lovingly. Zhuang Yi quickly shook his head, restrained his emotions, and smiled. Jiuli's sister is too beautiful, so beautiful that even monks want to return to secular life, and so beautiful that I want to punch myself in the nose and let some blood flow as Jiuli's sister's trophy. Xiao Jiuli was amused, why didn't I realize before that you are so frivolous? But, if you want to have a nosebleed, I can do that too. Stop. Zhuang Yi raised his hand to stop him and glanced at Su Bauer, there are college students around, don't let them be corrupted. At this moment, Su Bauer lowered her head with a blush on her face, looking a little shy and a little touching. Xiao Jiuli glanced at this light bulb and said with a bit of contempt, okay, sister, order the dishes. She raised her hand to wave the waiter over, ordered the dishes in a cold voice, and asked the waiter to leave quickly. The waiter nodded like pecking at rice and left the box angrily. She didn't ask Zhuang Yi and Su Bauer about all this process. As a customer, he is arrogant and domineering. Zhuang Yi was very generous, he knew people like Xiao Jiuli too well. In the family, countless eyes are staring at her. She doesn't want to be eroded by the younger generation or be pushed down by the crowd. Naturally, she has to be more domineering and self-centered in order to gain a foothold in the complex business world. Over time, you will ignore the feelings of people around you. We've ordered the dishes. I won't say any more nonsense. I have a question for you. Xiao Jiuli threw the menu aside. You're divorced, right? Zhuang Yi was stunned. When it came to the issue of privacy, his face turned pale. They just got divorced yesterday, and some of the procedures haven't been completed yet, and even the Zhu family hasn't announced it to the public. She just knew it. Sister Jiuli, are you investigating me? Xiao Jiuli licked her lips and blew her breath like a lotus. What's wrong with investigating you? I will investigate you if I want to. I will investigate you severely until you are penniless. These words made Zhuang Yi's face turn as black as a rag. Xiao Jiuli sensed the change in the other party's expression and quickly changed her words. Okay, sister is just kidding you. Zhu Yangyang posted a message on WeChat Moments this afternoon. The content was probably to celebrate Jun Yan's wife's divorce, but it was deleted within 5 minutes. My sister was puzzled and asked casually out of curiosity whether it was true or not. If this is a real divorce, my sister will have to put it on the agenda and take action against you. Dingyang City is neither big nor small. Even if the big families don't get along with each other, they will still become friends. After all, the business world is like a battlefield. Yesterday's enemy may be tomorrow's friend, and today's best friend may be tomorrow's industry rival. Similarly, in Chapter 10, Jun Yan's wife scolded Xiao Jiuli so harshly and threatened that the entire Xiao family would be buried with her. As a result, no one has blocked WeChat yet. Zhuang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that there was no investigation. It's just this Zhu Yangyang, hee. Yes, Jun Yanqi and I are divorced. He replied calmly. Xiao Jiuli was delighted and pretended to comfort him. It's okay, brother. There is no hurdle in life that cannot be overcome. Without Yanqi, I still have my sister Jiuli. I will be your domineering CEO's little wife. The first half of the sentence was polite, and the second half stated the purpose. Hearing this, Zhuang Yi smiled with relief and did not answer her. The way he smiled was very handsome, which made Xiao Jiuli very happy. She simply took advantage of the situation and pursued him. He glanced at Su Bauer, who was in a daze. Good opportunity. Under the table. Xiao Jiuli quietly took off her high heels, stretched out her slender and well-proportioned feet, and lightly stepped on Zhuang Yi's shoes. There was a charming warmth coming from the tips of my toes. Zhuang Yi suddenly realized something and looked at Xiao Jiuli emotionally. She is smiling. A silly smile. Sister Jiuli, take care. Xiao Jiuli pouted in dissatisfaction. The food hasn't been served yet, sister, please eat some spiritual food. Brother, do you have any objection? You, at least consider the occasion. Assistant Su is still next to us. Zhuang Yi reminded in a low voice. Xiao Jiuli licked her lips and said, brother, you don't understand. It's exciting only when there are spectators. Between being discovered and not being discovered, this longing is the perfect seasoning. Besides, my brother said in chapter 40 that after the divorce, I can tease you as I please. Are you going to regret it? The breath she exhaled became more ambiguous and her eyes became more passionate. A blush suddenly appeared on Zhuang Yi's face. He glanced at Su Bao out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, Su Bao was burying her head in ignorance, as if she didn't understand what the two were talking about. Zhuang Yi never expected that when the atmosphere was set just right, Xiao Jiuli took a joke he made casually seriously. He seriously suspected that Xiao Jiuli at that time was deliberately setting a trap for him and tricking him into saying that. This is indeed the case. Every word Xiao Jiuli said was premeditated, including in one of her words tonight, she also laid a foreshadowing. Brother, you smell so good. Xiao Jiuli still held her face, gazing at Zhuang Yi lovingly, and made a charming and enchanting voice. Under the table, the actions became more and more rampant. Zhuang Yi's face and ears were swollen from her teasing, and he quickly poked Su Baoer's shoulder. Baoer, you open the design plan and show it to Sister Jiuli. When he spoke, there were obvious pauses in his voice. This made Xiao Jiuli feel even happier, and she kept laughing foolishly. At the dining table, everything was calm. Under the dining table, there is blood and gore. My younger brother didn't dare to resist and could only allow himself to be bullied. So cute. Su Baoer did as she was told. She picked up the laptop, opened the design draft, and placed it in front of Xiao Jiuli. The moment Xiao Jiuli saw the design plan, everything in front of her eyes suddenly became clear. There are 3 plans, each one suits her taste. I finally understood why Zhuang Yi had to review the facade and office building of the Zhu Group. A sales director actually has such extraordinary abilities. After reviewing the plan for a while, she gave Zhuang Yi an admiring look and simply stopped talking. Let's proceed with the construction according to the first version of the design. There's no need to make a quotation. Just tell me a number and we can start construction in 3 days when the weather is good. While saying this, she poked Zhuang Yi's knee under the table. Zhuang Yi was extremely ashamed, but was afraid that Su Baoer beside him would find out, so he suppressed his uneasiness and replied. For the first version of the design, my budget is 120,000. It would be best to make a project budget. The budget should be lower than the verbal quotation. It will also give Sister Jiuli a rough idea. Xiao Jiuli waved her hand coldly. Give my brother 5 million, and I will deposit the full amount into your account tomorrow. The materials and labor costs are within the budget, and I will give them to my sister in the best way possible. Chapter 56 Jun Yan's wife's tears of regret. Zhuang Yi felt warm in his heart, and it seemed that in an instant, all the bad things that happened under the table were forgotten. Since the customer was looking for quality, he didn't waste any time and agreed immediately. This order is finally done. Soon, the food and wine were served. Su Bao raised her head and saw that something was wrong with Zhuang Yi. She asked timidly and stupidly, "Brother Zhuang, are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red and hot." Hearing this, Xiao Jiuli revealed an even more evil smile. This feeling of doing something bad in front of a third party. So exciting. My brother's face was as red as a watermelon. After Assistant Su said that, my sister also realized it. "Brother, are you shy? Your face is as red as a watermelon, and I really want to take a bite of it." Xiao Jiuli teased seriously. Zhuang Yi glared at her, blushing and saying, "Sister Jiuli, don't lead the child astray." Bauer is still by her side. He was overwhelmed with shame. Afraid of revealing something in front of Su Bauer. Su Bauer, the simpleton, was confused by what he heard and felt very nervous. He seemed not to realize that his boss was being teased by a female customer. Xiao Jiuli happily picked up the chopsticks and picked up some vegetables and meat for Zhuang Yi. Okay, just spoil her. Then sister and brother signed a 5 million bill. It's not too much to have a few drinks with sister tonight, right? I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Under the table, feet were fighting. After 3 rounds of drinking, Zhuang Yi and Xiao Jiuli were drunk. Both of them had flushed faces and staggered up to raise the wine in their cups, one after another. When he was drunk and unconscious, Xiao Jiuli wanted to drink with Su Bauer, but was stopped by Zhuang Yi in time. This is an instinctive habit of his body. He used to block alcohol for Jun Yan's wife many times, and now he is unwilling to let people around him touch alcohol. What's more, Su Bao had confessed in advance that she couldn't drink. Su Bao sat beside him, bathing in the full protective spring water. Inadvertently, she smiled, as bright as the stars. It was 12 o'clock at night. After dinner, Zhuang Yi watched Xiao Jiuli being taken away by his secretary before taking a taxi home. Half an hour later. Sister Baiyun's home. It was pitch dark at home and Sister Baiyun went to bed early. Su Bauer carried Zhuang Yi's arm, turned on the living room light, and took him to the sofa to sit down. Zhuang Yi was very heavy, and Su Bao had to take great effort to carry him home from the restaurant. "You've worked hard tonight. Do you feel like vomiting? Tell Bauer if you do." Su Bauer unbuttoned the 2 buttons around his neck and spoke to him gently and with concern. What did you say?" The drunk Zhuang Yi frowned, as if he heard something he had always wanted to hear. A word he wanted to hear from his wife. Boer said if you feel like vomiting, there is a trash can nearby. Su Bauer squatted beside the coffee table and poured a glass of water from the thermos. "Just lightly touch your lips, the water is warm." She handed the cup of water to Zhuang Yi's lips, with a doting look in her eyes. Zhuang Yi looked at the woman who was serving him with difficulty. When he saw clearly that the person was Su Bauer, he drank the water with peace of mind. Tun. Slow down, don't choke. Su Bauer patted his chest gently. After drinking the warm water, Zhuang Yi panted and said, "Bauer, what did you say last time?" Previous sentence. Bauer said, "You worked hard tonight." Su Bauer's eyes turned into crescents when she smiled. She gently raised the sofa cushion a little so that Zhuang Yi could lean on it and rest. The drunk boss is so cute, smelling of alcohol, like a good baby. Su Bauer said it so innocently that it touched people's hearts. She didn't know that this sentence was very damaging to Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi was a little sober now, and his eyes felt a little warm as he looked at the cute girl in front of him. Thank you. He had always wanted to hear the 3 words, "Thank you for your hard work," from Jun Yan's wife. But, no. Never. For years of hard work, all in vain. Zhuang Yi turned his head slightly, avoiding Su Bauer's gaze, fearing that his moved emotions would be noticed. Su Bauer was stunned and stroked his hair gently. "You're welcome. Do you want Bauer to make you some hangover soup?" Zhuang Yi shook his head. "It's not worth it, go back to school first and ask me to reimburse you for the car fare tomorrow morning." "Don't worry, tomorrow is Saturday, Bao has a day off." Su Bauer didn't know she was being ordered to leave, and said like she was coaxing a child, "Just rest well, Bao will serve you." After she finished speaking, without waiting for Zhuang Yi to say anything, she tiptoed into the bathroom, took a towel and filled a basin with cold water. He came to the sofa, took off Zhuang Yi's socks, and simply wiped his cheeks, hands and feet. The water was icy and cold, and the feeling of the towel rubbing against my skin was very familiar. It was very similar to how he served Zhu Nian's wife. Bauer, just sleep in my room later. I'll sleep on the sofa. Okay, then Bauer, go get a blanket and cover you. After Su Bauer wiped her cheeks and body, her eyelashes were stained with tiny water droplets. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, took off Zhuang Yi's coat, and tiptoed into the room to get a blanket. 5 o'clock in the morning. Zhu misses his wife's home. Zhu Nian's wife returned home, reeking of alcohol, and collapsed on the sofa. Hubby, pour me some water to wipe my face. Zhu Yang, let go. I can still drink. I can still drink. In the past, when Zhu Nian's wife was drunk, it was Zhuang Yi who took care of her. When she talked in her sleep, she would occasionally mention other people's names. Zhuang Yi knew all these, but he had always endured them, a very bitter endurance. It takes a long time for the ice to freeze 3 feet thick. Now, he couldn't bear it anymore and left. The family broke up. Husband. Come and save your wife. She's drunk. She needs a kiss to get better. Zhu Nian's wife yelled again, then collapsed like a pile of mud, leaning back on the sofa and breathing evenly. The chefs at home haven't come to work yet, and the nanny is a 40-year-old lady who can't wake up even if there is a thunder and lightning in her sleep. No one paid any attention to her. After shouting several times, Zhu Nian's wife seemed to sober up a little. Looking at the empty, dark living room, she realized that she was divorced. When Zhuang Yi was around, she only had to shout and the bright lights would turn on automatically. It turns out that I'm divorced. I don't have a husband anymore. Zhu Nian's wife shook her head bitterly, and hot tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Hubby, I feel so bad, I miss you so much. Chapter 57. Zhu Nianqi and Zhu Yangyang appear in the cinema. The next morning. Sister Bai Yun's home. A foot stepped hard on the sleeping Zhuang Yi's face. He was woken up abruptly. He opened his sleepy eyes and vaguely saw the familiar ceiling. And cute feet. Sister Bai Yun, what's your reputation? Who is this little girl? Why do you bring a little girl to live in your house? Sister Bai Yun pinched Su Bauer's wrist with her right hand, leaving a painful red mark. Su Bauer buried her head, her eyes filled with tears, as if she had just been bullied. Zhuang Yi slapped Sister Bai Yun's long legs away with one hand. This is Su Bauer, an employee of the company. I was drunk last night and asked her to take me home. Employee? Sister Bai Yun's face changed immediately, and she looked at Su Bauer in panic. You didn't lie to me, did you? Zhuang Yi said calmly, I'm not lying to you. We are still a family. She is also a child from the Starlight Orphanage. Upon hearing this, Sister Bai Yun nervously let go of Su Bauer's wrist. She's in big trouble. The next second, Su Bauer, who was proven innocent, rubbed her eyes and burst into tears. Woo-woo, Bauer. Bauer said that she is not a bad woman anymore. Bauer is an employee. Woo-woo. You hit me, you are a bad guy, you bully Bauer. Zhuang Yi felt a pain in his heart, and without thinking twice, he roared, fuck. Damn Bai Yun, what have you done? After what happened last night, Su Bauer quietly occupied a place in his heart. She didn't expect that when she woke up, she would find her sister bullying her. There is a story. It's a big story. Su Bauer burst into tears and her shoulders twitched. She was like a little girl complaining, crying and pointing at Sister Bai Yun. She bullied Bauer, pinched Bauer's arm, beat Bauer on the 15th of August, and called Bauer a slut. Fuck. Not only did he beat me, he even dared to call my employee a slut. Zhuang Yi got furious and, regardless of the headache he had after sobering up, he jumped off the sofa and kicked Sister Bai Yun on the buttocks. You son of a bitch Bai Yun. You don't know what's good for you. You bully my employees for no reason. Bauer took care of me until 1 or 2 o'clock before going to bed. You woke her up early in the morning, and you even called her a slut. In terms of protecting donkeys, he is very similar to Zhu Jiangwo. Xiao Zhuang, I'm sorry, I really didn't know, I thought she was a vixen, and I got jealous for a moment, so. Sister Bai Yun covered her aching buttocks and before she could finish her words, Zhuang Yi kicked her again. You're still talking back. Eat my jig. Sister Baiyun quickly stepped back in pain, shouting angrily, "Stinky dog. If you hit me again, I'll fight back." She has defeated Sonda champion Zhang Liyan. If they really fight, Zhuang Yi will be knocked to the ground and rubbed. Zhuang Yi glared at her, too lazy to argue with her, and hurried to Su Bao's side. He felt full of apology and wanted to rub the red palm prints on her wrists, but considering the differences between men and women, he had to settle for the next best thing and gently stroke her head. "Are you hurt?" Su Bao's eyes were watery, and she said pitifully, "It hurts." "Don't cry. Do I need you to go to the hospital?" "No, Bauer is not bleeding." Zhuang Yi spoke in a gentle voice, and after a lot of consolation, Su Bao's tears slowly stopped. Sister Baiyun stood aside, watching her brother gently comfort the girl, and crossed her waist in jealousy. "Stupid dog, flirting with another woman in front of your sister. This damn vixen is so pretty and has such long legs. I'm so angry that my teeth are itching. You deserve a beating." After the farce was over, Zhuang Yi made breakfast for the two of them. Su Bao's eyes sparkled as she ate. She had never eaten such a delicious breakfast before. She looked up at Zhuang Yi with admiration and shyness. She was very sensible, and after breakfast, she helped Zhuang Yi. The two of them went into the kitchen to wash dishes together, talking and laughing, their eyes expressive. Sister Baiyun felt angry, picked up her bag and walked out of the house. "Humph, stupid dog, you dare to bring a wild fox home today, and you dare to kick me out of the house for the wild fox tomorrow." She went to work. 9 o'clock in the morning. Zhuang Yi woke up from a nap and found Su Bao had mopped the floor and was wiping the dining table. "Bauer, stop doing housework and come to work with me to go to the cinema for a field trip." "Hello, Bauer." Cinema. Zhu Yan's wife was wandering around the movie ticket area, waiting. She was wearing a white long skirt today, the hem of which gently brushed her calves, and paired with a pair of nude high heels, she looked both noble and pure. Not long after, a puppy came running in from the hall door. "Sister wife. Here I come." Zhu Yangyang smiled brightly, jogged along, and waved his right hand high. Zhu Yan's wife smiled dotingly. She wanted to come out and relax today. In chapter 53, Zhu Yangyang called her and made an appointment to watch a movie together. She agreed for two reasons. First, I felt guilty for being mean to Zhu Yangyang a few days ago because of the birthday photo issue. Second, I want to feel a regret in my heart. It is recorded in chapter 7 that more than 2 months ago, her husband bought movie tickets and wanted to watch a movie with her, but Huang Shui called her and she happily left her husband behind and ran over. Although it was an emergency and there was a big business that needed to be attended to, it is true that I was so busy that I forgot to tell my husband, and he was worried enough to call the police. When Zhu Yan's wife saw Zhu Yangyang rushing over, she smiled and said, "Yangyang, you are actually slower than me." Zhu Yangyang scratched his head apologetically. "Hee, I'm sorry to have kept my sister-in-law waiting for a long time. Yangyang will buy you some snacks to make it up to you." The two bought some high-end snacks together, walked into the theater, and sat in the second row. After a while, the area was filled with people and commercials started playing on the big screen. "Sister wife, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to watch a movie with me. Yangyang will definitely treat you well in the future." "You can't talk loudly in the cinema." Zhu Yangyang kept leaning close to Zhu Yan's wife's ear and spoke. Zhu Yan's wife thought he was her younger brother, so she didn't take it seriously. "Fool, you are my younger brother, who should I favor if not you?" Outside the cinema. Zhuang Yi was the last one to enter. Su Bao followed him like a follower, holding a bucket of popcorn and 2 bottles of Coke in her arms. When Zhuang Yi took a step with his left foot, Su Bao followed suit with his left foot, and when he took a step with his right foot, he followed suit with his right foot. It's like playing a game, very cute and pleasing. The two of them were sitting in the third row. Before sitting down, Zhuang Yi made a hush gesture to tell Su Bao that she should not make loud noises while watching a movie. Su Bao nodded, indicating that she had understood. When Zhuang Yi sat down, he looked straight ahead. Suddenly the pupils contracted and the breathing became rapid and shallow. In front of him, 2 people were flirting. Zhu Nian's wife and Zhu Yangyang. Ring, ring, ring. Zhu Nian's wife's cell phone in the front seat rang, and the caller ID showed Huang Shui. Zhu Nian's wife answered the call, chatted briefly for a few words, and then hung up in a hurry. There is no harm without comparison. More than 2 months ago, after a phone call from Huang Shui, Jun Yan's wife abandoned him. He searched for her for a long time but couldn't find her. He was so upset that he called the police. But today, she went to the movies with Zhu Yangyang. She just briefly responded to Huang Shui and continued to flirt with Zhu Yangyang. Chapter 58 Jun Yan's wife suspects Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi felt a huge psychological gap and felt heartbroken. However, he remained silent. Now that the two have divorced, no matter how complicated Jun Yan's wife's private life is, it has nothing to do with him. Sister wife, this chocolate is delicious, try it. Zhu Yangyang smiled happily, holding a piece of chocolate in his hand and handed it to Jun Yanqi's mouth. Jun Yan's wife was a little disgusted, but considering Zhu Yangyang's bright smile and the fact that he was her younger brother, she still ate the chocolate. Little fool, if your stingy brother-in-law saw this, he would be so jealous that he would die. Zhu Yangyang pretended to be surprised. Didn't my sister divorce him? Jun Yan's wife was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head in disappointment. Yes, we are divorced. Zhu Yangyang blinked, took her arm, and said coquettishly. Okay, sister-in-law, don't think about those unhappy things. Yangyang can see how much I like Zhuang. He doesn't know how to cherish you. Yangyang cherishes you. Jun Yan's wife forced a bitter smile, not paying much attention to this sentence, and changed the topic of the chat. Subjectively, she didn't dare to respond directly to Zhu Yangyang's words, and she also found it difficult to decide whether she still liked Zhuang Yi. All she knew was that her husband, who had always doted on her, had divorced her. Zhuang Yi, who was sitting in the back seat, watched the whole scene with his own eyes, and he felt very complicated. The two parties are divorcing, and this is his ex-wife's private life, and he has no right to interfere. It's all over. Next to me, Su Bao was going to a movie theater for the first time. 60 yuan for a movie ticket was her 3-day meal fee, which she couldn't afford. The movie played second by second, light and shadow flowed on her face, following the ups and downs of the plot, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling. Su Bao didn't understand why watching movies was work, but she was very happy. While eating popcorn and drinking Fat House Happy Water, she would occasionally steal a glance at the handsome boss's sad profile and cover her mouth with her hands while laughing. Very happy. Brother Zhuang, have a drink. This happy water is delicious. Su Bao said quietly. You drink. Zhuang Yi deliberately spoke louder. Then, Brother Zhuang eats popcorn. Bao has tried it and it's not poisonous. You eat. Zhuang Yi's voice aroused dissatisfaction among the people around him, including a few people in the front seat who looked back. The stupid Jun Yanqi and Zhu Yangyang didn't have that. Su Bao mistakenly thought that she had made her boss angry, and she kept quiet shyly. So. In the second row, Jun Yanqi and Zhu Yangyang put their lips close to each other's ears from time to time, talking and laughing. In the third row, Su Bao stared blankly at the big screen, while Zhuang Yi watched his ex-wife flirting with someone else with a sad gaze. And Zhuang Yi's gaze changed little by little along with the progress bar of the movie. From the initial sparkling waves, it slowly turned into turbulent waves, and then gradually turned into calm. Finally, there are those deep black eyes that seem to see through everything, without any emotion. Has he ever had the same sense of harmony as Jun Yanqi and Zhu Yangyang? He forgot, and he couldn't find it in his limited memory. Before they knew it, the movie was over and the audience stood up and gradually walked towards the exit. Zhu Yangyang took Jun Yan's wife's arm, smiled at each other, and stood up to leave. Suddenly, Jun Yan's wife caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye and turned her head to take a look. With a loud bang, the sky collapsed in an instant. Husband. Her face was as pale as paper and she almost couldn't stand. Zhuang Yi looked at Jun Yan's wife calmly and said, Boss Zhu, what a coincidence. Jun Yan's wife will never forget this moment. My husband's dark and deep eyes did not reveal any emotion. Just being stared at by him for just 1 second felt like being in an icy cave. Cold. Shivering with cold. She hurriedly pushed Zhu Yangyang's hands away and walked towards Zhuang Yi in despair. Su Bao, who was standing next to him, was engrossed in watching the movie and only reacted now. This woman is the bad woman who once disturbed the boss and Xiao Jiuli's business talks. Brother Zhuang, she's coming, let's go. Su Bao pulled the corner of Zhuang Yi's clothes. Her subconscious mind told her that she must not let her boss meet this bad woman. Good. Zhuang Yi stood up and left with Su Bauer. Almost subconsciously, Jun Yan's wife rushed over and hugged Zhuang Yi tightly. Hubby, I missed you so much. Yang Yang and I just watched a movie. Our blood is thicker than water. We have nothing. I didn't ask you to explain, and I was sitting there from beginning to end. I know better than you, get out. Zhuang Yi grabbed her arm and pulled her away calmly and forcefully. After more than 2 hours of ambiguous torture, his heart had already become numb. Zhu Yangyang was stunned for a few seconds, then came to his senses. Discover this is a great opportunity. Although my wife's sister is divorced, in her heart, this gigolo named Zhuang has a high status. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to add fuel to the fire and completely destroy the psychological status of this gigolo. Then the wife's sister will be mine. Zhu Yangyang ran to Jun Yan's wife and helped her sit up. Zhuang, you are so heartless. You are a big, strong man, but you actually attacked a weak woman like my wife's sister. Are you still a human being? Jun Yan's wife shook her head heartbrokenly. I'm fine, Yang Yang, you are not allowed to say bad things about your brother-in-law. Sister-in-law, you're still saying good things to him. Look at this gigolo, there's a woman following him, it's obvious they're here for a tryst. Zhu Yangyang spoke righteously, as if he wanted to stand up for Jun Yan's wife, and pointed at Su Bauer who was beside Zhuang Yi. After hearing the word tryst, Jun Yan's wife's heart, which had fallen to the bottom of the valley, trembled, and she looked up at the beautiful Su Bauer. She was suspicious. Seeing that she was wavering, Zhu Yangyang turned up the heat and blamed her. He just got divorced and he brought a woman to the movies. What a scumbag. No wonder they easily gave up the powerful Zhu family. It turned out that this was planned for a long time. It was a seamless transition. There must be something fishy going on. When he finished speaking, he looked into Jun Yan's wife's eyes with concern. It seems to be saying, brother will always stand on your side and will not harm you. Jun Yan's wife was angry, but she still felt guilty and climbed up with difficulty. Hubby, I can understand that you were having dinner with Xiao Jiuli as a business discussion. But what's going on with this woman? Tell me the truth, are you really out of your mind and looking for an excuse to dump me? She can learn to tolerate the other person's temper like Zhuang Yi did in the past. However, she would never allow her husband to have an affair in the marriage. Even premeditated infidelity in the marriage was not allowed. Zhuang Yi smiled meaningfully, admiring Zhu Yangyang, this top-notch green tea girl, whose words when biting back were really cool. The husband was called a scumbag by his mistress, and his wife believed it. What a strong sense of trust. Su Bauer was at a loss, Bao is not. Let's go, we have other work to do today. Zhuang Yi interrupted swiftly, grabbed Su Bauer's wrist, and just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Chapter 59, Beat Zhu Yangyang violently. Beat him to death. After leaving the cinema, we came to an open space in the park. Zhuang Yi deceived himself in his heart, we are divorced, and everything has nothing to do with me. She can do whatever she wants. Su Bauer was pulled and tugged, a little scared, brother Zhuang, Bauer's wrist hurts. The sound was as quiet as a mosquito, but Zhuang Yi heard it. He let go of her wrist without hesitation and strode forward, I'm sorry, I wronged you. Jun Yan's wife left Zhu Yangyang behind and rushed out, grabbing Zhuang Yi's arm with all her strength. Husband, you can't leave. You must explain to me clearly. Who is this mistress? Zhuang Yi angrily shook off her arm, Boss Zhu, please respect yourself. We are divorced. It is not your turn to care about my private life. Besides, she is just my employee. Staff. Jun Yan's wife seemed to recall that she had seen Su Bauer at Xiao Jiuli's dinner party, but she still insisted. Employee, how can a boss hold an employee's wrist? You are a big liar. You abandoned me and had a tryst with her. Zhuang Yi was heartbroken, but his expression remained unchanged. People's hearts are made of flesh, and they keep stabbing me in the chest. Bamboo wife. Do you really want to force me to become a scumbag? Boss Zhu, that's enough. You soiled me, I didn't hold it against you, but Su Bao is pure and innocent. If you hadn't been so absurd just now, I wouldn't have dragged her out of the cinema so quickly. Let alone me pulling Bauer's wrist, you and that shabby little puppy were making love and flirting in front of me for more than 2 hours, and I said a word to you? He swallowed hard, his throat aching, and couldn't continue. On the side, Sue Bauer timidly proved her innocence. Bauer is just a wage earner, please don't wrongly accuse Bauer, okay? Zhu Nian's wife glared at Sue Bauer fiercely, and then said to Zhuang Yi in a losing tone. Yang is just my brother. Our blood is thicker than water. I just dote on him more. And I didn't see you just now. I definitely wouldn't have done that if I had seen you. At that time, I only had Zhu Yangyang in my eyes, not. Zhuang Yi interrupted sharply, you only have Zhu Yangyang in your eyes, not me, right? We are all adults, why are you acting so high and mighty? Just live a good life after the divorce, why are you still pestering me? Zhu Nian's wife's pupils suddenly shrank, tears welled up in her eyes, and her sense of helplessness and anger rose sharply. She wanted to get angry. But she didn't dare. Because she roughly understood that Sue Bauer and her husband would not be too close, and the charm of their conversation was not even as good as Xiao Jiuli's. At this time, Zhu Yangyang walked out of the cinema slowly, came to Zhuang Yi, and pushed him away forcefully. Give away, man. You hurt my wife's sister again. Do you know how many times my wife's sister has been sad because of you? Even after the divorce, he still didn't let her go. Today, she showed up behind us out of nowhere and ruined our good mood. You just want to break up our Zhu family and make our lives miserable. Zhuang Yi didn't say anything, burst out with all his strength and slapped Zhu Yangyang wildly. Bang! A loud and pleasant slap. Zhu Yangyang was slapped and fell to the ground, with stars in his eyes. The left side of his face was burning and his ears were buzzing. I was stunned by the slap. You are so young and you are stealing someone else's wife. You have no shame at all. Zhu Nian's wife was immediately horrified, husband. He is my brother. How can you hit him? Bang! Zhuang Yi also slapped her. Then I'll beat you too. Before the divorce, he dared to slap his wife Zhu Nian in the face. After the divorce, he became even more daring. I'm going to hit you. Zhu Nian's wife covered her face with her hands. It was painful, but her heart hurt even more. She was in so much pain that she could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed down her cheeks. After losing her husband, she cried every night. Unexpectedly, when I saw my husband, I cried even harder. Zhuang Yi. You have changed. Even if you don't like me anymore. You can't bully me like this, she shouted unwillingly. Bully you? Mr. Zhu, I suddenly remembered something. Zhuang Yi bowed slightly and stared at Zhu Nianqi's big eyes. On that rainy night half a year ago, I went to look for you with an umbrella. At that time, you and Huang Xue were holding hands, with your fingers interlocked. What did you do when you saw me? You took the umbrella and left with her, leaving me alone on the street. Getting in the rain. Does this kind of thing count as you fucking bullying me? Zhuang Yi spoke calmly, but Zhu Nian's wife's eyes flashed with panic. Didn't I call and send the company's special car to pick you up? What does this have to do with your beating of Zhu Yangyang? Zhuang Yi laughed coldly, I am in a high position in the company. No matter how popular I am, I will have one or two enemies. Guess, did the car you sent arrive at that time? Upon hearing this, Zhu Nian's wife's face suddenly turned cold, and her anger turned into blood drops, dripping into her heart. I don't know, what do you mean? Literally, I was soaked to the skin, and it was all thanks to Mr. Zhu. Zhu Nian's wife was dumbfounded, and her heart felt like it was being grabbed by a dark hand. My husband is the most popular person in the company, but there are employees who hate him. He even dared to refuse the task she assigned and lied that he had completed it successfully. What was the husband thinking at that time? Do you think that I, as his wife, and Huang Xue took away his umbrella, lied to him and said we would call him a taxi, leaving him out in the rain all night? With so many thoughts in his mind, Zhu Nian's wife was shaking with guilt. A bunch of traitors. Zhuang Yi didn't care about Zhu Nian's wife's expression, nor did he want to care. The day after the rain incident, he made up his mind to get rid of that small group of rat shit. But Zhu Nian's wife stopped him, saying that if he moved too much, he might get hurt, and the company needed employees with more experience. Zhuang Yi wanted to explain that he had been wet in the rain all night for nothing and that these employees did not obey orders. However, before Zhu Nianqi could finish her words, she was called away by Huang Xue and Zhu Yangyang. After clearing his mind, Zhuang Yi walked to the dead dog on the ground and kicked it hard. Zhu Yangyang, Huang Shui has already suffered, it will be your turn next. Zhu Yangyang spat out a mouthful of blood, looked up at Zhuang Yi provocatively, and mouthed to him. I wear your green hat. Zhuang Yi's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and a murderous intent burned at his brows. Fuck your mother. His fucking mistress has been bullied to the point of being bullied. What's the difference between this and some girls bringing a yellow-haired guy home and asking their husbands to sleep on the sofa? Zhuang Yi squatted down and punched Zhu Yangyang like raindrops. I don't care if your last name is Zhu or not. I don't care if your uncle is Zhu Jianguo or not. Beat him to death. Chapter 60, Zhu Nian's wife stands with Zhu Yangyang, Su Bauer stands with Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi threw punch after punch, like a violent storm, leaving no room for maneuver. In just a few tens of seconds, the tips of his fists were covered with scarlet blood. Zhu Yangyang did not expect that Zhuang Yi would dare to take direct action. He is the male of the Zhu family, the nephew of Zhu Jianguo, and the future of the Zhu family. He was so thin that he couldn't even withstand the punches as big as sandbags. He could only hold his head with both hands and curl up into a ball. Pedestrians around all moved away, fearing that they would get into trouble. In this era where news of fraud is common, lending a helping hand is almost equivalent to harming yourself. Sister-in-law, save me. This gigolo wants to beat Yangyang to death. He wants to beat Yangyang to death. Zhu Yangyang's screams were mixed with sobs, she looked so delicate and pitiful, and it was really heart-wrenching. Zhu Nian's wife heard the cry for help, turned around and instantly became panic-stricken. Zhuang Yi. Are you crazy? He is my biological brother. He is the male of the Zhu family. She threw all her previous thoughts behind her and hugged Zhuang Yi, trying to pull him away. Stop. You'll go to jail if you kill him. Do you want to recognize our father as having a murderer as his son? No matter how the other party shouted, Zhuang Yi didn't even pay attention. He was strong and healthy, and he remained unmoved no matter how the other party pulled him. He simply turned his anger into fists and hit Zhu Yangyang, the green tea bitch, hard. The louder Zhu Nian's wife screamed, the harder he hit her. Time and again, he always stood against me between me and the mistress, and always used Zhu Jianguo to threaten me. Time and time again. I don't care if you are Zhu Jianguo's nephew. Beat you into a cripple first. Zhu Nian's wife cried and tried to stop him in panic. I beg you to stop hitting him. His father is Zhu Wenba, I can't deal with him. I don't want to see you in jail. Zhu Yangyang cried in pain, sister wife, save me, my body hurts so much, woo-woo. After hearing this, Zhu Nian's wife was so distressed that she twisted into a knot, no longer caring about her husband's feelings, and screamed heartbreakingly. Zhuang Yi. You are a beast. You are hopeless. Zhuang Yi's heart thumped, his face turned pale as paper, and his hands paused unconsciously. Am I a beast? Am I hopeless? The broad back became extremely lonely in the blink of an eye. Zhu Nian's wife seized this opportunity, pushed Zhuang Yi away, and hugged Zhu Yangyang tightly in her arms. What the hell is wrong with you? Yangyang fell to the ground after you slapped him. He didn't dare to say a word, and you beat him half to death for no reason. Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, tears flowed like rain, and she was extremely disappointed. In her mind, the image of the perfect husband who spoiled her like a princess was now shattered into pieces of glass. If beating Huang Shui was due to jealousy, then what about her husband beating Zhu Yangyang? Is the simple devil too deep? It's simply unreasonable. Zhuang Yi was pushed 2 meters away and gasped coldly. Glancing around, I saw quite a few people lingering nearby and watching. Just now, Zhu Nian's wife didn't see the lip movements made by Zhu Yangyang. If she had paid a little attention, with her violent temper, she would have been even more angry than Zhuang Yi. The younger brother who had always doted on his sister, broke up his brother-in-law's family in front of him and spoke without restraint about his sister's body. She was unforgivable in every way. Zhuang Yi did not explain this, nor was there any need to explain. His ex-wife wouldn't believe him. Zhu Yangyang lying on the ground was seriously injured and would have to stay in the hospital for at least 10 days to half a month. Fortunately, there were no fatal injuries, which made Zhu Nian's wife calm down a little. She called the emergency number and then yelled at Zhuang Yi angrily. Zhuang Yi. What kind of poison turned you into this? Zhu Yangyang has been home for less than a month and has been injured so badly. The Zhu family will definitely hold you accountable. I don't care what your purpose is in doing this kind of shit, you must sincerely apologize to Zhu Yangyang and Zhu Wenba and try to get a lighter sentence. Did you hear that? Zhu Nian's wife showed her authority as the chairman of the board and resolutely gave Zhuang Yi the death order. The intense anger and anxiety made him stop thinking about the truth of the matter. Zhuang Yi was so obsessed with the word beast for 2 full minutes that he was speechless for a long time. It turns out that in the eyes of the person I once loved the most, I am a beast. More than a dozen onlookers gathered around, criticizing Zhuang Yi as if they were watching a melodramatic ethics drama. He actually hit someone else's brother. I thought my girlfriend was watching a movie with her lover and was caught in an affair. Yeah, this guy was too cruel, just like beating and killing the man who stole my wife. Keep your voice down. It will be bad if someone hears you. If this man gives you a violent look, he might do something extreme. They whispered, commented, and made indiscriminate sarcasm. The emotions of the spectators are easily misled. They do not seek to dig out the truth of the facts, but immerse themselves in what they see and vent their inner emotions. Zhu Nian's wife burst into tears, and rarely did she stop others from blaming her husband. She hopes her husband can come to his senses and become the considerate and gentle person he once was. It would be best if you could return to your own side. Even if you cannot become a loving couple, you can still rely on each other. Zhu Yangyang pleaded weakly, "Sister wife, I am in so much pain, please don't leave me." Zhu Nian's wife replied worriedly, "I won't leave you, don't worry, Yangyang, I have called an ambulance and will take you to the hospital soon." The onlookers looked on coldly, and Zhu Nian's wife and Zhu Yangyang shared the same hatred for the enemy. It seemed that at this moment, Zhuang Yi was the target of public criticism. Zhuang Yi felt deeply saddened when he saw Zhu Nian's unkempt wife, his eyes drooping to the point of freezing. It was in this atmosphere of public contempt. Su Bao walked over slowly in her white sneakers. She hugged Zhuang Yi's back gently as if she was doting on her own child, snuggled in his arms, and supported his spine. It doesn't matter. Bao saw it all just now. Zhuang Yi is the one who suffered. When Zhuang Yi heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Su Bao is an outsider and sees everything clearly. She just saw Zhu Yangyang's lip shape, and also saw Zhu Nian's wife insulting Zhuang Yi for Zhu Yangyang. Considering everything that happened before, she guessed that Zhuang Yi's love was taken away by Zhu Yangyang. So, she slowly raised her head, blinked her vibrant eyelashes, and said sincerely, "Zhuang Yi is not afraid, Bao is here." Boa was also wronged and slandered, and lost her brother. Under everyone's condemnation, she knelt down before the murderer. At that time, Bao also hoped that there would be someone who could appear in front of Bao, protect Bao, and argue for Bao. It's a pity that it didn't happen, it ended up causing me pain and hurting my cheerful personality. However, you don't have such worries today, because Bao knows the truth, and Bao is right in front of you. When people say bad things about you, Bao will stand against them and prevent them from bullying you. Su Bao looked up at him sincerely, loosened her arms from hugging him, and gently held his cheeks. Boa is standing by you, always by your side. Chapter 61. Zhu Nian's wife takes Zhu Yangyang to the hospital. Boa is standing by you, always by your side. Su Bao said this as if it was redemption. In an instant, an incredible tenderness rushed into Zhuang Yi's body. He slowly lowered his head and met Su Bao's eyes. The anger in his heart seemed to be extinguished by the unstoppable flow of water. My eyes were wet and my nose was sore. I didn't know how to answer. The onlookers around were dumbfounded and stood there like wooden chickens. When Zhu Nian's wife saw her husband being taken advantage of, she was filled with anger and jealousy. Green tea bitch. Take your dog paws away. Zhuang Yi ignored it and smiled with relief. He gently took away Su Bao's hands. It's okay, I'm not that fragile. Su Bao smiled and narrowed her eyes. Okay, tell Bao when you are sad. Bao has suffered a lot, and you can use Bao's suffering to make yourself happy. Silly, naive, and a little warm. This was Zhuang Yi's first reaction after hearing this sentence. When Zhu Nian's wife saw Zhuang Yi touching Su Bao's hand, she immediately asked, "Zhuang Yi, what's going on between you and her? Why did you touch her hand?" This jealousy made Zhu Yangyang very dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything. The situation was already perfect. Boss Zhu, we are divorced. My employees are just comforting me, that's all. Zhuang Yi turned around and prepared to leave. Zhu Nian's wife pointed her index finger angrily, you are not allowed to leave. You must accompany Zhu Yangyang to the hospital, take care of him, and get his forgiveness, then this matter can be put to rest. Zhuang Yi smiled faintly, not letting me go. Do you want me to expose a certain photo? The photo refers to the photo of Zhu Nian's wife and the man in green suit kissing. Zhu Nian's wife trembled, she was very angry, she never expected that Zhuang Yi would threaten her. Husband, you have really changed. She was filled with sorrow and anger, and shook her head in disappointment, tears streaming down her face. Zhuang Yi, you are crazy, you are really crazy. At this time, Zhu Yangyang said weakly, sister wife, Yangyang will not be angry with a gigolo. Yangyang is very sensible. As long as he is still my ex-brother-in-law, even if you beat Yangyang to death, Yangyang will not be angry. His words explicitly and implicitly belittled Zhuang Yi and elevated himself. But Zhu Nian's wife just fell for it, and Zhu Yangyang was beaten to a bloody mess, which moved her beyond words. Yangyang, you are so sensible. I am so sensible that I feel sorry for you. Don't worry, I will make it up to you. I will discipline your husband and make him apologize to you. Zhu Nian's wife made a solemn promise. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette and left with Su Bao indifferently. Out of sight, out of mind. The onlookers made way for him, thinking, is this the legendary love quadrangle? It's too ridiculous for such a thing to happen in real life. When Zhu Nian's wife saw that he was really leaving, she immediately roared, Zhuang Yi. Get back here. Zhuang Yi left silently, blowing out a smoke ring. Zhu Nian's wife, do you really want to drive an honest man crazy? Do you think I dare not publish the photos? Photo, you big idiot. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have gone to jail. Hurry back and take care of Yangyang. Zhu Nian's wife gritted her teeth until her teeth ached, and stood up to chase after him. Zhu Yangyang quickly grabbed the corner of her clothes and said pitifully, sister wife, don't leave me. Zhu Nian's wife's heart tightened, and she stopped instantly on her way to catch up. Just at this moment, the ambulance arrived and the doctor rushed down carrying a stretcher. After a brief consideration, Zhu Nian's wife controlled her temper and chose to accompany Zhu Yangyang into the ambulance. Okay. Don't be afraid, Yangyang. I'll go to the hospital with you. Don't be angry with your brother-in-law, or Zhuang Yi. I'll teach him a lesson for you later. Inside the car. The doctor gave Zhu Yangyang emergency treatment. Zhu Nian's wife sat next to him, her eyes filled with tears and she felt very guilty. Zhu Yangyang's face turned pale, and he said bitterly, sister wife, please don't cry, Yangyang just suffered some skin injuries, and Yangyang will be sad if you cry. Zhu Nian's wife smiled ashamedly, thank you Yangyang, don't talk for now, have a good rest. Zhu Yangyang nodded, yeah, by the way, sister wife, what photo did that gigolo mention just now, what photo was it? No. Nothing. Children shouldn't ask questions that they shouldn't ask. Zhu Nian's wife was a little panicked. The other side. Zhuang Yi and Su Bao came to a cafe. The two sat opposite each other by the large floor-to-ceiling window, and the soft sunlight shone on Su Bao's face. She held a cup of caramel latte in both hands, took a sip, leaving a circle of milk foam stains, and smiled playfully. Bitter on the lips, sweet on the heart. Is it delicious? Zhuang Yi crossed his legs and smoked to relieve his sorrow. Su Bao nodded, yeah, bitter and salty, Bao has never drunk anything like this. This was her first time drinking coffee, and it was extremely precious to her. She stretched out her pink tongue, licked the blisters at the corners of her mouth, and asked in a low voice. Brother Zhuang, what are we doing here? Don't we have to work? Zhuang Yi didn't look at her directly, but stared out the window silently. Make an appointment with the master, Sister Jolie's house will start the day after tomorrow, we can't delay it. Originally, Zhuang Yi wanted to find a roadside stall for lunch. But now Rui has changed. He wants to take Su Bao, a country girl, to eat some bran as a way of repaying her for speaking for him today. Soon, the waiter brought several plates of exquisite snacks, which made Su Bao's eyes sparkle. Eat something first to fill your stomach, and I'll take you to dinner later. Zhuang Yi flicked the ash from his cigarette while speaking. Su Bao hummed shyly, picked up a piece of broken chocolate cookie and put it into her mouth. Her cheeks flushed, and she said in her heart, "Thank you." After sitting for a while, two burly renovation workers pushed open the glass door and walked in together. "Boss Zhuang, why did you meet us at a place like this? It's not appropriate for rough people like us to be unkempt and smelly." Foreman Xing Yijuan came over with another worker, smiling, and sat next to Zhuang Yi. The two men seemed to have just escaped from a construction site. Their faces were covered with mud, their hair was messy like a bird's nest, and there were still a few cement stains between their nails. Zhuang Yi put out his cigarette, put on a professional smile, and said, "Sheng Tu, stop joking. I'll get straight to the point. The day after tomorrow, you will take people to Xingqian community to hold a groundbreaking ceremony, and then arrange for the masons to come in. Start construction as soon as possible and strive to allow the owners to move in by the end of the year." While he was talking, he sent the design drawings to Xing Yijuan on WeChat via his mobile phone. Xing Yijuan had dealt with Zhuang Yi many times and knew that he was a straightforward person, so he agreed without hesitation. "Okay. It's a pleasure to work with Mr. Zhuang. I'll arrange for a master immediately and make sure the quality and quantity are guaranteed." In the next 10 minutes or so, the two of them briefly discussed the key points of the construction. After Xing Yijuan understood the situation clearly, he stood up and wanted to leave. Zhuang Yi did not try to keep him and just watched him leave. During this time, Su Bao was unable to get a word in. It was not until the two masters had completely left that she looked at Zhuang Yi with admiration. "You're only 1 year older than me, you're amazing." Zhuang Yi smiled without saying anything and turned his head to look out the floor-to-ceiling window. Then, he saw a familiar person. Chapter 62. Zhuang Yi was strangled. In the empty area, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit and a pair of glasses was walking towards the coffee shop. Jing Qianwei, who was formerly the sales manager under Zhuang Yi. In Chapter 21, Zhuang Yi was mad at Zhun Yan's wife, so he played a trick on this unlucky guy. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Jing Qianwei pushed the door open and immediately noticed Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi pretended to be indifferent and said, "Hello, old Zheng, come and share a seat." Jing Qianwei raised the corner of his mouth cunningly and strode to Zhuang Yi's side. Grabbed Zhuang Yi's neck. "Zhuang Yi, I'll kill you. You can only know a person's face but not his heart. I took you as my master in vain. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Zhun Yan's wife used my phone to send you messages, so you sent the chat records to my wife and lied that I had an affair with Huang Shui. Do you know what kind of torture I suffered that night? I knelt on a durian for 2 hours, ate 2 meals of Fuchi Fipian, and was even uninstalled by the monkey god. It's all because of you. I'm gonna fuck you, Kuan." Jing Qianwei pinched Zhuang Yi's neck and shook him hard, not looking like a 45-year-old middle-aged man at all. In Zhu Group, Jing Qianwei was promoted by Zhuang Yi. In his spare time, he needed to ask Zhuang Yi for advice on many things, so it was not an exaggeration to call him a master. Zhuang Yi stuck out his tongue as he was being pinched. "Let go, you idiot. I'm in a bad mood now and I'll fight back." Hearing that she would fight back, Jing Qianwei, who was worried that he could not win, stopped and pulled a chair to sit next to Su Bao. "Order the most expensive cappuccino for me." Jing Qianwei straightened his suit and said with a bit of resentment. Zhuang Yi was humble. He called the waiter and ordered a latte for 9.9 yuan, and then asked him to have some snacks to cool down. "Why are you here to buy coffee? Doesn't the company have freshly ground coffee?" Jing Qianwei waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it. Once you leave, Mr. Zhu will have no time to take care of both internal and external affairs, and some old guys will start to make trouble again." Zhuang Yi asked with interest, "You've only been away for a few days and something has happened? Is it kickbacks from the purchasers? Or is it that they have cancelled meal allowances and snacks and lied to the finance department?" Jing Qianwei sighed and shook his head. "That's about right. These are just minor matters. Lu Xiaoxi also caught the executives illegally transferring funds and sent them to prison to work on sewing machines for 3 years. If you were there to keep them in check, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. The clients are also affected. So far, there are 3 female clients who specifically asked you to discuss cooperation, including Qin Xinran, the princess of the Qin family in Manhwa City." He spoke with great regret and a sad face, reminding Zhuang Yi in both explicit and implicit ways to go back. Zhuang Yi pretended to be confused. "The company can develop healthily without anyone, and it can thrive with or without me. Zheng Qianwei, a veteran, could tell that his old boss was practicing Tai Chi, so he didn't elaborate on it. The chairman's divorce and her ex-husband's new company were both causing a lot of controversy in the company, and he knew everything about it. Glancing at Su Bao next to him, Zheng Qianwei was immediately struck by her beauty. He teased her deliberately, "This little beauty, is your new girlfriend this month? She's pretty. What about the dozen girls from last month? Don't you want them all?" Zhuang Yi introduced, "This is Su Bao, my assistant. Mr. Zhuang is really good at pretending. His girlfriend is not only his girlfriend, but also his assistant." Zheng Qianwei said jokingly. "Don't believe it." Zhuang Yi smiled faintly and called to Su Bao, "Su Bao." Su Bao pricked up her little ears, "Bao is here. You are cute." After hearing the compliment, Su Bao shyly turned her head toward Zheng Qianwei, the tips of her ears dyed a lovely red, and she smiled faintly, like an innocent and well-behaved baby. "Stupid. Stupid, don't tease Bao. Bao and you are in a superior-subordinate relationship." Snap. Zhuang Yi took a photo. "Old Zheng, do you believe it?" Zheng Qianwei was startled by this action and had a vague sense of foreboding. "Why are you taking pictures?" "Zhuang Yi, I'll just take a picture because she's cute. Don't worry about the details." At this time, the waiter brought Zheng Qianwei's coffee. Zheng Qianwei drank it all in one gulp, packed up a few plates of snacks, and hurriedly prepared to leave. He was not polite at all. The two of them had been colleagues for many years, and it was common for them to cheat each other on a daily basis. "Boss Zhuang, I have achieved my goal of eating and drinking for free. I will leave first." Zhuang Yi waved his hand, "No thanks." Zheng Qianwei left with a smile. Zhuang Yi also saw him off with a smile. Then he picked up his phone and sent a photo to Zheng Qianwei's wife. The photo was taken just now, in a coffee shop on a sunny day. Su Bao looked down shyly at Zheng Qianwei, who was wearing a neat suit and looked radiant. And added a message, "Sister-in-law, your husband is dating Huang Shui. Huang Shui is so beautiful that even I am attracted to her." After turning off the screen of his mobile phone, Zhuang Yi finished the coffee in the cup with satisfaction. "Brother Zhuang." Su Bao called softly. Zhuang Yi put down his coffee cup and looked at her straight in the eye. I realized that she was covering half of her face and said shyly, "Is Bao really cute?" "Cute." Zhuang Yi stood up and rubbed her head. "Let's go have lunch together." Su Bao said, The blush on her face became more obvious. She smoothed her skirt and stood up. After paying, the two left the cafe. Zhuang Yi took Su Bao to a Western restaurant to eat steak again. At about 3:30 in the afternoon, Zhuang Yi brought Su Bao to the aquarium again. Walking into the underwater tunnel, you will see all kinds of rare fish swimming in the water on the left, right and top. Su Bao tilted her head back, her mouth as big as a light bulb, and the water ripples cast by the glass dome flowed across her face, as if she was in a dreamlike water world. "Wow, that's a lot of fish. I don't have to go hungry anymore, and I can sell them for a lot of money." Even though she has an inferiority complex, Su Bao looks left and right like any other little girl. She stood on tiptoe to look around, then trotted to the side and pressed her cheek against the arched glass. Colorful fish with different textures swam by, lighting up her clear eyes. "Brother Zhuang, this is a really big fish. It must weigh several hundred kilograms. It must be delicious if it is chopped into small pieces and fried with chives." Su Bao smiled like an innocent child and slapped the transparent glass hard. This was her first time to visit an aquarium, and her joy and shock were beyond words. Zhuang Yi walked behind her curiously, his hands in his pockets. "That's a shark, it can eat people." In the 4 years since they got married, Zhuang Yi has bought advance tickets to the aquarium many times, wanting to go on a trip with his wife Xun Yan, but unfortunately she declined every time. Now that he's divorced, he's finally able to bring Su Bao along for a stroll. Zhuang Yi thought about a lot of things, and many strange yet familiar feelings were lingering in his mind. Snap! The flashlight flickered, and Su Bao took a picture of Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi came back to his senses and asked, "Why are you taking pictures of me?" Su Bao realized that she had forgotten to turn off the flash, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. "Boa's first time here, I want to commemorate it." Zhuang Yi didn't care, walked around Su Bao and continued forward, "You can take pictures." Su Bao raised her head complacently, looked at Zhuang Yi's back, and took another photo. In the photo, Zhuang Yi's back looks melancholy and sad. Su Bao stared at it for a long time, a sweet smile spread across her face. She tapped the screen lightly and set the photo as her phone wallpaper. Chapter 63 Zhu Yangyang confesses to Zhu Nian's wife. Zhuang Yi asked casually, "Bao, do you need to go back to school tonight?" When Su Bao heard her boss calling her, she ran over happily. "Tomorrow is Sunday and we have a day off, so we don't have to go home." She smiled shyly. "Bao, can you stay at the boss's house tonight?" When a woman lives in a man's home, she faces many considerations such as security risks, potential trust, personal safety, etc. But Zhuang Yi gave her a full sense of security. "Accompany me to dinner tonight and I'll take you to watch the fireworks in the evening." Zhuang Yi looked up at the dome glass. He didn't find it interesting when the fish swam by. "Maybe it's because there's no one I want to be with that I feel bored." Watch the fireworks." Su Bao raised her head with deep emotion, staring at Zhuang Yi's back, feeling unbelievable and indescribable. In a trance, she mistakenly thought that the present moment was the happiest time in her life. Zhuang Yi thought she wanted to refuse, so he didn't force her. "Don't you want to go?" "If you don't want to go, then I want to go. Bao wants to watch the fireworks." Su Bao interrupted and grabbed Zhuang Yi's arm excitedly. "Where are we going to eat tonight?" Her eyes are starry, a little cute. Zhuang Yi laughed dryly. "We went to a restaurant opened by a deceased friend." Huang Xianli said the owner of the restaurant was Huang Shui. Hospital. VIP ward. Zhu Yangyang was lying on the hospital bed, with a nurse giving him an 4 drip beside him, and white bandages wrapped all over his body. Clearly it was just a superficial wound, but he pretended to be very weak, as if he had a serious illness, making people feel pity and sympathy for him. Zhu Nian's wife sat beside him, looked at him with heartache, and comforted him softly. "Yang, the doctor said that you are fine and will be well in a few days. You should have a good rest and tell me if you need to do anything." Zhu Yangyang said with just the right amount of weakness. "Well, thank you, sister-in-law, for your concern." After saying that, he coughed forcefully twice, his face full of helplessness and sickness, and he looked so weak that he seemed like he could be blown down by a gust of wind. The more Zhu Nian's wife looked at him, the more distressed she felt. She pursed her lips and said after a long pause. "Yang, after you recover from your injury, if Uncle Wenba wants to intervene, can you persuade him not to take this matter to court?" Zhu Wenba, Zhu Yangyang's father. Zhu Nian's wife knew very well that her uncle was a vindictive, sinister, and cunning businessman. She was worried that Zhu Wenba would take legal action to send Zhuang Yi to jail. After all, during the whole process of Zhuang Yi's beating, Zhu Yangyang didn't even have the chance to fight back, so it couldn't be considered a mutual fight. Although Zhu Yangyang is easy to talk to, his father Zhu Wenba is not easy to deal with. He is one of the few men in the Zhu family who can compete with Zhu Jiangwo. After saying this, Zhu Nian's wife herself couldn't figure out how shameless she had been to have to clean up Zhuang Yi's mess all the time. Perhaps, this is the price to pay for the former married life. Zhu Yangyang was a little dissatisfied, and her pale face turned cold, but she still agreed. "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I don't hate Zhuang Yi. If Dad wants to do something to Zhuang Yi, I will dissuade him." Zhu Nian's wife felt relieved, with a hint of gratitude and relief in her eyes, and she held Zhu Yangyang's hand tightly. "Thank you, Yang. Your love for me when I was little was not in vain. You are really my little cotton-padded jacket." "Well, sister-wife, actually I have something I want to tell you, I hope you can promise me." As Zhu Yangyang said this, he took deep breaths frequently, as if trying to encourage himself. Zhu Nian's wife nodded with satisfaction. "You said, sister will grant whatever you ask for." "Actually." Zhu Yangyang slowly calmed down and said firmly, "Actually, sister-in-law, I have always liked you and hope you can be my girlfriend." Sizzle, sizzle. A moment. The entire ward was deathly silent. A trace of surprise flashed through Zhu Nian's wife's mind, and her face suddenly became extremely ugly. This sudden confession was so heavy that it struck my heart hard. She pulled back her hands from Zhu Yangyang in panic and asked angrily. "Zhu Yangyang, do you know what you said?" Zhu Yangyang was surprised by this reaction, but now that things have come to this, he has to speak out his heart. "Sister-wife, I am serious. I have always liked you. Since you and Zhuang Yi are divorced, I also want to express my admiration for you. Didn't you just say that you would grant any wish? Yang Yang only has this one wish. Yang Yang loves his wife's sister deeply and wants to spend the rest of his life with her. His eyes were fixed on Jun Yan's wife's face, full of expectation and determination. Shut up. Jun Yan's wife yelled, a surge of anger burning in her heart. We are siblings connected by blood. How can you say such outrageous words? Zhu Yangyang was caught off guard and had never expected her to have such a big reaction. Is this strange? After getting to know her for a while, I found that my wife's sister is a little woman who doesn't love herself. Logically speaking, my touching confession would have a high chance of success. After swallowing his saliva, he forced himself to shout. Sister wife. I mean this sincerely. I am 18 years old, I have the right to choose my lover, and the one I love the most is you. Didn't we get along very well at the birthday party before? Your smile was full of emotion and affection, didn't it also prove that you have a good impression of me? The emotions between us cannot be bound by a small blood relationship. Zhu Yan's wife's heart was shaken, and she shouted in fear. Shut up. Zhu Yangyang. We are siblings. There is no way we can have a forbidden love relationship. If you dare to have any bad intentions again in the future, don't blame me for making our relationship awkward. Zhu Yangyang was stunned immediately. After a long pause, he pretended to be grief-stricken and quickly changed the topic. Sister-in-law, I won't dare to do it again. Please don't abandon Yangyang. Yangyang knows he is wrong. As he spoke, his pitiful big eyes were about to overflow with tears. Zhu Yan's wife frowned. She wanted to fly into a rage, but when she thought of Zhu Yangyang, who was only 18 years old, she softened her heart a little. Don't mention such stupid things again. Have a good rest. I'm going home first. Zhu Yangyang cried aggrievedly, Sister-in-law, are you angry with me? I apologize to you, I'm sorry. Zhu Yan's wife sighed, if you can correct your mistakes, you are a good child. I am not angry with you. I am not a stingy husband. After saying this, she opened the door of the ward and left. Along the way, she looked down at her hands. What on earth was going on? Why would my younger brother confess his love to me? Could it be that, my husband saw through Zhu Yangyang's intention and became jealous, and misunderstood the relationship between Zhu Yangyang and me, so he hit him? Being jealous, does that mean my husband still likes me? He was lying when he said he didn't like me before. That's right. After 7 years of relationship and 4 years of marriage, it's impossible to just let go. My stingy husband won't let go that easily. After getting this strange reason, Zhu Yan's wife suddenly became enlightened, and her terrible mood instantly became much better. In the ward. After making sure that Zhu Yan's wife had gone far away, Zhu Yangyang pounded the hospital bed hard. Why keep your chastity when you're cheating on me with 3 women at the same time? You still keep calling me husband all the time, but now that we're divorced, what the hell is that calling me husband? In front of so many people, she openly defended me, a man outside of her marriage, and watched her ex-husband being criticized by everyone and making him lose face. Even I, who was beaten, couldn't stand watching this. If you have any conscience and any feelings for your ex-husband, you wouldn't do such a shitty thing. Zhu Yangyang's cheeks turned red with anger, and there was a hint of madness between his brows. He thought that his wife Zhu Yan had already seen the lip movements he made, after all, she was right next to him. Only when things got to this point did he dare to confess his feelings in the ward, but he didn't expect to end up like this. Zhuang Yi has some weight in Zhu Yan's wife's heart. Fortunately, after experiencing this incident, no matter how good their relationship was, it was broken into pieces. Zhuang Yi is also a fool, falling in love with a shameless bitch. But, it doesn't matter if she's a bitch, as long as she's pretty and playable. I, Zhu Yangyang, want to be a man with 3 wives and 4 concubines. I want both sisters of the Zhu family. Zhu Yan's wife, I, Zhu Yangyang, have plenty of time to conquer you. Chapter 64 Contradictory. Huang Shui comes to Zhuang Yi for a meal. Snap. Not long after Zhu Yangyang had been talking to himself, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked in. His hair is a little gray, his face is well-defined, his skin is slightly loose, and he is wearing a black suit with a shirt underneath, giving him a steady yet fashionable look. The person who came was Zhu Yangyang's father, Zhu Wenbo. Zhu Yangyang was a little surprised. Dad, you came so soon. My son was beaten into the hospital, shouldn't I rush back as soon as possible? Zhu Wenba brought a basket of fruit and placed it on the small table next to the bed. He took a quick look at Zhu Yangyang and after confirming that it was only a superficial wound, he sat down with peace of mind. I heard that he was beaten by Zhuang Yi. Zhu Yangyang frowned. Dad, you know everything. Well. Zhu Wenba said calmly, in a low voice, can you not take revenge on him? Zhu Yangyang's eyes widened in shock. My cheap dad and Zhuang Yi don't have any conflicts, but their relationship is not harmonious. Why did my son's elbow turn outward after being beaten? Dad, what do you mean? Zhu Wenba lit a cigarette and said calmly, he has a wide social circle. Now that he is divorced from Zhu Nianqi, he can't be considered an enemy. Besides, he was able to save Zhu Jiangwo's life in the past, and he can save our lives in the future. Zhu Yangyang was slightly stunned, his eyes flickering. My cheap dad is a businessman who puts profit first, so he has his reasons. But after getting beaten up badly, I couldn't act like a wimp and not fight back. Zhu Wenba finished smoking a cigarette and put it out. I'll leave it to you now. If you have to take it to the extreme to vent your anger, remember to be sensible and don't cause any deaths. Dad is leaving now. After Zhu Wenba finished speaking, he stood up and left the ward, leaving Zhu Yangyang sitting alone on the bed with mixed feelings. If I don't take revenge on him, how can I live with all the pain I'm in? Zhu Yangyang snorted and cursed inwardly, with a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. He could promise not to take the case to law enforcement. Anyway, there are plenty of ways to get revenge. 7 o'clock in the evening. Huang Xiangli talks about the restaurant. In the public dining area, Zhuang Yi and Su Bao sat opposite each other at a French dining table. Su Bao held the phone in both hands, scrolling through photo after photo, laughing foolishly from time to time. These photos were all taken at the aquarium in the afternoon. Looks very happy. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette, smoke rose up, and his irritability did not diminish in the slightest. Bauer, did you have a good time at noon? Su Bauer's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded shyly. Yeah, I'm happy. Bao Er experienced a lot of firsts today. It was the first time to drink coffee, the first time to eat steak, the first time to enter an aquarium. Her voice was very low, her slender fingers twisting the corners of her clothes unconsciously. She had a lot more to say, but it was as if her throat was blocked and she couldn't say it. Zhuang Yi didn't hear a word of these words. He had experienced too many bad things recently, especially the chance encounter with Jun Yan's wife in the cinema in the morning, which caused him to have a lot of negative emotions. Feeling upset, depressed, angry, etc. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, as long as you are happy. Afterwards, Zhuang Yi raised his hand to call the waiter and ordered a few signature dishes. Su Bauer kept reminding him in a low voice that there were too many dishes and that 2 people could not finish them, but Zhuang Yi pretended not to hear. After a while, the dishes were served one after another, and the aroma filled the air. After Su Bauer saw Zhuang Yi pick up his chopsticks first, she happily picked up some food for herself. She ate with gusto, stealing glances at Zhuang Yi from time to time, and he looked so handsome. However, Zhuang Yi felt extremely insulted. The taste and flavor of the dishes were not worthy of the prices of a mid-range restaurant. The more he ate, the less tasteful he became, so he just looked around and took in the scenery. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Huang Shui. She was dressed up tonight, wearing a champagne gold silk long dress, the hem of the skirt drooping like water, like moonlight draped over her body. She had short yellow hair with the ends slightly curled inwards, revealing a section of her snow-white collarbone, with an exquisitely cut yellow diamond pendant. Beside her, 2 female internet celebrities were chatting and laughing with her, and they passed by not far away in a happy mood. As if with telepathy, Huang Shui turned her head and immediately noticed Zhuang Yi. Her smile stopped abruptly and she inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. The 2 looked at each other and smiled meaningfully at the same time. After a brief gaze, Huang Shui sent the 2 female internet celebrities away with a few words. Then, she walked towards Zhuang Yi angrily in high heels with red cheeks. Before Zhuang Yi could speak, she sat down next to him and snapped her fingers. 2 waiters quickly brought the dishes and chopsticks. Why did you come to my restaurant? Huang Shui crossed her arms and asked in a mock annoyed tone. She must be missing me. Huh, the man steamed the goose heart. Unfortunately, my heart already belongs to Zhu Nianqi, and I love women. Zhuang Yi sniffed and felt the faint scent of Milan flowers emanating from her delicate body, which was very tempting. It smells good. This woman is very fragrant, as soft and delicate as jade. Who allowed you to sit here? Get out. But Zhuang Yi didn't be polite to her at all. Huang Shui glanced at him indifferently, thinking that he was jealous, and began to explain her recent events. I have severed my relationship with those two female internet celebrities. Not only that, I have also severed my relationship with all the female internet celebrities in the company. Now we are just a pure superior subordinate relationship. Ever since the failed attempt to kidnap Zhuang Yi and the evidence was recorded, she has come to her senses and truly drawn a line between herself and her former playthings. It feels like a change of heart. However, Jun Yanqi did not break off the relationship because she loved this woman deeply. Unfortunately, for some reason, it has been difficult to make an appointment with Jun Yan's wife recently except for work interactions. Zhuang Yi didn't understand what she was saying and treated her as a big idiot. I'm not interested in your private life, bitch. I told you to get out and stop disturbing my meal. Chapter 65 Huang Shui wants to kiss Zhuang Yi. Huang Shui was shocked by the fierceness, but she rarely lost her temper. Why are you pretending? I just said these words to you because I don't want you to misunderstand me. Zhuang Yi pointed somewhere else and said, in a word, get out. This is my restaurant. I'm the one who tells you to leave. Huang Shui slammed the table. Zhuang Yi snorted coldly, you are right. I have some dirt on you, and I will publish it if anyone wants to. He had never gotten along with this woman, and now she had stolen his wife and dared to sit next to him so brazenly. Who is Huang Shui? She is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. What kind of woman is a woman who can be bullied until her legs go weak and she surrenders? You bastard. I'm warning you, don't. Huang Shui stopped talking with a frown. She realized that she was too harsh. After all, Zhuang Yi had his own evidence in his hand. I don't mean to scold you, you are not allowed to send out those videos. Zhuang Yi smiled coldly, too lazy to argue with her anymore. Huang Shui was angry but dared not say anything. She picked up the chopsticks and wanted to pick up some food for Zhuang Yi. She thought she had accidentally scolded him and apologized to him. If I didn't apologize, maybe there would be more exciting revenge waiting for me. In chapter 52, I was already exhausted by the revenge. I can't handle it anymore. Thinking of this, Huang Shui's face became even more flushed. Zhuang Yi didn't give her any face at all, thinking she was going to pick up some food, and interrupted her with chopsticks. Don't touch the food I ordered. Huang Shui was stunned when she saw the food on the chopsticks fall back onto the plate. Then she became furious and slammed the chopsticks heavily on the table. You are such a man. I just wanted to pick up some food for you to apologize, but you accused me of picking up some food for you. Do I need a crooked man like you? Zhuang Yi still ignored her. He just wanted her to get out of here and not disturb him while eating. Huang Shui frowned in grievance. You dead man actually doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness. I'll give you a free meal, please don't be angry, okay? As soon as the three words, don't be angry, came out, Zhuang Yi immediately felt something was wrong. Not only did Huang Shui not go against me today, but she also took the initiative to apologize. After thinking for a while, he sneered. You once took my wife away, rode on my head and shit on me, and used me as a part of the poly. Now I don't let you pick up the food, and you want to give me a free meal and apologize. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. Is Huang Shui wishing the chicken a happy new year? The implication of the words is merciless sarcasm. However, Huang Shui's face was still flushed. When she heard about wishing a happy new year to the chicken, she thought of that kind of place and shyly hit Zhuang Yi. You're annoying. Zhuang Yi suddenly felt a chill, and squeezed Huang Shui's arm tightly, then shook her off. Huang Shui, that's enough. Who are you disgusting as a homosexual? Huang Shui felt so hurt by the blow he threw her, and she looked at the man with annoyance and a little shame. Yes, the one I like is Jun Yanqi. What is so special about this man? Why can he make me feel so upset? Could it be that the love affair that night made me? No. This is definitely an illusion. I like women and I can only like women. Zhuang Yi has some dirty information about me that can bring me down from grace. I just try to please him because I'm afraid of him. I don't have any real feelings for him. Huang Shui shook her head vigorously, an unspeakable thought was quietly growing in her mind. Zhuang Yi, don't be angry. I'm giving you a free meal. Can't I just have a meal with you? No, the hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable, get out. I actually have something to talk to you about. Huang Shui swallowed, a little flustered. Besides, if you make loud noises that disrupt the atmosphere of the restaurant, you will be chased away by the security guards. Zhuang Yi stared at her fiercely, then glanced at Su Bauer. The silly boy was so frightened that he was shaking with fear and didn't even dare to eat a bite of the food. In order to let Su Bauer eat comfortably, he angrily scolded her, if you have to fart, fart quickly. Huang Shui, it's hard to make an appointment with Jun Yan's wife recently except for work. Is it you who is behind this? She understood that Zhuang Yi was not very fond of the title, my beloved wife, so she changed her tone in front of him. If someone else deliberately interfered with her love with Jun Yan's wife, she would be so angry that she could hardly control herself. But now, facing Zhuang Yi, she couldn't muster up any anger at all. When Zhuang Yi heard that it was about his ex-wife again, he couldn't help but mix in some jokes in his words. Why, you, the third party, are you tired of being played with? Didn't you play around a lot before? You made obscene noises to me on the phone, kissed Zhu Yangyang on the cheek at her homecoming banquet, and even ran to my house to yell at me. You even kidnapped me a few days ago. At the end of his speech, Zhuang Yi's eyes were filled with resentment. If Su Bauer hadn't been still eating, he might have really punched her in the nose. After hearing these words, Huang Shui showed a look of shame and lowered her head slightly. Please don't make me sound so disgusting. Nothing actually happened between Jun Yanqi and me. Before, I was ignorant. When she was talking to you on the phone, I deliberately tickled her and stimulated her, making her make yeah sounds. Sometimes she was busy and stayed overnight at my house. We slept in separate rooms. The only time I kissed her cheek was when Zhu Yangyang attended the banquet for returning from state. I have never had a deep spiritual communication with anyone other than you. Her voice gradually became deeper, as if she was truly reflecting on her past mistakes. It's like a wife who tries to gain her husband's forgiveness by making excuses for her mistakes. But how could Zhuang Yi be moved by a few words? He had been scumbagged enough. Why are you explaining to me? I know you very well. Huang Shui, don't you mind me and Jun Yanqi all the time? I'll tell you clearly, and please don't be so bad-tempered, or I'll be sad too. Zhuang Yi was speechless. Was he pretending to be so pitiful in front of his love rival? Is there shit in your brain? I wish you were heartbroken, your pain is my greatest happiness. Zhuang Yi thought to himself that he was too lazy to bother with her and just ate his meal. Seeing that he was silent, Huang Shui thought that he had taken her words to heart, and she couldn't help but smile. She waved to the waiter, who brought the exquisite dishes that had been prepared to entertain the customers to the table. Zhuang Yi looked at the plate after plate of delicious food being served on the table, and his brows couldn't help but furrowed further. What is going on? Huang Shui pretended to be relaxed and bit the bullet to pick up a few king crab legs for Zhuang Yi. Not only is the bill free for you tonight, but we've also added a few dishes for you. Aren't you touched? Hurry up and fulfill your promise from last time. Give me a kiss, and then we'll write off our past conflicts. Zhuang Yi roared, what the hell are you dreaming of? Chapter 66 Jun Yan's wife discovered that Zhuang Yi and Huang Shui were having dinner together. Watching the intimate interaction between Zhuang Yi and Huang Shui, Su Bauer, who was sitting opposite them, had cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel stuffed with pine cones, and her eyes were staring at Huang Shui like a kitten with its fur standing on end. The more she looked at him, the more jealous she felt. Humph. Bad woman. People's emotions are often complicated. When Zhuang Yi saw Su Bauer was upset, he immediately softened his voice. Bauer, let's eat. Don't get involved in what's going on between her and me. As a woman, Huang Shui was dissatisfied when she saw Zhuang Yi's attitude change. Who is this woman? Employee, it has nothing to do with you. Zhuang Yi took a bite of the king crab, immediately spat it out, and wiped the corners of his mouth with a wet wipe. Huang Xianli said that the restaurant has a prime location and is never short of high-end customers, but the dishes it makes are really unappetizing. It's not that it's hard to swallow, but it's just not worth the price. As a prestigious family in Dingyang, why would the Huang family treat their guests so perfunctorily? Zhuang Yi shook his head. It's really disgusting. This restaurant is still alive and well. It must be well managed. The hatred between us cannot be erased. I have sworn to kill the entire Huang family. Especially you. Zhuang Yi deliberately poked her heart hard, openly challenging her without any disguise. Faced with such a direct verbal attack, Huang Shui, who should have been furious and asked the security guard to drive Zhuang Yi away, actually had the wrong idea. Because of the differences between men and women, she felt so hurt when Zhuang Yi poked her in the spine, but she didn't get angry, but felt excited instead. Her eyes were slightly evasive, and her shyness seemed to reveal a hint of innocence. Zhuang Yi, please don't be like this, the past is gone with the wind, there is nothing to let go. I once made you angry, and you beat me twice, and you also did that to me. Judging from the actions, not the heart, you bullied me the most. As for my wife, she and I are from the business circle, so it's normal for us to interact with each other. Moreover, she is the daughter of the Zhu family, shining like a star. Isn't it understandable that I miss her? To be fair, if she is willing to cherish you, will you divorce her? This was the first time she spoke ill of Zhu Nian's wife. That Zhu Nian wife whom she loved the most. Her fingers unconsciously stroked the chopsticks, and it took great courage to say these words. Zhuang Yi was choked speechless by her words. It is an indisputable fact that Zhu Nianqi has always chosen others between herself and others. It is Zhu Nianqi who does not cherish her own reputation. But so what? He couldn't swallow this. No matter how well you talk, betrayal is betrayal, and the hatred of having your wife stolen is hard to let go. Huang Shui gently patted Zhuang Yi on the back, trying to create some physical contact. As a person, just grasp one or two important points, and pretend to be stupid about the rest. Actually, I don't hate you that much, a second married man. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly covered her mouth and her pupils shrank. She didn't expect that she would say such words. I like women. How can I willingly accept a divorced man? Men are the most disgusting and filthy creatures in the world. Not to mention it's second-hand. Su Bao noticed Huang Shui's blushing face and shouted angrily, Brother Zhuang. Her little expression is so excited, can't you see that you are rewarding her? Zhuang Yi picked up the food and ate it without saying a word, not taking it seriously. How could he not understand that Su Bao was ignorant? Huang Shui was a lesbian and she couldn't like men. The other side. Zhu misses his wife's home. Zhu Nian's wife dragged her tired body back home and lay down on the sofa. He was holding a pile of documents in his arms, all of which were unfinished work for the company. In the past, when Zhuang Yi was around, she never had to worry about these trivial matters. She would go to her husband when she had problems, and her subordinates would also go to her husband when they had problems. The package was arranged perfectly. Today, just after sending Zhu Yangyang to the hospital and stepping into the house, I received a call back to the company to discuss a client. At the end of the discussion, the client said lightly, "Let us meet Mr. Zhuang," and the order disappeared without a trace. After the conversation with the client, she returned to the company, where there was another mess waiting for her to deal with. The newly hired sales director to replace Zhuang Yi was not very capable either. His abilities were not all-round, and even those who were all-round would always have fatal shortcomings in some key skills. She had been so busy that she hadn't had a single bite to eat, and her stomach ached from hunger. At this time, the nanny Aunt Fong poured a cup of warm water and handed it to her. "Miss Zhu, please have a drink of water first. The chefs have prepared dinner and will go back early. When do you want to eat? I will heat it up for you." Zhu Nian's wife glanced coldly at the old and ugly Aunt Fong, and her hungry stomach was filled with anger. This damn old woman goes to bed on time at 10 o'clock every night. She is so deep in sleep that no one can wake her up no matter how hard you call her. This means that when I come home drunk at night, no one is there to take care of me. That would have been fine, but she often confused stomach medicine with cold medicine. No matter how many times I told her, she refused to change her bad habits. Finally, I deducted half a month's salary from her, forcing her to record the precautions. Yesterday she was so angry that she urinated on the succulents at home in order to save water. Zhu Nian's wife was so angry that she almost smashed all the flower pots. Oh. My husband is still the best, it's always worrying when someone else takes care of the household. However, this time her husband beat Zhu Yangyang, so even if we divorce, she must punish him severely. Although Zhu Yangyang's intentions were not pure, he was just a child after all, and her husband was an adult. How could she lay hands on a child? She was even more terrified that his father was Zhu Wenbo. Zhu Nian's wife felt upset and snatched the water cup and drank it all in one gulp, not wanting to say another word to Aunt Feng. Once I find a suitable nanny, I will definitely kick this damn old woman out. Out of sight, out of mind. Aunt Feng took the cup with a flattering smile on her face and said, Miss Zhu looks very busy at work. Did something happen to you? What's it got to do with you? Go heat up your food. Zhu Nian's wife scolded him unhappily, her words full of annoyance. Leaning on the sofa, her thoughts couldn't help but drift far away. Zhuang Yi divorced her because he said he didn't love her. But today, he actually hit Zhu Yangyang out of jealousy. It was completely proven that he was a liar and that he clearly loved her to death. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although she was not sure whether she still loved Zhuang Yi, she felt inexplicably at ease when she thought that Zhuang Yi loved her. As long as you still love me, you will remarry me sooner or later. At worst, I can only reluctantly forgive my husband for beating Zhu Yangyang. By the way, I can't let my husband know that Zhu Yangyang confessed his love to me, otherwise he will definitely turn the Zhu family upside down. He thought about it for a long time and completely forgot about the bad words he said to Zhuang Yi in the morning and the sarcasm and ridicule of the bystanders. Suddenly, she remembered that Huang Shui called in the morning and said she had something to discuss. At that time, she was busy accompanying Zhu Yangyang, so she agreed to discuss it in the evening. I almost forgot. She took out her cell phone and called Huang Shui. Hey, Shui. Nian. Nian wife, I'm still eating. Wait a minute, stop making trouble, I'm talking to your ex-wife on the phone. Chapter 67 Zhu Nian's wife collapsed to the extreme. Nian. Nian wife, I'm still eating. Wait a minute, stop making trouble, I'm talking to your ex-wife on the phone. Huang Shui said this softly and shyly, but with indescribable gasps mixed in, like a delicate moan of indulgence. After hearing this, Zhu Nian's wife's mood, which had been slightly better, instantly fell into an icy cave. This line and this description are from the first chapter. This is what Zhu Nian's wife said when she lied to Zhuang Yi. Zhu Nian's wife swallowed her saliva and murmured, Shui Yi, who are you talking to? She has always been reluctant to disturb other people's private lives, but when she heard the word ex-wife, a feeling of uneasiness crawled all over her body like an ant, making her feel so uncomfortable that she wanted to scratch her ears and cheeks. Is your husband together with Huang Shui? What are they two doing? Zhu Nian's wife was in a terrible mood, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on her. She is no stranger to this kind of sound that can only be heard in bed. Huang Shui said in panic, My dear wife, I didn't talk to anyone. Just now a cockroach flew over and scared me. Same words, same deception. This was my excuse for lying to my husband in the first chapter. Zhu Nian's wife asked coldly, with a bit of unnatural trembling, Cockroach, this sentence sounds so familiar, Huang Shui. Are you sure there is no one next to you? No. No. Can I hang up first? I have something urgent to deal with right now. Huang Shui's voice on the other end of the phone kept trembling, sometimes soft, sometimes rapid. Zhuang Yi found the right moment, moved closer to the phone, and said seductively, Baby Shui, don't shake when you speak. Jump. Zhu Nianqi's pupils suddenly shrank, and she couldn't help but cover her chest with her left hand, her whole body feeling cold. This kind of seduction belongs to me alone. I am the only one who can enjoy my husband's flirting. Ah. Ah. Huang Shui. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? He's my husband. He's mine. You made me divorce him. And you want to take him away. Ah. 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 At this moment, the boomerang flew back to Zhu Nian's wife's head. She hugged her forehead tightly, screaming wildly, her eyes red and wet. In the blink of an eye, the powerful woman who was high and mighty turned into a madman. She was suffocated by the pain. She was in pain. She was heartbroken. Zhuang Yi, go away. Don't touch me. Huang Shui was obviously disturbed on the phone, My dear wife, please listen to my explanation. Zhuang Yi was just tickling me. I was clean with him. I was just having dinner with him. When Huang Shui said, cleanly, she showed a brief panic. Zhu Nian's wife heard it, her face changed drastically, and she fell off the sofa to the ground. Huang Shui is lying, totally lying. My husband got involved with someone else. I clearly promised you that I would slowly distance myself from Huang Shui. Why did you treat me like this? Why? Tears fell from my eyes, one after another. When Aunt Feng saw Zhu Nian's wife crying, she ran over in a panic and said, Miss Zhu, what are you doing? Get up quickly. You'll catch a cold if you sit on the floor. Get out. Zhu Nian's wife yelled at the top of her lungs. Aunt Feng was terrified. She had never seen her so angry before, so she quickly backed away. On the phone, Huang Shui was extremely anxious and explained intermittently. Don't cry, my wife. I'll be sad if you cry. Zhuang Yi is right next to me, I'll ask him to explain it clearly right away. Zhuang Yi. Tell your wife quickly. I have a lot of business dealings with her, and I can't let her have any misunderstandings. Zhuang Yi was not panicked when he heard the urging. Instead, he said in a greedy tone, there is no need to explain to a third party between us. Don't you want a kiss? I'll give it to you now. Really? No. No. Don't do this kind of thing in this situation, don't. Beep, beep, beep. Boom. Collapse. A complete breakdown. Zhu Nian's wife stared at the hung-up phone with desperate and horrified eyes. The rage that reached the sky almost burned through his head, his face was distorted to the extreme, and his teeth were grinding. She was going crazy and she wanted Huang Shui to pay the price. Is this how it feels? On my birthday, my husband prepared a birthday party for me and heard me making that unbearable sound. Is this what it feels like? Zhu Nian's wife held the phone tightly, almost crushing it into pieces. It turns out that she has been making her husband endure such torture and destruction all along. No wonder. No wonder he became so violent. He even beat Zhu Yangyang. She suddenly came to her senses and now she wished she could eat Huang Shui alive. Zhuang Yi is hers. No one is worthy of getting his hands on him. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She picked up the water cup and smashed it to the ground. Bang! With a loud crisp sound, glass fragments scattered all over the ground like stars. A piece of glass scratched her cheek, and blood quickly seeped out, reflecting on her fair skin. My husband has always loved me, I was the one who made him angry and died, he is now lying in Huang Shui's arms. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't consider your feelings and always did things that made you sad without realizing it. Zhu Nian's wife woke up as if from a dream. She couldn't even imagine how her husband could control his temper and accompany clients on his birthday. She covered her mouth tightly and even scolded her husband at that time. She deserves to die. Bang! She slapped herself hard. Snap! 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 Zhu Nian's wife was completely desperate and kept slapping until her cheeks were red and swollen, but she had no intention of stopping. Aunt Feng saw it and was anxious. She wanted to step forward to stop it, but she didn't dare to act rashly, after all, she had just been driven away. After slapping him more than 10 times in a row, the phone showed that Huang Shui had made a video call. Zhu Nian's wife picked up the phone and screamed in horror. Huang Shui! You bastard, you dare to humiliate me by video. Do you think your life is too long? Press the on button to start spraying. Huang Shui. You are a sword-wielding dog who steals people's love. Let me tell you. Our cooperation ends here. Before he could finish his words, Zhu Nian's wife saw Huang Shui and Zhuang Yi at the dining table. Nothing happened, just eating. Huang Shui was sweating, she was frightened by Zhu Nian's wife and turned pale. Nian's wife, I really didn't lie to you. Zhuang Yi and I just had a simple meal. When he saw you calling me just now, he had evil thoughts and deliberately tickled me, then exaggerated and said some unclear words. You misunderstood us. Misunderstanding. Zhu Nian's wife was angry, but her heart sank. Husband, is what she said true? During the video call, Zhuang Yi didn't even want to look at Zhu Nian's wife. He elegantly cut a piece of steak and put it into his mouth. It's fake. Huang Shui and I slept in the same bed. Chapter 68. My heart is pounding. After hearing this, Huang Shui's face turned purple with fear and she didn't dare to breathe. But Zhu Nian's wife did not feel angry. Instead, she gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and showed a relieved smile. If her husband is hesitant when speaking, there may be something else going on. But if he tells her openly that he has slept with other women, she will refuse to believe it. The only possibility is that he is just saying it out of anger. After all, she knew Zhuang Yi very well. There was only room for her in his heart, and no room for other women. Zhu Yan's wife sniffed and wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. "Husband, I know you are angry with me. You can't do such an immoral thing. I now know how much pain you're in. I was wrong before and ignored your feelings. I apologize to you. Can we remarry?" Although she didn't understand why Zhuang Yi would have dinner with Huang Shui, Zhu Yan's wife felt particularly at ease as long as there was no deeper communication. Zhuang Yi gave her a cold look. In the morning, he called himself a beast because of his mistress, and in the evening, he came to ask for remarriage with a broken face. He was so despicable. "I don't know what Mr. Zhu is talking about. Please don't disturb me and Shui from having dinner together. You are making trouble here and we can't even have a meal." Zhuang Yi pulled out the knife that Zhu Yan's wife had mentioned in chapter 4 from his chest and stabbed it back. Zhu Yan's wife's heart trembled, as if blood was gushing out, and the pain was so severe that she could hardly breathe. My husband just said what he had said before, so why do I feel such a heart-wrenching pain? There was no other way, she could only say one important thing: "Hubby, I've helped you solve Zhu Yangyang's problem. Yangyang and Uncle Wenbao won't call the police. Let's bring some gifts and go to the hospital to apologize to Yangyang tomorrow, okay?" She felt that Zhuang Yi was wrong in hitting someone and it would be best for him to apologize to the other party. Of course, she absolutely avoided talking about Zhu Yangyang's confession of love to her. Once the confession was made, the nature of the matter changed. Protecting his younger brother turned into protecting a gigolo, and for the sake of the gigolo, Zhuang Yi was pushed into the scolding of the onlookers and suffered from bad words. She didn't want Zhuang Yi to have such a misunderstanding. But how could Zhuang Yi not know that Zhu Yangyang had a crush on his ex-wife? A third party came into his life, first being ambiguous in front of him, then getting close to him and trying to cuckold him, and now she dares to ask him to apologize. Zhu Yan's wife, you are so heartless. Zhuang Yi shook his head in self-mockery, a sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. Unwilling to pay any attention, he put his chopsticks down on the table and stood up to leave. "Bauer, let's go." "Ah, oh." Su Bauer sensed Zhuang Yi's hostility, patted her body and stood up. Huang Shui was originally very happy as she could both video chat with Zhu Yan's wife and have dinner with Zhuang Yi. But suddenly Zhuang Yi was about to leave, and she instinctively felt reluctant to let him go. "Zhuang Yi, are you leaving? Stay with me a little longer." Zhu Yan's wife, who was on the mobile phone, instantly caught Huang Shui's subtle emotions and her anger rose. What made her even more angry was Su Bauer, who was following behind Zhuang Yi. "Hubby, what do you mean? I helped you deal with such a big problem, and you didn't even say a word of thanks. And it's late at night, why is that female college student still following you?" Zhu Yan's wife's tone was filled with grief and disappointment, and she was almost yelling into the microphone. Zhuang Yi ignored the two of them and went straight to the front desk to pay the bill, but was told that the bill had already been settled by Huang Shui. Without any trace of nostalgia, he turned and left. Zhu Yan's wife on the phone was still yelling, "Zhuang Yi. You unreasonable little man. Get back here." After shouting a few times unwillingly, seeing that Zhuang Yizhen didn't turn back, she turned to Huang Shui and asked. "Huang Shui. What is your relationship with your husband? You'd better tell me the truth. What did you mean by, stay with me a little longer?" Huang Shui shuddered, her eyes evasive. "Wife, I asked him to stay a little longer, because I wanted him to talk to you, and you know my sexual orientation, how could I?" This lie was full of loopholes, but considering that Huang Shui was a lesbian, Zhu Yan's wife felt it was reasonable. She looked alert and glared at Huang Shui fiercely. Huang Shui was stared at so hard that she broke out in a cold sweat. "My dear wife, you don't believe me? I just signed a 100 million yuan order with you a few days ago." Zhu Yan's wife looked at her and thought for a long time, then hung up the phone without saying a word. 10 o'clock at night. Under the viaduct, there is the Qinyun River. The lights of the city seemed to be reflected on the surface of the river. The wind made the water ripple gently, making the silver light ripple brilliantly. The willow trees on both sides of the river bank swayed gently. Not far away, several small boats carrying fireworks boxes were rowed to the center of the Qingyun River. Su Bao's eyes fell on the young couples around her, and an envious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It would be a lie to say that I am not jealous. College students in their 20s are the most suitable for dating. This stage is between youth and maturity. They still believe in romance and love, but are exposed to the reality of society. She was so stunned that she ate a belly full of dog food. She raised her head to look at Zhuang Yi, but found that he was gone. She quickly turned around and saw Zhuang Yi walking towards her with steady steps, holding a plate of sliced ribeye steak. Eat something. Zhuang Yi picked up a piece of sizzling beef with a toothpick and handed it to Su Bao. Thank you, brother Zhuang. Su Bao's cheeks flushed, and with a bit of shyness, she lowered her head and put it into her mouth. I asked you to get the toothpick, not to feed you. Zhuang Yi was speechless and handed the toothpick directly to her. Su Bao was slightly surprised and realized that she had misunderstood. Ah. Oh. Bao misunderstood. Bao is bad. Bang. At this moment, a loud explosion was heard from the distant sky. A huge golden firework bloomed in the darkness, as if lighting up the entire night sky. Wow! Su Bao exclaimed and looked up at the sky. Zhuang Yi had a blank expression on his face as he calmly looked up at the fireworks. In the sky, countless dreamy colors burst out, indigo, dark purple, crimson and so on, falling on the earth like a dazzling star rain. Colorful reflections of fireworks were imprinted in Su Bao's eyes. After looking for a long time, she secretly glanced at Zhuang Yi's profile with the corner of her eye. I wasn't paying attention to myself, I was worried. Su Bao giggled and quietly took a step back. Then, she looked up at Zhuang Yi's profile with affection, her eyes sparkling like stars. My heart is pounding and my heart is beating fast. The fireworks are beautiful, but he is more beautiful. Beautiful fireworks are hanging in the sky, and the person you love is in your heart. Chapter 69 Zhuang Yi, you are such a person. Zhuang Yi was thinking about other people, and Su Bao was thinking about Zhuang Yi. She took out her cell phone, took a photo secretly with a click, and then quietly hid the phone back. Seeing that Zhuang Yi didn't notice, she became bolder and quietly stretched out her right hand to pinch the corner of Zhuang Yi's clothes. She tilted her head, her rosy cheeks and rosy face gave a sweet smile. Maybe for Zhuang Yi, watching fireworks is just a way to relax and unwind, but for Su Bao, it is another spiritual sustenance of beautiful memories. Soon, Zhuang Yi noticed something unusual, turned around, and found that the corner of his clothes was pulled. Bao, what are you doing? No, it's okay. Bao didn't do anything. Su Bao let go of her hand in a panic, but the blush on her face betrayed her. Did something bad? Zhuang Yi looked at her seriously. Su Bao felt uncomfortable with his stare. She stretched her head and shrank her neck, feeling like a thorn in her back, and didn't know what to do. Finally, Su Bao said cautiously, Bao was wrong. Bao took a sneak shot of you. It's because you are too beautiful. You can't blame Bao. Zhuang Yi continued to stare at her with a calm expression. Su Bao looked embarrassed and took out her phone awkwardly. Bao deleted it, don't be angry. She opened the photo album reluctantly, and a photo of a handsome man came into her eyes. In addition to the secretly taken photo just now, there are many other photos taken in the aquarium in the afternoon. Most of them are of Zhuang Yi's back and side profile, which are clearly visible and the evidence is conclusive. Everything was seen clearly. Su Bao's heart was beating fast and she wanted to bury herself in the ground because of shame. Zhuang Yi sighed and turned away. No need to delete it, as long as you didn't lie. His ex-wife was a born liar, and he didn't want to hire another bullshitter as an employee. Su Bao chuckled. Bao doesn't lie, Bao just takes secret photos. After the fireworks show, it was already 12 o'clock in the morning. The two returned home. Sister Baiyun sat lazily on the sofa, wearing a see-through suspender nightgown. The light apricot-colored fabric fit her waist softly, appearing and disappearing, which made people imagine a lot. The hem of her skirt fell casually at the base of her thighs, revealing a pair of slender, white and smooth long legs, casually placed on the coffee table. She played with her phone in her right hand and unconsciously rubbed her flat belly with her left hand. Seeing Zhuang Yi coming home, she raised her eyebrows as if ordering a servant. Xiao Zhuang. Sister wants to have a midnight snack. Give me a bowl of tomato and egg noodle soup. Otherwise, I will be too hungry to sleep. I'm in a bad mood and don't want to cook. Go make some instant noodles yourself. Zhuang Yi was about to refuse, but suddenly thought of Su Bauer beside him, and asked. Are you hungry, Bauer? Do you want some midnight snack? When Sister Baiyun heard that her younger brother was asking other women for advice while cooking, she pointed at Su Bauer rudely with her foot like a cat whose tail was stepped on. What do you mean? You cook for me and you still ask other women for their opinions. Su Bauer was going to say she didn't want to eat, but when she saw that Sister Baiyun was getting hungry, she changed her mind and said, Bauer, eat a little. Bauer will help you cut tomatoes and crack eggs. Zhuang Yi ignored Sister Baiyun and replied calmly, okay. The two walked into the kitchen together, with a tacit understanding and cooperation. Su Bauer looked up at Zhuang Yi from time to time, her peach blossom eyes smiling into crescents, like peach blossoms blooming on Peach Blossom Mountain, charming and dazzling. The way they interacted with each other was like that of a couple in passionate love, which made Sister Baiyun feel jealous. You brought a woman home right after your divorce, what a scumbag. You don't want me anymore. Sister Baiyun, who was sitting at the dining table, smashed the table for no apparent reason, full of jealousy. In the kitchen, Zhuang Yi said casually, Bauer is just an employee, don't think too much. Does an employee need to be so nice to her? You asked me to make midnight snacks for her, and you asked her if she wanted to eat. Don't you know that a man's cooking skills can only be for his loved ones? Like me. Sister Baiyun was not willing to be outdone, and she said this false sentence deliberately for Su Bauer to hear. However, Su Bauer was not affected. Instead, she touched Zhuang Yi's heart and made him stop flipping the wok. When he first got married to Zhu Nianqi, Zhuang Yi solemnly promised her that he would only cook for her in his life. The past is like the wind, and the promises are gone. From now on, unless I want to eat something myself, I will never cook for just one person, even if she is Sister Baiyun. After a pause, he said, the sense of accomplishment from making midnight snacks for you alone and for 3 people is different. Less than 10 minutes. 3 bowls of noodles came out of the pot, and Su Bauer sensibly brought them out one by one. Sister Baiyun eats, Brother Zhuang eats. She deliberately left the biggest bowl for Sister Baiyun and the smallest bowl for herself. Zhuang Yi looked at the few mouthfuls of noodles in Su Bauer's bowl and felt mixed emotions. This was not too much like his past self, who gave all the best to his wife Xu Nian without asking for anything in return. After thinking for a while, he said with concern, you ate too little. Let Sister Baiyun pick up 2 chopsticks for you. Su Bao shook her head, no need. Bao has a small stomach and doesn't eat too much at night. Sister Baiyun bit the tip of her chopsticks and sneered. Humph, she's quite sensible, more human than that Jew's ex-wife. On the surface, she seemed to be praising him, but in reality, her hostility was so strong that it was about to overflow. I'll make it clear in advance that you are not allowed to sleep in the same bed with Xiaozhuang, otherwise I will kick you out. Su Bauer, who had just picked up the chopsticks, blushed instantly. Bauer is a virgin girl, she won't sleep with a man. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and finally she was so shy that she buried her head in the bowl and ate the noodles in small bites, not daring to make another sound. Zhuang Yi said with a tisk. You're bullying her again. Do you want to eat it? If not, I'll pour it for you. Sister Baiyun snorted, held the big bowl and slurped the noodles, too lazy to argue with this stupid dog. After having supper, Sister Baiyun went to her bedroom to sleep contentedly. Su Bauer sat on the sofa, doing her weekend homework on Zhuang Yi's laptop. Next time, bring 2 sets of clothes and let Sister Baiyun keep them for you. If you can't go back to school after working overtime, wash up here. After washing the dishes in the kitchen, Zhuang Yi said this softly and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Good. Bauer stared at the computer blankly, opened a Word document and typed to do his homework. She had extremely fast hands and flexible thinking. With the help of plugins, she finished the homework in less than 15 minutes and sent it to the study committee member. After finishing her homework, she opened Zhuang Yi's data disk, hoping to find some local games to kill time, and searched randomly on the C drive. Somehow, she found a folder called Study Materials. She right-clicked the folder to check its properties and was surprised to find that the folder was as large as 5,736 G. Wow! Zhuang is a good boy who loves to study. Sue Bauer couldn't help but praise and opened the folder excitedly. But then she regretted it. This learning material was actually secretly hidden by Sister Baiyun, and she usually uses it for her own enjoyment. Inside is the backup library of videos that Sister Baiyun secretly filmed of Zhuang Yi. In addition, there are other eye-catching things in the folder, all collected according to Sister Baiyun's preferences. Looking at these ugly contents, Sue Bauer's cheeks turned as red as ripe apples. She covered her burning cheeks with her hands, and white smoke from the outage came out of her forehead. Zhuang Yi, actually is such a person. Chapter 70 Sue Bauer's conditions to Zhuang Yi. After taking a shower, Zhuang Yi came out wearing a white t-shirt and casual pants. He had a firm chest, a slim waist, and the outline of his abdominal muscles could be vaguely seen. He wiped his hair with a towel and sat next to Sue Bauer naturally. As a result, as soon as he sat down, Sue Bauer blushed and immediately moved her butt away, keeping a distance of 1 body length from him. "Are you hiding from me?" Zhuang Yi keenly caught her movements. Sue Bauer didn't say anything, pointed at the laptop, and then immediately retracted her hand. Zhuang Yi was full of questions and opened the computer screen in confusion. His face darkened instantly. He clenched his fists tightly and deleted the entire database in front of Sue Bauer. "These are not my collection, they belong to Sister Baiyun." Zhuang Yi said awkwardly that he, the big boss, was no different from a naked monkey in front of Sue Bauer at this moment. "Damn Baiyun, it's fine if you hide something, but you hid it in my computer. Are you looking for death?" Sue Bauer said nothing, sitting upright on the sofa, playing with her fingers. "Why don't you go and wipe yourself off first? You'll definitely be sweating after a busy day, and it will be uncomfortable to sleep." Zhuang Yi said this, walked into the room, found a new towel, and returned to the living room. "This towel is new, you can use it first." As he spoke, he handed the towel to Sue Bauer. Just as their hands were about to touch, Sue Bauer suddenly remembered the intoxicating images on the computer and Zhuang Yi's 8-pack abs. The chemical reaction was so intense that she pushed Zhuang Yi away, stretched out her nails, and bared her teeth and claws. "Stupid, idiot. Don't touch Bauer." After being pushed by her, Zhuang Yi stumbled and almost lost his balance. He looked at Sue Bauer in shock. "Fuck." Zhuang Yi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode and his employees mistook him for a narcissist. "I really don't like taking selfies. It was that damn Baiyun who took a secret video of me. I deleted her video once before. I didn't expect she would dare to do it again." Zhuang Yi explained weakly, suppressing his temper and placing the towel on the coffee table. He walked silently to Sister Baiyun's room. Immediately afterwards, bursts of miserable wailing were heard in the room. When Sue Bauer heard the screams, she hugged the towel in both hands, ran into the bathroom with her head down and a red face. 20 minutes later, Sue Bauer and Zhuang Yi returned to the living room at the same time. There were still drops of water dripping from the ends of Sue Bauer's hair. Her hair was draped over her shoulders, wet and as black as ink, making her skin look even whiter and smoother. The pink and tender feet were not wearing slippers, and they stepped on the clean floor, emitting a wisp of heat. Although she was wearing a white dress today, she still exuded a faint scent of jasmine shower gel. "Is there a hair dryer at home?" Bauer just washed her hair. After taking a shower, Sue Bauer calmed down a lot and sorted out her thoughts. She realized that it was Sister Baiyun who was perverted, not her boss. The boss is just handsome and has a good figure, and was targeted by the bad sister. Zhuang Yi vented his anger and felt much better. "Yes, I'll get it for you." He found a hair dryer and saw Sue Bauer sitting on the sofa, so he plugged it in and started blowing her hair. Once upon a time, when there was no third party involved in Zhuang Yi and Jun Yan's marriage, Zhuang Yi would often blow dry Jun Yan's wife's hair to prevent her hair from being too messy the next day. Over time, he knows better than women how to blow dry their hair. Especially the strength of your palm and the adjustment of the air outlet should be paid attention to avoid scratching or burning the soft hair. Sue Bauer originally wanted to reject Zhuang Yi's enthusiasm, but she fell for the warmth of his palm in just a few seconds. All of this was what Jun Yan's wife once had. Now she's lost. Zhuang Yi stared at Sue Bauer's back, recalling the ferocious look Jun Yan's wife gave him in the morning in order to protect other men. "She called me a beast and asked me to apologize, but who is the beast and who should apologize?" Soon, the hair is dried, the moisture is drained out, and it becomes soft and smooth. Sue Bauer, who was being served, was a little shy, and swung her little feet happily. You are amazing, your hairdrying skills are more professional than Mr. Gowney in the barber shop. Zhuang Yi just smiled and said nothing. He unplugged the hair dryer, picked up the comb, and gently straightened the ends of her hair. Brother Zhuang, can Bauer put forward a few conditions? Explain. That is, you are not allowed to touch Bauer's feet, you are not allowed to let Bauer wear strange clothes, you are not allowed to let Bauer wear cat ears and cat tails, you are not allowed to let Bauer play with new toys, you are not allowed. Su Bauer kept talking non-stop, and Zhuang Yi, who was standing behind her, felt so disgusted that he wanted to jump off the building. Bauer was affected by the study materials. Sister Baiyun, you really deserve to die. Just now, Zhuang Yi went into Sister Baiyun's room and beat her up. After coming out, Sister Baiyun cleverly locked the door, fearing that Zhuang Yi would break in again. In other words, Zhuang Yi was helpless to take action at this moment and could only swallow his shame silently. He said, those short videos were really saved by Sister Baiyun. I don't like taking selfies. Su Bauer nodded shyly, well, Bauer believes you. It's just that Bauer's thinking is more traditional, but Bauer can understand it. Shit. I didn't believe it. Zhuang Yi didn't dare to say this. The two were silent for a few seconds. Su Bao took a deep breath and asked sincerely, Bauer, can I call you Xiaozhuang like Sister Baiyun? Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi was confused by this sentence. He was stunned for a moment, then he realized that Su Bauer's tone was exactly the same as when he tried to please Jun Yan's wife. That kind of cautious, humble tentative attitude, fear of being looked down upon and rejected is a common character among children from orphanages. Su Bao asked very seriously and with great self-abasement. If this inherent cowardice is not corrected in time, it will probably become a shackle that she will never be able to get out of for the rest of her life. Zhuang Yi asked tentatively, you seem to be 1 year younger than me. After hearing this, Su Bao mistakenly thought that she was rejected and quickly felt disappointed. Is that so? Then Bao knows. Zhuang Yi looked at her back and felt the sadness. It was just a title, Zhuang Yi naturally wouldn't care about it. He wasn't that arrogant, nor did he have the intrigue and schemes to scheme against other people. I just said you're younger than me, I didn't say I'm rejecting you. You can call me whatever you want in the future. The relationship between superiors and subordinates doesn't need to be too rigid. After hearing these words, Su Bauer's lost heart suddenly became warm. A smile like a kitten's mouth appeared on her face, and her clear eyes were filled with excitement. She said in a soft and tender voice. Okay, thank you Xiaozhuang, Bauer will remember it. Chapter 71 Zhuang Yi, okay, maybe in the next life. Sunday. At the school gate. The students returning to school were carrying large and small bags, returning to the campus with expressions of emptiness and despair on their faces. Zhuang Yi sent Su Bauer to the school gate and stopped. It's just here. I still have to go to the company to coordinate the work with the master. Don't be reckless at school, be careful of the people around you, don't drink with men, and if you need money, you can ask me for an advance on your salary. As he spoke, he gently rubbed Su Bauer's head and gave instructions like a wife or mother. Su Bauer did not resist and enjoyed the warmth of his palm. Okay, Bauer is very good, Bauer, don't worry. After a good night's sleep last night, Zhuang Yi let go of the movie theater incident a lot. A faint smile appeared on his face. Let me know if you can come out to school tomorrow. The more people there are at the groundbreaking ceremony, the better. Bauer knows. Su Bauer agreed softly, if Xiaozhuang is in a bad mood, just call Bauer and Bauer will accompany Xiaozhuang to relieve his boredom. The two of them were chatting intimately and didn't notice that they were under a paulownia tree not far away. A man and a woman walked by carrying briefcases. They are Zhu Nian's wife's personal secretary Lu Xiaoxi and the company's young employee Sun Haoran. They all saw this scene inadvertently. Sun Haoran was extremely envious. Boss Zhuang is, matched with a female college student. He is so lucky. Lu Xiaoxi said as she walked, it's impossible. Mr. Zhuang is such a loyal and affectionate man. He must have been seduced. Men always like female college students. Mr. Zhuang is so outstanding. It is reasonable for him to find a prettier one after the divorce. Lu Xiaoxi slapped Sun Haoran hard and said, nonsense. What should I do with my wife? No, I have to inform my wife. Before she finished her words, she stopped and took out her cell phone to tip off. Sun Haoran quickly stopped him and said, hey, Secretary Liu, forget it. President Zhuang and President Zhu are now divorced. We have no right to interfere in his private life. No. Mr. Zhuang has only been gone for a few days and the company has already caused a huge mess. We can't just sit there and watch Mr. Zhuang being lured away by a little bitch. Lu Xiaoxi did not give in. He took a photo with his mobile phone and quickly sent it to Jun Yan's wife on WeChat. Afterwards, he added a lot of extra details. It sounded like if he delayed any longer, Zhuang Yi would lure Su Bauer into bed. Inside the meeting room, Jun Yan's wife sat in the main seat, with a strong aura and a stern face, listening to the work reports of the heads of various departments. The atmosphere is depressing and heavy. Everyone's palms were sweaty and their nerves were tense, fearing that Jun Yan's wife would fly into a rage in the next second. Ding! 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 The phone received a message. Jun Yan's wife, who was in a state of panic, frowned and swore, then opened the page in annoyance. Even more annoyed. There was actually no ambiguous action in the photo sent by Lu Xiaoxi, but Jun Yan's wife recognized Su Bauer. This little bitch was fooling around with her husband all day yesterday, and today she even dared to ask her husband to send her to school. It's clearly an attempt to poach people, it's a blatant provocation. Zhuang Yi, you ungrateful bastard. Bastard. He got together with that little bitch right after his divorce. They are still so close. What a bullshit superior-subordinate relationship. In front of the group leader, Jun Yan's wife was so angry that her hands were shaking. She was so furious that she could hardly control herself. The executives below all held their breath and kept silent. Some laughed secretly in their hearts, while others felt disappointed. As a company grows in size, power struggles are inevitable. Although Zhuang Yi is the backbone of the company and has harmonious interpersonal relationships, there are still some hostile forces. In addition, his departure led to the promotion of a large number of employees, and these people were unwilling to let Zhuang Yi return. After Jun Yan's wife got angry, she sent a voice message to Lu Xiaoxi, "Before tonight, I want all the information about that little bitch." After sending the voice message, she glanced around and her eyes fell on a middle-aged man. Su Jianqing, one of the company's founders. Zhuang Yi had mentioned many times that he wanted to lay him off, but Jun Yan's wife kept him because he was a veteran and did a good job. But Zhuang Yi's words yesterday dispelled her idea. "Mr. Su, during the heavy rain half a year ago, I called you to send a car to pick up Zhuang Yi. Are you sure that the person you sent arrived at the scene smoothly and sent Zhuang Yi home safely? Jun Yan's wife needs an outlet, and this outlet is the bad apple in the company." Su Jianqing suddenly became panicked. He felt the chairman's fierce aura and dared not breathe. "Of course. Mr. Zhu, how can I lie to you about such a small matter?" Jun Yan's wife didn't say anything. She leaned back in her chair and looked at him with a condescending attitude. Su Jianqing swallowed hard, sweat breaking out on his forehead. "Boss Zhu, did Xiao Zhuang say something that caused misunderstanding? Normally, he and I have a pretty good relationship." Jun Yan's wife looked gloomy and waved her hand, "Just treat it as a lie by that bastard Zhuang Yi." Su Jianqing breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, his relaxed nerves instantly tensed up. Jun Yan's wife lazily held her phone and sent a voice message to Lu Xiaoxi. "Secretary Liu, go find the layoff list that Zhuang Yi submitted 6 months ago. Investigate every single one of them thoroughly. If you find any abuse of power, corruption, or bribery, bring legal action and hold them accountable." Bang! Su Jianqing leaned forward and almost fell off his chair. The heads of other departments soon noticed his abnormality and cast strange looks at him. Not only that, several executives sitting next to him showed more or less panic expressions. "Why, are you nervous? Are you thinking of running away from the country?" Jun Yan's wife didn't expect that a little trick would reveal so many parasites. They are all veterans who have been working in the company for many years, how could they not see this kind of reaction? Su Jianqing's face turned pale, and he was eager to hide his embarrassment. "No. Nothing, Mr. Zhu, you are joking. I am also a veteran employee of the company. Do you still not trust me? I hope so. If you find evidence, don't blame me for being ruthless." Jun Yan's wife looked fierce and slammed the table, "Dismiss." The other end of the phone. At this time, Lu Xiaoxi and Sun Haran had already left Dingyang University and came to an office building. Lu Xiaoxi listened to Zhu Nian's wife's angry voice and didn't dare to believe it. Are you thinking about your wife catching the company's parasites? She was very emotional and called Zhuang Yi in a hurry. Zhuang Yi, Xiaoxi, why are you calling me? Mr. Zhuang, my wife has made up her mind to take action against Su Jiancheng. Do you still have the layoff list you made 6 months ago? Zhuang Yi, go to my office computer and open the D drive. There is a folder called Wife's Company and the layoff list is in it. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled, wrote it down on a memo, and then sincerely sent him a signal of rejection. Mr. Zhuang, since you left, the company has been in a mess, especially the number of new orders has plummeted. Why don't you come back to the company? Zhuang Yi, okay, maybe in the next life. Chapter 72. Zhu Nian's wife found Zhuang Yi's diary. Night. Inside a private room of a high-end KTV. Zhu Nian's wife and several middle-aged clients sat together. The table was filled with drinks and side dishes. Zhu Nian's wife sat in the middle, and several burly men took turns pouring wine for her. Boss Zhu, I toast you with this glass of wine. I hope we can work together to create greater glory. Boss Zhu has a great alcohol tolerance. I admire him so much. He is worthy of being the head of the Zhu family. Boss Zhu, your drinking habits are like your character. If you don't drink this cup, you are not giving me face. Forcing a woman to drink is a man's bestiality. People like to see the opposite sex lose control and behave impolitely after drinking, which is similar to the curiosity-seeking mentality of, I'm not afraid of nothing happening, I'm just afraid of nothing happening. Zhu Nian's wife poured cup after cup of wine and drank it down. Drink. We do business together, and we drink together. She had her period today, and she also had a stomachache, so she felt very uncomfortable. But since Zhuang Yi was not there, she had to take over. Zhu Nian's wife had the confidence to drink so much, as not many of the children of the Zhu family in Dingyang dared to touch her. What's more, Lu Xiaoxi, who was standing in the corner, was staring at everyone with a fierce look in his eyes, and would immediately call for bodyguards if anything went wrong. After 3 rounds of drinks, it was the second half of the night. Boss you, take care. We have to have fun tonight and meet again some other day. We'll discuss cooperation in detail later. After watching the last customer leave, Zhu Nian's wife couldn't help but lean against a telephone pole and vomited. Lu Xiaoxi held his breath and patted her back gently. Nian's wife, don't drink so much next time. It hurts your stomach too much. The business you negotiated by drinking is worthless. Zhu Nian's wife waved her hands tiredly. I know, this is the last time. She seldom drank alcohol in recent days, and tonight's client was very important, so it was the most she drank ever, but she didn't get drunk. For some reason, she recently felt nauseous whenever she touched alcohol, and she hated the smell of cigarettes. Lu Xiaoxi asked worriedly, have you finished vomiting? I'll take you home after you're done. Zhu Nian's wife nodded, and let Lu Xiaoxi hold her arm foolishly, and moved step by step back into the car of the Rolls-Royce. She was sitting in the back seat, and less than 5 minutes after the car started, she was shaken so much that she covered her forehead with her hands, feeling nauseous and wanting to vomit. Zhu misses his wife's home. After opening the security door, Lu Xiaoxi immediately took Zhu Nian's wife to the toilet and asked her to vomit everything out. After vomiting completely, Lu Xiaoxi suppressed her nausea, took a towel, dipped it in water, wiped her face, and then washed away the vomit. Zhu Nian's wife seemed to have lost all her strength. She lay on the ground, her face frighteningly pale. She was not drunk and was conscious, but she felt inexplicably weak. Lu Xiaoxi was not in a hurry. After she recovered, she helped her sit on the sofa. Mr. Zhuang is really amazing. He has been able to serve you for 4 years and take care of the company management and business at the same time. Lu Xiaoxi is outspoken. In the company, she would take into account the relationship between superiors and subordinates and say some respectful words, but now at home, she expresses her opinions in the tone of a best friend. Zhu Nian's wife ignored him and poured herself a cup of warm water to drink to relax. Lu Xiaoxi curled her lips and said, "Where's your nanny? You don't even have a nanny after Mr. Zhuang left, do you?" When Zhu Nian's wife heard about the nanny Aunt Feng, she became furious. That old woman is sound asleep. She doesn't look like an office worker at all. When the new nanny comes in a few days and passes the interview, I will fire her right away. Zhu Nian's wife folded her hands over her chest, frowned, and looked really dissatisfied. Okay, you go back first. You've worked hard tonight. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoxi looked at her for a long time. She didn't look drunk, just tired. Then I'm leaving. I'll work later tomorrow, so you can't deduct my salary. Lu Xiaoxi got up and left. She was also very sleepy and couldn't stay any longer, so she simply went along with the other party's wishes. The security door was closed again. Jun Yan's wife was left alone in the living room. Only a single headlight illuminated her stunningly beautiful face. The lights were very bright, but Jun Yan's wife could not feel any warmth at all. When you have a husband, even the coldest weather will be warm. After losing my husband, my home became freezing cold no matter how hot the weather was. Jun Yan's wife took out her cell phone and the lock screen wallpaper was her and Zhuang Yi's wedding photo. After unlocking the screen, the wallpaper on her phone was a photo of her and another man. Ah! Jun Yan's wife sighed deeply, do I really not like my husband? If I don't like him, why would I miss him every day? During their 4 years of marriage, Zhuang Yi never checked her mobile phone out of trust in her, so he was unaware of the secret. Suddenly, I felt a pain in my abdomen. Jun Yan's wife curled up instinctively and covered her abdomen with both hands. I drank too much and my stomach hurts. She stood up with difficulty, cold sweat on her forehead, and walked into the bedroom with weak support of the wall. In the middle compartment of the bedside table, there is a small blue box with stomach medicine label packaging. Jun Yan's wife followed Zhuang Yi's instructions, opened the bedside table, found the stomach medicine, and swallowed it with warm water. Then he covered his stomach and struggled to endure the pain. Hubby, come and take care of me, I feel so bad. She muttered to herself, squatting beside the bed and sobbing. Whenever she was sad, Zhuang Yi was the first person she thought of. And the only one. She was not wearing slippers, and the coldness of the soles of her feet was like a biting frost that penetrated deep into her heart. The abdominal pain lasted for a while and finally eased a little. After she was able to move freely, Jun Yan's wife stood up with a bent back, cursing the brainless nanny and Feng in her heart. She put the remaining stomach medicine back into the blue box and accidentally saw the drawer filled with girls' gadgets. They are some hairpins, hair ties, etc. that I have discarded after using them. Jun Yan's wife realized it then. I have never cared about Zhuang Yi's life trajectory, and I don't even know what is in his bedside table. Jun Yan's wife did not hesitate at all and hurriedly opened one drawer after another. They are all the leftovers I have. These are all my own medicines and precautions. They were all little gadgets given to me but I confiscated them. A complex emotion surged in her heart, and Jun Yan's wife suddenly felt melancholy. How is that possible? After 4 years of marriage, how could I be the only one in my husband's drawer? Jun Yan's wife felt guilty that she had neglected her husband too much over the years. She opened the 4th drawer and found, besides a few bottles of medicinal liquor, a slightly worn, beige diary. Yes, my husband also lives for himself. Jun Yan's wife looked at the diary and felt relieved. She took it out, sat on the bed, covered her lower abdomen with the quilt, and nervously opened the first page. May 20th, 2018. My name is Zhuang Yi. This is my first time writing a diary. I was tricked by a woman into going to the woods and raped. I am ready to take revenge on her. I want her to pay the price and push her into the abyss step by step. Chapter 73. Jun Yan's wife repents and wants to win back Zhuang Yi. Jun Yan's wife frowned, this damn stingy husband. She felt very uncomfortable in her stomach, but after seeing this page of the diary, her mood surprisingly improved a lot. Turn to the next page. May 21st, 2018. That crazy bitch came to me again, and used the same reason to defile my body and mind, but I got her name out, which was Jun Yanchi. August 4, 2019. The 35th time I saw Zhu Fengpi, she bought me a mobile phone and asked me to submit to her. After I refused, she stepped on me. Wait, I will take revenge on her sooner or later. September 1, 2020. Jun Yan's wife forced me to go to the same university as her, and gave me 50,000 yuan in aid. I will always remember this kindness. When I arrived at the university, she stood at the school gate waiting for me, carried my luggage for me, and even took me to the female dormitory building, declaring that I was her man. October 1, 2020. Jun Yan's wife is very overbearing. A girl confessed to me that she was my type, but she disagreed and tore up her love letter on the spot. Then, in front of all the teachers and students in the school, she confessed to me and asked me to be her boyfriend. May 20th, 2021. Zhu Nian's wife knelt on one knee downstairs of my dormitory, holding flowers and a ring in her hand, with a Ferrari parked behind her. She proposed to me and forced me to marry her. I did not refuse. The anxious Zhu Nian's wife took me to get a marriage certificate that day. July 20, 2021. Zhu Nian's wife asked me to accompany clients for drinks. The clients were two wretched old ladies. I was clearly too busy with my studies, but she still found things for me to do after having nothing to do. I will have to run back and forth between the company and the school in the future, but it doesn't matter. October 1, 2021. On National Day, my wife Zhu Nian and I had a wedding. I don't want revenge anymore. I want to grow old with her. I will be a good husband. I will have a baby with her. I love her, until death. Page after page of the diary, every line of words was like the sharpest blade in the world, piercing through Zhu Nian's heart. The more she read on, the more regretful and guilty she felt. The intertwined emotions made her whole body tremble. She finally realized how important what she had lost was. My life is full of thoughts about my wife. The diary is full of thoughts about my wife. There is only Zhu Nian's wife in the world. Such a loving man, a man who lived with only the 3 words, Zhu Nian's wife, for 7 years, was abandoned by her just like that. She was filled with remorse, covering her chest with one hand, tears of remorse streaming down her face. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I love you. I love you too. She felt extremely guilty, and her hot tears fell faster and faster, wetting the backs of her hands and scalding her soul. Her heart was so blocked that she couldn't breathe. It suddenly dawned on her that she had lost all the happiness she once had, the emptiness she felt after losing her lover, and the tears that welled up in her eyes as she cleaned up the mess for him without asking for anything in return. Why doesn't she love Zhuang Yi? She loves Zhuang Yi. Love is to death. Heartbroken. If there is a regret pill in the world, she will never divorce Zhuang Yi. She would never divorce him even if she is beaten to death. Remarry, I want to remarry my husband. Zhu Nian's wife bit her lips tightly and kept wiping away the tears that could not be stopped with the back of her hand. You are mine for the rest of your life. You must be with me forever. Forever. This night. Zhu Nian's wife had a lot of pain in her lower abdomen, but she fell asleep sweetly while holding the diary. She has thought it through. If she could trick Zhuang Yi into marrying her during college, she can trick Zhuang Yi into remarrying him again. She wants to clear up the misunderstanding and get Zhuang Yi back. In order to make up her mind, she changed her lock screen wallpaper and mobile phone wallpaper to photos of Zhuang Yi before going to bed without any hesitation. During the time when she was in deep sleep, a new unread message popped up on her phone. Zhu Yangyang, sister-in-law, Yangyang is so bored at home recently. Can I go to your company to take a class? Monday, morning. Today is the day when Xiao Jiuli's house construction starts. Su Bauer stood at the school gate early, waiting for Zhuang Yi to pick her up. She was wearing a white long dress today. Her slender ankles were white enough to be translucent. Her lips were pink and peach-colored, as clean as a white lotus in the snow, pure and elegant. She originally had a non-class this afternoon, but in order to attract people to Zhuang Yi's opening ceremony, she took a leave and sent a message to Zhuang Yi in advance. Waited for a long time. A Rolls-Royce drove slowly over and stopped next to Su Bauer, attracting her attention. Zhu Nian's wife opened the car door and got out of the driver's seat. Are you Su Bauer? The temporary employee hired by Zhuang Yi? She was wearing a professional suit and a pair of sunglasses. She had an elegant figure and exuded a cool and powerful aura. She deliberately added the word temporary in order to make her identity clear. Some men are not for orphans to covet. Su Bauer was a little afraid of her. She pinched the corner of her clothes cautiously and said delicately, I'm Bauer, not a temporary employee. Zhu Nian's wife took off her sunglasses and looked him up and down with hostility. She is very pretty, but unfortunately she is a slut. To make a long story short, I don't care what your purpose is in seducing my husband. I advise you to be smart and leave him immediately. He has a wife, and she is not someone you can get involved with. In the past, Su Bauer would have been scared and timid when she was bullied, but this time, she mustered up her courage. Xiao Zhuang is not a thing, Xiao Zhuang is a person. After refuting, she added, "Do you often bully Xiaozhuang?" Zhu Nian's wife frowned. She had indeed neglected Zhuang Yi's feelings during this period, but Zhuang Yi had also done something wrong. He beat Huang Shui and Zhu Yangyang. Now they were even. However, according to the files sent by Lu Xiaoxi, this orphan Su is a timid, inferior, and cowardly little girl, who actually retorted and asked questions. Zhuang Yi told you. She described me as a bad woman who was guilty of heinous crimes. This ungrateful husband, I do so much for him, but he doesn't see it at all, right? Su Bao shook her head angrily. Xiao Zhuang didn't say anything bad about you, but Bauer can see it. She raised her left and right hands and slowly interlocked her fingers. Bauer can see that Xiao Zhuang loves you very much. He becomes melancholy and lost because of you, and becomes absent-minded every now and then. For example, yesterday, you openly defended another man in front of him, causing Xiaozhuang to be ridiculed by the onlookers. Therefore, Bauer speculated that you were hurting Xiaozhuang's feelings, and the hurt was very deep. Although Su Bauer was inexperienced, her words were like a thorn that went straight into Zhu Nian's wife's throat. Zhu Nian's wife was a little angry. You are just an outsider, what do you know? The boy who accompanied me last night was Zhu Yangyang, he is just my younger brother. Su Bao shook her head, and the hair scattered on her shoulders swayed. Bo doesn't believe that his brother would be so close to his married sister. So Yangyang likes you, and you indulge him and allow him to hurt Zhuangyi's heart. Is it right? Chapter 74 Su Bao confronts Zhu Nian's wife. Not far away, Zhuang Yi hid behind a paulownia tree. He looked up at the sky through the gaps between the branches and leaves, a hint of red in his eyes, and smoked with a serious expression. Su Bao's words touched Zhuang Yi's heart. He couldn't understand why Zhu Nian's wife couldn't see through something that a bystander could see clearly. Bullshit. It's not that I can't see through it. She just pretended not to understand and enjoyed the thrill of being a ghost. Women are the most adept at deceiving themselves. Once their lies are exposed, they will lose their temper and patience, and may even refute you and put the blame on you, saying things like, "You have to believe me," or "Why don't you believe me?" Zhuang Yi blew out a smoke ring and said hoarsely, "But, these have nothing to do with me anymore. We are divorced." At the school gate. Zhu Nian's wife was not willing to be outdone. If a man is jealous of his brother, then he is really petty. Su Bao did not feel angry, but smiled slightly. Bao thinks Xiaozhuang is very kind-hearted. You and Zhu Yangyang were flirting with each other, but he only hit Zhu Yangyang and not you. No, it seemed like a slap in the face. I envy that slap. I also hope there is someone who loves me and can slap me to wake me up when I do something wrong. She said it very seriously, so seriously that she showed an envious smile. Zhu Nian's wife's face changed slightly, and she became angry. Zhu Yangyang and I are legitimate siblings. Don't talk nonsense about flirting. The reputation of the Dingyang Zhu family is not something an orphan like you can tarnish. You probably don't know that before you, a little bitch, came to interfere with our lives, I had tried to win back my husband many times, but he was so ruthless that he even said he didn't love me in order to trick me into a divorce. She was indignant, and another voice sounded in her mind. Damn my husband. I had to find a way to trick him into going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to remarry him. We are an old couple who are almost 30 years old. Why don't we just live a good life together? Su Bao firmly denied, no, if ghosts can be forgiven, then Xiaozhuang deserves the suffering he has wasted his life on. Zhu Nian's wife's voice became increasingly sharp, I'm not doing anything wrong. He's the one who's jealous. He's the one who's always been violent and hitting people. I'm the one who's always been cleaning up his mess. Didn't he teach you these dirty words? She realized that she was powerless to refute Su Bao, as if she was punching cotton, so she had to increase the sense of oppression by shouting loudly. Isn't being jealous a good thing? People who don't love you won't be jealous. Zhu Nian's wife snorted with disdain, when you reach my age, some things will naturally be figured out. How can jealousy solve the problems in life? Su Bao said disdainfully, you are right. Then why did you come to Bao? Aren't you jealous of Bao? You. After hearing this, Zhu Nian's wife's breathing paused. At the same time, Zhuang Yi walked towards the two of them and made a hush gesture, warning Su Bao not to expose herself. Afterwards, he slowly walked behind Zhu Nian's wife, staring at her with an expressionless face and chilling heart. When Su Bao saw Zhuang Yi, she was happy at first, but soon fell silent. Our boss has a plan, and as an employee we cannot disrupt it. Zhu Nian's wife was speechless, but she refused to bow her head and said calmly. A powerless little orphan like you deserves to make me jealous? It's okay to tell you the truth. He and I are birds of the same forest. We will remarry soon. I don't want Zhuang Yi to have anything to do with a little bitch like you. If you were really an employee, I would turn a blind eye. But if you dare to seduce him under the guise of an employee, the Dingyang Bamboo family will wipe you out. Do you understand? Zhuang Yi stood behind her with a bitter smile on his face. Her lies were so natural and unrestrained, as if they were all natural. Interesting, really wonderful. Su Bao was threatened and said angrily, what a vicious person. He doesn't try to become more worthy of Xiao Zhuang's love, but instead bullies his employees. Huh, what do you, an orphan, know about the dark side of society? I can't deal with Xiao Jiuli for the time being, but how can I not do anything to you, a little orphan? Zhu Nian's wife smiled coldly, with a hint of mockery in her tone. Boss Zhu, I am also an orphan. Can I learn from you about the dark side of society? Zhuang Yi, who couldn't bear to listen any longer, walked out with a stern tone. Zhu Nian's wife was stunned for a moment and was speechless. Husband. I didn't mean that, you misunderstood me. Shut up, I don't believe you. I only saw you threatening my employees. Zhuang Yi shouted coldly at Zhu Nian's wife, then walked over to Su Bao and gently stroked her hair. I'm sorry to have wronged you. Now follow me to the construction site. Su Bao smiled mischievously. Hello, Bao. Zhu Nian's wife's eyes widened, her gaze almost emitting fire. You are not allowed to touch her head. If you touch it again, I will chop her head off. You dare. Zhuang Yi glared at her fiercely, with an invisible deterrent force. Zhu Nian's wife trembled, took a step back, and felt timid. She wanted to get angry because her husband glared at her to protect another woman. But on second thought, I made up my mind last night to win my husband back. I can't throw tantrums like I did before. Openly protecting other women in front of your wife is a sign of an incompetent husband. You can't do that. Zhuang Yi showed no mercy. Didn't you persecute me and make me the target of public criticism just for Zhu Yangyang? Zhu Nian's wife looked embarrassed. She bit her lip, trotted over, pushed Su Bao away with her butt, and then took Zhuang Yi's arm. Hubby, this is different, Zhu Yangyang is my younger brother. Anyway, let's not get too far into the story of an old married couple. Can we remarry? I have figured it out these days. I neglected your feelings and caused you to misunderstand. I love you from the bottom of my heart. It's undeniable that I made a small mistake before, but I helped you clean up the mess when you hit someone, so we are even now, okay? Zhuang Yi shook off her arm. Let go. I gave you so many chances before, but you didn't cherish them even once. Now you come to me and ask for remarriage. Are you crazy? Zhu Nian's wife stuck to him again like a dogskin plaster and hugged his waist tightly. I am crazy, crazy enough to fall in love with you, love you terribly. You lied to me before, saying that I didn't love you, that I was afraid of losing you and the pain of labor. Now I understand that I'm not afraid of losing you, I love you to death and I can't live without you. Dear readers, the 7th day has passed. Can you move your hands and write a book review, Kowtow, so that the book can have a rating? It feels so bad that there is no rating. I am afraid that Agia will stop giving traffic in the future and I will not be able to continue writing. Chapter 75, Attack the Zhu family and start to retaliate against Zhu Yangyang. Zhuang Yi smiled sarcastically, your love is so cheap. Zhu Nian's wife was even more angry, her throat felt tight, and she wanted to argue but couldn't find the way to open her mouth. What's wrong? I've been begging for reconciliation, but my husband still has this intimidating attitude. Where did I go wrong? Just when Zhu Nian's wife was puzzled, her cell phone rang. It was Zhu Yangyang who called. When Zhuang Yi saw the name, he clenched his fists and said, Boss Zhu, please chat on the phone with your lover. Bye. After saying that, he took Su Bao and left without looking back. He was beaten into the hospital, but he still hangs around in front of me. It's time to take action against the Zhu family and teach this little puppy a lesson. Zhuang Yi said this to himself. When Zhu Nian's wife saw him leaving, she stubbornly went forward to hold him back, but her strength was too weak and he easily shook her off. She was so angry and aggrieved that she looked at the 3 words, Zhu Yang Yang, from the caller, and a feeling of disgust welled up in her heart. I finally made up my mind to pursue my husband, but why am I always blocked? She suppressed her temper and answered the phone. Hello, Zhu Yang Yang, what's the matter? Zhu Yang Yang Dingjin said, Sister wife, I sent you a message, why didn't you reply to me? When Zhu Nian's wife woke up in the morning, she found a text message from Zhu Yang Yang saying that he wanted to work at Zhu Group. Zhu Nian's wife didn't reply, which meant she politely declined. I didn't expect this silly kid to call and ask. Clearing her throat, she said, Yang Yang, you should stay in the hospital and recover. You are only 18 years old. Your main task now is to study, not to work like an adult. On the other end of the phone, Zhu Yang Yang did not feel disappointed, but full of passion. But I don't have to go to school, sister-in-law. Dad will help me get my diploma. I have nothing to do anyway, so can you just let me go to work in the company? We'll talk about it later. After Zhu Nian's wife finished speaking impatiently, she hung up the phone. This time, the effect of acting coquettishly was very poor. The other side. Zhuang Yi and Su Bauer went to apartment number 1 on the 15th floor of Building 8 in Xinqian Community. Today is the groundbreaking ceremony, and the on-site masters have already prepared putty knives, small hammers, salutes, cola, etc. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the protagonist Xiao Jiuli arrived at the scene and the groundbreaking ceremony officially began. The whole process lasted about half an hour, during which time Zhuang Yi secretly took photos and posted them on WeChat Moments. After the groundbreaking ceremony, the group went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Brother, I'm counting on you to take care of our love nest in the next few months. Sitting at the dining table, which was full of dishes, Xiao Jiuli picked up a piece of fish and put it at the bottom of Zhuang Yi's bowl. Zhuang Yi sat next to her and smiled calmly. Sister Jiuli, what are you talking about? I will do my best. Even though Xiao Jiuli always speaks in a frivolous way, he is very clear when it comes to transferring money. A few days ago, the 5 million was paid in full into Zhuang Yi's personal account without any installments. Please give me a dozen more good customers like this. Xiao Jiuli smiled sweetly, looking at Zhuang Yi's face without moving. Brother, you are so thoughtful. Are you free this afternoon? Come to my company and have a visit. Zhuang Yi was not vague and agreed immediately. Of course I have time. I should visit the office building of Xiao Group. Zhuang Yi roughly guessed that Xiao Jiuli had other motives. After all, he was once a member of the Zhu family and had snatched away many of Xiao Jiuli's clients. It was impossible for him to invite her to make tea and watch for no reason. Su Bauer, who was sitting on the other side, pouted slightly. She was a little dissatisfied that Zhuang Yi and Xiao Jiuli were a bit close. But she didn't dare to say it. After all, customers come first. After lunch, Zhuang Yi and Su Bauer got into Xiao Jiuli's car and drove towards the Xiao Group. Half an hour later. President's office. Xiao Jiuli pushed the door open and walked in, followed by Zhuang Yi and Su Bauer. Xiao Jiuli did not sit in the office chair, but sat on the sofa next to her as if entertaining a client. Zhuang Yi didn't bother to be polite with her and pulled Su Bao over to sit down. Brother, what do you think of the company environment? Do you like it? Xiao Jiuli made tea while looking at him calmly. Stronger than Zhu Group. This is the truth. Compared with Xiao Group, the scale of Zhu Group is like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. After brewing the tea, Xiao Jiuli placed a cup in front of Zhuang Yi and smiled charmingly. The office next to my sister is empty. If I'm interested, I'll give you a senior management position. Zhuang Yi picked up the tea and drank it all. I appreciate Sister Jiuli's kindness. I will not live under someone else's roof anymore. Xiao Jiuli was not surprised to get this answer. She had guessed it long ago and just wanted to give it a try, that's all. A brother like this really disappoints his sister. Xiao Jiuli said meaningfully, and deliberately threatened, he should be caught and tamed. Zhuang Yi's expression changed and he immediately sat up straight. Now we are on someone else's territory, so we have to take it easy. However, Zhuang Yi's action aroused Su Bao's jealousy even more. She puffed up her cheeks and glared at Zhuang Yi angrily. Xiao Jiuli's peripheral vision caught Su Bao's resentful look, but she didn't think much about it and said the most important topic. Brother, could you please do me a favor and spend a day with me on Friday? Princess Qing Xinran, the head of the Qing family in Manhwa City, will come to Dingyang next week and hold a banquet on Friday night. Sister hopes that you can accompany her as her male companion. Zhuang Yi paused, and wanted to decline politely. Before he could speak, Xiao Jiuli seemed to see through his concerns and added. Don't rush to refuse. Being a male companion is just an identity. There won't be any intimate physical contact. I won't force you until we get to that point. I invited you for another purpose. Xiao Jiuli opened a photo on her mobile phone, which showed the client that was snatched away by Zhu Yan's wife. Brother, when you worked at Zhu's group, you snatched away many of Zhao's high-quality customers. Every time, I was so angry that my teeth itched. I still remember it in my heart. Of course, business competition depends on one's own ability. I don't mean to order you. Xiao Jiuli's smile faded, and she gradually regained her usual coldness and dominance as a female CEO. She stared at Zhuang Yi firmly, treating him as an equal partner. I've heard a rumor that Qin Xinran came to Dingyang to seek business cooperation with the Fresh Beauty project. One of the conditions for the cooperation is to meet a gentleman named Zhuang, who happens to have the same surname as you. Really? That's really a coincidence. Zhuang Yi said lightly, with a subtle hint in his words. He didn't hate Xiao Jiuli's ability to immerse herself in serious conversations, but rather admired it. Because that's the kind of person he is. Xiao Jiuli did not waver. To be honest, I don't have any hope for this project, but my sixth sense tells me that taking you for a ride will yield unexpected rewards. Chapter 76 Jun Yan's Wife and the Rich Young Master in Beijing. If the cooperation is successful, Fresh Beauty will give you 5% of the profits. Even if it doesn't work out, you can have a free meal and I can introduce you to my connections. Business is all about integrating resources and exchanging connections. I've been in the business world for so many years, how can I let you suffer a loss? Xiao Jiuli extended her olive branch. For her, if it was a project that she had no expectations for, what would be wrong in giving away more profits? Making less money is still making money, and failing is no loss. However, Xiao Jiuli was serious about introducing her connections to Zhuang Yi. Since she had decided on this man, she would definitely show real sincerity instead of just verbal promises. It's not shameful to add some benefits to love, you can only get it by coaxing it into bed. Zhuang Yi narrowed his eyes, smiled and said nothing. Pretend to be an expert. He turned his head and looked at Su Bauer beside him. Su Bauer, who was quietly feeling jealous, understood Xiao Jiuli's good intentions after listening to her explanation. She smiled faintly and said nothing. After receiving a silent answer, Zhuang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's better to obey than to be respectful. If you follow Mr. Xiao, you will have to eat 9 meals in 3 days. He agreed to the request. Sharp-eyed Xiao Jiuli noticed something was wrong. Why, do you have to look at Assistant Su's expression before making a decision? Zhuang Yi immediately denied, no. No. I hope so. Xiao Jiuli looked at him meaningfully, if you dare to cheat on me, I will tear your clothes and make you cry at night. Zhuang Yi scratched his head in embarrassment, Sister Jiuli, we are just friends, don't say such misleading words. As for friends, if you're a man, you're my boyfriend, and if I'm a woman, I'm my girlfriend, right? Zhuang Yi was so amused that his face turned red. After a few seconds, he said, Sister Jiuli, now that we have discussed the matter, I will leave first and visit you another day. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Okay, I'll take you there. Xiao Jiuli stood up and said, I was just teasing you, don't take it seriously. Her domineering expression disappeared, replaced by a gentle and kind smile. Arriving at the exclusive elevator room, the three of them entered together. Xiao Jiuli suddenly raised her hands and gently rubbed Zhuang Yi and Su Bauer's heads like an older sister. Su Bauer felt a little embarrassed when being touched, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Zhuang Yi understood the other party's little thoughts and knew that if he wanted to take advantage of him in a reasonable way, it would be most appropriate for him to act like an elder doting on the younger one. Sister Jiuli, you are so nice. When Su Bauer's head was rubbed, all her jealousy disappeared instantly, and she treated Xiao Jiuli as an older sister who loved to joke. Zhuang Yi gently scolded Xia Bao, don't be rude, call me Mr. Xiao. When others are nice to you, there is often a purpose behind it. How could a naive college student like Xia Bao understand this? Assistant Su can call me whatever you want. I don't mind. Xiao Jiuli leaned gently into Zhuang Yi's ear and whispered, it's exciting for you and me to have an affair in front of this silly baby. While Su Bao wasn't paying attention, she whispered into Zhuang Yi's ear and blew a breath of hot air into his ear in an ambiguous way. Zhuang Yi was startled by her and shivered all over. He narrowed his eyes, showing an amiable smile, and cursed Xiao Jiuli in his heart for giving birth to 108 babies. On the surface, everything seems peaceful. In private, it was bloody. When the elevator door opened, Xiao Jiuli immediately stopped taking advantage of the situation. She was the first to walk out of the elevator, and saw Zhuang Yi and the other man off with the attitude of entertaining a customer. When you reached the gate, Zhuang Yi noticed that there was a man and a woman outside the door, who walked in asking questions. The two of them were chatting happily, as if no one was around, and there was a hint of affection between their glances. The woman was Zhu Nian's wife, and the man was someone Zhuang Yi did not know. Xiao Jiuli, who was seeing off the guests, showed a sly smile and greeted them just right. "Boss Zhu, Master Shen, you are here." Zhu Nian's wife heard the voice and looked over, only then did she notice Zhuang Yi, who was so close to her. Her pupils shrank, and her pink cheeks turned pale in an instant. Xiao Jiuli glanced at her and gave Zhuang Yi a devilish smile. "Boss Zhuang, let me introduce you, this is Mr. Shen from the capital, Shen Linyuan." Then he introduced to Shen Linyuan in the same way, "Mr. Shen, this is Mr. Zhuang, Zhuang Yi." Shen Linyuan, the rich young master of the Shen family in Beijing. He is tall and slender, wearing a well-tailored black suit, with handsome features and a radiant demeanor. He also wears a bronze mechanical watch on his wrist. "It's Mr. Zhuang. Nice to meet you." Shen Linyuan stretched out his hands gracefully and walked towards Zhuang Yi, wanting to shake hands with him. Zhuang Yi politely extended his hand and shook his hand. "Hello, Mr. Shen." During the handshake, Zhuang Yi felt regretful that this wealthy young man from Beijing showed no hostility. In other words, he established diplomatic relations with Zhu Nian's wife without even knowing her family background clearly. "Mr. Chen is here to discuss business, don't think too much." Seeing her husband ignoring her, Zhu Nian's wife came over and explained in a panic, "By the way, why are you here with Xiao Jiuli? She is not a good person." Zhuang Yi ignored her. Xiao Jiuli was so happy that her smile became even sweeter. "Boss Zhu, please don't step on me. Boss Zhuang has something to do. You and young Master Shen come in this way." "Ms. Zhu's ex-wife, didn't you say in chapter 10 that you wanted the entire Xiao family to be buried with you? Now you come to Zhao's to discuss cooperation. What a waste." In fact, this chance encounter was deliberately arranged by Xiao Jiuli. Zhu Nianqi and Shen Linyuan are really just partners, but she just hopes that Zhuang Yi will misunderstand. She hopes that Zhuang Yi will become more and more disgusted with Zhu Nianqi. In this way, you can take advantage of the opportunity and have no opponent. She first asked the front desk to send Zhu Nian and his wife to the office, and then she personally accompanied Zhuang Yi for a short distance. After walking for a while, Zhuang Yi suddenly asked, "Is this also your purpose? To let me watch her walk with other men?" His voice was a little cold, but Xiao Jiuli didn't care. "Brother is really smart, sister won't send you off, I still have to discuss cooperation with Zhu's ex-wife. Why don't you refute it?" Zhuang Yi originally wanted to get a little angry, but when he saw the other party admit it calmly, the anger in his heart was strangely suppressed. "I have chosen you as my moon, and we are close friends." Xiao Jiuli threw her a wink, didn't say goodbye, and walked back to the company with lotus steps. Watching her leave, Su Bao scratched his head in confusion. "Xiao Zhuang, what does Sister Jiuli mean by this?" Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette and took a puff calmly. "Be honest with me." Chapter 77 The First Step to Revenge Zhu Yangyang. Not long after leaving Xiao Group, Zhuang Yi's mobile phone screen lit up and displayed a message. She was a former female customer of Zhu Group and invited Zhuang Yi to see her newly purchased commercial housing. Her name is Sunli, and she is considered a small wealthy woman. She once signed a contract worth 5 million with the Zhu Group. Zhuang Yi chatted with her on WeChat for a while, confirmed the specific address, and then took Su Bao there to negotiate and inspect the site. After negotiation and investigation, Zhuang Yi asked Su Bao to go back to school first, while he went home to work on the design draft all night. At 12 o'clock the next day, with dark circles under his eyes, he finished the first draft of the design and sent it to Sunli. As expected, Sunli was amazed when she saw the plan. After making some minor changes, she finalized the final design. Sunli had high requirements for the quality of decoration and the budget was about 1 million. After Zhuang Yi made a budget based on the other party's needs, he found that the profit margin was quite considerable. He did not give the other party a chance to hesitate, and quickly finalized it and agreed to sign the contract on Wednesday. Zhuang Yi hadn't eaten for more than 12 hours and his stomach was rumbling with hunger. He simply cooked a bowl of noodles, brought it to the dining table, and called a contact named Tu Gu. He is going to attack Zhu Yangyang. Soon, the call was connected, and a sturdy voice came from the speaker. Brother Zhuang, you haven't called me for a long time. Is there anything important that you can do for me? Zhuang Yi sucked his noodles and said coldly, Brother Tu, do me a favor and I'll give you 500,000. Tu Gu was arrogant and said wildly, what's the matter? Human life is worth more than this price now. If you don't want to kill people, help me get a mad dog to bite people's crotches. Wednesday morning. Hospital. After a good sleep, Zhuang Yi was full of energy. He came to the hospital to visit Zhu Yangyang with a basket of dog meat soup. Boom boom boom. In the VIP ward, Zhu Yangyang smiled happily and shouted loudly. Is it my wife's sister who came to visit me? Please come in. Zhuang Yi turned the door handle, pushed open the door, and chuckled. Zhu Yangyang, are you feeling better? Zhu Yangyang's joyful expression instantly fell, his hair stood on end, and he murmured, it turned out to be Brother Zhuang. I didn't expect you to come to visit me. Zhuang Yi smiled sinisterly, walked to the bedside and sat down steadily. He opened the basket in his hand, and the fragrant dog meat soup wafted throughout the ward. You are Mr. Zhu's future husband. It is reasonable for me to take care of you. Zhuang Yi said this in a cold voice, which made people feel creepy. Take out 2 bowls, scoop 3 spoonfuls of soup into each bowl, and sprinkle a few slices of green onion on it. It is particularly tempting. Zhu Yangyang watched his actions, swallowed his saliva, his face turned extremely pale, and his lips couldn't help trembling. Zhuang, Brother Zhuang, I don't deserve to die. Why would you poison me to death? In my heart, you will always be my brother-in-law, and no one can replace you. Zhuang Yi was cunning and sly, his eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. He took out one of the 2 bowls of dog meat soup and handed it to Zhu Yangyang to drink. Drink some, it's a great tonic. Zhu Yangyang looked at the dog meat soup, then at Zhuang Yi's gloomy face, and was frightened, with cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't dare answer it. He had originally planned to deal with his damn ex-husband after he was discharged from the hospital, but he didn't expect the other party to come to his door and poison him. Zhuang Yi made a tisk sound and lifted up Zhu Yangyang's hand to let him catch the dog meat soup. Then, in front of him, he drank up the other bowl of dog meat soup with gusto, leaving only the bottom of the bowl empty. It tastes so delicious. It's not poisoned. This bowl of dog meat soup is one of a kind. It won't taste good if it gets cold. He licked his lips and made Zhu Yangyang hungry. Unable to resist, Zhu Yangyang finally chose to take a small sip and found that it tasted really good. He scooped it up and drank it mouthful after mouthful, finishing the whole bowl of dog meat soup. These past few days, he vomited all the hospital meals, which tasted as bland as boiled water. Zhuang Yi took his empty bowl, poured the last bit of dog meat soup into the bowl, and handed it to Zhu Yangyang. Are you amazed by the taste? This dog meat restaurant is very well hidden. I drove 2 hours to buy this small pot. Zhu Yangyang was stunned. Is this still Zhuang Yi? Could it be that this gigolo really gave in to his wife's sister and came to visit him? Thanks to Brother Zhuang, I am enjoying this delicious meal. After he finished speaking, he drank up all the soup at the bottom of the bowl. Seeing that he had drunk it all, Zhuang Yi immediately put away his smile and his face turned gloomy. Jun Yen's wife is not here, no need to pretend, I will get straight to the point, when will you be discharged from the hospital? He personally prepared this pot of dog meat soup, which took him a lot of time and effort. Jun Yen's wife didn't even have the chance to enjoy it. A man only eats this once in his life. Zhu Yangyang's face was startled, but he quickly returned to normal. Yangyang will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Could it be that Brother Zhuang wants to come and welcome him? Yangyang would be extremely honored. By the way, Brother Zhuang, my wife's sister will attend an important banquet on Friday, and I plan to accompany her as her male companion. Brother Zhuang, you are now divorced from your wife's sister, so you shouldn't be jealous, right? His gaze and words seemed abnormal, but in fact they were full of provocation. Zhuang Yi lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and said contemptuously, you can't go. Zhu Yangyang heard a threat in his tone. Brother Zhuang, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to kill me? Do you have the guts to do that? It's no fun to just kill you, I'll leave you without a descendant. Before Zhuang Yi could finish his words, the door of the ward was opened. It's Xu Nian's wife who's here. Zhuang Yi raised his eyebrows and stared at her coldly. He looked at Zhu Nian's wife, who was carrying a large bag of snacks, hot food, and flowers, and felt unhappy. In the past, when he worked overtime at the company and was hospitalized, Zhu Nian's wife never came to show her courtesy. But now, this good brother has suffered some minor skin injuries, and the wife can put everything aside and come over personally with food and snacks. Hubby, are you here to visit Zhu Yangyang too? Zhu Nian's wife smiled with relief, put the things beside the bed, and wanted to sit next to Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi pushed him away and said, I'm going to remove his oxygen tube. Do you have any objection? Zhu Yangyang immediately changed his expression and tried to smooth things over. Sister-in-law, Zhuang came to visit me. I had a very pleasant conversation with him and the previous conflicts have been written off. No way. Zhuang Yi's voice sounded again, with a hint of sadness in it. Take good care of your injuries, and when you are discharged from the hospital tomorrow, spend time with your wife and sister, and hold your big fat grandson soon. Zhu Yangyang pretended not to understand. Thank you, brother Zhuang. Zhu Nian's wife was a little annoyed and glared at him angrily. Hey! What are you saying so weirdly? But you still have some conscience in coming to see Yangyang. Hey, have a snack. One candy and one slap, this is Zhu Nian's wife's usual trick. She pushed a whole bag of snacks in front of Zhuang Yi and let him choose. This made Zhu Yangyang a little jealous. He was obviously the injured one, so why should his sister-in-law's concern be placed on Zhuang Yi first? Zhuang Yi was as cold as ice and took out a sausage and a pair of sharp scissors from the snack bag. First, put the sausage in front of Zhu Yangyang and shook it. Then there was a snap. The sausage was cut into 2 pieces, and one piece fell on the bed. He gave the remaining half of the sausage to Zhu Yangyang. Eat some. Zhu Yangyang was stunned for a moment, then took the broken sausage. When he came to his senses, Zhuang Yi had already left the ward. He whispered angrily, what does this gigolo mean? Chapter 78 Su Bao's True Feelings Revealed. In the afternoon, Zhuang Yi and Sun Li signed the decoration contract and went to the company and Xiao Jiuli's construction site twice. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. In the evening, Zhuang Yi went to Dingyang University. The company signed a new order, and as an excuse to celebrate, he invited Su Bao to have a simple meal together. It is undeniable that before he adapted to the current pace of life, he seemed to have developed a certain dependence on Su Bao. Treating subordinates as a substitute for emotional life is undoubtedly shameful. But Zhuang Yi couldn't help himself. After not seeing Su Bao for just 2 days, his heart was filled with anxiety and suspicion. He would constantly think back to his life before the divorce late at night, a past that was scarred but vividly present. This is a sign of insecurity. But he cannot lack a sense of security, he has no one to rely on, he must be independent and omnipotent. Arrived at the school gate. Su Bao seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Her peach blossom eyes were clear and beautiful, and the moment she saw Zhuang Yi, her smile became a crescent. Next to her, a girl with a high ponytail, holding her arm, stared at Zhuang Yi with a heart-beating look on her face. Oh my god, little treasure, is this your lover? His height, temperament, nose, eyebrows and eyes are absolutely amazing. Tell me the truth. How can you find such an outstanding boy if you keep your head down all day? Su Bao buried her head in shame, her cheeks slightly hot. It's not my lover, it's my boss. She whispered. Zhuang Yi pretended not to hear and walked over. Bao, who is this? Su Bao pointed at the girl with a high ponytail next to her and said, she is Bao's roommate, Wei Qianqian. She knew Bao was working outside the school and was worried about Bao, so she followed him out to check on him. Okay, my name is Zhuang Yi, Su Bao's boss. Zhuang Yi introduced himself indifferently. Bao is timid, thank you for taking care of me on weekdays. No, no. Wei Qianqian smiled mischievously and whispered in Su Bao's ear. Don't be stupid like a piece of wood, be decisive. Hold hands today, kiss tomorrow, and you can trick him into bed the day after tomorrow. He is so handsome, you won't suffer any loss if he sleeps with you. Don't talk nonsense. Su Bao frowned unhappily, gently pushed Wei Qianqian's hands away, and moved closer to Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi nodded towards Wei Qianqian and looked at Su Bao with a slight smile in his eyes. When they walk together, their auras are completely different. A mature, stable and outgoing person. One who is introverted, humble and gentle. Wei Qianqian followed their backs with a hint of obsession and jealousy in her eyes. She finally understood why the scene of stealing her best friend's boyfriend kept happening again and again. Some temptations are hard to resist, even she wants to be a plastic sister. Just looking at Zhuang Yi's face that brings disaster to the country and the people, who wouldn't be moved? On the street. Zhuang Yi and Su Bao stood one in front and one behind, each in suppressed silence. After walking for a while, Zhuang Yi spoke first. After dinner, accompany me to the mall. Can you send you back to school before 10 o'clock? Su Bao raised her head dully and responded softly, Her eyes were fixed on Zhuang Yi's right hand, and she felt nervous and her heart was beating fast. Her fingertips unconsciously stroked the hem of her skirt, wanting to grab something, but not daring to. The two of them kept walking for a very long time. The words of her roommate Wei Qianqian had an impact. With every step Su Bao took, her heart beat heavily. After the villain in her heart struggled wildly, Su Bao finally plucked up the courage and stopped backing down. She stretched out her right hand, her fingertips touched the back of his hand, and gently slid into his palm. Hold it tight. She was just moved, she liked Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi paused, felt a chill in his palms, and turned around to look. I found that Su Bao's face was already red as smoke, with a clean and pure smile on the corner of her mouth, and her whole head was almost buried in her chest. His big hands were warm and her small hands were cold. Wei Qianqian taught her that she should take the initiative to bring up topics when holding hands for the first time to ease the awkwardness, and Su Bao also made sufficient preparations in advance. But she was a coward, and the moment they held hands, her mind went blank. The atmosphere became deathly silent. The passers-by nearby couldn't help but look over and looked at the two of them curiously. Su Bao couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere and subconsciously said something very mean. Bao will give you money, let Bao hold your hand. It's her true inner thoughts. Zhuang Yi's heart skipped a beat and his cold expression twitched slightly, as if his defenses had been ruthlessly pried open by something. He could see that Su Bao was moved. A warm current surged into my heart and my throat rolled involuntarily. Is this really okay? Girls are pure. If they like something, they like it and will not consider other factors. But Zhuang Yi is no longer pure. He was hurt all over by his ex-wife. It is impossible for him to gamble on another lover and stab himself in the heart. Besides, Su Bao is just an ordinary person, and after tomorrow, he will be involved in a fight with the Zhu family. The Huang family members in the distance were even more panicked and watching covetously. If they didn't have the leverage over Huang Shui in their hands, it was hard to imagine how miserable her fate would be. If Su Bao gets too involved with herself, she will sooner or later become a victim at the gambling table. Have you thought it through? If you get too close to me, you will regret it. Zhu Nian's wife who rushed to the school gate on Monday is a living example. Zhuang Yi's tone was very fierce, completely lacking his usual humble and modest demeanor. Love is only real at the moment your heart beats. He guessed that Su Bao's behavior was just the result of female hormones, and that her reason could not override her hormones. Su Bao's hands were shaking and sweating, but she never let go. She couldn't understand the profound things, she only heard rejection in Zhuang Yi's tone. But she was reluctant to let go, because she liked the warmth of Zhuang Yi's palm. Just let me hold your hand this time, please. Su Bao pleaded heartbreakingly, wanting to cry but not daring to, and sounding aggrieved as if she were a punching bag. Zhuang Yi was slightly moved. A voice in his heart told him that he was killing the girl. A powerless, parentless mayfly has no chance of being noticed even if it is killed. Su Bao, we are just superiors and subordinates, you'd better not cross the line. Bao will be responsible for Xiaozhuang. Before Zhuang Yi could finish his words, Su Bao interrupted him. She raised her head, her face flushed, tears streaming down her face, and the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time. Zhuang Yi pursed his lips bitterly, his heart twisted like a knot, and finally said, I was just joking, don't cry, and don't walk behind me next time. Su Bao's eyes lit up instantly and she was filled with joy. Okay. She sniffed and wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. Be good, Bauer, don't cry. Zhuang Yi forced out an ugly smile. What do you want to eat? Bao is not picky about food, he eats what Xiaozhuang likes. Chapter 79 The First Round of Revenge. Zhu Yangyang completely loses her fertility. After having dinner at the hotel, Zhuang Yi took Su Bao to Wan's shopping mall and accompanied her to the supermarket, cinema, and video game hall. Zhuang Yi was not interested in the eating, drinking, and entertainment here. He liked to stand on the automatic elevator, being taken from the first floor to the second floor, and then from the second floor back to the first floor. Looking at the bustling crowd, he tossed and turned, feeling upset. Su Bao talked about it with great relish. During the whole process, she would never hold hands if she could, and would never let go if she could hold hands. Even when Zhuang Yi wanted to go to the bathroom, she was reluctant to let go and almost followed him in to see. Worried that the school would be locked, Zhuang Yi sent Su Bao back to the school gate at 9 o'clock, bought her a midnight snack, and said goodbye to her. The moon is bright in the sky and the stars are shining brightly. Zhuang Yi put his hands in his pockets and left in a daze. Su Bao stood in front of the school gate, watching him leave reluctantly. Thinking back on what happened tonight, she couldn't stop smiling, as if the water and the sky were one color, and the time was warm and beautiful. Thursday, noon. In front of the hospital. Zhu Wenba, Zhu Jiangwo, Wang Xiumei and others came to celebrate for Zhu Yangyang's discharge from the hospital. Zhu Yangyang's injuries have basically recovered and his complexion has improved a lot, but he is still wrapped in bandages. He walked out of the hospital gate with a smile on his face, followed by his wife Xu Nian. Everyone is looking forward to it. His mother-in-law, Wang Xiumei, immediately came forward and kindly supported his arm, cursing. That bastard surnamed Zhuang actually dared to hit a male from our Yang family. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Don't worry, Xiaoyang, your aunt will make that beast kneel in front of you and kowtow to you to apologize. Zhu Yangyang was overjoyed, but pretended to be generous on the surface and said, Aunt, please don't say that. After all, Zhuang is the former son-in-law of the Zhu family. He beat me maybe because I did something wrong and offended him unintentionally. Wang Xiumei touched his cheek distressfully. Hey, Xiaoyang, you are so sensible. Zhu Nian's wife glared at Wang Xiumei and defended Zhuang Yi. Mom, stop calling your husband a loser. He has opened a company and won a 5 million renovation contract from Zhao's. Wang Xiumei snorted coldly, that loser. He's a spendthrift, incompetent, and does nothing. He just doesn't have the ability. My dear wife, please stop always looking down on others. You have to look forward. You are divorced now. Mom has made an appointment with Wanza from the Wan family. Let me arrange a blind date for him and you in a few days. He is a good person. Besides, the Wan family is also a big family in Dingyang, and is a good match for our Zhu family. Zhu Yangyang put on a hypocritical smile and cursed in his heart, I haven't even played yet, and you're throwing me out for a blind date. Zhu Nian's wife was a little annoyed, Mom, don't talk about this kind of thing after Yangyang is discharged from the hospital. Zhu Wenba, who was standing not far away, remained silent. Wang Xiumei didn't dare to offend Zhuang Yi even when her own son was beaten. She kept calling him a waste. Isn't she afraid of retaliation? Brother, you have a really big heart. You are worthy of being the last head of the Zhu family. Zhu Jiangwo stood beside him, folded his hands behind his back, and snorted coldly. Do you think I usually indulge her nonsense? I have scolded Xiumei tens of thousands of times, but she has no ears at all. She is just like the descendant of a deaf person. The few of them talked and laughed, and left the hospital with Zhu Yangyang. When they arrived at the street, Zhu Wenba went to look for parked vehicles, while others stood on the street and chatted. Just then, the hurried shouts of passers-by were heard not far away. Run! There's a mad dog going crazy. The people behind, run! That fierce dog is a mad dog. It escaped from the dog farm. There was a commotion, and the crowds on both sides of the street were scared and kept rushing back. Many people even ran towards the shops nearby in panic. Then, a crazy roar came from the front. Hiss, woof woof woof. A large, dirty husky dog rushed out from the corner of the street. Its eyes were bloodshot, there was white foam at the corners of its mouth, it was drooling all over the floor, its hair was disheveled, and it had several wounds. It was obvious that it had rabies. As soon as the husky saw Zhu Yangyang, it sniffed as if it smelled the scent of its own kind, and suddenly rushed towards him violently. Everyone was shocked and stepped back. Wang Shumei, who loved her nephew the most, was so scared that she immediately let go of the hand that was supporting Zhu Yangyang, and her two arthritic old legs desperately ran away with the crowd. Zhu Jiangwo and Zhu Nian's wife instinctively stepped back. Zhu Wenba had no idea what was happening here and moved the car in an orderly manner. Only Zhu Yangyang, who had just recovered from his injuries, was left. He tried frantically to keep up with Zhu Nianqi's pace, but he was too slow. The husky ran on all fours for its life, and in a blink of an eye it ran in front of Zhu Yangyang, opened its bloody mouth, and white foam dripped out. The next second, it bit the fiercely. Ah! A scream like a pig being slaughtered. The husky tore it hard. The husky shook his head crazily. Zhu Yangyang was small in stature and had injuries on top of them, so he had no power to defend himself at all. He fell to the ground in pain after being bitten by the husky. Ah! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Quickly stop this mad dog. It's about to be bitten off. It's about to be bitten off. The puppy's sunny voice turned into a hoarse wail, as if it was suffering from the fear and despair of having no descendants. The husky still held on tightly, blood spurting out from its teeth, forming a pool of glaring red water. Zhu Jiangwo felt a toothache when he saw this and clamped his legs together as if feeling a dull pain. Asphyxia. After overcoming her instinct, Zhu Nian's wife was the first to react. She cried to the passers-by around her, "Come and save people. Kill this mad dog." Zhu Wenba moved his car and rushed back. His deep fatherly love made him overcome his fear instantly, and he rushed towards Zhu Yangyang like crazy. Yangyang! Damn it! That's a man from my Zhu family. Whoever kills that mad dog, I'll give him 1 million. Hurry up and do it. Do it. The passers-by around were all stunned. Although most of them chose to protect themselves, there were still a few brave men who heard the high reward and chose to rush forward. Zhu Yangyang rolled his eyes in pain, his 10 fingers dug into the stone pavement of the sidewalk, his soul felt like it was shattered. As we all know, once a mad dog bites its prey, it will not let go no matter how people around it punch and kick it. So no matter how the people around it punched and kicked, the husky refused to let go, and instead bit harder and harder. It was too late until the husky was beaten to death. Zhu Yangyang fainted from the severe pain, and blood plasma kept gushing out like a fountain. Fortunately, there was a hospital nearby, so he did not die from excessive blood loss. After the husky bit his penis, it swallowed it. In other words, it cannot be taken back and will be digested into feces by gastric juice. This kind of scene verifies a saying. Awesome. Zhu Wenba burst into tears, his brow furrowed with heartache, and he hurriedly sent Zhu Yangyang to the hospital emergency room. Due to severe injuries, he was eaten. It is totally beyond redemption. The instigator of all this was Zhuang Yi. He added some ingredients to the dog meat soup yesterday. In order to prevent himself from being bitten, he doesn't plan to appear near the hospital in the next few days to avoid the eyes and ears of dogs. And this is just the beginning of his revenge. Next, he will launch even more insane physical and mental torture, torturing Zhu Yangyang's body and mind step by step. For example, in the near future, media and short videos throughout Dingyang City will learn that the male members of the Dingyang Zhu family have lost their fertility and will hype up public opinion. Completely deprive him of his dignity and face as a human being. Chapter 80 Zhuang Yi's Method. Zhu Nian's wife came to visit Sister Baiyin's home. Zhuang Yi sat on the sofa, laughing so hard that he fell backwards, and patted his thigh with his left hand. His phone showed real-time footage from the hospital's surveillance camera. Zhu Yangyang was pushed into the emergency room by several doctors, where blood was gushing out like a fountain. The picture is beautiful, like flowers at dawn. Zhu Wenba followed closely beside the emergency bed, shouting Zhu Yangyang's name heartbreakingly. His former maturity and composure disappeared into thin air, leaving only worry and panic for his children. Zhu Wenba has only this one son, who is his only lifeline and weakness. Now that the root of his life has been bitten off, his bloodline will be cut off in Zhu Yangyang's generation. The revenge of cutting off the lineage and grandchildren. Fight until death. Zhuang Yi saved the surveillance video, edited it slightly, and posted it on the internet through secret means. He spent money on promotion to ensure that the video would go viral quickly. It only takes a few days for this video to become a popular video, and domestic video porters will naturally not miss this kind of external network hit. In other words, this video will be spread back to the country, and major media outlets will surely reprint it, and major newspapers will also go to the hospital for interviews. 1.4 billion people across the country are shocked. The male heir of Dingyang Zhu's family is a eunuch. Sensational headlines can definitely attract a lot of attention. Of course, the Zhu family does not want to see this kind of negative public opinion, and Zhu Wenbo will definitely use his connections to suppress the news. But if someone wants to suppress, there will naturally be someone who wants to expose, especially business competitors. The news that a male member of the Zhu family in Dingyang had his penis bitten off by a mad dog was such a sensitive news that the Zhu family would be in big trouble due to the war of public opinion alone. The murderer, Hakuwang, was executed on the spot and there was no evidence to prove his guilt. The only place the police could investigate was the kennel where the dog lived. But unfortunately, the dog farm could not be traced. Because this dog ran away, secretly, it is an internet celebrity dog named Lulu. As early as a few months ago, a video of it escaping from the dog farm and disappearing into the night went viral on the internet. Even if clues are found through traces, Zhuang Yi will only be listed as a potential suspect by the police, and no legal measures will be taken against him. Perhaps because he had been suppressed for too long, Zhuang Yi was in a good mood all day today. At night, Zhu Nian's wife bombarded Zhuang Yi with phone calls, but Zhuang Yi did not answer any of them. He did not want to hear his ex-wife's voice when he was happy. The next morning, Sister Bai Yun and Zhuang Yi are eating breakfast at the dining table. There was a rapid knock on the door outside. Bang 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 bang. Who is it? Are you going to let me eat so early in the morning? Zhuang Yi walked to open the door with a smile on his face, but the moment he saw the visitor, his smile froze and his face became gloomy as if covered by dark clouds. What are you doing here? Get out, he threatened angrily. Zhu Nian's wife crossed her arms, wearing a pair of large sunglasses on her nose, and looked as cold as ice. She questioned, why didn't you answer my call last night? I don't want to answer it. Zhu Nian's wife's eyes twitched, and she said angrily, you are my love. You have to answer it even if you don't want to. When Zhuang Yi heard the word lover, he was like eating dynamite, and roared like crazy. Don't disgust me. Your lover is Huang Shui. It's Zhu Yangyang. I warn you not to appear in front of me again. The lifeblood of your company is in my hands. If you force me to turn my back on you, believe it or not, I will join forces with Xiao Jiuli to ruin it. His reaction was very intense, and it really touched the pain point in his heart. Even Sister Bai Yun in the room was shocked. Spouse. When he thought of the disgusting things his ex-wife did, he wanted to bury the woman in front of him. Zhu Nian's wife was scolded and lost her confidence. I just want to ask you if you did what Zhu Yangyang did. Zhuang Yi curled the corners of his mouth. As expected, he came here for the mad dog. He pretended to be dumbfounded. What's the matter? What do you think? Zhuang Yi continued to fool her. What's wrong with me beating him? Oh, by the way, he was discharged from the hospital yesterday, right? Then I'll go to his house later and beat him up again. Zhu Nian's wife was unexpectedly relieved when she saw his unreasonable attitude. Could it be that my husband really didn't do it? But he fed Zhu Yangyang dog meat soup the day before yesterday. Maybe it's just a coincidence, it would be nice to explain it. It's not about you beating him up. I've already helped you with that. Zhu Yangyang was discharged from the hospital yesterday. A mad dog bit off his penis. Zhu Wenbo suspected that you did it. Come with me to the hospital now and explain it to him clearly. You know better than me how famous the second uncle of the Zhu family is. I'm afraid he will retaliate against you. Zhu Nian's wife emphasized every word. Zhuang Yi smiled coldly. These words had a different flavor coming from his ex-wife's mouth. Okay, I'll go with you tonight. Zhu Nian's wife's eyes were evasive, and she seemed a little flustered. Tonight. I'm not free tonight. Something happened at the company, so I have to stay and work overtime. Zhuang Yi laid a foreshadowing. Okay, I'll remember what you said. You stay at the company tonight and work overtime, and I'll go to the hospital when I'm free in a few days. He emphasized the words, overtime at the company, as if he was revealing some kind of lie. Is there anything else, Mr. Zhu? Just a word. If you say some things now, it can reduce unnecessary misunderstandings. Zhuang Yi gave her a chance to change her mind, even though he knew his ex-wife would not cherish it. Zhu Nian's wife glared at him resentfully, feeling that her husband was being sarcastic again, so she left angrily. It's okay. Hurry up and think about remarrying me. Zhuang Yi ignored him and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Bang! Zhu Nian's wife, who was walking down the stairs, was frightened by the sudden sound of the door closing. She patted her chest lightly and cursed Zhuang Yi in her heart. Suddenly, she felt a nauseous feeling in her throat, which made her want to vomit. Fortunately, the discomfort disappeared after a few minutes. The heroine has only slept with the hero, and this is just a foreshadowing. After breakfast, I went to a high-end suit shop. The quality and styles of this store are very good, the only drawback is that it is very expensive, with an average price of around 30,000 yuan. After entering the store, Zhuang Yi went straight to the ready-to-wear area and picked out an elegant and simple white dress. Tonight, he will attend the Qin family banquet as Xiao Jiuli's male companion. Xiao Jiuli is the first and most important client. She invited Zhuang Yi to participate in such a business social occasion, so Zhuang Yi naturally could not humiliate her. He wanted her to be the focus of the whole audience. I am making up for today's third chapter QAQ. I am too tired from typing. Wow. Chapter 81, Banquet, Xiao Jiuli and Zhu Nian's wife clinked lips. Evening. Qin Shinran's banquet was held as scheduled. The top floor of a 5-star hotel in Dinyang City. The elegant banquet hall is where celebrities from all walks of life in the city gather. The sparkling crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow, and the long banquet table was filled with handmade meals and champagne. Xiao Jiuli was wearing a light pink off-shoulder evening dress, and her fair collarbone was extremely attractive, attracting countless glances. Sister Jiuli, you are so beautiful tonight. Huang Shui, wearing a yellow dress, walked slowly in front of Xiao Jiuli, looking at her beautiful profile in fascination. She was holding the arm of a young boy, who was her cousin, and was brought along just to make up the numbers. Xiao Jiuli glanced at her coldly, seeing the infatuation in her eyes, and took a sip of champagne. Damn homosexual, disgusting. Xiao Jiuli hated this person from the bottom of her heart. Even though the other party had offered cooperation that was beneficial to the Xiao group many times, Xiao Jiuli was unwilling to establish diplomatic relations with him. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Huang Shui said affectionately, Sister Jiuli, don't you have a male companion tonight? Do you want me to accompany you? Xiao Jiuli smiled jokingly, and stepped on her foot on a whim. Mr. Huang has been doing loss-making business with Zhu Group recently. I wonder if Mr. Huang knows about it. Also, Shui Media's recent situation doesn't seem to be optimistic. It's about to become a mess. Huang Shui's expression froze slightly, and she was too embarrassed to back down. If the person standing in front of her at this moment was a rich young man, she would have scolded him to death. But looking at Xiao Jiuli's fairy-like appearance in front of her, her brain was controlled by hormones, and she kept forcing a smile to cover up her gaffe. At this time, Zhu Nian's wife came leisurely, wearing a light blue long skirt, holding Shen Linyuan by her side, with a beautiful face and eye-catching. Boss Xiao, aren't men and women required to go to the dinner later? Why are you alone? The Xiao family is so big, but you can't even bring out a single man. She is being provocative. Xiao Jiuli bowed gently, Mr. Shen, Mr. Zhu, I wish you happiness. Shen Linyuan looked confused and scratched his head, ah. Mr. Xiao, don't make fun of me. You know I'm just here to join in the fun. Zhu Nian's wife's expression suddenly turned grim. Xiao, what do you mean? My husband is busy and has no time to accompany me. But you, an old woman who is almost 30 years old, don't even have a companion. You are so lame. Zhu Nian's wife spoke in a high tone, hoping to take the opportunity to attract the attention of other rich men. As expected, some young men and women cast speculative glances. In terms of ability, Xiao Jiuli is 2 or 3 levels stronger than Zhu Nianqi. In the past, it was only thanks to Zhuang Yi's aura that she was able to avoid being overshadowed. Now that Zhuang Yi has left, the decline is obvious. What's more, this damn woman sent the photo to Zhuang Yi, which led to her divorce from Zhuang Yi. Therefore, even if there were business dealings, Zhu Nian's wife would never let go if there was an opportunity to be sarcastic. Xiao Jiuli had a blank expression on her face. The louder you scream, the more painful the slap on your face will be later. Xiao Jiuli said she didn't care, but she couldn't help complaining in her heart, why hasn't Zhuang Yi arrived yet? She should have turned down today's work earlier. She was so busy that she didn't even have time to pick him up. Zhu Nian's wife chuckled. If you don't have a partner, then you don't have a partner. Anyway, it's not your Zhao's turn to do the Fresh Beauty project. In the final analysis, our Zhu's is the leader of Dingyang's cosmetics industry. Xiao Jiuli chose to remain silent. This made sense and she couldn't refute it. But that doesn't mean she doesn't want to fight for it. Huang Shui did not dare to interrupt their quarrel. Zhu Nian's wife was the woman she liked, and Xiao Jiuli was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. She didn't want to offend either of them, so she turned her head and tried to pretend not to see them. Suddenly. Zhuang Yi. Huang Shui loosened her arms around her male companion as if she had been electrocuted. Zhu Nian's wife and Xiao Jiuli's hearts suddenly stopped and they turned around to look. Under the soft light, Zhuang Yi, wearing an elegantly tailored white dress with straight shoulders and a narrow waist, walked towards the door with graceful steps. He has deep eyes, a high nose bridge, and the corners of his lips are slightly raised, with a faint smile. All the young men and women's eyes turned to him at the same time. Even Qin Xinran, who was preparing for a private dinner in the distance, couldn't help but stop and look at the handsome figure. Zhu Nian's wife immediately retracted her hands that were holding Shenlin Yuan's and looked at Zhuang Yi in panic. Husband. Why are you here? Zhuang Yi glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and walked towards Xiao Jiuli with relief. He didn't want to pay attention to her for the time being, because the first words of the night were to be said to his heroine. He was calm, mature, and dignified, and walked in front of Xiao Jiuli with graceful steps. I'm sorry I'm late, the most beautiful lady in the world, I'm Zhuang Yi, your most humble male companion tonight. Zhuang Yi bowed slightly and saluted. That drop of champagne on your collarbone is more dangerous than any poison in the world. Do you need help wiping it off? I would be extremely honored. Xiao Jiuli opened her lips slightly, her heartbeat quickened, her beautiful eyes flashed with obsession, and her cheeks were lovely pink. She met his gaze with deep love and couldn't recover for a long time. Exquisite handsomeness, noble temperament, and ascetic smile. I was stunned. This is not the Zhuang Yi we see every day. He is more like an unreachable star, so dazzling that people can't take their eyes off him. After watching for almost a full minute, she fluttered her eyelashes, lowered her eyes slightly, touched her white collarbone, and said shyly. Brother, there is no champagne on my collarbone. Zhuang Yi, a man who is late needs to make a beautiful woman smile. Around, countless young men and women in various evening gowns were immediately excited after hearing these words. Fuck. Full marks. Which family is this young man from? Ah. So handsome. So handsome. I'll knock them both to death. That gentleman just called himself Zhuang Yi. Is the surname Zhuang a wealthy family in Dingyang? Why haven't I heard of it? Dingyang's surname is Zhuang, and he has a unique appearance. Isn't this the son-in-law of the Zhu family? How come the male companion of the Zhu family is Shen Linyuan from the Shen family in the capital? The guests began to talk and gossip one after another. Hearing the sighs around her, Zhu Nian's wife trembled and almost fell down. She looked at Zhuang Yi in disbelief. This kind of treatment of being the center of attention is what she once had. In every large banquet she attended, she was treated like the heroine. Husband. Mr. Shen and I have nothing to do with each other. This is just a misunderstanding. Zhu Nian's wife walked to Zhuang Yi tremblingly, gently pulled the corner of his clothes, and looked up at him pitifully. She was extremely conflicted. Their arm-in-arm encounter was seen just now, and the misunderstanding between them deepened. What made her even more uncomfortable was that Zhuang Yi's relieved attitude just now did not show a trace of jealousy. And Xiao Jiuli's infatuated look, which seemed to have seduced her soul, hit her hard. She felt as if something important in her heart had been snatched away alive. Before the divorce, she had hoped countless times that Zhuang Yi would not interfere in her interpersonal relationships. But she didn't expect that when Zhuang Yi really didn't intervene, she was scared. She was afraid that Zhuang Yi didn't care. Because only when you stop loving will you become indifferent and indifferent. Zhuang Yi turned his head and smiled faintly. Boss Zhu, didn't you say this morning that you would work overtime at the company tonight? Chapter 82 Xiao Jiuli, Yi, I love you so much. Boss Zhu, didn't you say this morning that you would be working overtime at the company tonight? Zhuang Yi directly brought up the conversation 2 chapters ago and asked Zhu Nian's wife. Zhu Nian's wife gasped and took 3 steps back. She could not refute this question. Zhuang Yi said this morning, saying some things now can reduce unnecessary misunderstandings. So this is what this sentence means. Zhu Nian's wife was terrified and wanted to explain herself, but she didn't know where to start. Tonight is the banquet planned by Qin Xinran. All the slightly prominent figures in Dingyang City will come to show their support, and Zhu Nian's wife is no exception. This is something that can be figured out just by thinking with your butt. I was really blinded by greed and stupid enough to lie to my own husband. Honey, I'm sorry, I didn't think much about it this morning and lied unintentionally. It's my fault. I'll be honest with you. The main event of this banquet is actually in the second half. The reputation of Dingyang Zhu family may not allow me to join the party. I need Mr. Shen to help me hold the scene, so I asked him to help me. Don't worry, he and I are just business partners, it's definitely not what you think. Zhu Nian's wife struggled to squeeze out these words from between her teeth. This time, she rarely tried to quibble, but simply admitted her mistake. Her relationship with Zhuang Yi was already in jeopardy. If she continued to be so willful, she would really lose Zhuang Yi completely. But in Zhuang Yi's opinion, he is still a habitual liar who only remembers the food but not the beating. Mr. Zhu, you don't have to explain to me. I don't care. Even if you are hugging a man in a green suit and chewing him, I won't have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Zhuang Yi treated her as a stranger and said calmly, please don't say anything that might lead to misunderstanding. I am Mr. Zhao's male companion tonight. Zhu Nian's wife looked a little pale. Her husband brought up old matters and she had no way to defend herself. You don't have to be Xiao Jiuli's male companion anymore. Now that you're here, be my male companion tonight. At worst, I won't participate in the second half. As she said this, she reached out to hug Zhuang Yi's arm. Xiao Jiuli was naturally unhappy and immediately grabbed her hands away. Boss Shen, how can your female companion do this? It's immoral to steal my man. She pretended to be angry, but in fact she was very happy. Zhu's ex-wife had an ambiguous relationship with other men and gave Zhuang Yi to herself. And from their conversation just now, Zhu's ex-wife lied to Zhuang Yi that she was working overtime at the company in order to stay with Shen Linyuan. So generous. On the side, Shen Linyuan pulled the corner of his mouth, Boss Xiao, I'm just a bystander, don't involve me. Zhu Nian's wife was originally complacent about Xiao Jiuli not having a male companion, but now that she saw that the male companion was her husband, she was extremely annoyed. Xiao. You lied to me that I didn't have a boyfriend, and then you were with my husband. What do you mean? Xiao Jiuli stood in front of her and said confidently, I didn't say I didn't have a male companion. Besides, Zhuang Yi is not your husband now. He is my male companion. Ms. Zhu's ex-wife, can you figure out the situation? Zhu Nian's wife screamed and yelled, you are a bullshit male companion. He is my husband, we are just temporarily divorced. Her voice was very loud, attracting more attention from the guests. You also said you were divorced. He is single now. It has nothing to do with you. Xiao Jiuli proudly took Zhuang Yi's arm and said, when you were with Zhuang Yi, you cheated on him every day and complained that he was stingy. I couldn't bear it. I just felt sorry for my brother. Zhu Nian's wife almost vomited blood. Seeing Xiao Jiuli and Zhuang Yi having physical contact, and Zhuang Yi showing no disgust at all, she was completely furious. Xiao Jiuli. You are just a green tea bitch who doesn't know the importance of things. A cheap mistress who interferes with other people's loving marriages. This is my ultimatum to you. Get your dog paws off me. Otherwise, the Xiao family will pay an irreparable price. Xiao Jiuli had a wicked smile on her face, and even rested her head on Zhuang Yi's shoulder. Sister is doing this for your own good. You can't grasp such an outstanding boy like Zhuang Yi. After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhuang Yi lovingly, and my sister won't have any relationship with homosexuals, right? Zhuang Yi said nothing, and kept a calm smile on the surface, but in his heart he was secretly wondering who Shen Linyuan was. How many times did Zhu Nian's wife cheat on him during their marriage? Zhu Yangyang's revenge is not over yet, and he may not be able to spare any time to deal with other wealthy families. We must expand ourselves as quickly as possible and cannot remain in the small-scale home improvement business. Seeing that Zhuang Yi remained indifferent, Zhu Nian's wife stamped her feet in anger and said coquettishly, Husband, Huang Shui and I are innocent, she slandered me. Zhuang Yi felt a chill in his heart. You also know that Huang Shui is a lesbian. He turned around and said to Xiao Julie beside him, Sister Julie, let's go. Xiao Julie hummed, looked at Jun Yan's wife with a gloating look, and followed Zhuang Yi to the crowded area. Wait, husband. Jun Yan's wife stretched out her right hand in panic, trying to grab Zhuang Yi. She doesn't want her husband to be intimate with other women, she will be jealous. People often have double standards. When she is ambiguous with other men, she can always find various excuses to comfort herself. He is just my best male friend, he is just my brother, he is just my friend, etc. But when her man gets too close to the opposite sex, her thinking will be reversed, and she will show jealousy, envy, etc., and burst out with a strong possessiveness. Just when Jun Yan's wife was about to touch Zhuang Yi suddenly said, Boss Zhu, you are Mr. Shen's female companion now, don't do anything that would embarrass him, and I don't want to be misunderstood as a third party. Jun Yan's wife's outstretched right hand suddenly trembled, as if it was fixed by an invisible force, and froze in mid-air, watching Zhuang Yi and Xiao Jiuli leave. She regretted it. Extremely regretful. She tried to persuade her husband to remarry her in the morning, but her words failed her by the evening. Shen Linyuan walked over indifferently and took Jun Yan's wife's hand again. Let's not worry about Mr. Zhuang for now. The main purpose of tonight is to get into the second half of the dinner. The Fresh Beauty project is waiting for you. His tone was calm, as if the incident just now was not worth mentioning. For him, the project is the most important thing, and everything else is just passing clouds. Jun Yan's wife was stunned for a moment, then immediately retracted her hand after she realized what was happening. Mr. Chen, it's better not to have physical contact tonight. I'm afraid my husband will really misunderstand. Zhuang Yi and Xiao Jiuli stepped into another area. When the time came, Zhuang Yi whispered a reminder. Sister Jiuli, it's time to let go. Jun Yan's wife can't see it anymore. Xiao Jiuli did not answer, her eyes were dazed and her cheeks were rosy. Zhuang Yi couldn't help but frowned, Sister Jiuli. Why don't you speak? Xiao Jiuli remained indifferent and seemed to be in a dazed state. Zhuang Yi called out to her several times, but she remained silent. She just leaned lightly on his shoulder and held his arm tightly. After a long time, she suddenly said tenderly. I love you so much. Chapter 83, Jun Yan's wife breaks down, Qing's eldest princess appears. It's been fixed. Thank you for your waiting. Zhuang Yi stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Xiao Jiuli's eyes. Sister Jiuli, are you saying that you love me so much? Xiao Jiuli didn't move at all, as if the computer had crashed. Zhuang Yi frowned, then leaned close to her ear and said, Hey, talk. Xiao Jiuli trembled a little, and responded by turning her head quickly, only to find that Zhuang Yi was very close to her. Are you trying to get so close to me, do you want me to French kiss you? Okay. After saying that, she kissed him wickedly as if she was teasing a little virgin. Zhuang Yi immediately shrank his neck and was almost eaten. Don't mess around, Sister Jiuli, there are too many people here. He muttered in his heart that this woman had a lot of good qualities, but the only thing she didn't know was the word serious. Xiao Jiuli said calmly, then let's go to a place with fewer people, and I'll kiss you and cry. Zhuang Yi's old face turned red, his heart was a little nervous, and he simply turned his head to look towards the banquet hall. Xiao Jiuli smiled, loosened her hands around Zhuang Yi, and scratched his nose. After a few days, I will confess something very important to you. Promise your sister that you won't dislike me when the time comes. She spoke very solemnly and seriously, which made Zhuang Yi's heart tighten and he was at a loss. An idea suddenly came to his mind, and he teased, you said the single word instead of my full name. Are you trying to use me as a stand-in? Xiao Jiuli's face flushed to her ears, and she praised him in her heart, wow. My brother is so smart. He is worthy of being the man I fell in love with. Don't worry, I really love you. I can't abandon my 20 years of education and moral standards and find a substitute to accompany me. I'm not Jun Yan's wife. Xiao Jiuli stretched out her hand to hit Zhuang Yi's drum, but he dodged it. He keenly caught a hint of information in Xiao Jiuli's words, but he did not elaborate on it. She is her own heroine tonight and she cannot be embarrassed. Xiao Jiuli gently lifted his right palm without saying a word and smiled sweetly. Sister Jiuli, let's not hold hands yet. It's awkward. Be good, baby. There is something I really want to do. Come with me. Xiao Jiuli led Zhuang Yi to a quiet corridor like a gentleman. The corridor was wide and the surroundings were quiet. The moonlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, softly shining on the two of them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, beautiful as a pair. At a corner, Zhu Nian's wife was very upset because she was caught red-handed by Zhuang Yi, so she wanted to find the bathroom to wash her face and wake up. The next, Fresh Beauty, project requires her to take it seriously and face it in the best condition, not letting any emotions interfere with her decision. Would you please do me the honor of dancing with me? Suddenly, a voice blew into her ears like a cold night wind. I understand. It was Zhuang Yi's voice. Zhu Nian's wife's mood sank rapidly, her face suddenly changed and turned pale. She trotted to the end of the corner and stuck her head out to observe secretly. Zhuang Yi showed a look of shock and held Xiao Jiuli's milky white hand tightly. The moonlight is as bright as water and dancing gracefully. The two people's dance steps were extremely awkward. Xiao Jiuli, who invited Zhuang Yi to dance, actually asked Zhuang Yi to guide her steps. Zhu Nian's wife burst into tears and covered her mouth tightly, afraid of making any sound. She spied on Xiao Jiuli and her husband dancing as if she was spying on something that once belonged to her. There was nothing ambiguous in their actions, they just looked into each other's eyes and smiled. But when Zhu Nian thought of his wife, she felt as if one sharp sword after another was piercing her chest. It hurts so much that it wrenches my heart. Why? Zhu Nian's wife tightly grasped the hem of her skirt. She wanted to stop him, but found that her body was indifferent. Before, when I was in the cinema with Zhu Yangyang, you were looking at me from behind. Did you feel the same way? No matter how stupid Zhu Nian's wife was, she could see clearly that she and Zhu Yangyang had performed so many intimate actions with each other, while her husband and Xiao Lucha were just dancing together. People can only empathize with others when they swallow their own grievances. 5 minutes later. Zhuang Yi stopped dancing. Influenced by the atmosphere, Xiao Jiuli closed her eyes in ecstasy and kissed Zhuang Yi passionately. Zhuang Yi immediately covered her mouth. At the same time, Zhu Nian's wife could no longer hold back and screamed. You cheap bitch. Get your dog mouth away. Do you really want to die? Zhu Nian's wife rushed out without hesitation, and drops of blood appeared from her fists. She is a thief and a criminal. She once stole Zhuang Yi's heart and now wants to steal Xiao Jiuli's love. Xiao Jiuli was finally enjoying himself, but was greatly disappointed when he was disturbed by his ex-wife. Zhuang Yi asked coldly, why are you spying on us? Hubby, I was wrong. Now I know how you feel. Zhu Nian's wife burst into tears, feeling aggrieved and choked with sobs. Zhuang Yi let go of Xiao Jiuli's hand. I don't know what you are talking about. I just danced with Sister Jiuli. She and I didn't do anything out of line. There is nothing wrong between us. Listen, what familiar lines, they are coming out of my ex-wife's mouth again. Zhu Nian's wife witnessed the whole thing. She knew her husband had not done anything inappropriate and did not have the intention to do so. But the bitch Xiao Jiuli did. She almost kissed him just now. From now on, when you want to dance, your dance partner must choose me, not her. Zhu Nian's wife didn't know why and said this in anger. Zhuang Yi said calmly, you don't like dancing. I invited you many times when I attended dances before, but you declined. Zhu Nian's wife lowered her head in shame. Zhuang Yi had indeed invited her countless times, but she had refused every time. She doesn't like dancing. Perhaps because she was too sad, she felt nauseous in her throat and covered her mouth with her right hand, trembling slightly. Xiao Jiuli's eyes rolled and she quickly ran away holding Zhuang Yi's hand. She didn't want to be told by Zhu's ex-wife that she was a bad dancer. Return to the banquet hall. Zhuang Yi was pulled into the crowd, and Xiao Jiuli, as agreed, helped Zhuang Yi to establish connections one by one. Relying on the Xiao family's background to gain social connections, in less than half an hour, Zhuang Yi's pockets were filled with business cards, and he had dozens of new WeChat friends. Eldest princess of the Qin family, Qin Xinran is here. At this time, someone suddenly shouted. The guests gathered around Zhuang Yi all focused their attention on him. On the curved staircase in the banquet hall, golden light strips shine brightly, as if each step is coated with a layer of soft gold. Qin Xinran was wearing a light blue fishtail skirt. The hem of the skirt was inlaid with diamonds that sparkled in the golden light, like a sea of stars falling into the earth. She walked gracefully, with a faint smile on her red lips, her long hair falling like a waterfall, and her slender, straight feet stepping on crystal-high heels as she walked slowly. Beautiful as white jade. Countless guests' eyes lingered on Qin Shinran, praising her in low voices. She walked down the steps as elegantly as a princess, gently lifted her skirt, and knelt to salute. Nice to meet you, distinguished guests. I am the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Shinran. Chapter 85. Qin Shinran wants to sit with Zhuang Yi. The last chapter has been revised. Family members, friends who haven't read it, I will briefly explain the plot to you. That is, the head princess of the Qin family, Qin Shinran, makes her debut. Nice to meet you, distinguished guests. I am the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Shinran. At the bottom of the curved staircase, Qin Shinran gently lifted her skirt and knelt down to salute. Bang bang bang. There was thunderous applause as the guests at the scene sincerely responded to the greetings from the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Some of the playboys secretly took out their mobile phones to take pictures to use as material for their nighttime sleeps. Miss Shinran is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Manhwa City. She is indeed a graceful lady, stunning and charming. A giant in the cosmetics industry is actually such a young beauty. She is really talented and beautiful. No wonder the Qin family is thriving in Manhwa. I heard that Miss Shinran is 26 years old and still unmarried. I wonder which son-in-law can have such good fortune. The guests whispered to each other, expressing their admiration, with a hint of gossipy curiosity in their eyes. Zhuang Yi, who was in the crowd, was also shocked by this stunning beauty and couldn't help but hold his breath. In terms of appearance, Qin Shinran is somewhat better than Zhu Nianqi and Su Bao, and is even not inferior to Xiao Jiuli, and has the advantage in age. Qin Shinran opened her red lips and said, "Thank you all for your kindness, allowing the Qin family to have this honor and meet celebrities from all walks of life in Dinyang." After the introduction, many powerful business people and young men came forward to chat with her. Most of them came prepared, mainly wanting to get a piece of the pie in the fresh beauty market. Qin Shinran smiled and made some ambiguous polite remarks. After all, the Qin family came to Dinyang to seek cooperation, and the lowest level they could get was the Zhu group. Seeing her attitude, Zhuang Yi had some guesses in his mind. There is a high probability that Qingxin Beauty will be taken over by cosmetics industry giants such as Zhu Group. Xiao Group is mainly engaged in real estate, and no matter how big it is like a mountain between two industries, and Qin Group looks down on it. Xiao Jiuli suddenly grabbed Zhuang Yi's ear and said, "Why are you so engrossed in looking at Qin Shinran?" Zhuang Yi stretched his neck in pain. "Hiss, what's wrong with taking a look? Why can't I take a look? Let go. You lecherous one, keep your eyes straight." Xiao Jiuli was jealous and let go of his ear unhappily. "Sister can't tolerate any sand in her eyes, be careful or I'll castrate you." Zhuang Yi rubbed his ears and was too lazy to argue with her. Not long after, Qin Shinran, who was far away, finished negotiating with the guests. She said, "Have fun everyone," and then went up the curved staircase with a smile. The first half of the banquet was almost over. Half an hour later, a man in a black tuxedo walked towards Zhuang Yi. "Mr. Zhuang, Ms. Xiao, Miss Qin Shinran invites you two to the private room in the attic." Xiao Jiuli nodded coldly, took Zhuang Yi's arm and went up to the attic. The second half began, and Zhao's reputation was the pass. "Stop talking later. Tonight's establishment of diplomatic relations is very important to me. No mistakes are allowed. Otherwise, I will make you cry tonight." Xiao Jiuli immediately got into work mode and gave cold instructions to Zhuang Yi. Zhuang Yi felt a sense of oppression and nodded sincerely, "Okay. Walk into a luxurious box." A Chinese round table was placed in the center, surrounded by velvet chairs inlaid with gold edges. The chairs were filled with the young people from Dinyang City's political elite and first-rate families. Everywhere you look, you see wealthy businessmen and powerful people. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhuang Yi and Xiao Jiuli, and they all smiled obsequiously and greeted Xiao Jiuli. Zhuang Yi was a little shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. He glanced around sharply, and familiar faces from the news appeared before him, including the municipal party secretary, deputy mayor, chairman of the municipal CPPCC, as well as the director of the Public Security Bureau, the director of the Education Bureau, the director of the Finance Bureau, and so on. Wow, as the pillar group of the neighboring city, Qin Group can have such a grand display in Dinyang. You never see it on ordinary days. No wonder people say the second half is the focus. If most of the people present sneezed, the whole Dingyang city would shake. Zhuang Yi looked towards the seat on the right. Zhu Nian's wife and Shen Linyuan were also there. Both of them looked serious and were discussing the matter seriously. When Zhuang Yi passed by Zhu Nian's wife, she raised her head slightly, revealing a barely perceptible surprise. Husband. She shouted subconsciously. The powerful and influential people around were suddenly in an uproar and whispered to each other. Isn't Mr. Zhu the male companion of Mr. Shen? Why do you call Mr. Zhao's male companion husband? With so many politicians here, why are they putting on a big show? It seems to be her ex-husband Zhuang Yi, the cuckolded gigolo. Everyone looked at them intently, trying to see how intimate Zhuang Yi and Xiao Jiuli were. Zhuang Yi glanced at Zhu Nian's wife and calmly made a hush gesture. There was no emotion, as if he treated her as a stranger. Zhu Nian's wife felt so uncomfortable that her eyes turned red and wet, but in such an occasion, she didn't want to lose face, so she could only hold back her tears. She witnessed her husband and Xiao Jiuli passing by, feeling mixed emotions and a myriad of worries. It's been less than half a month since the divorce, and the female monsters have swarmed in, eager to snatch my husband away in the next second. She knew that her husband was a male companion temporarily brought in by Xiao Jiuli to make up the numbers, but even so, she felt so unbearable that she couldn't breathe. Qing Xinran was sitting in the main seat. When she saw Zhuang Yi coming in, she stood there. Mr. Zhuang, Xiao Jiuli, please sit here. She respectfully gestured for them to sit next to her. This statement caused a sensation. With so many top leaders, second-in-commands, and prominent figures from Dingyang City present, it was actually Zhao's turn to sit in the second seat. Zhu Nian's wife suddenly widened her eyes and turned to look at Shen Linyuan beside her. Shen Linyuan was also shocked. The reputation of the Shen family in the capital was far greater than that of the Xiao family in Dingyang. It would be fine if the Qin group didn't please me, but why did they let the Xiao group take the vice-presidential position? Zhuang Yi looked at Xiao Jiuli calmly and asked, are you so proud? In terms of size, Qin and Xiao are equally matched, but the Shen group behind young Master Shen is the behemoth. She should get closer to Zhu's ex-wife. Xiao Jiuli was also surprised, but as he was the president of the Xiao family after all, she quickly adjusted her demeanor, put on a polite smile, and walked over. Zhuang Yi sensibly gave up his passenger seat and moved the dining chair for Xiao Jiuli, giving her enough emotional value. Miss Qing, it's our first meeting. Please take care of me in the future. Xiao Jiuli said kindly, silently gave Zhuang Yi a thumbs up in her heart, and sat down calmly. Qing Xinran smiled awkwardly, no. Sorry Xiao Jiuli, I didn't explain it clearly just now, please move aside, this seat is for Mr. Zhuang. Chapter 86, Let Zhuang Yi become the exclusive partner of Fresh Beauty. Xiao Jiuli was shocked and immediately turned to look at Zhuang Yi. That rumor is true. The Mr. Zhuang that the Qin group was looking for turned out to be Zhuang Yi. Zhu Nian's wife was dumbfounded and her face turned pale. In chapter 53, what Lu Xiaoxi said was true. The eldest princess of the Qin family came to Dingyang City mainly to find Zhuang Yi for cooperation. But why? Zhuang Yi has no factory, equipment, production line, or even stores or brands. At best, it has marketing capabilities. Fresh Beauty mainly targets overseas markets, and many domestic and foreign cultures are not well accepted. What can Zhuang Yi do about marketing? Zhuang Yi was also dumbfounded and just looked at Xiao Jiuli quietly. The two looked at each other, and after Xiao Jiuli came to her senses, she jumped up and said loudly without any embarrassment. Dear, please sit next to Miss Qing. After listening to this sweetly, she leaned over to Zhuang Yi's ear and whispered, good brother. Baby brother. Dear brother. Give me some face and let me get close to her. She is looking for a partner, you. Pretend to be close to Zhao's company. If you take over Fresh Beauty, you will be rewarded handsomely. She squeezed Zhuang Yi's arm hard and blinked sincerely. Zhu Group has been working in the cosmetics industry for many years and has accumulated rich experience, resources, and brand effects. As a rising star across industries, Xiao has few competitive advantages and has always found it difficult to attract market attention. If we can cooperate with Qin Group, a leading domestic cosmetics company, we will undoubtedly gain a foothold in the fiercely competitive Dingyang City, and by then we will be able to earn considerable profits simply by cashing out our shares. Zhuang Yi felt conflicted in his heart. He knew Xiao Juli's little plan, which was just the same as Jun Yan's wife's, to use him as a tool to make money. He said nothing, nodded to Qin Shinran, and sat quietly in the passenger seat. Xiao Juli rubbed his head lovingly, her heart filled with ecstasy, her little mouth smiling so hard that her teeth were about to fall out. Qin Shinran sat down again and stared at Xiao Juli with hostility. Mr. Zhuang, is the person next to you your lover? Yes, Miss Qin, Xiao Zhuang and I are. Zhuang Yi interrupted immediately, I'm just her male companion. The politicians who were sitting around politely had their eyes flicker and their expressions dimmed. What's going on? How does this young man look at the face of the daughter of the Xiao family? Xiao Juli's eyes twitched and she forced a smile. Ahahaha, yes, Miss Qing, Xiao Zhuang is my male companion tonight, but we usually have a hot relationship and Xiao Zhuang is also a partner of our Xiao Corporation. The dinner went on as usual, the guests complimented each other, the wine glasses made crisp and pleasant sounds when they collided, and the wine splashed out. Qin Shinran smiled charmingly and used chopsticks to pick up the tempting braised lamb for Zhuang Yi. Mr. Zhuang, try the mutton here. It's the signature dish of this hotel. Zhuang Yi looked normal and said, thank you. Xiao Juli, who was sitting next to him, felt a little sad. She reached under the table with her deft hands, pinched Zhuang Yi's thigh hard, and whispered softly in his ear. You little greedy cat. Just now you disobeyed me, but I didn't bother with you. Now you are touching my reverse scale again. I want to see how long your little brother can hold on. Zhuang Yi twitched in pain and said angrily, it hurts a lot, and when did I disobey you or touch your reverse scale? Xiao Juli let out a deep breath of anger, picked up a piece of chicken head meat, put it into her mouth, chewed it hard, biting the skin and bones into pieces, spit it on the table, and stared at Zhuang Yi fiercely. Seems to be hinting at something. This is the result of not being sensible, understand? Xiao Juli threatened in a low voice, took off her high heels under the table, and stepped on Zhuang Yi's feet. If this happens again, it won't be your feet that get stepped on and bullied, it will be your face. Don't think I don't dare. I wouldn't be Xiao if I didn't do such a thing. Zhuang Yi acted as if nothing had happened. He followed suit and reached his left hand under the table, pinching her white thigh flesh hard. Xiao Juli trembled in pain and almost screamed out, but luckily she managed to hold it back. It hurts. It hurts so much. You are so brave. She lowered her voice, her eyes so sharp that they seemed to pierce through people. Zhuang Yi calmly put the mutton into his mouth and took his hand back casually. Qin Shinran saw that the meal was halfway through, and asked vaguely, Mr. Zhuang, I heard that you saved Uncle Jiangwo's life in the Zhu family. Zhuang Yi paused after hearing this, but quickly regained his composure. It turns out that he was just dreaming of getting the big shot's favor. Well, Miss Qing is really well informed. Qin Shinran's face became even happier. She turned slightly and introduced a middle-aged man next to her who was about 55 years old. Let me introduce Mr. Zhuang. The person next to you is Dr. Li Weiming, an academician of the National Academy of Medical Sciences. He has profound attainments in the field of medicine. He has not only participated in many national scientific research projects, but is also known as a pioneer in the field of oncology. Mr. Zhuang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I heard that you cured Zhu Jiangwo, who was terminally ill. The medical community highly respects your legend. Li Weiming immediately extended his hand enthusiastically and shook hands with Zhuang Yi, his face full of admiration. He was wearing a well-tailored dark gray suit, his hair was combed meticulously with graying temples, his face was handsome, his brows showed a calm and wise expression, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Zhuang Yi's expression remained calm. Dr. Li, you are overpraising me. It was not me who rescued the patient, but a friend of mine. Qin Shinran did not beat around the bush and explained his intention with concern. Mr. Zhuang, let me get straight to the point. My father is suffering from a malignant tumor and he doesn't have much time left. I have searched for famous doctors all over the world but to no avail. This time I came to Dingyang City mainly to ask you to help save my father who is in his twilight years. Hearing this, Zhuang Yi pretended to be embarrassed, lowered his head and drank silently. So there is this kind of relationship. No wonder he is so respectful to a little person like me. Xiao Juli and Jun Yanqi, two outsiders, became anxious and hoped that Zhuang Yi would respond. The debt of favor is the hardest to repay. If we can lend a hand to Qing's father at a critical moment, the cooperation with Qingxin Beauty may come naturally. Qing Xinran was so anxious that she saw Zhuang Yi was still not expressing his opinion. She took a deep breath and continued gently. Don't worry, Mr. Zhuang. As long as you agree to help, no matter what the final result is, the Qing family will be grateful and grateful. In addition, we came to Dingyang this time and brought the Fresh Beauty project. I believe you have heard of it. As long as you agree to invest, you will be the exclusive partner of Fresh Beauty. Xiao Jiuli and Zhu Nianqi were both stunned, their eyes wide open. However, Zhuang Yi shook his head and refused. Miss Qing, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. I owe her a debt and can't ask her to come out. Debt is not a problem. Just tell us the amount and Qing Group will deposit it into your account immediately. It's not a monetary debt. Anyway, I'm sorry I can't obey your order. Qing Xinran was rejected despite showing such great sincerity. She felt angry, but she suppressed her emotions and handed over a personal business card. Mr. Zhuang, please accept the business card. Regarding my father's illness, please do not refuse prematurely. We can discuss it in detail later. Qingshi is very sincere. We will send you the project plan for Fresh Beauty later. The content of cooperation, distribution of responsibilities, injection of funds and profit sharing can also be discussed and adjusted. Chapter 87 Junyan's wife is pregnant. Sorry readers, I'm late. I have nothing in my mind, and I'm sorry that I just wrote it now. Halfway through the dinner, the atmosphere was filled with a subtle sense of tension. Zhu Nian's wife suppressed her inner panic and came to Qing Xinran under the pretext of toasting him. Miss Qing, a toast to you. Zhu Nian's wife, I wish you and Mr. Shen happiness. Qing Xinran clinked glasses with her but didn't drink. Zhu Nian's wife didn't drink either, and turned her head like a dog, looking at Zhuang Yi with mixed feelings. Old, Xiao Zhuang, may this glass of wine bear witness to our past, present and future love. She pushed the wine glass in front of Zhuang Yi, implicitly expressing her status as a wife. Zhuang Yi touched her coldly, not even willing to raise his head, as if he really regarded the other person as heir. Zhu Nian's wife laughed awkwardly, the disaster was imminent, and she leaned close to Zhuang Yi's ear helplessly and whispered. Hubby, when the dinner is over, can I take you home? Tonight you used Xiao Jiuli's hand to make me feel wronged and sad. Now we are even now, so don't be angry. Qing Xinran, who was sitting closest, pricked up her ears and had heard these words. What's going on? Could it be that Mr. Zhuang is a scumbag? At the dinner table, all the distinguished guests also noticed Zhu Nian's wife's unusual behavior. They quietly watched Shen Linyuan, but found that Shen Linyuan was indifferent. Allowing your female companion to put a hat on you? So awesome. The Shen family in Beijing has a young master who is a lazy boy. Zhuang Yi smiled mockingly and said with full energy, Boss Zhu, I have never been angry with you. We are divorced. You have your social circle and friends. This is your freedom and right. His voice was neither small nor loud, and just happened to fall into the ears of everyone at the table, immediately causing a burst of exclamations. What the hell? The ex-wife finds a new love, but can't let go of her ex-husband. Why don't you write a novel here? Zhu Nian's wife's face turned pale, she frowned, and continued to speak. You mean country bumpkin, can you please stop being so angry? It will embarrass your wife if you shout so loudly in such a big occasion. In the past, if Zhuang Yi dared to embarrass her, she would have kicked Zhuang Yi in the butt. But now she felt guilty and had to humble herself. Zhuang Yi rubbed his temple and waved at her. Let's go, I don't want to get angry in this situation. Zhu Nian's wife felt extremely bitter and uncomfortable, and finally rubbed his head. Okay, my wife will listen to you. You need to establish a good relationship with Miss Qing and don't be so rude. By the way, if you help my wife get the fresh makeup project, she won't treat you unfairly. We'll find a time to discuss it later. She said a few words tactfully, then glared at Xiao Jiuli fiercely, straightened her slender waist and walked to the other side. Zhuang Yi took a tissue, wiped the hair that Zhu Nian's wife had touched, and sneered. It turns out that it was this Rui. Zhu Nian's wife, oh Zhu Nian's wife, you will never change your bad habits. Once, he pushed me into Xiao Jiuli's bed for 100 million yuan, and now, for a cooperation, he is willing to send me into the arms of the beautiful Qing Xinran. Xiao Jiuli rubbed his calf under the table and said, if you dare to give the project to Zhu's ex-wife, I will strip you naked and throw you on the bed tonight. Zhuang Yi felt a little uncomfortable and didn't want to talk to her, so he picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Zhu Nian's wife walked around Qing Xinran, went to Li Weiming, and respectfully toasted him with a glass of wine. I have long heard of your great name, Dr. Li. Your achievements in the field of oncology are truly admirable. Miss Zhu, you are too kind. You and Mr. Shen are a perfect match. Li Weiming stood up and clinked glasses in a familiar manner, then extended his hand. The veins on Zhu Nian's wife's forehead twitched. She revealed an ugly smile and shook hands with the other party. Can you please stop mentioning Shen Linyuan? My husband has been pissed off by you guys. After shaking hands, just as Li Weiming was about to withdraw his hand, the pulsation of his veins at his fingertips made his face suddenly change. He was stunned for a moment, frowned, and clenched his jade hands even tighter. Zhu Nian's wife was pinched so hard that it hurt. She couldn't help but ask angrily, Dr. Li, what's wrong with you? Li Weiming said seriously, wait a moment, Miss Zhu, your pulse is not right. After a while, he released her fair hand in surprise and bowed, congratulations to Miss Zhu and Mr. Shen. Congratulations. Zhu Nian's wife was a little unhappy. She always mentioned herself and Shen Linyuan in front of her husband. Is this doctor mentally ill? What does Dr. Li mean by this? Li Weiming smiled kindly and said, Miss Zhu, you can't drink alcohol for the next 8 months. You are pregnant. You are 56 days pregnant. Bang! A moment. Time seemed to freeze, and the wine glass in Zhuang Yi's hand fell to the ground, breaking into pieces of glass and scattering all over the ground. His head exploded, and an irrepressible despair and helplessness surged into his heart in an instant. The two divorced less than half a month ago, and the real quarrel happened more than a month ago. They had sex 2 months ago. In other words, the timing is right. Xiao Jiuli took a breath, put down her chopsticks tremblingly, and her eyes suddenly became hot and wet. An extreme feeling of panic surged from her chest to her heart. She is going to lose something, something very important. Don't leave me, I finally got the chance to have you. She looked at Zhuang Yi anxiously, her lips moving, and in Zhuang Yi's pupils, the image of Zhu Nianqi had already appeared. Zhu Nian's wife was a little slow to react, Dr. Li. You are not an oncologist. Miss Zhu, I know a thing or two about pulses. Your pulse is very smooth right now, so it's definitely a sign of pregnancy. If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital for a urine test or B ultrasound. Li Weiming had a congratulatory smile on his face and gently patted the back of Zhu Nian's wife's hand. Zhu Nian's wife's expression froze, and she looked at Zhuang Yi with a look of secret joy, husband. We have a baby. We can remarry. Zhuang Yi interrupted with a firm voice, absolutely impossible. Chapter 88 Xiao Jiuli wants to hand over everything to Zhuang Yi. Absolutely not. Zhuang Yi's eyes turned red, and he stood up suddenly. Let's not talk about whether this child is real or fake. You showed signs of fooling around half a year ago. Who knew it was the bastard's offspring? Go back to being a tortoise and a licker. Be the male protagonist of a high blood pressure and brain-dead novel. I finally got rid of my cuckold identity, why should I ruin my determination just because of a golden medal of immunity from death? I've suffered enough injustice over the years, I must not let myself fall into the quagmire again. No matter how strong the love is, it has been exhausted by betrayal, deception and indifference again and again. Zhu Nian's wife's smile froze instantly, and she could hardly believe her ears. Hubby, the baby will be 3 months old next month. I can go for a blood test on the umbilical cord. If it's not the fruit of our love, I will jump off the building and commit suicide on the spot. Zhuang Yi took 3 steps back and almost bumped into the leg of a chair. The more confident Zhu Nianqi was, the more confused and flustered he became. Bloody. Disgusting. If there really is a child, it is 100% his own blood. But this marriage is destined to be a bad fate. If you continue to work on it, you will only get hurt. There is only one ghost and countless times. How to choose? A good horse never turns back, there is absolutely no way he will remarry. With a gloomy face, he quickly left the box. Excuse me, everyone, I was rude just now. I hope you have a good time tonight. Zhu Nian's wife chased after him without thinking, husband, wait for me. The guests all looked on, not caring about the incident themselves, but enjoying the show with great interest, and finally burst into laughter. Only Xiao Jiuli sat in a daze, tears streaming down her face. She was talking to herself, I'm losing you, I'm losing you. She smiled miserably and stumbled out of the box. Coming to the bathroom, she turned on the faucet roughly, and cold water gushed out. She scooped up the icy cold water and splashed it on her face again and again, trying to use the biting chill to awaken her mind. I went through a lot of hardships for this relationship, from enemies to friends, and then slowly to male companions. Suddenly, a golden medal of immunity from death appears and takes away all the achievements made so far in a ridiculous way. She doesn't want to lose. She had managed to snatch this with great difficulty. She is 28 years old this year and she can't wait any longer. Jun Yan's wife. You have thrown him away several times, why won't you give him to me? Why won't you give him to me? She slammed her slender right hand hard on the glass mirror in front of her. The glass shattered, and the fragments flew around like raindrops, reflecting her broken heart like a mirror. Looking at herself in the broken mirror, Xiao Jiuli felt that in the blink of an eye, her rosy cheeks had become nearly 10 years paler and haggard. Outside a 5-star hotel, on the street. Zhuang Yi smoked one cigarette after another, with smoke rising from his fingertips. Behind him, Jun Yan's wife covered her nose, walked slowly, and followed step by step. After walking for a while, Zhuang Yi said calmly, go back first. I don't want to see you. It's no use not wanting to see you. I have your baby. You can't escape my clutches. Jun Yan's wife said this with a playful smile, even like a pregnant woman, gently stroking her flat belly with both hands. When she thought about having a baby to constrain her marriage and tie down her husband, she felt incomparable happiness and joy. She didn't even realize how depressed her ex-husband was at the moment. Hubby, I have a baby now, and I'm a divorced second-hand guy. The status of marriage in the circle has plummeted, and no one wants to be a father, so my husband can only be you, and you are not allowed to abandon me. Be heartless and life will not be tiring. Zhuang Yi was so angry that he laughed and shook his head in annoyance. You mean I deserve to be a father? There is a sense of vicissitudes and fatigue between the lines. Jun Yan's wife replied casually, you are kinder. What's more, he is our own flesh and blood. There is no such thing as being happy to be a father. Zhuang Yi took a deep puff of cigarette, trying to use the smoke to cover up his anger. Really, kind people deserve to be bullied. You misunderstood my wife again. I will spoil you in the future. Jun Yan's wife frowned and said fiercely, walk slowly, I'm afraid I will fall. Zhuang Yi paused and turned around with red eyes. It's okay if he fell down, if the child dies. He didn't dare say this out loud, it was too vicious. After a brief moment of inner rage, he slowly calmed down. Call Lu Xiaoxi and ask her to pick you up. Jun Yan's wife shook her head and said complacently, she is asleep at this time, why don't you take me home? Zhuang Yi put out his cigarette, took out his cell phone and called Huang Shui. Huang Shui, who received Zhuang Yi's call for the first time, was obviously agitated. Why are you calling me now? I'm warning you, I'm on my period these 2 days, I can't do it. Zhuang Yi didn't give any expression to his disapproval, come out of the hotel and pick up Jun Yan's wife and take her home. Hearing this, Huang Shui was disappointed. Humph, let my dear wife wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Zhuang Yi walked away without any reluctance. Husband, you. Jun Yanqi's legs instinctively wanted to move forward, but her brain made her stop. What's going on? My husband left me to Huang Shui, the person he hates the most. But I'm pregnant, why does he still have this attitude? And why did Huang Shui mention menstruation? What was she hinting at? Zhuang Yi bought 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 boxes of beer and returned to Sister Baiyin's house. I looked at the time and it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. I looked tired and dazed, but I was not sleepy at all. He thought that leaving without saying goodbye seemed very unfair to Xiao Jiuli, so he simply apologized to her through his cell phone. I'm sorry, I agreed to be your male companion, but I ended up running away at the last minute. Xiao Jiuli replied immediately, it's just a trivial matter. There is not even any punctuation, it is very cold. Zhuang Yi put his cell phone on the coffee table and smoked and drank indifferently. After a while, Xiao Jiuli received no reply and sent a message. Don't leave me. Zhuang Yi didn't look at it, but just kept drinking, until his scarlet eyes were filled with rough bloodshot. After a while, Xiao Jiuli started bombarding me with text messages. Don't remarry Zhu Nian's wife and be a scumbag who abandons his wife and children. She is not a good person. She put a hat on you, she teamed up with the mistress to bully you, she lied to you, she poisoned you and forced you to sleep with her for money. I'll give you all the Xiao shares, and I'll bear a baby for you. I don't want fresh beauty anymore. I only want you. Choose me. Just choose me, and I will give you everything I have. Zhuangyi drank so much that his cheeks turned red. After he couldn't stand the noise anymore, he picked up his cell phone and looked at it. His fingers trembled and tears filled his eyes. He had never seen Xiao Jiuli in this state before. Even though the screen was turned away and he couldn't hear any sound, he could still feel the strong emotional fluctuations. After a long silence, he replied with a message, "It is impossible for me to remarry Zhu Nianqi." Chapter 89. Zhu Nian's wife sent a pregnancy test report. The next morning. Bamboo Villa. Zhu Jiangwo leaned lazily on the sofa, holding a cup of steaming tea in his hand and savoring it carefully. Zhu Nian's wife was beaming with joy, and she trotted all the way from the Zhu family compound to the living room. "Dad. I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant." Zhu Jiangwo raised his eyes to look at her and scolded her unhappily. "You useless thing. How can you be happy? Your husband has been kidnapped." Zhu Nian's wife sat next to him and gently held his hand. "No, my husband is so loyal and loves me, he can't bear to leave me." "I still can't bear to leave you, do you think I'm stupid?" Zhu Jiangwo frowned and sighed. The spy planted by the Xiao group witnessed Zhuang Yi flirting with the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. "Your husband ran off with his mistress." "My husband can't run away. He will soon come to me and beg me to remarry him." Zhu Nian's wife said sincerely, "I'm pregnant 2 months ago. It's 100% my husband's biological child." When Zhu Jiangwo heard this, his hands shook and he almost spilled the tea. "What? You're pregnant?" Zhu Jiangwo looked at Zhu Nian's wife in disbelief, and saw Zhu Nian's wife smiling and nodding repeatedly. He put down the teacup and stood up ecstatically. "Good. You are worthy of being Dad's good daughter. There will be a lot of fun at home in the future. I, Zhu Jiangwo, will be a grandfather. I will hold my eldest grandson in my arms." In the blink of an eye, the contempt in his heart disappeared and his expression became much brighter. But soon, he thought of another serious and difficult matter. Nian's wife, Xiaozhuang, has been in contact with many women since his divorce. Now that you are pregnant, it is best to play a little trick and eliminate some people who have bad intentions towards Xiaozhuang. With a child, Zhu Nian's wife has the biggest bargaining chip. But the eldest daughter of the Xiao family should not be underestimated. We must find ways to discredit her and turn her into a muddy mess in order to prevent her from coveting the happiness of our precious daughter. Zhu Nian's wife had naturally considered her father's idea carefully, and she was ready to prevent any future troubles. "Don't worry, Dad, it's already been arranged. Su Bao and Xiao Jiuli, just because you two bitches want to steal my husband away." "No way." Sister Baiyun's home. Zhuang Yi drank all night long. After Sister Baiyun woke up, she was afraid that he would get sick from drinking, so she tried her best to persuade him to stop. He sat on the sofa for a long time, seemingly thinking about something, yet also seemingly thinking about nothing. The ashtrays were emptied over and over again, and the cigarette butts on the ground were so heavy that there was nowhere to put them. Soon it was evening, and Xiao Jiuli sent a voice message and a dozen photos. "Zhu Nian's wife told me to stay away from you, and she also collected my old photos to threaten me." The photos show various luxurious banquet halls. Xiao Jiuli has a charming smile and is full of charm, and there is always a variety of male companions around her. Sometimes she raised her glass to clink wine, and sometimes she covered her mouth and smiled sweetly. The content may seem insignificant, but Zhuang Yi keenly understood Zhu Nian's wife's intention. Xiao Jiuli tricked her last time by sending the kissing photo to her. This time, Zhu Nian's wife wants to trick Xiao Jiuli in the same way. This little trick is really clever. Unfortunately, all the photos combined are not as destructive as that kissing photo. There's not even a hand-holding angle, it's a bullshit gossip photo. After browsing the photos, Xiao Jiuli sent another voice message. The men in the photo are all the new generation of the family. Some important occasions require handsome men and beautiful women to make up the numbers. I am upright and I have nothing to fear. If she wants to threaten me, I will just send them all to you. Worried that Zhuang Yi might get jealous, she added an explanation, I did these trivial things before I met you. After I met you, I never had a male companion accompany me to a banquet. I didn't do anything immoral. Zhuang Yi was in no mood to listen to her explanation, so he simply replied, got it. Perhaps his reply was too bland, because less than a minute later, Xiao Jiuli called again. Zhuang Yi answered the call irritably, but before he could open his mouth, he heard Xiao Jiuli's impatient cry. Zhu's ex-wife threatened me that she would use Xiao's past unfinished projects, shoddy projects, safety accidents, and financial crises to discredit Xiao. In addition, she found several rooms with excessive formaldehyde from somewhere and claimed that they were Xiao's masterpieces, and she wanted to bring the Xiao family down with her. Not only that, she also got some of the Xiao family's children's immoral private lives and warned me that if I continued to associate with you, she would publish them on the internet. Her voice trembled as she spoke, and she was obviously trying hard to suppress her sadness. Zhuang Yi said coldly, why don't you let the public relations department handle the negative information? Why are you repeating all this in front of me? If you can't say comforting words to an upset person, he will only feel more upset. Xiao Jiuli was silent for a while, then choked up and said, Zhu's ex-wife is as vicious as a snake and scorpion, and her methods are cruel. You can't remarry her. Zhuang Yi said in a sharp tone, I told you, I won't remarry her. Xiao Jiuli could hardly hold back her tears again, what about the baby? Zhuang Yi paused and swallowed his saliva sourly. This question stumped him. He had a headache so bad that he scratched his ears and cheeks. In real life, there are countless examples of people choosing to sacrifice themselves in marriage for the sake of their children. Such families often end up with sensitive emotional states, repeated domestic cold violence, frequent quarrels, and so on. After thinking it over and over again, he could only change the subject. There are executives of the Zhu Group who have been involved in corruption and bribery. These people will soon be punished by law. Before that, you can buy some dirt on the Zhu Group from them and take countermeasures against the Zhu Group. On the phone, Xiao Jiuli seemed to be overwhelmed by this answer. Her breathing became rapid and she burst into tears. Without saying another word, she hung up the phone. Even through the screen, Zhuang Yi could feel the tears streaming down that beautiful face. Since then, Zhuang Yi was depressed for several days. I sleep no more than 5 hours a day and am busy with work all day. It seems that this is the only way to numb myself. He had never mentioned this matter to anyone, but from beginning to end, the only people who knew about it were him and Xiao Jiuli. At night, while washing dishes, Zhuang Yi received a text message from an unfamiliar number. He wiped his hands, picked up his phone and opened it. It was a photo. The photo was of Zhu Nian's wife's test report, which clearly showed that she was pregnant. Under the photo, she added a sentence, husband, you are going to be a father. Quickly pack your bags and go home. Zhuang Yi's heart seemed to be tightened, his face became extremely gloomy, and he coldly blocked the number.